about free falling, talking about gravity.
Yeah, because the idea is that people at the time were trying to identify the Earth's movement. All of the tests were coming up null or void or inconclusive. And so Lorenz critiqued Michelson-Morley and was saying that, well, the result was null because there was a contraction in the air, and it caused the reading to be null. And then so Einstein later said, yeah, that's because it's all relative. It depends on your frame of reference. And so currently we're in a frame of reference that we move with the Earth. So we don't feel the motion of the Earth because we're moving with the Earth. If we changed our reference and we were off of the Earth and away from the Earth, then we would watch the Earth move. But from our current position, relatively speaking, we can't detect the motion of the Earth because we're moving in the same reference frame.
Which is why he said, I've come to believe there is no optical experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth.
Right.
The word
So
optical
now
is critical in that sentence. Because there are experiments that can show the rotation of the Earth.
There's no optical experiment that could be done to prove the motion, though the Earth is moving. So he has a baseless claim.
It's not a baseless claim. There was Foucault's pendulum, and
which would be an optical experiment because you're watching something
optical
process.
experiment. No, don't. Optical experiment because you're looking at it. That's not what an optical experiment is.
Then what is it?
It's an optical experiment where you're using vision to quantify the movement, not because you're watching an apparatus. In that case, then every experiment is optical because you look at the results.
Quantifying the movement, which is you observing reality.
No, where your eyes are the mechanism, where your eyes are the tool.
Right. Because you can't manipulate the Earth to identify the cause of the motion of Foucault's pendulum. You can only observe it.
Well, does Foucault's pendulum, is it somehow exempt from relativistic effects?
What do you mean?
What makes Foucault's pendulum exempt from relativistic effects?
Why would it be exempt from relativistic effects? And what are you getting at? What's the gotcha you're trying to
separate those reference frames?
Precisely. So you mentioned Foucault's pendulum as an example that can measure Earth's rotation, thus being able to exempt itself from the relativistic effects of Lorentz contractions. I'm curious if that's the case.
No, it's having a force exerted on it. So why does that need to be separated from relativistic effects of Lorentz force? What's Lorentz contraction? Is that what you're talking about? Or
that was the whole point of this discussion was Einstein and relativity, right? I mean, is there not a relativistic frame of reference for the globe?
No, he was explaining something to the young lady who speaks a second language, and he said there's no devices that can detect the motion of Earth, and I just corrected him on that. So that wasn't the point of the conversation.
Yeah, he explained to you how you were wrong.
Well, I don't have to just say you're wrong. It's just a little bit rude.
He explained it to you.
Sorry?
He explained it to you thoroughly.
Explained what to me? To me?
Why you were wrong?
About what?
The precession of the ring laser gyroscope was explained to you in depth. I expressed
you haven't provided
the ring laser gyroscope, and I'm still searching for the information. And then after I find these images and I post them, I'm going to get you from the horse's mouth what was experienced with the use of the ring laser gyroscope and the observations that they made.
Yeah, and then at the same time, I hear people tell us that ring laser gyroscopes, like those in aircraft's inertial navigation systems, are detecting Earth's rotation optically. So,
what?
Yeah, that's right. The Sagnac effect.
Right.
Yeah,
Aha,
so
I
which is
found
it?
Is the
Which is it?
plane
Like,
not the reference frame? So
you tell me, because your claim contradicts itself, or at least Einstein's does.
no, you just made a claim that you said, and you added in the word apparently. Planes have precession or drift. So can you
Yeah, they
show
use ring laser
that happens?
gyroscopes.
Can you show us that happens though?
No, it doesn't happen. That's the funny thing.
Well, it's not connected to the Earth would be why. It's kind of the point of
Oh,
having a gyroscope in an airplane.
Hey, off the Richter, you don't remember the quote he gave you at the end of his explanation about how he said, there's no way you can detect the motion of the Earth using
And I
this,
corrected him, and that's not the quote.
whatever it is. You agreed with
Whatever
it
it is,
earlier.
it's
You remember
fairly
that, right?
important. There is it's a fairly critical part of the thing. There is no optical experiment. So he's not saying there's no way to detect it. He said there's no optical experiment that we can devise, or whatever. It's pretty critical because he's not saying there is no experiment. He's saying there is no optical experiment. It's a critical word to have in that quote.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
Well, you would have to give then the physical experiment if you're not going to accept an optical, because he's saying you can't derive the cause, because in order to derive the cause, you would have to be able to manipulate the movement of the Earth. And since you can't do that, you have to do it optically. You have to make an observation.
Well, that's not completely true. If
that's not
you've
true because he's not referencing
I don't think he knows
rotation,
what to interpret
he's
it.
referencing orbital motion. So you're misconstruing the quote there.
I don't know what you
yeah,
did.
well, the point
you
was
put your
is
mic
is
assembly, but
Of
do
the
these lasers
observation,
that are in optical devices, do they register any compression of space-time or not?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I'm telling you, there are contradictory claims out in the wild regarding this, and that's just adding more muddle to the chaos.
Such as? Now, I've got to get a drink. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, such as that airplanes detect Coriolis with their ring laser gyroscopes.
Circled right back to it.
So, like, was Ares' failure a failure or a success?
it just was.
It was both. You know, and what they claim today is, well, the ring laser gyroscopes are far more sensitive and built to higher tolerances than anything available back then. That may be the case. So then why the need for Einstein to invoke Lorentz contractions and to say this gobbledygook? Oh, because he didn't know the technology might actually detect relativity someday? Well, then I thought, what about Einstein's equivalence principle? We're just going to throw that out the window too, or is this only applicable in select cases for some reason? Relativity is just a bunch of garbage. Like, it's incoherent, and people who study this will tell you that. Yeah, it's funny, I know.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so like Foucault's pendulum, is there any actual meta study out there showing multiple people doing multiple Foucault pendulums all over the world, maybe at the same time, at different locations? And are they able to get reproducible and consistent results?
I reckon that would be up to people who are arguing with it to do that.
Yeah, you
All
brought
right.
that up. I'm curious if you know of any.
No, I
If
don't. You?
precession is
Why don't
positive
flat earthers do it?
underneath the pendulum, why is it the case that it needs to be calibrated for your latitude?
It doesn't need to be calibrated for your latitude. What do you mean?
The device does need calibration.
How do you calibrate a swinging weight?
All right. As soon as I finish finding the quotation from the gentleman who did the observation with the ring laser gyroscope, I will find you the manual for a Foucault's pendulum and its process and setting it up so that you
That's
can have your own.
pendulum. What you're referencing is just a demonstration that has a magnetic kick. So that's not a Foucault's pendulum.
That
Right,
is
because It won't detect Coriolis unless you start it, which is funny, right? Because you only need one inertial reference frame, not two non-inertial frames.
Just as I left to get a drink, I think Echo, you said something about
You could have
do
only
one of those
got your drink and
gyroscopes and
come back
planes pick
already.
up the Coriolis effect? How does that work?
It
That's
doesn't.
supposedly what Foucault's pendulum is detecting.
Coriolis?
Yeah,
No, it's not.
yeah, it is. That's the
No, it's
rotation
not.
of one reference frame with respect to an inertial frame,
Mm,
or with respect to another non-inertial frame.
No, you
Yeah,
misunderstood
that's Coriolis, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. So what does Coriolis do? How does Coriolis work?
I just described it. It is it is the
It is-
rotation or movement
explain
of
it
one
to me
frame
like
of
I'm a
reference with
4-year-old.
respect to another. So it's an apparent movement, an apparent force, and it's not a real force. It's like, two people that are on a merry-go-round and one person throws a ball to the other person across. The ball looks like it's curving, but the
Right,
ball
so
was thrown straight.
if I were at the equator and I fired a bullet towards the North Pole, which way would it deflect?
It wouldn't deflect because there's no Earth-based Coriolis.
In the globe model, which way would it deflect?
You don't have to speculate about that. It doesn't
It, it,
happen.
It's
I mean,
in the globe model. In the plane of
supposedly,
the globe model.
the globe would appear to rotate under it, so it would appear to be moving west.
No, it moves.
Yes,
No, it moves
because
east. It deflects to the east. If you're standing at the equator and you fire a bullet north,
the
it
globe,
will
you got it
deflect to the
backwards. The
east.
globe rotates
No,
west to east under the
no,
plane.
you don't understand Coriolis,
The
okay?
globe
Because the ground.
rotates west to east under the plane.
This is why you don't know, because you talk over people who are
Yeah,
trying to
I don't
explain
think
stuff to you.
you don't know what the globe is doing. The globe
No,
is rotating west to east
you
under the
don't
plane.
understand the globe model.
Yeah, so the globe rotates west to east, so
No,
this means the plane looks like it's moving west if it's decoupled from that
no.
reference frame.
What's happening to the ground underneath the bullet?
It's rotating west to east under it. That's the claim.
Yeah. So what speed do we rotate at the equator?
I don't know. Do you want angular or do you want like a velocity in
The
kilometers or
ground
miles?
The ground movement is approximately 1,000 miles an hour, right? West to east. What's that ground speed of the rotation at, say, Tropic of Cancer?
I don't know. You'd have to do the sine of the latitude.
Let's just say 600 miles an hour, okay? So the ground underneath that bullet is traveling
What's the
400 miles an hour
I thought you
Yeah,
slower.
wanted
so west to east still,
Hey.
ding dong.
This is why you don't know.
This
what
is
you're
why you
talking
don't
about.
understand. Yeah,
You
so
interrupt
like I was
people
saying
trying
that
to
I was
explain stuff to
consistent
you.
about, the airplane would appear to be moving westward because the plane is rotating eastward under it.
That's not what happens.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. So the question is, why doesn't this happen with cranes or any pendulums that are at rest? They don't detect any rotation underneath.
That's not what Coriolis is, because they haven't been given an initial swing. What you think a wrecking ball just hanging there should just start spinning around? Is that what you think?
Well, that's what should happen if you got an accelerated frame underneath it.
Ridiculous.
It should be dragging that the armature should be dragging the cord that it's suspended on.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's what's supposed to cause precession in a Foucault pendulum. It's that armature that's
moved on
dragging
from
the cord in a
Coriolis
certain
there.
direction,
Can you
right?
get someone who knows what they're talking about?
I know what I'm talking about. You're talking to me, so
You don't know you don't understand what Coriolis
Well,
is claiming
maybe
to
the
be.
problem.
I don't think
why
you
don't you define
understand.
it? Okay, let's take a step back. You define Coriolis for me. Go ahead.
As I was saying, if you fire the bullet north, right, when it gets
Yeah, he's not answering you right now.
Bro, just define Coriolis like I did.
By the time it gets I'm going to explain how it works to you so you can not make a
How
fool
about
out
you
of yourself
define
next
it?
time.
Because I don't want to listen to you monologue. Okay? Because if you understand if you understand Coriolis, then you understand the principle and you can state it simply.
Yep. As the bullet travels north, the ground underneath it is traveling slower from west to east. So it deflects to the right. It deflects to the east. Go look it up. Don't trust me. Go look it up.
Okay. Now, how are you going to prove that in reality?
That's what
I already
happens.
said it doesn't happen in reality, so sorry.
Yeah, right. So you reckon if you were flying from, say, um, if you were flying
So
from, say,
flying,
Melbourne
we're
in
on a
Australia
different topic.
towards the
We're on a
directly
different
north
topic.
towards the directly towards the equator, do you think the guy flying the plane, do you think he aims at where he goes? Or do you think he aims at where the city is going to be after an 8-hour flight?
They travel pre-prescribed path. They don't travel in accordance to what
Mm,
they think the globe is doing.
sure.
True or false?
To so yeah,
So
you're right. There are flight paths, but they're not confined to like
Okay.
a dead straight line.
you know
So
what
it's
I just
based on
figured out?
that.
This numpty thinks he's got God's eye view of the Earth, and that's why he thinks
Oh,
it's
God.
deflecting to the east.
He's
To an
telling he doesn't
observer on the
know what
ground, it's going to the
Coriolis is.
west, bro. Because the guy on the ground is outpacing the Earth or outpacing the plane from Earth. He's staring it up at the plane, and Earth is
Sure.
rotating like 1,000 miles an hour, 600 miles per hour to the east, while the plane is flying north.
Yep.
So from his standpoint, the plane appears
Where
to
does he
be
aim the
flying
plane?
west.
So where does he aim the plane then? Because by the time he got to his destination, it'd be 600 miles away, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then how does he land? What if the airstrip is situated west east? Is he going to have to like increase his throttle in order to catch up to this spinning globe Earth? No, nobody does that.
No, that's right. So you don't know. So that's another thing you don't understand: conservation of momentum.
Oh, so
What?
now you get to go back and forth. Now you got a conservation of momentum. So that just basically makes this claim unfalsifiable, doesn't it? Oh, you can't tell that there's Coriolis because the conservation of momentum is now your argument.
You can tell that there's Coriolis. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay. No, there's conservation of momentum, you said. You can't tell.
Landing on a landing strip, it's a mile long for argument's sake, which they're not, but landing on a landing strip that's a mile long, it does not have anything to do with Coriolis.
It would if Earth is rotating and the landing strip's on the runway and the plane is decoupled from that frame of reference.
Sure.
And it's moving off to the east. So get this, the runway is moving eastward relative to the plane. So somebody sitting on the tarmac is going to watch the plane appear to move west, just like I said.
Sure.
Right.
I don't think he understands his own model.
Yeah, like you guys,
yeah,
like
I do
retarded
understand the
3D
model.
spatial reasoning.
You misrepresent the model all the time. That's why I brought.
All right, what did I misrepresent just now?
Coriolis.
All right, specifically, what was I wrong about?
That if you fired a bullet north from the equator, it would deflect to the west. It doesn't. It deflects to the east.
It's from, well, listen, because I'm describing it from the frame of reference on the ground. You're describing it from the frame of reference in God's eye view, in an absolute inertial frame.
What do you can make up all the excuses for why you.
No, this is not an excuse. Listen, you're describing it from a different frame of reference than me, okay? And you're describing it from a frame of reference that you actually can't observe it from.
I'm explaining it how you would draw it on a globe. If you had to take a pen and draw on the globe, where's the bullet going to end up? Draw the path that the bullet takes. Like, is that not reality enough for you?
No, like, listen, you're describing the same thing I am, but you just don't understand that I'm describing it from the ground frame and not God's frame.
So having a different reference of frame would land the bullet in a different position. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in fact, that's the whole point of Coriolis, is that there's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, to the east. How it doesn't matter where you stand. It's not going to deflect to the west.
Oh, really? So what direction is the globe spinning under the airplane?
It doesn't spin under the airplane.
Oh, wait, right. Conservation momentum. Now you don't have any Coriolis to detect.
It's conservation of momentum. As you're traveling away from the fastest rotating part of the Earth, the ground underneath you is rotating slower from west to east. By the time you get to the North Pole, it's basically
so is the plane losing momentum or is it conserving momentum?
It's maintaining its momentum west to east, but the ground underneath it gets slower and slower the further north you go, or further south if that's the way you're going. So it keeps its 1,000 miles an hour west to east, but the ground underneath it doesn't. As you travel further north, the ground is going slower and slower and slower. That's why it deflects to the east. Because whatever it is, it had 1,000 miles an hour.
To the east.
it had 1,000 miles west to east imparted on it when it left the end of the rifle, if we're talking about guns, right? And it maintains that west to east 1,000 miles an hour momentum, right? But as it travels north, the ground underneath it, when you get to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going at about 600 miles an hour. So it's got 400 miles an hour west to east speed imparted on it, momentum imparted on it, and the ground underneath it doesn't. So it deflects to the east.
How much momentum is lost over time?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Is the air sticking to the ground, or is it decoupled from the ground?
Well, it's physically decoupled from the ground, but it's the general term is it travels with the ground.
Yeah, which is it?
Well, it doesn't move separately from the ground, but it's not attached to the ground. It's like if you put your teaspoon in a cup. None of the coffee stays still when you spin it, but it doesn't all spin at the same speed. It's not attached to the spoon that you're doing, but it's massively affected by the spoon.
So is it massively affected by the spoon, or is it really not?
What are you getting at, dude? Just
Is the atmosphere massively affected by the Coriolis of Earth, or is it really not?
yes, it's affected by the Coriolis of the Earth.
All right, how do you know?
Cyclones and tornadoes, whatever you want to call them, never cross the equator ever in recorded history.
I can pull up some ground tracks where they do, but
No, you can't. Not
Yeah.
honest ones, not legitimate ones. You can't.
I can also pull up ground tracks where they're spinning in opposite directions on the same side of the equator.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know about that, but
That's
Well, yeah.
fine. That's the opposite of your claim, dude.
what's that?
Literally.
Well, why doesn't
How is
it
it
cross the
fine if it's
equator?
the opposite of your claim? If your claim is that they don't do this thing and then he shows you that they're doing the thing, how is that okay? How is that fine?
I didn't say that they're doing the thing that he said they do. So, dude, can you pay attention, please?
Are you not paying attention?
No, you're not paying attention. I said they don't cross the equator. He said they spin in different directions. I said, yeah, fine, whatever. I didn't say they
He
don't spin in
said,
different directions. I don't know
and
that
he
they
can
do.
show you them
Sounds like
crossing
nonsense to me.
over. And
You
then
brought up
he
tornadoes.
he can't. He can't show me legitimate data and show me that they're crossing the equator. It's never happened in recorded history. Everyone who's listening, go look it up.
Yeah, it happened multiple times.
No, it hasn't.
Yes.
Sure. So where's that from?
NASA. They said it was meteorology and topography that did it rather than the rotation of the Earth. It was stunned. It broke them when the storm was first reported. Is Typhoon Vaime. They said they reported as two different storms. Why did they do that? What they said? Why did we do that? Because they said it wasn't possible for the storm to cross the equator, so it must have been two different storms. But then a naval ship, said we tracked that storm. It was the same one.
Were they tornadoes
the whole
or just
time.
storms? Were they tornadoes or storms?
Not a tornado, a typhoon. It was
What
a
was the name?
hurricane.
Can you spell?
Can you spell this? Is why I want you to do the fetch quest. I want you to be able to find this information. It's not that if I spoon feed you, it's like give a man a fish, you feed him for the day.
Oh my god!
Teach him the fish. You feed him for a lifetime.
So you don't want to present your data.
No, this is what I want you to do. I want you. You said there's never happened in your reality. In your reality, this has never happened.
God.
Not only has it happened once, since then it's happened repeated times. This is one of the things they say with global warming. It's like shifting where the band of the equator is. You need to be able to find this information. It's on you to be able to find this. You cannot and stick your head in the sand and pretend this stuff doesn't exist. That's fine. If you want to do that, I'm not going to follow you there. What you can do is be like, what were they talking about? And then look it up and find it. Or don't. You pick what you want to do.
So, do I trust you with the baseless claim, or do I trust the experience of reality?
You can trust yourself, whatever you do, but if you listen to other people, you need to validate what they're saying.
Are you gonna
Yeah, this is
concede?
you. This is not
Oh,
anything to
At
do with
him.
me.
um,
This is you. You said
Spoon
this has
fed him.
never happened. Are you
Yeah.
willing to challenge that assumption or not? If you're not,
um,
I don't need
can
to
I be able
know.
to put pictures back into the thingo here? Because I just looked up Vimy, it didn't cross the equator. So what?
Oh,
You
so
guys
Plain and
just
Truth just posted an article saying it did. And if we go back to our
right.
earlier discussion, I just posted a deflection towards the west of an airplane, happens whether the airplane's flying north or south, because the globe is supposedly spinning towards the east. So you've been wrong on both accounts.
What do you? Hey, you're looking at something
And
on.
here's multiple storm systems on the same side of the equator spinning in opposite directions. Post another GIF. So right now, you're like 0 for 3. That's pretty bad.
Where is this sporadic echo? Where is that picture from? That's just some made up thing and it's bullshit. That's not how Coriolis works. And
What, a
can I,
demonstration of a
can't-
rotating reference frame under an
why
airplane?
can't- I like how you got it so I can't put pictures in the chat and validate my claims. You asked me to validate
It
shit,
has
but then you
nothing
don't
to
let
do
me.
with
You
you.
guys
This
are
is
so
you
full of
have the
shit, man.
perms and the server to do so.
Yeah, right.
No,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
special.
Oh, yeah.
You have to
Sure.
wake up.
Validate your claims. You need to wake up, but you
Just
can't
look
post
it up. You
anything
don't need
that
to
will
post
validate your claims because then we'll look like idiots. We'll post all our stuff that's complete bullshit.
That's appeal to
You- but
motive.
you-
That's
but
a
you can't.
logical fallacy. I
Yeah,
told you what the
logical
answer was
fallacy.
already.
You love
You just
logical
ignored it.
fallacies, don't you?
If you're gonna
Sure.
ignore
Nah,
the answer, just straight up
Yeah, no.
ignore what I say, why would I do anything for you?
I
You just
will-
gave me
I
a
will
straight up
ignore
reason
everything you say
not
because you talk
to.
shit. All right.
Okay, this is
Take
from
care.
Professor Paul Roundy at University
Yeah,
Albany,
yeah.
SUNY. That's New
Take
York.
care. You guys
Typhoon
don't know
Vaimai, which
everything
formed
other
near
than
Singapore on December 21st,
have a good
2001.
night.
Since tropical cyclone observation started in 1886 in the North Atlantic and 1945 in the western North Pacific, the previous recorded lowest latitude for a tropical cyclone was 3.3 degrees north for Typhoon Sarah in 1956, with its circulation center at 1.5 degrees north. Typhoon Vaimai's circulation was on both sides of the equator. U.S. naval ships reported maximum sustained surface wind of 87 mile per hour. And guess, okay, so there you go. So yeah, I mean, just womp womp. And then underneath that is a GIF showing the deflection of the airplane towards the west for an observer, like I'd been saying consistently from the beginning, which, our friend here couldn't even define Coriolis in the first place.
literally.
And then the third,
You ran off.
posting two weather systems. I know it's for the audience. Two weather systems doing counter-cyclical rotations on the same side of the equator. Yeah, okay. Everybody thinks that their little worldview is all buttoned up and neat, that we have it all figured out. And this is what gets people questioning the prevailing cosmology, right? People find all these inconsistencies. It's like we're finding bugs in the software code and we're showing them to people and they don't want to believe it.
Ask him about toilets in Australia. Do they also spin in both directions, or only one, or opposite? Or has he brought that up yet? Do we need to debunk that for him? Ridiculous.
No,
They're so
we'll
Dunning
let him.
Kruger, they don't even know it.
He essentially said all swans are white, was shown black swans, and then spiral.
Precise.
It's like he
Googling
watched a
toilets right
YouTube
now.
video. It's like things to ask flat earthers. How come storms don't cross the equator? Didn't look it up. Didn't check it. Nothing. But, oh, here's some flat earthers. Let me ask them that.
I was saving the 4.4 mile record sniper shot for dry powder. Didn't even have to use it.
It's okay. He sounded like he was Australian. I don't know if he could handle guns. But it's
From Australia. He's in his bathroom right now, flushing his toilet.
You're
To show
real to
those
me.
dumb flat earthers.
It was another case of everything we say is always wrong.
yeah. Well, if there's any new guests in the room who would like to ask questions, go ahead and ask.
I don't know if AI is powerful enough to actually scan all the thousands and thousands, 10,000s of hours of video we have on YouTube and just go through it and figure out every single time we prove the globe are wrong. We would have thousands of hours of video, just clip after clip after clip for the same things, usually. It would be fun to do it. I have it on my to-do list for whenever we have some AI that can do that.
Well, if you know more information um, than the average person, then when you a question to the AI on a known topic, you'll notice that it gives you the initial algorithmic most popular response. Like, at what height can I see the curvature of the Earth? Well, initially it'll give you height from an airplane because that's a most common looked up answer, right? But if you know that mathematically you can't see curvature of the Earth, even up to the height of the ISS, then you can get it to concede and give you a different altitude. You're essentially making it look again.
Precisely. And it notes the same contradictions any thinking human being would note and lead them to the same conclusions that we've been led to. So, guys, just so you know, one of the reasons I love Google Gemini's and AI so much, even though it's Google, is because it's also trained on and has deep access to YouTube. And it does do summaries. It can transcribe YouTube videos that have already been, like, I don't think it just does the closed captioning. So I went through Antonio Subarat's collection of 155 or so videos he's done, and each of these are like on average 2 hours long. And I had Google Gemini do summaries for each and every single one of them, and then index them and link them and categorize them. It's able to identify different speakers too. So yeah, for any enterprising fan out there, you may want to pick up a subscription. I think it's like $20 a month for the base one.
So would you be able to, for example, give it a link to a YouTube video and just ask it, did anyone claim that, moon precessions are because of the Earth's shadow? Would it be able to find that?
I think so.
Interesting. Hmm.
I mean, this is almost the moment we've been waiting for as a community, recording diligently every conversation for the past 10 years, 24/7. Now,
I
what I don't think
definitely
it
can
can
come
do
in
is,
handy.
yeah, one limitation still, which may not be a limitation in the future, is I can't give it like a channel or a set of channels and ask it to do a needle in a haystack search for a particular topic. I don't think it'll do that right now. It's possible, but like having it find something somebody said out of these like 400 videos.
So that's coming. It is. Create a bot just listens in on this discussion that we're having. If a Glober says something ridiculous, it already has some kind of citation or reference ready from one of the earlier discussions we have where we completely crushed that argument, and it can just quickly link it in. This is going to be so much fun. Give it a couple of more years and we're there. Glober fact checker AI.com, whatever.
These Globers always mess up the Coriolis effect.
Well, it's because they heard the information in school, didn't really pay attention, and then now they're trying to regurgitate something they half-ass paid attention to.
Truth.
Since then, they haven't even. They're only looking it up right now since it's being brought to the forefront of their mind.
Yeah, that last guy was getting it completely wrong. You're really patient with him, whoever was like trying to tell him how it actually works, because it's an observer effect. So why would you describe the deflection from any viewpoint other than the observer? Like you wouldn't. So it's obvious he's just Googling shit and like, oh, this is what
Yeah.
Google says.
You couldn't even
Yeah,
define the words he was using. So yeah.
yeah, that was the big thing because he didn't understand the principle. Right. I mean, so I Googled Coriolis too, and you know what? I find the satellite view. I find the God's eye view of the Earth, which makes what he was saying true from that perspective. But he didn't understand that I was consistently describing an observer from a ground view, which changes the frame of reference. I am now on, as an observer, I am on that moving frame of reference relative to the airplane. I mean, geez. And I was only describing like the west to east rotation multiple times. And then he thought he was rebutting me by describing a different angular velocity, different latitudes. I'm like, no, man, nobody's disputing that. And I even told him that you'd use the sign of the latitude in order to alter You know, in order to get the different mile per hour angular velocity that you have relative to the equator, the further north you go. And he just kind of glazed past that.
To the YouTube audience, so you guys know, he ran away. He's no longer here.
Right. So, yep, we started hitting them with sources, source after source, reference. I started to read a reference. Thank you, Crit, for jumping in too with some detail. That got everybody's search engine spun up, and he couldn't handle it. Just, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Good morning, guys.
Hi.
Morning.
So let me guess, someone spent thousands of dollars on computer technology for their rifle, and they think that that helps them shoot better.
Absolutely not. I'm a qualified expert marksmanship. M12, M4, M4. Like, really?
Right. I remember, some of y'all have heard me say this story before, but I remember when I was in the Army learning how to shoot, and they're like, oh yeah, we have to account for the Coriolis. So I asked, how do we account for the Coriolis? And they said, we don't.
Yeah, I've been saying it for years. We just do the do. It says it in the manual. We don't do it in real life. We just account for distance, elevation, and wind only. We don't point our barrel rifles to the left a little bit because the earth's spinning, or to the right. No, that doesn't happen.
The
Yeah, and
deepest
he
you'll
can
get
play a
is
factor
the
too.
rifling.
Oh, go ahead.
The deepest you'll get into like needing to take into account anything would be the rifling for the barrel, what it does to the bullet, and how the bullet travels.
1000%.
Yeah, if
Other
it's
than that,
rifled clockwise or counterclockwise.
a little bit of Kentucky wind, maybe.
And I bet he's never like read the actual definition of Coriolis effect. Literally says a fictitious force.
Fictitious
word
just means real, right? It's fact-titious.
Yeah, and
Just like
Jabroni over
equator.
here just introduced a third reference frame. The guy who left.
So he's like claiming that the Coriolis is a reference frame.
Yeah,
yeah.
well, yeah, we were on that kick, which he was hacking up himself. I mean, anytime they invoke relativity, they step in it because they both need and don't want the Einstein equivalence principle to be true. But after that, like he mentioned Foucault's pendulum, and I said, oh, you're detecting Coriolis, and then he said no. He seemed a bit unsure, and that got into the Coriolis discussion. So I defined Coriolis for him. I described the two reference frames. Reference frame 1 being the Earth, reference frame 2 being the airplane. And this guy starts describing the motion as seen from a third reference frame from a stationary observer in outer space.
Yeah, he started
I didn't understand that he was doing that.
In space.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said he started talking about shooting bullets in space after that failed.
Yeah, I guess if you can introduce as many reference frames as you want, you can be correct about anything. Like in one of Einstein's reference frames, you could have a Earth look flat, but another it looks curved.
You didn't even get to where Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can score a football goal because of Coriolis.
No. There's conservation of momentum. That way you can't detect it. Oh, so how do you know it? How do you know there's Coriolis? Well, you can detect it, but there's conservation of momentum, so you can't. But you can.
They always tie themselves up into logical knots.
Like, all right, is the air that the plane traveling through, is that rotating with the Earth or not? Well, yeah, it is, but you can't detect it. But the effect of Earth's rotation is significant. I was saying.
And they started invoking common knowledge, saying, "Well, we know the Earth is spinning certain degrees every 24 hours." No, you have to prove that first.
Man, that poor dude.
Are y'all beating up on folks again, making them cry?
Yeah, like we didn't even have to be flat earthers with this guy. Like he was just screwing everything up so badly.
That's been a thing lately, by the way. People come in and they make their own stuff up. Like, oh, I think they did it this way.
I think was it last night the guy came in and said he did a laser test as part of a physics class, and then y'all asked him what color the laser was, and he didn't know.
Yeah,
Like,
it
what
was
the
last
fuck?
night. Yeah.
Like the drive to try and dunk on y'all is so prescient, and they like are so motivated to do that they'll lie over everything. They'll just make shit up.
I'm glad you see that, Josh. I mean, this is one of the things that bystanders notice after they spend some time in this arena. And it kind of gets you wondering. We need to do a much better job in public schools teaching math and science. Like, you don't have to be one of us. I was going to say, you don't have to be one of us, but you can do like what Peter does and adopt our position just for the sake of discussion and argumentation. And you can uncover just how badly educated the general public is.
I wouldn't say badly educated. I would just say that they, the public school system catches. No. But it like assumes away a lot of things that are assumed to be like already solved. Right? They rush you right up to the frontier of what the consensus says is the problems that we're working on right now, without really going step by step from how we went from in cave with fire to contemplating our own existence.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? They overcomplicate everything, and then people are like, "Oh, we've come so far. I don't have to work so hard." Like, it's a mindfuck process. And let's face it, man. Like you and I, we can both be honest. The majority of the world is stupid, dude. No offense to anybody out there. They're just
No, literally,
like,
it's a fact. Most people don't read books. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, par or subpar at best.
Think how stupid the average person is, and then 50% of people are stupider than that person.
Yep.
And before some D-bag says the median's not the mean.
Yeah.
I had that pulled on me, and that's why I'm pulling it on you. Just passing the love around.
Assuming a Gaussian distribution, man.
Yeah, right? That's the counterpoint. Is anything ever actually a perfect Gaussian distribution?
Is anything actually ever a perfect anything?
No.
Oh, fun news on my end is the new NASA admin is actually a buddy of mine, and I'm looking to apply for a temp a temporary fellowship position as basically shadowing him over the course of the next year. It's called the
You
White
got the
House
clout. You
Fellowship
could probably
Program.
do it.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
for it.
no, yeah. That's I'm interviewing right now for it. So
Is it Jared Isaacman
we'll see.
who was nominated?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. He got confirmed. The White House Fellows Program was canceled. The White House Fellows Program was canceled under one of Doge's executive orders earlier in the year, but it got reinstated in September. So interviews just got delayed a little bit.
I hope you get it, and then you use your powers for good.
That's the point. There's a couple folks over on the Clubhouse Flat Earth gang that I have like canary funds set up with. That if I try to be as open and honest with people as possible, but if you ever get a random $200 Venmo from me, it means that I'm compromised and that you can't trust anything else I say.
This is something like a bad business group, what it is.
Hey guys, I posted a picture of the new NASA administrator. That's Jared Isaacman in that image.
Yeah, Polaris Dawn. That was a fucking zany idea. They took a spacecraft that wasn't even space rated for vacuum and like opened up the hatch just to do an EVA. Like he's pretty out there as far as like, oh shit, this should work. Like fuck the red tape, let's go do it. If you get a chance, you should go read his document called Project Athena, which is his sort of vision for NASA. Really interesting stuff. Like a lot of cost cutting measures and procuring services from commercial industry was to like doing stuff in house at NASA, trying to get the agency to move faster. So it'll I'm a big fan.
Yeah, that's the contrarian view.
But at the same time, he is a billionaire. Like he created a it's called Shift 4. It's like a credit card back end like payment system. He sold it for a couple $1 billion. Or actually, I don't know. Yeah, he did sell. And then since then he's just been doing side quests and wanting to do space stuff.
Yeah, another self-made billionaire out of nowhere. Amazing.
Gotta know people.
Yeah, like seed capital comes from Daddy's Country Club.
Either that or you end up going to Stanford and Andreessen Horowitz poaches you and you end up as a scout for them, and then they give you some seed funding. Like, it doesn't always have to be like genetic nepotism, but it's definitely still like who you know. It is cool though. They on the Polaris Dawn mission, they put one of the Starlink laser terminals on the Dragon so that they could get live video. And that's literally my job at Amazon, is taking our laser comm terminals and mounting them on third party assets. Hopefully, able to get live internet anywhere in low Earth orbit. The goal is like Google Earth, but live. That's the end product I want to be able to build within the next like 5 years.
Don't you think that's a issue for national security?
Oh yeah, no, the public ain't getting that shit.
Well, then what's the point?
I give a shit about national security, and I build that for the government.
Well, what if national security is not in the best interest of the nation?
That sounds like you should engage locally and get out on the street then, if you believe that.
Yeah, don't worry. I do engage locally.
Well, that's a valid point of view, though. I mean, you know, even if it's not just even U.S. national security, big fan of providing capabilities to the government customer for the U.S. and its allies. And I'm like a bleeding heart liberal, like borderline socialist. So there's a there's two wolves inside your head, right? Alrighty, friends, I'm road tripping up to New York for the holidays. I'm going to be on listen mode for a while. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty neat. I mean, NASA uses electromagnets and this track to help them develop new ways to propel a spacecraft into orbit. And you know what? NASA's also using electricity, magnetism, and tethers to help them propel spacecraft already in orbit.
Wait, you said tethers, like tetherball, with the pole and the rope attached to the ball?
Absolutely. Some other examples of tethers besides tetherball are the elastic string that keeps a paddle ball on a paddle, a fishing line that keeps the fish on a pole, and even a leash that keeps a dog close to its owner.
Maybe you can think of some more examples. You know, NASA has been using tethers and conducting experiments in space for years.
Alright, say goodbye for her. She's gonna get blurred.
You're right. In fact, in the 1960s, the Gemini astronauts used tethers to connect their spacecraft to another unoccupied rocket.
The 1960s! Far out, man. What? Over the years, NASA has learned that connecting two spacecraft together opens up a whole new world of possibilities, like propelling a spacecraft. One person who knows all about tethers in space is physicist Les Johnson, and he works at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center.
Thanks, Van. We're testing a new kind of propulsion system for space that doesn't need any rocket engines or fuel. Instead, it'll use the Earth's magnetic field to help push or pull on the spacecraft.
All magnetic objects form invisible lines of force that extend between the poles of the object. A magnetic field is the space around the magnet where you feel its force. Magnetic field lines extend and radiate between the Earth's north and south poles and between the poles of the magnet.
Basically, the Earth's magnetic field works with a special type of wire or conductor called an electrodynamic tether to push or pull on the object. The electrons that make up the electric current flowing through the conductor will experience a force when they move through a magnetic field like the Earth's. Since they're trapped in the conducting wire tether, the force will be applied to the tether and whatever is attached to it. Depending upon the direction in which the current is flowing, this force can be a push or a pull, either lowering or raising a spacecraft's orbit.
So the direction of the current determines whether it's pushing or pulling.
And the more current, the more force.
Right. In fact, NASA Marshall is working on a project called ProSEDS, which uses the Earth's magnetic field to push or pull on the attached tether. When the tether moves, so does the spacecraft.
Les, ProSEDS is an acronym, right? What does it stand for?
ProSEDS stands for Propulsive Small Expendable Deployer System. Space exploration is limited largely by the cost of launching payloads. Finding a cheaper way to explore space is always very important to us. Typically, a rocket will place its payload into low Earth orbit, and from there, propellant-fueled thrusters have to boost it to a higher altitude. ProSEDS is one experiment that focuses on the technology to cut the expense of placing a payload into its final orbit.
Sounds like ProSEDS can be a nice alternative to using rocket engines and lots of fuel.
Absolutely. Electrodynamic tethers could one day be used as a cheap, lightweight, and reliable way to remove space junk from orbit, keep the International Space Station in orbit, and even power missions at other planets.
Wow, this can get us to other planets?
Tethers offer us unlimited possibilities, Van. That's why I'm all charged up about this project.
Yeah, we don't want to use that here on Earth. We definitely want to use that somewhere else, right? God forbid we have a cheaper, more efficient way of using energy here on Earth.
Is the world flat or not?
I think it's flat. What do you think, Emrah?
I think the Earth is not flat. I think Earth is flat and not flat.
I think it's a big penis.
I think it's very interesting about the circle of the Platotios in Greece, who discovered that the world can be flat but can also be a circle.
I think it's a circle.
Socrates has said one day when I die, you're gonna see the earth is a earth. He wanted to say on that sentence, he wanted to say the earth is flat. That's why I think I know, I
Flat
feel.
Earth Ranger, are you here?
I am here.
What do you think, Flat Earth Ranger 90?
What do I think about what?
Is the earth a circle?
Could be.
Why is it not?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, talk. Give me
I know it's flat though.
facts.
You know it's flat?
Yes.
How do you know?
Measured that way.
Measure.
Can you show me?
With what? With my dick you have measured.
No, I only talk to mature individuals.
I think you don't know.
Let me ask you this, bro. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
But Socrates said, one day when I wake up, you're gonna be tired. Because the world is earth. It's not flat. It's a circle.
How do you know it's
I
a
don't
circle?
think that's exactly what he said, but okay.
You know Socrates?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you know what I have said.
Yeah, he didn't say the
I know
Earth is
what
a circle.
Socrates said, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? Is world flat or not?
I think
if I told you to draw flat, what would you
Not
draw?
you. Not you. I mean,
Well,
this
I'm talking to you. I'm
not
engaging
talking
with
to
you right now.
I'm sorry.
But I'm talking to you.
I didn't ask you.
You're talking out your ass, so no, I'm talking.
No, I'm asking with everybody. I'm.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking
he
to
answered
you.
He answered you.
Yeah, I asked him, not you.
That's okay. I'm talking to you.
Okay. Okay, what do you think, Soul Dog? Is the world flat?
Yeah, it's not curving.
Okay. And what do you think, Amer?
I think maybe it's flat, maybe it's not, because
I don't
from
know. I
our
need
point
facts,
of view,
guys.
it's flat, but if you
Can
look at it from outside, maybe it's not flat. I don't know.
I have a
How do
feeling
you
that
get
world is
outside?
like fat.
We can fly, bro, with the rocket to the moon.
We can? Have you ever been in a rocket?
No, but some rich people have been in the rocket.
Okay, so you're just taking the word of some people who like saying the rest of the world poor.
Friends, yeah.
What do you think about the world in Donald Trump?
Hey, man.
Because Donald Trump
You're not making a whole lot of sense.
Because I want to explain myself. Donald Trump said
Yeah, you do have to explain yourself. We're not doing the Socratic method from you because you don't really seem to know a whole lot. You just want to ask questions and reduce everything to nonsense.
Oh, who?
You.
Asked you.
Yeah, that's all you want to do is ask questions and reduce everything to nonsense. That's what you want to do.
No, it's not nonsense. Because Donald Trump.
No, we're getting there. It's eventually going to get there.
No, we've been there. Once he said something about shaped like a penis, I was done.
No, I
I
didn't say
know.
anything about penis.
And then he wants to sit there and say,
wait, do you think
after we get down to everything, he's going to say,
"Oh,
we could be a brain in the jar." We don't really know.
I don't
we can't
know.
have any certainty.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. You need to tell me.
Yeah, he needs answers.
Well,
Don't need to.
that's why we're
You don't
trying
need
to
to
guide
go
you
out
through the
from this
process,
channel.
but
You need to talk
you're
about
being
something else.
ridiculous.
And you're being also ridiculous. Because I'm giving you my question, you're not want to answer it. And you're talking.
Yeah, your questions are leading to nowhere.
All right, let's just start over. You asked
And
me about
I
the
didn't
measurement
even.
after
I
you
didn't.
asked about the shape of the earth. I told you it was measured flat. And then what do you need to know now?
Yeah, from who? Who measured it?
Anyone can measure it. You can measure it.
Yeah.
How?
I've measured it.
How can I measure a world?
You can use a laser. You
A
can go
laser.
across the surface of water.
And then I just like put laser in front of me and I go measure it.
Yeah, check for some curvature. You can try that.
What is that?
Curvature, curve of the earth curving.
Okay. Then I need to go to like on building up and then try to measure, or you. I mean, I
You
don't
could.
understand.
You could. Have you looked into it at all?
But how do you measure it?
No. Have you looked into it at all? Would you know how to start? Would
No,
you
I
do
don't
that?
know.
What you
That's why
said?
I'm
Would you
asking.
go into the top of the building or do you need to know how to begin?
You said fucking laser, man. What can I do with laser?
You can laser, sir. You can measure with it.
Okay. How can I measure a world with a laser?
Yeah, you shoot a straight line tangent over the surface of the earth, and you look for deviation from the tangent, because if the earth is a ball, the further you get away from the laser is going to get higher and higher above your head, because the laser moves in a straight line and the earth would be curving, correct?
Man, I'm not that big that I can measure a world.
Did you hear what he said at all?
Yeah, I heard him, but I don't understand him.
Repeat what I said.
Like he tells something like laser and like pointing laser, and if the world is like curving, like world is like going, then you can like measure it. But with who? With what? I don't know. How can I, as a person, measure world? That doesn't give any sense.
Okay, how would you measure your floor? How would you go about doing that?
With a measure stab.
Like what tools would you use? Cool beans.
Did he leave?
He muted himself, I think. Or deafened.
Hey, Crit, are you available for a second?
It was here earlier. He might be busy right now. What's going on, Jay?
Hey, good morning, sir. Hey, good to hear you. No, I just had a chat with him, but I can catch him anytime. It's no big deal. You never know with him if he's listening or if he's making sure the room don't go idle. But how you been?
I've been good. Just doing the usual.
Nice. How busy has it been in here today?
I've been on since last night. It's been pretty busy. A few knuckleheads came in.
Bro, did you get any sleep?
Negative.
Were you working?
No, I'm 100% service connected, disabled veteran. So yeah.
Well, appreciate you, your service, man. Appreciate your sacrifice.
No problem.
Yeah, and same here, friend. You know, tell you what, veterans far too often get the short end of the stick. So I'm glad they're doing their part for you. At least I hope. Let me rephrase that. I hope they're doing their part for you.
Oh yeah, it took me just a lawyer in 13 years, so it's all good.
I had to hit the mute for that one for a second, but yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that that's all it took. Far too many people. It's awful, but I'm glad, man. I'm glad that at least they're finally stepping up to the plate to do the right thing. So I'm glad for that.
I'm back. Oh my god.
Oh, you're back.
The king is back.
Yeah. Hey, did any of you guys ever go into that Christian chat? I'm not sure if this is politics or not, but I was in there yesterday, and Gregory was in there, Crit was in there, and there were a couple others in there. I forget who, but they were actually having a pretty decent chat about cosmology and the shape of the Earth yesterday morning.
Oh.
In the Christian on politics?
Yeah.
What do you think about Donald Trump?
And his plan to send people to moon.
That's a conversation for politics.
Yeah, because of the Earth.
No, not politics. It's about sending people to moon. He just signed.
Well, in that case, it's just words, and it won't happen.
What if it happens?
What if it's happen? Yeah. It's happening.
What's up,
What
guys?
if, right?
Hi.
Yeah, the last I checked, the moon was somewhere around Greenland.
I'm new to Discord.
Oh, cowboy. I know this guy. He's a kid.
How are you working?
As long as he's over. How old are you, man?
How young are you, man?
Yeah, how old are you?
7.
Yeah, you're not old enough to be on Discord, man.
I need to ask you something, little kid.
No, you don't need to ask him anything.
Yeah, there are rules.
He's going to be removed from the room.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be removed from the server. He's a violation of TOS. He can get the whole server shut down.
Yep.
Is anybody working on the cowboy?
They got him muted, so it's all good.
Well, it's not about getting him muted. He's not supposed to be on Discord. The terms of service.
I agree.
Yeah, you guys probably have heard me rail on this a number of times. I don't think we should be talking to anybody under 18. Yeah. I think we need to play the hard line on that one.
A šta je s WhatsAppom, bakice moja? Je to
Hey, Huey, mute up while you're not talking. We can hear your background.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but just to finish up what I was saying a bit ago, that was a pretty good chat in there, which I thought was atypical of politics. I don't get in the other rooms other than the flat earth ones. That's the first time I'm in politics I've been in another room, but that one was pretty decent chat, at least yesterday morning.
Oh, there is UHUE, mute up. So there is there's still a flat earth politics server room.
My name is
Politics, yeah, we're in there. I think we were in there yesterday, I think. It's hard for me to tell which server exactly we're in on my app on my phone, but we're in there regularly. And but politics and religion, PNR, we're not in anymore.
Hello, hello. Anyone interested talking to me?
Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
What do you
Yeah,
want
what's going on, Disco?
Why do you think that Earth is flat?
It's not a ball.
Yeah, I don't think anybody in this room actually thinks that the Earth is flat. I don't think we actually think that. It's not a question of thinking or believing, or it's a specific knowledge claim of something that's known.
UHUE, mute up your mic. We can hear your background.
Okay, sorry.
Is Sun also flat like Earth?
I don't know. That would be speculation, Disco.
We don't know, bro, because you cannot look at the sun. It's too shiny. If we could look at the sun, we would know if it's flat.
How come when you're talking about Earth, everybody's second question is the sun? He laughed.
Like a diddly do, diddly done, diddly. Can you do one for me too?
Okay, what's the sun look like? What is the sun a sun? Is the sun? Does the sun light up the ground? Does the sun heat up the ground? Does the sun move across the sky?
How old are you? One more. I don't think you told me. Can you give me like a VIP treatment or something like that?
No, you can cooperate with the server
When will
rules.
be the best time to call him back?
Everybody all right? And you seem upset.
So this is Wong from Wong Chinese. I have an order of orange chicken, beef broccoli, a sweet and sour chicken lo mein.
UHUE. Somebody just mute this guy.
Flat Earth Ranger, that guy is he's a prankster. The voice that he's showing us here, he sounds familiar to Ownage pranks.
Yeah, him and A-Merc came at the same time. They may be on the same team.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to talk, because I think his voice is AI.
Well, we talked to Amir last
we were
night,
talking to him,
and Amir ran into a lot of problems last night, and he ended up rage quitting.
What?
But now he's back.
Can you guys unmute him, because I want to talk to this?
No, he's not cooperating with the server rules. Is that your buddy?
No, I want to talk to him.
Or you can go talk to him in another room then.
But if he's muted, wait, if he gets muted here, can he talk in another room?
Yeah, he'll be unmuted in another room.
Oh, okay.
I watched this video on Orion the night before last, before I jumped back in politics. And then I went out last night and decided to look at Orion. And then I pulled out the telescope and what's that that was Sirius. Watching Sirius, and off to that's the east, that'll be the south. There's a bright light, and I'm looking through the telescope and I'm like, what is that? And then I pull up my sky app, point at it, and it's nothing. And then I try to readjust my telescope and zoom in on it, and it's gone. I don't know what that was, but it was super bright and it wasn't moving. But
Was it a green color?
no, it's bright white.
Right, because people are saying that you can see Atlas now from Earth.
Yeah, I've been tracking that for a while, but I'm sure that wasn't it. It's coming from the south. I was facing east at first, watching Orion and Sirius, and then I looked off to the south, and I was like, "What is that bright light?" And then I pointed my app out to try to see what star it was, and there was nothing there. So I was like, "Oh, let me turn my telescope this way." Looked at it, to adjust it, and it was gone. So I don't know what it was. It wasn't moving, but it was super bright.
I got a photo of Jupiter and its moons using my P1000.
I got to see that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I didn't know what it was because I couldn't stabilize my camera. I didn't have like a digital remote for taking a photo. And one of our buddies, Elijah, he explained it to me. Like, oh shit, that makes sense.
Yeah, I can't even. The telescope I have doesn't even zoom in as far as the P900. So those are the best things to take pictures with. But I don't even have a tripod for mine. So
Now, this is on a tripod, and I tried to take it as still as I could. So not bad. Put it inside you.
I have like this perfect spot. This house I just bought, like on the back, they did like an add-on for a back porch, and it's flat on the top. So I always take my telescope up there, and it's perfect.
Hey, Chief, do you know which direction we got to look to see that Atlas fella?
I don't. I'm sure if you Googled it, they'd tell you what constellation it's in right
Oh, look, I've got a P900 with a nice tripod. Might try to scope it out one day.
Use one of those Starfinder apps. I use like the Star Walk and the Star whatever apps. Two of those apps. You can use it and it'll show you where it is on the app. But every time I use the phone to try to locate it and then try to use my telescope to zoom in on it, I never can see it. So I don't know.
now. So they say Atlas is it's in Leo and it's near Regulus.
Took the filter out of mine, and so I just use hot filters. Just use lens filters whenever I need to take like regular imagery. It comes out pretty badass. Full spectrum. Well, I tell you, that's some nervous work too, taking apart an expensive camera like that, taking out a little lens filter.
I would never. I'm scared. I never. I take it right to a shop so fast.
I took my time and went real slow.
The one time I did that off a YouTube video, it went pretty smoothly, but it took like 2 hours. So there's still a flat Earth politics server.
Yeah, when there's no mod in there, it disappears. It goes in lock.
Okay, because I haven't seen it for the last couple of months, and I don't know.
It's kind of hit or miss. It's kind of the same routine in there. The same faces come in and basically just try to shit on the conversation.
I may be banned or something. I don't know. It hasn't showed up for the last couple of months. I don't know.
No, if there's no moderator in the room, flat Earth moderator, when everybody leaves the room, it disappears, goes into hiding. Like if I went over there right now, you'd be able to see.
If you went there, it would show up now.
Yeah, go ahead and go over to the politics server, watch it. You'll see it pop up.
Looking at it right now.
For me, it's right above patriarchy. I'm going to go in
I
right
had
now.
it at the top. Let me scroll down real fast.
Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. I am your father. You all are my son. Introduce yourself, please. Hello. Hello. Is there any problem in your mouth? Can you speak? Hello, guys. Hello. You all are autistic, right? Sorry. Sorry for abusing word. Good noon. Good noon. Good now.
How about reality or measurement?
Yeah, about reality. Yeah, I want photographic images and any sort of visual evidence that a thing exists. That's how they do it in court. That's how they do it really anywhere.
Yeah. How
If
would
you
you
have if
prove
you have
those?
if you have
No, go ahead.
video evidence, like let's just say
What if
like
I
I
have
robbed a
what if I
convenience
have
store.
court evidence
Okay.
that the Earth is flat?
You don't have court evidence that the Earth is flat. I know exactly what
I
we're talking
do.
about. No, it's not that the
Flat
Earth
Earth
is
has won 2
flat.
court cases.
Yeah, they won a court case, but it wasn't that they
2.
won that like
2 of them.
that the Earth is flat. It was an argument. He couldn't. Other guy like couldn't prove that like it was a globe. So like you won the court
Right.
case, but you weren't correct in your findings. Like that's not what the court decided.
Can we get back to that other point? So pictures
Yeah,
will be your proof, right?
video evidence. Yeah, if I rob a convenience store and the
No, no.
convenience store has like CCTV footage of me robbing it, that's proof that I robbed it.
Right. That would be video evidence. All right. So
Yeah.
back to your point, your pictures are your proof. And then I said,
Right.
what about measurements? Would you factor that in, reality and measurements in reality, based off of those pictures or the evidence you think you have?
I mean, a little bit, but you have to account for like measurements have a bit like a margin of error of like human error, whereas like pictures kind of like really don't. They give you like the whole picture, and
Yeah,
sometimes your measurements
1000%,
aren't
like the other guy was saying.
completely accurate. Yeah,
1000%. So I'll bring the point to you that I brought to
but I
him.
don't know
And
why
let's
I
see
need
if
a
they swing his shit.
measurement
No, no,
of
no,
like
no, no,
a
no.
thing.
Because
That
you
doesn't make
need
any
it.
sense
It's
to me.
evidence.
I
It's
don't need
evidence.
it though. No, it's not
Yeah. So if I
evidence.
had a picture of a little girl standing next to a 6 foot tall guy, but they're the same
Yep.
size, you would conclude that they're the same size, but that's not true, is it?
More the same exact size or
No,
the
no,
same
no.
like
Answer the
what do you?
question. It's a simple
I need
question.
more No, I need more information on your question.
Yeah, you know that it's a 6-year-old girl, and you know there's a
Okay.
6 foot guy in a picture, but they're the
Okay.
same size in the picture. Is that
In the
picture
picture?
accurate?
What do you mean? Is it accurate? If the picture, what is your
If the
what?
pic Yeah, just track for a second. If the picture shows a 6-year-old little girl that you know is 6 years old and maybe 3 feet tall, and there's a 6 foot guy that you know is 6 feet tall, and they're in the same picture and they're the same size, is that picture conclusive as evidence that they are the same size, sir?
Well, no, because you're measuring something.
Right,
It's
right. So
not.
you
Yeah,
would need the measurement, correct? Not
I'm,
just the picture,
but
right?
I don't need the measurement. I need the measurement in that. But like, what's happening here is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you're. It's the measurement of the Earth is not like what's up for debate. It's a shape of it.
Yeah, so we would
Yeah.
use measurements to conclude it, right? Based off the example I used with the
Yes,
picture, you would have
but
to
if
verify
there's
that because you know it's
photographic
not true.
evidence,
Yeah, so so ultimately you would use those measurements to
yeah, and
confirm it, correct?
if you can confirm that it's undoctored pictures, unedited,
Yeah, we
then
don't need to do
that's enough.
that because we're measuring
You
now, right?
No, we don't need them. I don't know why we're
Established that
measuring.
we
We're not
established that we
measuring.
need to all right, let's just slow
We need to
down.
measure the
We es-
6 footer, yeah,
Slow
because we need to
down.
see if that
Slow
kid is 6
down.
foot.
Yeah,
Do
like
I need to
in
slow
the
down
example.
because you can't keep up? It seems like
No,
because you
because
can't keep
you're
up.
yeah, you see I got you in a corner now. That's what's happening. Yeah.
I'm in a
With my
corner. It seems like you're in a
psychology,
corner
you won't shut the
telling me
fuck
to
up
slow
because
down.
I'm on my point now. Are you ready? We established that we need to measure based
No,
off
we
of the
didn't.
photo because we know that the girl is
We didn't
6 years
establish
old.
shit.
Are you gonna keep interrupting me? Yeah, yeah. You see the
Yeah,
corner you're
because you
back in,
keep,
and
like,
my
I'm
psychology
not in
degree
a
is telling me
corner.
you won't
You're
shut the fuck
trying to
up
put me in a
because you're
corner, and
triggered
you're
now.
failing at it,
Hey, yeah,
and you
sir.
can't keep
Can
up,
I
so you're
finish
telling me
my
to shut
point?
up and slow down. You know
Yeah,
what?
you
Fine.
failed.
I'm gonna
You
hear your
failed.
point out and then
You
completely ignore
failed.
it when I'm
Yeah,
done.
yeah, you failed. You failed.
I failed, okay. What?
Clearly, you failed. Yeah,
Talk
you
about
won't
the
let me finish
6 foot,
my point
6-year-old.
because you see where the point
Because
is
the
going.
6
Yeah, yeah.
No, because a 6-foot child is not, like, on
Or I
topic
can
at all.
finish my
Can
point
you
and you can keep talking about it.
focus
Which
but
one? You want to keep
it's not
talking about it
analogous
or
at
you
all.
want me
Can
to
you
finish my
focus on,
point?
like, the shape of the Earth instead of
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
I was getting
6-year-olds?
there, but
You
you
know,
wouldn't let me finish. You
typical flat
understand that,
earther
right?
wants to talk about kids instead
Yeah.
of talking about the Earth.
Oh my God. You
Why do you wanna talk
understand I
about
was getting there, sir? You
why do you
understand
wanna
that,
talk
correct?
about why are you talking about kids?
Yeah, because we have to
You're
establish
talking
that we
about
need
kids
the
way too
measurements
much,
and
though.
not just the photos. You understand?
Typical.
He's just going to keep
Yeah, but,
talking
like
because he understands that
well,
he's
'cause
defeated.
I just wanna understand why you
Psychologically,
wanna
based
talk
off
about
of
a
my
6-year-old.
psychology degree, he won't
I
shut the
just
fuck
wanna
up because
know
he knows he
why you wanna
lost.
talk about a 6-year-old so bad. Like,
Yeah, you
why is it
understand
so
why I brought
important
it
to
up,
you?
but now you're obfuscating, so you
No,
lost.
I'm asking a genuine question. Why do you wanna talk
No,
about a
you lost.
6-year-old
You're
so bad?
obfuscating. You know
Why are
why I
you
was
so
talking about it.
desperate?
This guy, what's up with this guy? It's what these people do. It's the seed of Satan. That's who they are. Yeah. Oh, I see he's muted. But yeah, everyone sees my point. You have the 6-year-old girl and the 6-foot guy in the picture. You know they're not the same height. So how do you establish that? How do you validate it? You measure it. Oh, they're not the same height. The picture was wrong. So in reality, those measurements trump those pictures, is what my point was. He knows that, but he wants to obfuscate and talk about little girls for some reason because that's what they do. But anyways, so we established that we need that measurement. So if we have the circumference of 24,901 miles of the Earth, which is our initial point, if we're talking about the Earth, and we measure, let's say, like my last shit slinging point, 10 miles, and we don't observe that 60 feet. 66.6 feet of drop, and we see the horizon behind it like Swole's point, we established that no, there can't be curvature because we measured it flat. He understands that. He knows that point was going there, but he had to obfuscate. I'm done. It's almost like they don't want to have the conversation at all. They're just right and they want to prove us wrong. I don't know. Really flatten? He doesn't like you. You're slinging shit, bro.
All right, are we back? Oh, look at that. They unmuted us. So nice of them. All right. So previously, we had established and proven that flight data, pitch data, aligns with what I was saying. So back to my original point is that sloppy methods create false conclusions. You cannot distinguish curvature rate of this Earth that we're on your notions that it's flat when you're using a sloppy method. Precise, and it's not to scale. Not confuse a calculation with a measurement. That's a flat Earth point. So that's it. And as far as me being cringe, Mr. Funny Monkey, sir, you have to understand the way that these guys engage is to emotionally control, to emotionally dominate a dissenting voice.
Do you feel attacked?
Doesn't matter if I feel attacked. I'm identifying what you're doing. Feelings are irrelevant. Who cares about feelings?
You do.
Okay. Moving on. You need to go back to Ross College and get another psychology degree because you obviously don't know what you're talking about.
That's
You have
projection.
no psychological insight whatsoever.
That's projection.
Okay. Good job. All right. So I am once again reopening the $1,000 challenge. If a flat earther wants to make a flat earth point that I cannot debunk,
I'll send you $1,000 right now if you shut up.
okay,
What's
I
your
will
cash app?
happily give it to you. And Ranger, listen, I sent you a DM. If you want to have a one-on-one debate with me, let me know.
There's no need.
Good.
Yeah.
That's one down. Anybody
I mean,
else?
we can keep talking now. We're here now. What are you talking about?
Okay, buddy. It's okay. You're good.
Are you,
Anybody else?
do you need an obvious? Do you need someone
Okay.
to hold your hand? Do
Okay.
you need?
Okay. We
Like
don't
I
want to
don't
be
know. I'm
friends
just
here.
asking. Can we just have a normal conversation right now? We don't have
We
to bring up
cannot.
race. We can just talk
You
about the
clearly
shape of the
cannot.
earth and the. Why are you interrupting me? We can just talk about
Because
the
I don't
fact and the
respect you
shape of it.
anymore.
Okay, yeah, that's
You
cool.
derailed the whole debate to such a point that I had to get muted. I had to mute you.
The
And
fact that you don't see that
after a
I
dozen
wasn't
times
muted,
I
but
asked
you
you
were,
not to
is
interrupt
the
me, you
problem.
literally
The fact
said
that you
no.
don't see that you were
You
muted and I
literally said
wasn't is the
no.
problem.
So the only way that I would respect you is if you were to apologize and say, "Hey, you know what, Flatten? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you all those times, and I certainly shouldn't have said no when you asked me to not interrupt you."
You know
If
what,
you can
Flatten?
do that, then
I
yeah, I can
shouldn't have
respect you again.
interrupted you, Flatten, and I was wrong to say no. That was so wrong of me.
Okay, go ahead.
But when you're wrong and I try to clarify things, you should let me clarify.
I will let you when I'm done making my point. And now I listed the 4 points that I made, the 4 points and counters that I made. I called you out for the lie that you told. What is it that you want to correct and clarify?
I just want to clarify that you don't understand pitch data. The fact that you had to look it up after I brought it up is all I need to know, sir.
Okay, so let me respond to that. When someone looks something up, that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't understand something. And you want to hear the words that the person says to see if it aligns to what they looked up. That's how you determine if someone understands something. So if I tell you that 1 + 1 = 2, then I look it up, all the sources say that 1 + 1 = 2, you don't come back and say, well, you didn't know how to add. You didn't understand how to
You
add
know what
stuff.
the problem is with that?
Oh,
It's
nope,
because
hold on,
no,
we're
no.
not done
Let me
yet.
clarify really fast.
Nope,
I'm not interrupting.
nope,
No, no,
I'm
no. Let me clarify
clarifying
really
your case.
fast. Okay, go
See,
ahead.
you can't do it. You have no self-control. That's why I don't respect you.
Because you're
So I
wrong,
gave you
sir.
my description of
You're wrong.
what pitch
You said
data
one
is
plus
from
one
my
equals
memory,
three. I said, hey, it's
and my
2, and
understanding,
you didn't
and
want to hear me.
then I looked it up because you denied that what I said was true. So I had to look it up from a third party because that's what you're supposed to do. If two people cannot agree on something, there has to be a source for which they need to settle the matter.
Right.
My
And you know
settling
how
of the
you go about
matter
it,
does
sir?
not mean that I don't understand. It means that I need to use something to back up my claim, which is what I did. So
You
at that
know what
point,
the
you should say
bump
something
just
like,
said?
"Hey, Flatten, you're right and I'm wrong." And that's it, and we move on to the next thing.
And you know why you're wrong right now? Because that's not what happened. You said you're wrong and then looked it up. Do you understand?
I stated what I understood pitch data to mean. You claim that I was wrong. I then
No, 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 no,
reiterated
no.
it. You claimed
No,
that
no,
I
no.
was wrong again, and then I looked it up, and what I looked up, this is the most important part, what I looked up matched what I said. Matching what I said is the paramount thing here, obviously. That's 5. That's 5 times now.
Or you just can't. You just probably don't understand, and you probably just don't get it. It's
If
not an
what I
insult. It's
say
not an
matches
insult. You don't have to interrupt me and
what
then
is
keep whining.
discovered, then
Why do
I
you interrupt
understand
me
it.
and then whine about me interrupting you? I wasn't even done with my sentence, sir.
Oh, you're
It
right.
wasn't.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And I was saying it. What? It's not an insult. But if you simply don't understand something, just say I don't understand. What I'm saying is, you said I'm wrong and then looked it up. That's what happened in real time. You can't say it didn't happen. You keep doing that. And it's a normal conversation. You don't have to do that.
Okay, I'm going to continue to do that. I'm going to continue to call you out for being wrong when I have knowledge that you obviously
When you have
lack.
no knowledge
And
about what I'm talking about,
afterwards,
because
after I
that's
say
what
that you're
happened.
wrong, now you're interrupting me while I'm talking. And after
Yeah.
I tell you that you're wrong, I'm going to look it up and then tell you that you're wrong again.
Yeah, you were
So,
wrong. Read a few lines and don't understand it, and then concluded I
so
was
I gave a
wrong. Oh my
summary.
God! Because you
I gave a
understand pitch
summary of
data
what pitch
completely,
data is.
and you keep interrupting me
The
after you. I
summary
could have
matches my
swore you just
summary,
stopped talking and I
100%.
started talking. I could have
There's no
sworn I just stopped
difference
talking.
between the summary that is understood by everyone else but you.
Yeah,
And
there's no reason to talk to you, bro.
I
Because
see it.
if you keep whining about me interrupting you, and then I start talking and you interrupt me, there's no reason to continue the conversation.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
one-sided as fuck. Do you not see that, or do you just don't care?
I'm close to not caring. I'm
I
like trying to
understand.
give you
I
one more
understand.
chance
I understand.
because I'm
Conversation over.
tired of
No,
you.
no, no. You
I'm
get no
tired
more
of you
chances, ass
wasting
clown. You
everyone's
fail. You
time
don't run shit
trying
here.
to
You can shut the fuck
fabricate a
up talking to me.
lie on top of another lie.
Shut up.
Okay. So the pitch data that I described, and everyone else can play back the tape. In fact, there's between us, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 people. If anyone in here thinks that what I said was not the same as what the reference says, please post it in the chat. Show me the difference. And when that happens, we'll discuss. All right.
Anyway,
So
I don't know who was just talking. This guy doesn't even know how to have a normal
Yeah,
conversation.
well, you know what?
And now he's interrupting me
People lying
again
will do that to you.
because he can't fucking help it, but he wants to cry about it
I
every
lost
2 seconds.
respect for you again. You had it
Oh
for a
my
moment.
God.
I'm like, okay, man, I can
Yeah, I
listen.
already
And you
told you
try
you
to
have no
lie again.
respect and the
Now I've
conversation is
lost respect
over. I
for you.
wasn't talking to you, but
And
you're
I
still
get it.
talking.
This is like
So how about shutting the fuck
third
up while
shift.
I'm
You guys
talking?
are waiting for the first shift people to come in a couple hours.
Do
And
you
then,
not see why you were muted earlier? Do you
this
not
is
see?
just bullshit until
Do you
then. I
not
get
see why you were muted earlier, sir?
I lost respect for you.
You cried about interrupting people,
I
people
lost respect
interrupting
for you.
you,
I
and
no
now
longer
you're
respect you.
interrupting me.
See,
Yeah.
I respected you, and then you were lying. I still respect you,
Yeah, I
you.
don't want
You
your
lied
respect.
again.
You have
I
nothing.
called you
You are
out.
nobody.
Then you lied for a third time while you're cutting me off all over the place. And then I lost respect. And once I lose respect for someone, I could care less. Only thing I need to know is am I going to get muted or booted from the room? That's it.
I wonder why. I wonder why.
Hey,
I'm not a mob,
listen,
but I wonder why.
listen. If you're going to wonder why about that, you should certainly be
No,
wondering
I'm
why
not
you
wondering,
guys don't
dumbass.
have the
It's
courage
obviously
to come
clear you're
out
the
of this
child
room
here.
and go into an actual debate forum or an actual room that is not your supportive room. Your room, your little safe space here is the only place you can go. Because when you try to do this bullshit elsewhere, it gets shut down.
Because you know for a fact, or you're just guessing?
No, because you're
Oops,
lying and you get
oops.
busted for it.
Now I'm lying about a lie that
Yes,
wasn't
you
told.
lied
Yeah.
about me not understanding what pitch data is, and you lied
Because you
about how
didn't, and you
I'm the
confirmed
evidence
that
to
you had
back
to
me
look
up.
it up. And now you
Yes, I'm
understand within
supposed to
2
look it
minutes.
up. I did what I'm
And
supposed
now
to do.
you understand
I'm supposed
completely
to look it
within
up.
2 minutes something you just heard about.
Okay?
So no, you don't understand.
So when I look something up to back up what I say, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. That's the right thing to do.
Even
You
though
should
you
have done
just looked it up and in 2 minutes you understand it completely? No, I doubt it.
No, I
Sincerely.
had an understanding, and what I looked up verified that my understanding was correct.
Because you just
I
read it in
get
2
it. You're
minutes and now
trying
you
to play
understand it completely.
psychological games
Yeah.
right now, but your
No,
psychological
no.
games don't
It's
work
a
on me.
fact. You don't understand trigonometry as a 2-year-old in 2 minutes, sir.
Again, I brought up the concept, what I described.
This is
You made
hilarious.
your rebuttal saying, "Oh, you don't know what pitch data is. Pitch data this and pitch." I said, "Well, this is what pitch data is. What I described aligns with the reference that I looked up."
Yeah, because you had to look it up and in 2
Yeah.
minutes you understand it completely. Yeah. We get it. We
I
get it.
understanding completely and having enough of an understanding for us to settle this matter are two different things. Okay?
So
So,
explain pitch data
if
to
you
me.
would say
Explain it
that
to me.
what the
So
reference
explain it
showed
to me.
did not
Because you
align with
understand
what
it
I
now. Explain
said,
it to
then
me.
that would be different.
Yeah, so you
I
explain
can't
it
even
now.
say
You
that.
understand it now.
Your
Explain it to me.
argument right now is that, well, it may have aligned, but that doesn't mean you have a full understanding. Okay, well, show me where my understanding is so bad that I'm erroneously
It's based
thinking
in
that the Earth is
fact. You
round
looked
when
at
it's
it for
actually
2
flat. Show
seconds and
that.
now you understand it completely. That's my basis in fact. You
Again,
don't know
show where
anything
my
about
lack
pitch
of
data
understanding has somehow caused me to misunderstand to such a degree that I am
because you
not
looked at it
understanding
for
that the Earth
2
is flat.
seconds and
Because
confirmed your own.
so
You're
this is
dumbass,
called
bro.
meta
You're
talk.
dumb.
You're meta talking
You're
about
dumb.
me over and over and over.
No, these are
I keep
facts. You
asking
don't
you to show me actual
understand
information.
trigonometry as a
So to the rest of the
2-year-old
room,
in 2
especially your
minutes, sir.
flat buddies, I'm gonna let this guy talk uninterrupted for 30 seconds. Without
Cool. Are you
interruption.
done?
Let's
All
see
right, shut
how
up.
much of
All right,
those
shut
30
up.
seconds he's not talking about me
Okay, shut up.
versus spending
Explain
time
it then.
with
Explain it then, you fucking
notion of
moron.
pitch data
Explain it then.
versus the relationship between the Earth and the globe. Go,
Explain
Mr.
it.
Ranger.
Explain it. Explain it, you
Will
fucking
after
moron.
he gets his 30 seconds
You're
in,
you're
I will
yapping. You're
explain.
yapping. You're yapping. You're saying a lot
Yes,
of
I'm
words, but
yapping.
you're
Yes,
not
I'm yapping.
explaining. All right,
Ranger,
explain it. But
proceed.
explain it. Explain it.
Nope, I'm going to wait for.
Oh, you're not gonna explain it. Okay, shut the fuck up.
So anyway, Chairman Doom, is the surface of the Earth curving or is it flat?
Sorry.
The surface of the Earth, is it curving or is it flat?
What do you mean by that? Is it? Are we
Well, if
living
it's
on a globe or on a
curving,
flat plane?
if it's
Is that what you're
curving,
asking?
it would be curving
Right.
into a sphere, right? If it's
Sure.
flat, it would not be a sphere, correct?
You're asking if we live on a globe or a flat plane?
Correct.
Yeah, we live on a globe.
How do you know that?
The laws of physics tells us
Which
this.
law of
Observe.
physics says the Earth is a sphere?
Do you understand gravity?
That's not a law
I
of
know
physics.
up is up and down is down, and it's not a law.
Right. What is down?
No,
Down
he asked
is
you a
down.
question. Gravity isn't a law of
No,
physics.
I'm not talking to you. What is down? Swole
Down is
dog.
down.
Yeah, what is down?
Down is down towards Earth on a flat planar surface. Down is the
But
same
what is
direction for everybody.
down is towards center of mass.
How do you know that?
We can see it.
What do you mean we can see it? When I point down and you point down, we're both pointing in the same direction.
Okay, so you only understand terms in like superficial measures of like fingers going up or down. But what is the
Well, I
center
mean,
of
if the
mass?
Earth is a sphere, then it would be a certain size, right? Do you agree with that?
It would be what? Sorry,
It would be a certain size.
a certain size. Did you say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it is a certain
Okay.
size, I guess.
What is that size? How big is it?
I'll have to Google it. I don't know off the top of my head how big the Earth is.
Well, let me know when you get that answer.
So the diameter is 12,742 kilometers. The radius is about 6,371 kilometers. If you go around the equator, the circumference is about 40,075 kilometers. The total surface area of the Earth is 510 million square kilometers. I'm from Europe. I'm sorry if I'm using
That's
kilometers.
okay. Well, does any of that mean anything to you?
It tells me I mean, we're talking about circumference of a huge fucking planet. It's not
Okay.
necessarily useful to us.
Okay. So then when you look at the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say, how tall are you? Let's just go by how tall you are first. How tall are you?
6'4". I know this.
6'4". So if you're 6 feet 4 inches, which probably puts you at about 184 centimeters.
195 centimeters.
195. That's huge.
I'm
All right.
a tall guy. I'm European.
Oh, 6'4", man. Like 1 centimeter is supposed to be like 2 inches, right? Or is it the other way around? 2 centimeters equals 1 inch. No, you're right. I'm wrong. So anyway, from 194 centimeters height, how far away is the horizon from your eyes when you're standing at the edge of water?
If I'm so you're cutting out. If I'm standing at the water, at the ocean, looking out.
Yeah.
I don't know the equation for that off the top of my head, but it's something. I don't know why.
How far do you think it is? How far do you think it is?
I'm gonna look it up because I don't want to sound stupid. It says 3.3 to 3.5 miles.
Okay. So, have you ever gone to the ocean before or a large lake?
Yeah.
All right. How far do you think you can see over that surface?
3.3 to 3.5 miles, I assume.
Oh man. Well, okay. So if we assume that, and then we go to a large body of water, and we
I
can
also have
see
to correct
things.
myself. I also have to correct myself. I
Uh,
said 195, but 6.5 is 198. So
that's
I
fine.
overestimate a little bit.
That's fine. So with that knowledge and understanding, right? What if you go out to a large body of water and you see something 10 miles away instead of 3 miles away? You see something 10 miles away, and then the horizon is behind that. Then what?
Sorry, repeat that.
So you're 6'5". You go to a large body of water. You know the horizon is supposed to be 3.3 miles away.
Hmm?
You also know the distance to another object over the water is 10 miles away.
Okay.
And then when you go and look at that object, instead of the horizon being in front of that object, as you would expect it to be because it's supposed to be 3 miles away, you then see it, the horizon behind that object that's 10 miles away. What would you conclude from that observation?
Maybe that object is not at ground level. It is
It's
usually
on
a
the
little bit
water.
higher.
It's on the water.
All right. Do you see the top of it or the base of it?
You see the top and the base.
From 3
And
miles
then
to
you
10
and then
miles, you
and then
shouldn't
you
see
see the
any of it.
horizon behind it.
Vi har bara
And then you,
2% batteri kvar. Jag vet inte om jag hinner betala för det. Så. Du, det är så...
and
Du,
then
jag
you,
tar det nästa gång. Jag tar det nästa gång.
you're good. You're good.
Sorry.
And then you see the horizon behind that, not in front of it. Because if you saw it
You
in
mean,
front of it, it would be cutting off the leg, right? It'd be cutting
how
off the
would you
base.
see a horizon in front of anything?
Well, that's what the horizon's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the geometry of the Earth.
Wait, stop. What do you think the horizon is?
It's supposed to be the geometry of the Earth.
No.
No, so the Earth is not curving, and there's no sunsets, and boats don't go over the curve.
The horizon is just like the limits of what you can see.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
It doesn't really tell you much about anything.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
welcome to
we
Flat Earth.
shouldn't see more than 3 miles, though, right?
But we do.
5.3 miles, yeah.
But we do.
Sure, but if you have a tower that's, super tall, and you see half of it from, the distance. Yeah, you still see it.
Right.
But
what if you see
the
all
math
of it?
says, but you don't.
But you do.
Why do ships disappear bottom first on the horizon?
Most of the time they don't. Most of the time they just go far away and they reduce in angular size and they shrink into the vanishing point.
The
But
limits of their
sometimes
vision,
there'll be
that horizon
atmospheric.
view.
Sometimes there'll be
No.
atmospheric effects like refraction that could cause bottom up
this
obstruction.
point in there's some place in America, I don't remember exactly which it is, where you can actually see a city that you're not really supposed to see, but you also don't see the
Chicago
bottom of it.
skyline?
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and do you notice how you can see the bottom of those buildings? You shouldn't see any of those buildings.
You can see them because of
Yeah,
refractions,
the
but
point is,
you don't see the bottoms of them.
yeah, the point
You
is you
see them
shouldn't.
from like middle up.
But the point is, you shouldn't be able to see any of those buildings because it's
But
so
according
far
to
away.
Flat Earth, you should be able to see them
What, you
from
should
the
be able to
bottom.
see forever? You should
No,
be
we
able to see
can't see
forever? Is that
forever.
what you think?
No, Chairman, we can't see forever.
I'm not saying see forever. I'm saying Like if you have like not a microscope, what's it called? A telescope.
A telescope you could
You
see
should.
forever.
I mean, we can see
Do,
planets
do
in
you
outer
think? Do
space
you
with
think?
telescopes.
Do you think those planets are 300 million miles away?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to
Right.
see them then.
You don't agree that planets exist either.
What?
I mean, that's a different point. But since we're on the ground, we can see hundreds of miles away. I can see, but the
Yeah,
Bahamas from West Palm Beach, Florida. So
Earth,
that's the point.
Earth
On
is
the
big.
ground,
Earth
we
is
can
big,
see
my
too
dude.
far.
Earth is big, my dude.
Yeah, and we should never be able to see 100 miles of flat land. We should never be able to see that, but we can. That's the
Where do
point.
we see that?
We can see that on West Palm Beach. We can see the Bahamas from West Palm Beach, Florida. It's hundreds of miles, 100+ miles away. We can see
Here, man.
farther than that.
I got a video I'm gonna give you to watch. It's a PhD.
Have you watched Simon Dan? I guess you're
Yeah,
flat Earth, that you know
he's
Simon Dan.
he's an anti-flat earther. Yeah, he got destroyed by witches.
He kind of respond to every claim you ever make, and he
Yeah,
kind of
these
debunks
people
them.
can say words and make calculations, but it doesn't contort to reality ever. So yeah, a lot of
But you
people
guys
make
deny
claims
reality.
and say words, but we're the ones
Can
in
you explain?
reality talking about measurements in reality. We didn't
All
have
right,
to bring up pictures or anything
pause.
like that.
All right, you guys want to talk about reality now? Can you,
That's what we're discussing
according
the
to
whole
the
time:
laws of
measurements and
gravity
reality.
and the laws of physics, explain how a body that is completely flat can exist in space?
That requires space to exist the way you conceive it. Maybe it doesn't.
Literally.
Literally?
Right. We still have things dropping in a vacuum, so I have no problem with that.
Sure. Where do they go?
What do you mean? Where do
It's
they go?
irrelevant. But as far as your point is concerned, with laws of thermodynamics, it proves that we have
Towards
containment.
where do objects in a vacuum of space go?
No, not a vacuum. I mean like a vacuum chamber exists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's because there's no. So they fall at the same speed, right? Where there's no
Give
air
or take.
resistance.
I mean,
they
an
fall
average
down.
actually.
They fall
and a half.
down. I don't disagree with that. They fall down.
Yeah,
Down is the
exactly.
same direction for all of us.
So
when I
Right,
point
it's not
down,
like down is
when you
radial
point down,
spokes on a bike wheel.
We have to understand what down.
Listen, bro.
No, stop.
When
No, let me speak.
bro, you don't have
You
control
need
of
to
the
understand
truth,
what down
brother.
is.
Yeah, down is the
What
same
is down?
direction for all of us. It's the same direction as all of us. When you point down and when I point down, we're pointing in the same direction.
So
yeah, perpendicular to a flat surface.
You're in Europe. I'm in America. We both point in the same direction when we point down.
Yeah, downs are parallel.
But if you would go out and take a picture of where we are right now, down is, you might be pointing slightly to the right. I might be pointing slightly to the left.
No.
As
I'm
long
pointing
as
down
you
and you're
believe
pointing
you're
down. It's the
taking a
same
picture
direction.
in outer space looking at a ball, maybe.
Down
He's
is
just
center
making
of
the
gravity.
proof more
Center
difficult
of
on
mass,
himself.
actually. I'm sorry. I
You're
misspoke.
assuming
Center of
that
mass.
when you point down, you're pointing in a different direction than me. You've
Then
never measured curvature. Down is the
why
same
do
direction for all of us.
objects of mass attract each other?
Why do you
in
keep
space?
switching from point to point without acknowledging your defeat?
There are examples of this happening.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
There are claims of it happening, but examples,
look it
yeah.
up.
That's
If I
another
have
matter.
a piece of wood, is it going to be attracted to another piece of wood?
Yes.
If I have plastic, is it going to be attracted to wood?
Yes.
Use the force, Luke.
I know, right? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Fucking space magic.
I'm not saying that they're flying towards each other.
I thought we were going back to reality, Chairman.
It's
What happened
mass.
to reality?
No, it's mass. Mass attracts mass. And like
Show us in reality. Show us in reality.
You push with a negligible amount of force towards the Earth, right? And the Earth, as it's a huge body of mass,
Does
you are
larger
attracted to
masses
that.
do larger masses have more attraction than smaller masses?
It's equal, but yes, they push on an equal force.
Yes. So if they have do they have different degrees of force? Like is a
If you
larger mass more
Yes.
attracted to Earth than a smaller mass?
yes, if you could come up with like
So
a
when I
whole
remove
look,
air from a vacuum chamber, then they fall at the
you're
same
design.
speed,
No.
but they
No.
have
That's
different
No,
because
masses.
stop it.
that's
Take
because
note.
they're
Stop
attracted at
doing
the
that.
same rate.
Hold on, Chairman. Take note. Stop doing that.
So you say mass attracting mass, pulling it inward towards the center of mass, is what
Yep,
gravity is. And you
yep.
say that large masses have more attraction than smaller masses. Yet when we put two
But they
masses
also
in a
operate
vacuum
at an
chamber,
equal force.
but when we put two masses in a vacuum chamber and they fall at the
Exactly,
same rate,
exactly.
then you debunk your own gravity because the larger
No.
mass and the smaller mass have the same mass.
Do you think that they should fall at different speeds?
Or I'm sorry, they yeah,
Uh,
because they have different masses.
okay. So the object with a larger mass takes more energy to move, right?
Not if it's falling. What are you talking about?
To get something falling means that something is attracting it. That is the
Or
center of
you're just
gravity. That is
dropping it,
gravity.
sir. Or you're just dropping it. What are you talking about?
Well, you can just drop something. What you mean? No force is
In
acting on
order
it?
to drop something, you have to apply energy to it, right?
Yeah, it's potential energy in lifting
Right,
it. Yeah.
right. So the thing was fine where it was. There was no gravity involved. It was just sitting there in its natural state until you moved it.
To get something moving, it requires to get that item moving. That requires a lot of energy because it has a lot amount of mass. And to get a light object moving requires a little amount of mass, energy. I'm sorry. Um, so
Okay,
together they fall
okay,
at the
fine.
same rate.
Let's say I agree with you, and gravity is the thing that's pulling everything down on the Earth, right?
Hmm.
So
Towards
then
the
that means
center of mass.
that means water is curving around the Earth, right?
Sure.
So if I go out and make an observation from 1 meter high, and the horizon is 2.3 miles away, or 3.5 kilometers, yeah, roughly 3.5 kilometers away,
Right.
right? But the horizon's not in that location.
Can you make
What does that
water
say?
like go up? If you hold a bucket of water upside down, can you make the water go up, or does it go down towards the center of mass of the Earth?
Actually, you know what? I've got a great demonstration for this. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, you have a demonstration where water goes upside down in the bucket.
I have a demonstration of where water is upside down and does not fall.
My friends, I have to get ready to walk home. I'll be here, but I'm.
Here, hold on. I want you to watch this video.
I
It's
can't.
only
I
like
only have
it's
one.
only a minute long. It's only a minute long, dude.
I'll
It's
watch it
loading
once I
right
get
now.
home. I
Well,
only have
when you leave the
1%
room, it's
battery.
gonna disappear.
I
So
only
you
have
might
1%
want
battery.
you might want to
Send it.
save it because when you leave the room, it's gonna delete.
Send it to me in a DM.
I can't. I don't have Nitro. Download it or forget it.
Oh, I'm walking home now from where I am.
Okay.
My phone is probably gonna die before I
Cool.
get home, and then I have to charge my phone.
Whatever you gotta do, man.
Guys, to all the flat earthers here, I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas, and I hope God blesses with you with a fucking brain.
That's true. It's absolutely true.
He really did, though. God did bless us with a fucking brain. So, question for the Globers out there. Would two Earth-sized masses attract to each other at twice 9.8
Yes.
meters per second squared?
Yes.
For one
So
object,
from an
they have
observer on one of those masses, gravity is accelerating twice as fast.
But they would. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
with the
Okay. So
same
gravity's
mass.
not a constant, is it?
It is
Oops.
constant.
Not for that observer, because he's watching another Earth-sized mass accelerate
Oh,
at twice the rate of g.
all right. That I cannot not really talk about. You're talking about like the relativity theory now.
All of it.
He's using
I
your
can
point,
answer.
mass attracting mass. He's using your point specifically.
Yeah, mass attracts mass. Yes, that is true.
OMG.
Yeah. I'd like to see a proof of that, honestly.
I'll send it when I get home. My phone is gonna die any second now, so I'm gonna be gone. But once I get home and I charge my phone, I'll send you everything you need to see.
Okay, great. If it's about Cavendish, you're in for a treat.
I don't know what that means. Cavendish.
He'll find out when he gets there.
All right.
Yeah, when he researches it for the first time, he'll find out.
Literally, come on, man, come on, and he'll understand it completely.
Yep. Just remember Cavendish.
What happened with that guy who went to the South Pole and did the great experiment, whatever they call it?
What guy?
I mean, the team of Antarctic explorers that tried the Foucault pendulum down there and it went backwards.
No, he viewed the sun not set.
What guy are you talking about?
I forget his name. I'm sorry, but it was he viewed a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah. What does it have to do with anything?
Earth still
Kind of
measures
just proves
flat.
that there.
How does that
It just
happen if Earth measures flat?
Earth measures flat. What does that mean?
Yeah, how do you have a 24-hour Antarctic sun if Earth measures flat?
I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Well, we know Earth measures flat, so how do you explain a 24-hour sun?
What does it mean to Earth measures flat? What does that mean?
Well, it's not a globe.
Let me ask you this, Chairman Doom.
So how do
Chairman
you
Doom.
have a 24-hour sun over there if
Yeah,
it's not a globe?
I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you right now. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is going on above the surface of the Earth is only happening over a flat Earth.
Irrelevant.
But it must be acting in. It must break every laws of physics that we understand.
Are you checking your DMs? Is flat and destruction helping you out, brother?
No. I'm just walking. But it would break every law of physics.
I seen him put it in the chat. I understand what's going on, bro. You're new to this.
I'm not reading any DMs. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Yeah.
walking.
I know. He said, "Don't tell them. They're gonna call you
Don't let
out."
them distract you, bro. Get back to the point.
How would
Do
the
you
sun
agree?
move
Do you agree that if the
okay.
surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever is
I
going
don't
on
know
in the
what
sky?
that means. What the fuck
Don't
does
even
that
make
mean?
sense,
The
bro. What are
Earth
you saying?
measures
Okay.
flat.
So in order for the Earth to be curving, there would have to be a deviation from the tangent. Do you agree with that?
I don't
All
know
right,
what you're saying.
all right. So basically, in a flat Earth model, if you measuring it flat, right? So that means the sun moves from west to east. That's it, right? It don't go north. It don't go north and south.
It just circulates above the Earth somehow.
Yeah, that's what
And
they're
then
saying.
it deviates and it goes
No way.
into a bigger circle and then it goes into a smaller circle for some reason. It doesn't make any sense.
We don't have an explanation for why the sun is moving or where the sun is going. We all see the sun doing the same thing. It moves across the sky over our heads.
Oh,
All
so we
right?
do get along. Okay, so we do have.
Yeah,
Do we do?
yeah.
Okay,
We agree on that, right?
I
But
could
we
agree.
can determine whether or not the surface of the Earth is actually curving or not, right?
What are you saying?
In order for the
What do you
Earth
mean
to,
when you say that the Earth is curving and measure flat? Like you're not making any sense,
it's
my
not
dude.
curving. It has to curve to be a sphere. If it's not curving, it's what?
A sphere curving as opposed to what? Like where are you? Where's the standard of measurement then?
Is a soccer ball curving? Is a football curving?
It's a sphere.
Yeah. If I hand you a piece of paper, is that a sphere?
Okay, so
If I hand you a book, is that a sphere?
a book is a collection of pages, I suppose.
Right.
Is
But
it
it's
a
not a sphere,
sphere?
right?
So the fact that we have
You're not going to
different
answer my
shapes.
question. You're not going to answer my
No,
question.
you're saying that the fact that we have
No, I need you to
same
answer the
object.
question because you obviously don't know what we're saying. So we need to understand each other
You're
first, right?
saying it measures flat or whatever
Please
you
just
said.
answer
Right.
the question
The
and see what he's
surface.
saying.
What's that mean? It measures flat. What does that mean?
Is the surface of a football curving?
From the outsider point of view, yeah, sure.
Yeah. And if you try to, can you see behind the football, like the backside of a football?
If you were shrunk down to the size of an
Oh my
atom,
God.
and you
No,
stood
no.
on a
Hold on,
football,
Ranger.
would it look round or flat to you if you were shrunk
Okay.
down to the size
Okay.
of an
Yeah.
atom?
No, it would be really big, but then the horizon
Would it
would
look
be the
flat
determine.
or round? Would it
It
look
would
flat
look
or round?
flat because it would look flat, but the horizon
Would look
would
the
be the
same.
cause of the curvature, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you think that you have like infinite sides, I guess.
No.
So would
No,
it
there's
look flat or
limitations to your
round?
optics, right? You've got limitations to how good you can see. You've got weather patterns. You've got all kinds of crap in the air.
Would it look flat or round?
It's flat, dude.
At
So
a
here's a story. Let's say
microscopic.
there's a story about two ants. One of the ants tells the other ant that he lives on the surface of a soccer ball, but the curvature is just too big to measure. The other ant says, well, if this is a soccer ball, how big would it be? The other ant gives him the dimensions. And so the second ant says, great, okay, I just calculated the curvature rate of this soccer ball that you think you live on. I'm going to go measure it. So the second ant he goes out and grabs a camera and he zooms in and he can see too far for it to curve like he was told. He tells the first ant,
Right.
we can see too far for this to be the soccer ball that you thought you lived on. Maybe we don't live on a soccer ball after all.
But this this hypothetical presupposes that you do live in a soccer ball.
Yeah, you do presuppose you live on a soccer ball. That's right. And we tested the
Perfect.
claim. We tested the geometry of the globe. We're
But
given the globe's
every time
geometry
you
by NASA, by astronomy departments all over the world, and they're consistent with their claim. So we test that geometry, and we can't find the
15
curvature
degree
that they
per
say
hour
should be
drift.
there.
15 degree per hour drift. 15 degree per
That,
hour drift.
Now
that's a
you're
claim about what the stars
experiment,
appear to
about the
do with
time.
the equator.
every
So
fucking
you get
experiment
a
that you have
15.
done
So you get
has
a
disproven
so
you
you
right.
get a so you get a 15 degree hour per drift. If I get in the airplane and I fly halfway around the world, does that mean that my gyroscope's going to be upside down?
Where are you flying? And what is that?
Halfway around the world.
Hang on a sec. Hang on a
to
sec.
Texas.
Why did he just get skipped to this?
No.
So
Because
who's
he's
in
the
his
one bouncing around, but
DMs?
he doesn't know what he's
Someone's
getting
in his
at. It's flat
DMs, right?
No, stop.
It's flat and
Stop. You're flying
Yeah.
in the atmosphere of the
Let's
Earth.
make
You're
sure
not
that
flying
if it's flat and destruction, let's
outside of
make
Earth.
sure that MFA gets permanently banned.
I was just thinking
You're
that.
not
Sounds like
you're
something
not
dumb
flying
that
out.
Flatten Destruction would say to somebody who's setting you up, Chairman Doom.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm not
he's a
really
dumbass and you're falling for it. I mean, come on, use your own mind.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, flat earthers are dumbasses, in my opinion. I can't really tell the
Switch the
troll from
button. He got
the
called out. Now he
theory.
wants to blame us for being
Hold on, that's
dumbasses.
perfect. He
No,
justified
I'm
himself
sorry.
as
I'm
a
sorry.
flat earther.
I just can't tell the trolls from the non-trolls.
No,
I'm
dude,
sorry.
you just defined yourself as a flat earther. You said flat earthers are X, and you are that description. You are a dumbass. So inside your
I might
own
be.
worldview, you're a flat earther.
I might be then. I'm sorry.
Just go with it. Lean into it. I mean, be like, yeah, be proud.
My what?
Be proud.
My what? Did
Be
you say
proud
to
of who
lean
you
into
are.
my what?
I said, just lean into it and be proud.
I just got home now, so I can look at the links that anyone sent me. I need to get my phone into a charger right now because I'm gonna disconnect any second now.
And when that phone gets to 100%, you know 100% that it's charged.
No. I see
If
Chairman
it's at
Doom becoming a flat
100%,
earther. Like literally, I see you becoming a flat earther because one, you're taking other people's word for it, but you are honest about it in the moment. You let us know, hey, that's what was happening. But I see you could think for yourself to an extent. So you're almost there.
it's thinking for yourself is the most important thing of being a human.
Yeah,
I think.
never take anyone's word for it. Never.
Absolutely.
Oh, you guys are letting me speak again, huh? I DM everybody. Especially since
IDM?
you won't let me have permission to send messages in the channel, so I'm DMing everyone all the time. Now what? I
Why are
will
you
come
setting
in with
them up to
another,
fail so poorly?
another account if you block me.
Hey,
I'll
Flatten,
delete another
Flatten.
account.
The permissions to send things in the channel is not our issue. The server
Whatever.
has a ranking structure, and you just need to rank
Whatever.
up, brother.
Whatever.
Yeah, and listen, Flat Destruction, everybody you're DMing is smarter than you.
Good.
Literally.
Good. Some of them are liars like you, and some of them are honest people.
No, I'm not
Bro,
lying about
sporadic.
anything.
Sporadic.
I
Earlier,
DM'd
I
Doom.
brought up
He didn't
pitch
respond to
data.
my DMs, but if
Sporadic.
he
Earlier, I
regains
brought up
stage,
pitch data.
he
He
has
looked
all
at
the
it for 2
opportunity in the world
seconds
to
and
have a
understood it
conversation with
completely
me
and told me I
without
was
giving me
wrong.
information.
Oh, wow, Dunning-Kruger.
Yep, Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, you think you're the smartest guy in the room, don't you?
No, that's just it. That's it. But let's not waste time trying to insult with me. You guys lied to him. You did not measure the Earth flat.
What was the lie? Can you please tell the audience what the lie was?
You did not measure the Earth flat. You never have.
Oh, really? That's a lie? Okay. Somebody want to post some of the oil rigs?
Sure.
Hey, by the way, we measure the Earth as
I
not
could,
curving.
but we couldn't even get through the conversation.
Hold on. We measure the Earth as not
Watch how
curving.
this plays out.
Hold on, bro. I just had everybody be quiet to make a point. Now you're going to interrupt me. So the point that I'm making is we say that the Earth is not curving. So what does that tell you?
That you don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't know what we're saying, right? If the Earth is not curving, it's what?
Is an example of me knowing that you don't know what you're talking about.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
You can say that it's flat.
Okay, cool. So I don't have to say it's flat. I can say it's not curving, and it's literally the same thing, right?
That's fine. What is your point?
So if I say it's not curving, then it's up to you to go out and prove curvature, right?
Right.
But who proved that doesn't curve?
And we've done that. So
yeah.
now what? Yeah, we have. You just don't accept proof as proof because you have your own
Okay,
agenda.
show us your proof.
Okay,
He's
so
gonna
let's
go
do
back
it
to his
again.
calculations that aren't measurements.
Let's start with the obvious proof that you guys reject based upon false
Photographs in
allegations.
space. What photos
So we've
from
got
space?
photographic evidence that
There
you
it is.
reject.
Okay, photographs of what? Photographs of what?
Oh, photographs of what? Okay, so I got it. Now, if I have to explain it to such a forensic level, do not get annoyed if I take a long time to speak.
Yeah, you don't have to. I debunked the other guy, his pictures. I debunked the other
You
guy.
don't need to take a long
You have
time.
to ultimately come
Just
to
say,
measurements.
I believe that NASA could not lie to me. I believe their photographic
really about
evidence.
the lie,
That's all you
dude.
got to do.
You can say that you believe.
So, honest question for you. Like, do you think we just dismiss these space photos without any cause or reason?
Not so many millions of them, no.
Not so
Why
many
do we
millions of
dismiss
them.
these? Why do we dismiss these space photos?
Because you have an agenda.
No, that's not it. Like, do you
An
understand
agenda
why
of
we
what?
reject these space photos?
Because you have an agenda. You can
No, we
Agenda of
can't get
what?
into the
It's
laws.
because
He
you
was so
can't
focused on his
independently
pedestal.
verify that they were taken in the manner that they're said to be taken.
I didn't want to be a flat earther.
Let me know when I can respond.
I didn't want to be a flat earther. Can you accept that?
Let me know when I can respond.
Let me. I'm asking you a question.
But you
Do
guys
you
will ask
understand
questions
that I
and then
didn't?
you'll talk while I'm answering your question. So when
I
you
did
ask a
not.
question, let me know when I
I
can
did
talk.
not want to be
More
a flat
obfuscation. He's
earther.
gonna be a
Do you
crybaby,
understand
so
that?
you're wasting your
Okay.
time.
Don't
He's gonna
worry
be a
about it,
crybaby.
dude. Don't worry about it.
Listen. When a
I
person
did
has
not want to be a flat earther. Do
understand
you
how you talk
understand that?
while I'm answering. So
Do you? Yes or no? Do you
again,
understand that?
let me
Do you
respond.
understand that?
Let me respond.
Do you understand it? Yes or no?
Hey, I guess you may as well mute me because you won't let me talk. So what's the difference does it make? Yeah, I'll
Yes
mute
or
myself
no?
because you won't let me talk anyway.
Okay,
Let me know when
good.
I
Mute
can talk.
yourself. Let me know when you have a yes or no answer for my
I'm not
question.
going to give you a yes or no because there's more to it than your yes or no.
Why? Oh, so now you can divine my motives?
Yes, I
Amazing.
can. It's very easy.
Say yes at the end.
Very easy. It's very easy to divine motives of people who are who are extremely obstinate, who have a predicated purpose, and who will not listen to
What?
actual evidence.
What's my
Or you're
predicated purpose?
emotional and just projecting.
So,
What's my predicated
you
purpose?
saying that you don't want to be a flat earther, you didn't want to be a flat earther, it could be you could be lying right now as you're saying it, right?
No.
Yes, that is possible.
Why? Why would I be lying?
For money, for
What
attention,
money?
you're bored because you have another agenda that has nothing to do with the flat earth, and this is just a means to get that agenda handled. And there's a whole bunch of
He's so
possibilities.
emotional, bro. He's just
Speaking from
desperate.
So
experience,
emotional, bro.
That's
man.
why
For
you
the
would lie.
listening audience, I'm posting a flat Earth measurement, so now he can't accuse us of lying anymore.
Let's see your flat earth. I can't respond to it in the chat because you blocked me from
All
responding.
right, FE Core Lake ISIL 40-kilometer laser test.
Okay, that's 40 kilometers. That's not the Earth. That's 40 miles or 40
Yeah, well, the
kilometers.
target and the laser were both 1.5 meters off the ground, and they could see each other.
And
Yeah, didn't you
you
already
know that
establish,
lasers are
Platin, that the Earth is
lasers are.
24,901 miles in circumference?
And
Didn't you
let me
already
know when I can
establish that?
respond.
He,
There we
he
go.
did establish that, which means there should
There we
be
go.
about 90 meters of curvature that this should be detecting,
So to
but
any
it's
global
as if Earth is
earthers,
flat instead. Funny thing.
Absolutely, and he's just interrupting you. He
so
doesn't
y'all
want to
just
address
send
that
me
point.
DMs if you think that they're making progress and you're not
No,
sure.
we don't have to. You can't
That's
have a normal
y'all can
conversation.
send
Why
me
would
DMs
anyone DM you? Why would
no problem.
anyone DM you? You can't have a normal conversation. You just
And
interrupt
there we go. I just
sporadic.
got one. Thank you. See, that's simple. So now is that your 40 kilometers or 40 miles is not the Earth. Second, lasers do not maintain a tight beam. The beam expands as it leaves the emitter. And thirdly, especially at that low of an elevation, that low of a height from the ground, it is extremely susceptible to optical distortions. And those optical
Okay,
distortions will cause
so
a
then no, you
laser
pause,
to
and
further
I'm going to
along the line of
interject.
sight, the
I got a
geometry of the.
question to ask you. I got a question to ask you, and it's a very specific question. Is your burden of proof then that the entirety of the Earth needs to be measured flat in order for you to say the Earth is flat?
No.
So like our original
No?
point from the
Here we
earlier
go.
conversation, you can only
This is the
measure
part of the
10
conversation I
miles into
love.
Earth.
No, the entirety does not.
So like we established earlier, we can only measure 10 miles and determine that there should be a certain amount of drop. Right?
What would be sufficient for you, flat and destruction?
The
What would
amount
be
of.
a sufficient observation?
Let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
Right. So your measurement your measuring method needs to be precise enough to explain the discrepancy from whatever conclusion you have drawn prematurely and whatever evidence you're trying to uncover. So if you're going to say to me that the Earth is flat and you're making these
Uh-huh.
measurements, and you see that there is a dissenting view that says the Earth is curving
Uh-huh.
the circumference of about 25,000 miles, you know that there's a deviation, and you also know that there are optical distortions. You need
Yeah.
to use
So
that.
what is
I'm
going
not
to be
done. I'm
sufficient?
not done.
Okay,
Those
I admit, I'm
not
agreeing with
done.
you.
To
I'm
the,
agreeing with
to the
you.
other people,
There are a lot
the
of
other people that are
issues
trying to stay
with
by
the
this guy,
atmosphere
this is what they
and
do.
conditions
This is
that
what
would
they do.
make distortion, making it difficult. So, what would be a sufficient measurement or observation that would tell you whether the surface is curving or is flat?
All right. So let me finish my previous point, then I'll answer your question.
He didn't hear a word you
So,
said. You can't
when
interject with this guy.
you make observations from a very low elevation, you are already aware that the lower the elevation, the more that the optical distortions will manifest in the results. The more that they will actually disturb consistency in the results. Your evidence, the evidence, is your own black swan. That's why I said earlier I destroyed your black swan argument.
This guy's an idiot. So we can't measure
You don't
anything
even know what.
definitively, is what he's saying. We
look at
can't
some
measure
Hold on, Flat
anything.
Earth Ranger.
y'all,
Hold on,
y'all
Flat Earth
talk over
Ranger.
me. I'm gonna
Flatten,
let
you don't even know what that Black Swan video was.
It was there when you guys first presented it like 5 years ago,
That's
6 years
not.
ago.
That's
I was
not
one
the
of the
same
first people
Black
to
Swan.
touch it.
That's not
No.
the same Black Swan. You should watch the
Let
video.
me address the black swan photo
You want me to
that
post it to you? Here, I'll post it
I'll
for you again so you can save it and watch
go
it.
ahead and mute myself. Y'all let me know when I can talk.
You just
Stay
stay
muted.
muted, dude.
Yes.
So you got take notes, Hebrew hammer.
I'm DMing
Yes.
everybody. I DM everybody.
Yeah, we heard you the first time.
I'm gonna say it again.
So anyway, dude,
You gonna let me respond this
what would
time?
be a sufficient
No, shut up.
observation for you then? Would the
So
Kenegu Mountains be a sufficient observation?
So, what would be a sufficient observation would be to make sure that the time and locations lack a high amount of refractivity. That's your first thing. Doesn't matter. It does. You can certainly use elevation as a factor, but if you're using elevation a factor during a really foggy day, that would not make sense. But when
But we don't
when
know
there's
how
temperature,
far California is from Florida. We can't
when there's
measure
a
that
lot of
accurately.
Hold on, Flat. Hold
See, there you
on,
go
dude.
again. It can't get more than 15 seconds
Bro,
before I
shut the fuck up and continue your point, or otherwise I'm gonna mute
I
you.
shut the fuck up and continue my point. That's
No,
how
dude.
much y'all interfere with it. Y'all are y'all.
If you're a crybaby, just go
Yeah,
ahead, bro.
I'm done with you, dude. Bye. But hey, Ranger, you gotta let him like get his fucking point off because he's just
You're
burying himself deeper
so
in the word.
annoying, bro, for 3 hours. I'm sorry.
I know. But he's the common flat earther. Actually, he's the common glober. I mean, he's the common guy that thinks he knows everything but doesn't. But because he got smashed so hard a long time ago when he used to use his real name, that he has a vendetta against all flat earthers.
Yeah, 1000%. Most of them just come in, no, won't listen to anything you're saying because they already know.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
I
I brought
mean,
up
like
the
for
pitch
him,
data. He didn't know anything about it, but in 2 minutes he knew everything about pitch data.
I've been trying to talk to him to see if he'll bring up anything related to the globe. Every day I've been sending him the science and space news, and so far he's been unable to respond to anything related to science and space news. He
I'll
just
tell you what.
flat
I'll
Earth.
let you have a one-on-one with him, Crit. You and him one-on-one. Nobody else talks.
No, I mean I think it can go either way. You know, it doesn't have to be a one-on-one. He wants the
Well,
whole thing here.
we'll let it go 10 minutes. How's 10 minutes? Is that a good timer? Or you want to do 5 minutes? I don't want him. I don't want him to cry about interrupting.
Yeah, but I mean he can't make that claim anymore because he in DMs he's self muted. So if he's gonna self mute in 1v1, then he can't complain about getting muted here with a whole group of
Okay,
people.
now I'll leave him muted then because I'm sick of hearing him.
You basically gotta hold people to their worldview. Once he says if he's okay with getting muted, then he should know why he's okay with that. If he's not okay with that, then why did he self mute himself? Like last night, he ran away multiple times. Like he muted the DMs, like spammed just like endless amount of crap, and then thought somehow he won because he spammed when I said you're gonna run away. So he spams 100 messages and somehow that means he won, and then he ran away. I told him he was gonna run away. You are gonna run away. You are gonna self mute. You are gonna run away. Then he did, but somehow they didn't. because he sent more messages than I did. And I'm like, holy shit, dude! Like the mind, it's like you have to fix. There's multiple layers of just logical breaks with reality before we even get to the topic now. Before it's even there, before you're even to unpack, like, here's what we're talking about. I mean, just think of the like how badly broken. I think you said it earlier that some flat earther fucked with his head and now he wants to get even. I had nothing to
It
do with
was with it, bro. It was with it, and I believe Nathan Thompson.
Yeah, nothing to
He
do with
went
me at all.
2v2 and he got fucked hard.
Yeah, so nothing to do with us. We're not
Nothing.
related to Globebusters or that group of people. Nathan and Witsit aren't even on this server. They've never been to this channel.
Yeah. No, I remember seeing it. I think it's been almost 4 years now.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, this is the type of just endless crash out, just freak out.
I still remember it too.
Over and over.
He didn't have no argument. He just tried to use fallacious logic. He tried to call out fallacious logic the entire time. And he didn't even understand what that was.
Yeah, it's like you tell this dude, like, flat and destruction here. In DMs, the only person you can mute, there's only one person you can mute is yourself. And he did so for no reason whatsoever. And then said, I did it. I'm like, no, dude. The only person you can moderate in DMs is yourself. That's it. You can't control what I post. You can only control what you post. And you did so multiple times. You ran away. You put yourself on mute. You refused to engage with any of the topics. You said you wanted to talk to me. Your job should be to convince me to want to talk to you. And your proof of that is you run away from the spot we're talking. It's amazing. It's really, I mean, it's just breathtaking to see I mean, I wouldn't say I don't know what Witsit did or Thompson, but maybe it's not really their fault either. The guy was doomed. It was doomed to end up this way.
Best you can hope for at this point is some self-reflection and maybe start listening to opposition and not being the person that knows everything. That'll help.
Yeah, the thing too, the Black Swan, that wasn't rolled up by Flat Earthers. That was Rumpus. Rumpus did the Black Swan as a proof for a new type of refraction called superlumion. And people are like, well, what are you talking about, Rumpus? What's a superlume? He says that's where you could see the back of your head on the globe. The curvature of the Earth is loomed up, over, and around the curvature of the Earth. And be like, come on, Rumpus, you're taking the piss, right? That's not a real thing. He's like, yeah. So then some guy later, like 5 years later, be like, I've debunked the Black Swan. Dude, that is your argument. You should be using the Black Swan to explain how you can see too far. The curve of the Earth is loomed over the curve of the Earth. The Mick West model.
Here's the worst part, right? He's like, oh, I debunked that black swan. That black swan, that's a video from a PhD. It's not even from the same person.
Oh yeah,
It's
he
a
fucked
completely
that up.
different
Too. That's right.
video.
He can't even identify.
Huh?
He can't even
He saw
identify
black
what
swan
was
and freaked
going on.
out.
Yeah, just a word. It's like a Pavlovian response. The Pavlov, like someone says black swan, just crash out.
Yeah, okay, guys, but why would they say the Earth is flat if it was actually round?
Oh, people say a lot of
Well,
dumb.
if you said that, that would be because you actually have measurements to show curvature.
But why would the people lie about the round Earth?
I don't know, but if you had measurements for the curvature, then that would be evidence for the globe Earth, and then we could shut this channel down.
Yeah, I don't have the evidence, but why would people be incentivized to lie about the round Earth?
I don't know. Why would they?
Go ask them. I mean, if you could do that. That could be a framework you use. Like someone's lied to you, but then you ask them, "Hey, why'd you lie?" And they don't give you an answer. Then you can just assume they didn't lie, and see how well that works out. Like what type of results do you get? You could test that. That's like a testable concept, idea, or a hypothesis. If someone can't tell you why they lied, assume it's not a lie, and then follow that line of logic to a full conclusion.
Do you think that if you thought somebody was lying and you said, "Why are you lying, bro?" and they said, I wouldn't lie. Like, I don't know why I would lie. And then you're like, "Oh, well, he must be not be lying then." Do you think that that's the right way about going about things?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's too complicated for me to think about. But I don't know. I guess.
So then we should just focus on measurements then, right? What the
Yeah, I
evidence
don't know.
shows.
Yeah, I don't know about the evidence because
What do you
Earth
think
is.
about the evidence? What do you think the evidence shows?
I believe that we have photos of the Earth.
Okay, all right.
I believe the photographs.
All right. I don't.
You're entitled to your beliefs.
Yeah.
We're
I,
yeah.
I don't
We
believe it.
respect your religion, bro.
Why
Have
is it my
anyone attack
religion?
people based on their faith values.
Why
Have
is
you
that
ever
my
got
religion? What do you mean?
I don't have any reason to believe the government.
Why not?
They've never given me a reason to.
But they pay you. They
No,
pay you,
they give
and they
me
give
reasons
you a
not
lot of
to.
things.
No, they give me reasons not to trust them. I've never. Do you have any reason to trust government? Government itself, the United States government, has told you do not trust government. Only
Yeah,
trust God. So they've told
What?
you not to trust government themselves. They say, "Hey, we're the government. You know who you shouldn't trust? Us." Okay, well, who should I trust? Well, trust God. You're like, okay, well, thanks for letting me know.
But yeah, but you guys.
America's
What?
government was founded by people who didn't trust the government.
What has the government done for you?
They given every single one of my ancestors a pension after they retire.
Like Santa
Oh,
Claus?
they
After
gave it
working
to
their
you?
life away, cool beans.
They support people when they retire. They give them the pensions.
But who
After
do they
after
take money
working
from?
for most of their life.
It's
That's
Hmm?
supposed to be
75 years,
money that was
75 years of
saved
their
and
life for that.
earned.
Yeah, I mean, we pay them to give people pensions, and they give the people pensions.
Oh, so you pay them. They're not giving it to you out of their own pocket, right?
Yeah, but they're not stealing it.
Yeah, they stick a
How
gun
do
in
you
your mouth
know?
and ask for money.
they're,
And if
not,
you don't pay
they're not
them, they pull the
stealing it.
trigger.
Hello, my government.
They withheld it from me and then gave it back to me. They were
So
nice.
if they don't steal it, what
Broke my
happens
legs and gave
when
me the crutches.
Literally.
if they don't steal it? What happens if I was to like pass away before I even get the retirement funds?
Well, then too
Then they
bad for
keep they
you,
keep the
more
money.
for us.
Then they keep the money if you pass away.
Yeah, they keep the
Oh,
money.
great! Wow, love the
The
government.
government is a great thing. We have infrastructure because of governments. I mean, a lot of things wouldn't be done without the governments. You know, they run this
That's false.
thing. I mean,
So
governments run this
I
thing.
have a
Dude,
funny
are you
comment
like
about this.
are
So
you
I live in a
NOI?
place where the government sucks so bad at the roads that a
Mm-hmm.
pizza delivery company actually paid to fill in potholes and to fix up the roads.
Wow,
Well,
Yeah,
maybe they were
Domino's
part
Pizza.
of.
Yep.
that's not. I
Domino's
thought
Pizza
the
is the
state
government.
do that.
Domino's got so much money; they are the government.
Yeah, so you don't see capitalism as a problem? That's another
Uh,
conversation. Never mind.
yeah, I'm Jewish. I love capitalism.
That's,
I see. I see.
that's the only ones that benefit. Never mind.
We
Not the
love
real one.
the capitalism.
Anyway, so do you have measurements for the actual curvature?
No, I don't got the measurements, but I want to ask you if does Antarctica encircle the Earth?
No, probably not.
No, probably not. Yeah, I agree.
So how can we get to the end of the flat Earth? You know, how do we fall off the flat Earth? Where is the end?
I don't know, man. If we did get to the end of the Earth, what would and you jumped off? What would pull you down?
Another
I
Earth?
get
I
no.
know,
I
right?
mean, if it's flat, it has an end, I guess.
Yeah, but what
Then
would
you
pull you
would just
down?
We gotta stop this crap.
the
Edge. We
same
don't
What
want
would
to
pull
hear
you down?
about it anymore.
the same thing that pulls you down when you jump up.
Let me blow your
Well,
mind for a
but you're no
second here.
longer on Earth.
A sphere is a topologically flat surface in two dimensions, and does it have an end?
Yes. Yes.
No.
Negative.
What do you mean now? What do you mean now?
A
In
sphere
2D,
is
does,
topologically flat and it loops.
but it has an edge. An edge. You can fall off the edge of the sphere.
Oh
Oh, if you
my
jump?
God.
What do you mean if you jump? You can just walk off like a little
Oh, I see. So yeah, like laying a ruler on a basketball. Well, that's what we did with lasers. And
What?
we didn't measure that divergence.
But wait, if the Earth is flat, there has to be an edge or an end or
No,
a
there
Yeah, he
doesn't.
just
final
explained it to
final
you.
line.
He just
Boy,
explained it
stuck in
to
a
you with a
cycle.
laser.
Hold on. But if you have a flat Earth, where does it end?
Dude, is a surface of a sphere topologically flat?
A circle or a
The answer is
sphere?
yes, it is.
Okay. I'm not. Are you following me? I'm asking you
Nobody
where is
knows,
the end
dude.
of
So
the Earth?
nobody knows, but we measure it flat. Like everywhere you go, everywhere you could possibly go to measure the Earth, you're
Mm-hmm.
not going to find a globe. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. I would just, and logically, I would just think if if we think it's flat, then we gotta have an end somewhere.
Well,
If it
maybe there is.
doesn't,
Maybe the end is a gigantic fucking plasma field bug zapper. And if you touch
yes,
it,
where
you
is
get
it?
instantly vaporized. I don't freaking know.
Interesting. So Antarctica doesn't encircle the Earth like on a CD,
Where'd you get that from?
the usual flat
I
Earth
think
map.
Antarctica's an island on flat Earth, personally.
An island on flat Earth.
Yeah.
So where do you think? What are we like? Just floating in sea, and there's a plasma wall which vaporizes
I
everybody
don't
that
know,
crosses.
dude. I was just making up a story because
He wasn't tracking.
Globers love stories.
Mm-hmm.
Because you only have a story.
Mm-hmm.
Fans
You love stories. You
validation.
love explanations, don't you?
Okay. Of course, I love explanations. We gotta explain everything, man. We're the master race.
Yeah, but how do you validate those explanations?
Boom.
People validate them. What do you mean how I validate? I don't go validating every single thing. I understand. I just believe it. Just like I believe, car runs a certain way doesn't mean I need to know how the car, starts, how it
But
works
hey,
and
did you
all
know
that.
that they were
Nice
handing
hallelujah.
out
Nice
$2 million
hallelujah. You
to
preacher,
every
brother.
Jewish person?
Hmm?
And
What did you say?
and me?
Yeah.
I was just telling Hammer that I'm handing out there's $2 million for free for every Jewish person. He doesn't have to validate it. It's true.
$2 million for what?
For you, sir. Did
Okay.
you claim it?
Who gives money?
The government, they said they'll give you $2 million for free. Did you claim it? They're
Which
giving out $2
government?
million. Your government.
The Jewish government is giving money to Jews.
Yes, $2 million. Did
When
you
have
claim
you
it?
heard? When have you heard Jews
We're
giving out
we're getting
money?
Just
so far off
yesterday. It's
track.
true. Do you
We don't
not
When
we
have
don't
you
know.
hear
heard?
about it?
We
I
don't need to
never
get into the
believe.
political aspects of it.
I never
Yeah,
believe Jews
basically
giving
my
out
point is you
money.
have to validate things. Everything someone tells you isn't true. You have to validate things for yourself. Everything's not a fact. You have to validate. That's my point.
Interesting.
Yeah, no one's getting $2 million because it's not true. I validated it.
So have you validated the static of your building you live in? What in case of a earthquake and there's not enough static in your building? How are you gonna be? Are you gonna be mad if you die getting crumbled by your
It's a
building
risk
when it
assessment.
crashes
It's a
down?
it's a
Yeah,
risk
based on
assessment.
my
You make
risk
a risk
assessment.
on everything.
So
Yeah,
you live in an
flood is my
unstable
only risk.
building
Floods
with
are my
your own
only risk,
knowledge?
and I'm on a hill, so I don't have to worry about it. But I
Sure.
validated that I didn't need that earthquake insurance because earthquakes don't happen here in South Florida.
What about hurricanes?
Yeah, those happen. That's why floods are my only risks. Yeah, but I'm on a hill, so I don't have to worry about it.
You're king of the hill, huh?
No, it's irrelevant. I'm on a hill. I don't have to worry about earthquakes because I validated earthquakes aren't a problem where I am.
So where did you measure the flat earth?
Here where I am,
How?
I went in South Florida, West Palm Beach, went to the beach, heard a claim that you can see 100 miles to the Bahamas from West Palm Beach, and I validated for myself. I went to a hotel in West Palm Beach, went up about 100 feet, not even to the top of the building, just a couple of floors up because that's where my room was. Got out my P900, and I can see the Bahamas 100 plus miles away. That's my measurement.
Yeah, but that's probably just a refraction. I mean, that is a refraction if you can see like Bahamas. They're
Yeah,
like
only if I
far
believe I'm
away.
on a ball, but I'm not. I measured the Earth flat, so I don't have to speculate whether or not I'm on a ball and whether or not I should see that far because I measured it flat. I can see that far. I can see it's flat.
So you measured it because you could see something far away. That's your measure, yeah?
Yeah, it's established that it's
Hey,
100 miles away from
hey,
me, and I can see
Mm-hmm.
100 plus miles away from me. Therefore, I
so
validated that measurement.
It's
so
not
your
100
evidence,
miles away
Ham,
from you.
Hebrew. So your
Yes.
evidence for the globe Earth is that the Earth looks flat.
What?
Your evidence for the Earth being a globe is that it looks flat.
My evidence for Globert is that I worked with a couple of my buddies in university who sent a satellite in space, and I know you cannot have no a little cube floating
Oh,
around on Earth
do you have the
without a
telemetry
Did
to
you
normal,
know that?
validate the building
without
of
a
that
globe Earth.
satellite and the launch and every aspect of that satellite? Did you validate everything about that satellite when it was
Of
being built,
course, and
when it was launched?
we receive signals every hour on the hour since launch,
Did
and
you
we can
watch the
track it.
launch?
Of course, we watched the launch. The launch was made in America because you cannot launch something from every
Oh, so
single
you weren't
country.
there to witness the launch because it happened in America.
We watched the live stream.
How do you
How do
explain
you?
orbits when we measure Earth so flat?
Huh? Are you? Did you measure the Earth flat same as this guy as seeing something in the distance? That's your measurement.
Oh no, I posted a laser test earlier, but actually these long distance infrared observations, are trying to find the globe curvature, and you end up seeing much further than Earth should be if it is a globe. So, yeah, I mean, you could
We
call those
already,
measurements too. But yeah,
you
so we
know,
can't experience the globe. We can't see the globe. Nobody can independently verify where this curvature is. So how do you explain orbits?
First of all, I explained that everybody agrees you can see further than you should behind the curve because of atmospheric refraction. Everybody agrees with that. And
Oh
second
yeah, what
point is
about in infrared?
how how do I explain the orbits?
Yeah,
Well,
what
you
about
got this
infrared,
thing
dude?
called
I mean, the whole point of infrared is so that you can see
Mhm.
through the optical bending of light in the visual spectrum, because infrared frequencies don't bend as much.
Buddy. Every light bends. Yeah, you
Yeah,
understand
but
that.
how much does infrared bend compared to the visual spectrum?
Fairly
I mean,
far,
this
no?
is 930 nanometers. Actually, we're seeing here. It's like 16 times as straight as like blue. So
Basically, little to none Hebrew.
yeah,
Basically, you know what
it's why
is
the
basically?
military uses infrared so much, like for heat-seeking missiles and crap like that, because they know you can see it, and it is where it appears to be.
Okay, great point. Military uses infrared lasers in planes, yeah, in jets.
Yeah, so
So
here's infrared optics scanning the horizon, looking for that curve, which should pop out like, hello, Earth curvature here, but nobody can see it. Just keep zooming.
so why do then militaries lose their VOR signals in airplanes when they fly far away from the radio towers?
Due
I
to path
experienced
loss.
this myself because
Due to path loss.
I'm a
Just like
licensed
you got
pilot.
diffraction of optical frequencies, radio diffracts too. So you've got a low viewing angle on the horizon, which means that radio path is going to be blocked by trees and hills, and it's going to reflect off of cars. It's going to bounce off of water.
That wouldn't be a problem on a flat Earth because do you know
No, it
how
is a
radio
problem on a
waves?
flat Earth. That's why you lose your VOR signal.
No, it isn't because on a flat Earth, do you know how radio wave emits in
He
space?
just
I just
explained it to
described
you.
problems of radio wave propagation. So yeah, I mean, doesn't it sound like I might understand a little bit?
A
Literally,
radio
he
wave,
just explained it
listen,
to
a
you.
radio wave wouldn't have a problem because it's always elevated from the trees and the obstructions on Earth.
Well, what
You lose
matters is the angle of propagation.
angle of propagation on a flat Earth
Yeah.
wouldn't be obstructed with
If you take a
trees. And
radio beam, a microwave beam, and you aim it at the horizon, you're effectively aiming it down. And
yes, I agree.
you're also constraining it to a very narrow field, okay?
But you're not aiming it
And
at the
what's going to
horizon.
happen is the optical horizon, which is not as far as the microwave horizon, will start to begin to diffract that beam.
You're not aiming it at the
There's going
horizon.
to be scattering, reflecting, absorbing.
You're not aiming it at the horizon. And in every pilot's textbook, in every pilot's training, every pilot trainer tells you you lose VOR signals because of curvature of the Earth.
Well, they tell you
Every
that, right?
single
But
one. That's
listen,
what
I
they
mean, you're going to
say.
be like 140 miles away from the airport. Let's just say as an example, that the path to that airport from your airplane, you could be at, I don't know, 20,000 feet up. That path is to the horizon.
Therefore, it can only reach so far, Hebrew.
Right. So before it gets to you, it's already been scattered by all kinds of shit that got in the way.
Flat or curve, Hebrew.
150 miles on a flat Earth shouldn't be like close to the horizon.
Oh,
A better
Yeah.
point, you shouldn't be able to see 150 miles on a
yeah.
curved Earth.
On where? On a flat Earth?
On a curved Earth.
No,
Yeah. I
but
mean,
we're
that's
talking
the
about if
issue.
it's
Like,
flat.
why is it when we step down, like for longer frequencies, that we've got a longer horizon? Could the horizon for propagation be somewhat frequency dependent? Big think. The answer is yes, it is.
Listen, bottom line is if you have a radio tower that is elevated a few hundred feet on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be obstructed 150 miles away on a flat
Oh, really?
plane.
Like, you don't think that
Yeah,
there might be
really.
hills 150 miles away that might be
I'm
like
talking where there wouldn't be
130
hills.
feet higher?
I'm talking without hills.
Oh,
There,
so do you have
it's
an
flat.
example?
No, but I'm telling you, that's how most of.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay. Do you have an example of it doing that?
I
He
mean,
just
because
explained it to you.
we have examples of Wi-Fi propagation in like the 2.4 gigahertz
Okay,
spectrum
great.
going
Okay, great.
700 miles
Okay,
over the ocean
okay, okay.
on Earth. And this
Okay.
was done by people who still believe in a globe, dude. It was a
So
French team out in Western Africa.
how do you get
Sporadic.
satellite signals then anywhere on the Earth? Explain that.
With a sender and a receiver.
Sporadic.
Sorry, somebody had a question?
Hebrew Hammer there. That's a gunslinger.
Yeah, Gumslanger on another account.
Yeah, so he's going to get another ban today. I can't
Slanging
do it.
those
Someone else
gums.
can ban him.
Yep. Just like trying to tread water, trying to tread quicksand.
Yeah, there's a difference between somebody trying to understand something that they don't know anything about, or somebody just trying to not on their way through something they don't understand.
Yeah, it's like you wouldn't be able to. You're not beaming at the horizon to an airplane that's 140 miles away from you. No, you're going to be looking up. Yeah, geez, dude. I mean, it attenuates already, and it's already spreading out. That's why a lot of these long distance DXs that ham radio people do are done like over water or over flat terrain, like out in the desert. Using towers, as he just explained. Yeah, of course. You get a little bit higher, you can see a bit further because you have a wider angular field of view to the distance. So it provides a larger opening for that propagation to slip through. It's not going to reach its diffraction limit. Because if it's too narrow, it's going to interfere with itself. But yeah, I mean, we're talking frequencies that are line of sight anyway. So I mean, when you're discussing propagation paths from a 100-foot tower going like 140 miles, you're already fucking the globe.
Yeah, like the last point, how you shouldn't even be able to see 100 miles away on a globe and you didn't even grasp it.
Yeah. I don't get it. Like, I just finished getting somewhat technical on a particular subject, and the guy asked me if I understand the technical subject. Like,
That was
this
the worst
keeps
part.
happening.
On a subject that you brought up and explained to him. That's the craziest thing, bro. I've never understood.
Twice today too. Some interesting things have been happening. Like this happened twice today. Talking about the FE core laser test, we show pictures and videos of the receiver end, a camera taking pictures of the laser beam, like of the centroid of the laser. And then we have people saying, "Oh yeah, well, you got to show me where the laser hit. You're not showing me where the laser hit." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Here, that's not showing us where the laser hit." I'm like, "Yeah, it is. That's the camera, dumbass."
Hit the camera
Oh,
Literally.
sensor.
you're supposed to show me a laser hitting a pillow or a sheet or something. Well, okay, but here, we got the camera. I just can't even today. I mean, we're dealing with all kinds of derpy globers. My God.
Tis the season.
Yeah. Or was that Hebrew Hammer earlier, or the other guy that showed me a flat beam propagation of a laser over water, and then a temperature inversion on the end, causing an inferior mirage? And I point this out to him, and he takes a screenshot of it. And he's like, "Ah, gotcha, Flurf. You see, the laser does curve." And you just admitted that it curves. Well, yeah, you're showing me an effed up beam path, of course.
Curving in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think that gives more evidence toward the Earth being flat and a horizon that moves.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so is that 8 inches per mile squared over there? It's like, what the fuck?
Here you go, Sporadic. What do you think about this GIF that I just sent?
Yeah, shiny.
How far away is that?
How far
I
away should
believe
the
like
geometric
16 or
horizon
19
be
miles.
if the light is refracting upwards?
Here, I'll post the video for you.
You know, what's funny is as the laser sweeping and panning, it actually hits the optic of the camera dead on. You can see it by the intensity.
Yeah, I saw that.
I believe it's this video. I'm not sure.
All right, so if Globers say, well, this is the Earth curving, then it's like, okay, is that curve of the laser 8 inches per mile squared? I mean, obviously not. So then they'll say, well, yeah, it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, plus you have these added effects on top of it. So then it's like, okay, how much of this observation, if it's a globe, is due to the globe? I mean, they have no answer. But I like that the camera is able to see the laser dead on. Should freeze frame it right there.
Yeah, I think Swole asked the guy earlier, should you be able to see it at all? And he said, yes, either way.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. Like, you're seeing the source of the laser. You're not. It's not like there's Earth curvature blocking the source of the laser, so you're only seeing a bent beam overhead. You're seeing the source of the freaking laser.
Which you shouldn't be able to see at all.
We need to know the height of the laser and then the height of the camera that's observing it, and then we could work out whether you should be able to see that source of the beam or not, and how much it would be actually hidden behind the horizon. I'll check the video.
130 feet.
What would be the point of those values and giving people calculators and everything online and all that if you could just explain every single observation you make with refraction anyway? Kind of makes all that redundant, right?
Yeah, like the guy earlier, that's what his hang on was. You have to factor in all of these atmospheric, like, no. It's like you can't measure anything definitively then.
Yeah, they never factor it in. That's the problem. They use it as an ad hoc rescue at the end. That's what they call factoring it in, where you use refraction as the value to make up the difference between what you observe and their belief system.
Yep. And then they'll say, oh, there was a K factor of 0.31 on this day because that's what's required for it to work on a globe. So they reverse engineered it at the end. And what's that?
Yeah, or like with the Black Swan, where they're like, oh, well, that requires a K factor of 80. The air has to be pretty much solid over there.
I just posted a nice little handy chart that captures why this is such a difficult subject with globers. It's because they do not understand that they're dealing with contradictory claims. So if you look in the first column, terrestrial refraction, and then next to that is super refraction. The conditions are diametrically opposed here, opposite conditions, but the effects are the same. You have at the same time, you're seeing too far in both instances. And then you compare terrestrial refraction with subrefraction, and the conditions are the same, but the effects are the opposite.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Especially the
That
light
really
bending.
shows
That's crazy. Go ahead, Joyce. My bad.
it's a really good point. It shows how they're defining this to try to make the globe work. It's kind of like when you start latching on to straws to try to make your idea work because nothing's working. That's why preconceived ideas are so bad when you try to figure out something, because your preconceived ideas are always going to try to color the view. And flat Earth is like the neutral base point. That's the lived experience, the starting point. It's not like concavers or globe earthers with extra beliefs.
Yeah, it's the opposite. You strip out your beliefs and you're left with your core knowledge. And people who never differentiated beliefs from knowledge are often surprised at how little core knowledge they actually have.
But we were born in a period where it's already been decided that the Earth is a sphere. Therefore,
Yeah.
any child born is going to be exposed to the bias instantly, exposed to imagery and rhetoric involving the Earth being a globe. They don't ever get a chance to to acknowledge the experience that they're having. I don't recall thinking to myself that, as a child, the Earth's flat, and then finding out that it's a globe. I remember being told it was a globe and then considering, like, hang on a second, like I never really even thought about it before. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's kind of like I was saying with the preconceived ideas, is that when you have these kinds of beliefs, they color how you see the world. I remember after I believed in the globe, after I learned about it in school, when I would look at the horizon, I would imagine I was on this giant big ball. I was in my head, in my imagination all the time. And I think that's where they kind of want you, so because that's where you are the most easily manipulated, especially if you don't know any logic and you don't know how the manipulations work. You just believe everybody. You believe this guy because he seems to have authority. You believe this guy because he says something you agree with. But it has no basis in reality, and it takes you further and further away from what you're actually observing, and that helps cloak the bad stuff in the world, because you're believing this guy, believing that guy, and not actually looking at what the results are, what's happening in reality.
I like how James True talks about technology of belief. He likens belief to exactly that. It's a form of technology. It gets people to do things, and it's an enabler as much as it's an inhibitor. So we meet people like our friend Josh, who's surrounded by space people in the space industry, and he's surrounded by a technology of belief about what it is they're engaged in and what they're doing. That the very thought that the cosmology could be the opposite of what they have been working with their whole lives is just not acceptable whatsoever, empowered by this belief.
just like the members of the Manhattan Project, they thought they were doing something completely different, most of them.
I found a
That's how
great quote by okay.
Oh, fellow flat earthers.
Here we go.
Bro, why are you saying that? Bro, do
So
you think
I
the
found a
earth is
quote by
flat?
Charlie Wilson, who's a Secretary of Defense during the space race. And the quote is regarding
Bro.
the launch of Sputnik, that it was a cheap scientific trick.
Bro, do you think the earth is flat?
Yeah, Lenny, that's why he said that, because you were interrupting him while he was speaking.
Bro.
He's done. Maybe go ahead and ask a question.
Oh, shut the fuck up, boy.
I already know it.
And he ran away. Tough guy right there.
Killer, man.
Yeah.
Anybody take a telescope out on the rig?
It really is fascinating how space history is balloons, 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 balloons. self-orbit and balloons and self-orbits, then self-orbit, and today it's back to balloons. Like you can find in industry mags publications out there how, oh, it's just too expensive to keep this stuff up doing this. We can just use balloons. Balloons make space more accessible to the general public. Multi-trillion-dollar industry. Don't have to worry about space junk. We could have a more transparent process with getting these things up there. Yeah, back to balloons. Sheepdog, that's a funny one. Sorry, T-Dub, go ahead.
I was just going to say, well, let's see purely independent launch and placement of an object in orbit, where the individuals just go ahead and do it.
That's
Absolutely,
interesting.
completely, totally independent of any agency or any, and they just tell them they're doing it, and then just and say, look, I'm telling you what I'm doing. It's up to you to get anything out of the way or anything. You know? Like it's not my responsibility. It's your responsibility to take care of anything that you've got up there that you don't want interfered with, or you know.
Do you want to know the real conversation or the question? I mean, it's like this.
No, so T-Dub, to address that, I think you'd end up with another Antarctica situation. Hey, look, I was having a conversation with T-Dub over here, and you butt in. So it'd be just like people going to Antarctica. They're like, hey, I'm going to go to Antarctica now. And then they go and then they get arrested. Probably be similar to that. Okay.
And then
new guy, what's up?
It would be, yeah, you're right.
Okay, I've muted both of them because they don't know what I'm fucking talking about. But can someone answer this question that I've got? I've got a really good question. A really good one.
I'd like to answer you, but if you got me muted, I can't.
Yo.
Yeah, someone can someone ask him to unmute?
Hey, Kovac, can you unmute sporadic echo?
Yo, I got a fucking question, so you're gonna have to listen, alright? It's like, this is my thinking with it.
Why don't you mute more people and keep asking your question?
No, it's just like, this is my view of it. So the Earth's flat, yeah?
Why are you acting so sassy?
Get muted.
I'll tell you what, Kovac, if the Earth is flat, then the Earth is flat. The end.
Yeah, if you can't measure a globe, how do you explain orbits?
Yeah. Well, we just took Eratosthenes on his word, even though it's not first-hand account.
If you can't measure a globe, how do you explain the 24-hour Antarctic sun? Put it back on them, you know? Tired of all these hypothetical questions like that. Just be confident in the measurements we have.
Yeah, we're not obligated to explain anything else other than how we've determined that the Earth is flat.
Right. If you can't measure a globe, how do you have all these space agencies?
If the Earth is flat, then why is water wet?
If you can't measure a globe, why would they lie?
If the Earth is flat, then how do you explain the current German Prime Minister? If the Earth is flat, then where do winds come from?
Yeah, what the guy said earlier about how hurricanes prove that the Earth is a globe because they never cross the equator.
Yeah, it's a thing that they claim is the Coriolis. If the Earth is flat, why do they wear cleats when they play soccer?
Hello, everybody.
Is that Larry?
That's what they call
Yes,
me.
yes. I was gonna say.
Good to see you, Larry.
Hey, brother, good to see you. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, man. Me and a Flat Earth Ranger came over here, and within minutes it became a circus, so it's been pretty wild.
Oh, I love
Hey, Larry. If the Earth is flat, then how do you explain King Koopa?
Did you say King Koopa?
Yeah.
I guess they use flat code, spherical code. Help a friend change his clutch, dropping a transmission is a two-man job. It's much easier. So I'll be on the road with you guys for a few minutes. Please continue.
If the Earth is flat, then how do you explain Discord?
So what do you guys think about the new microphone?
Pretty crisp, no echo.
I don't know. It sounds a bit 2024-ish to me.
Oh yeah, already, huh?
I'm just kidding, man. It's all right.
Lemon bird. When's the last time you got a lemon bird? The theory that he drove around without a seatbelt all the time. He could be a paraplegic. Belt button was always going off. But he could be unable to use Discord. Hope that's not true. Hope he's okay. Shout out to Lemon Bird wherever you're at.
Hey, by the way, Sporadic, did you see the video I sent? It's only 20 seconds.
Yeah, shout out to all the folk that aren't around anymore. There's quite a few names I could mention. Oh, Mike, Truth Prevails. There's a lot. There's a lot to go through.
I exchanged some text messages with Truth Prevails the other day. I don't think she would mind me telling you that she's been gardening.
Gardening is life.
Good stuff. Good stuff. What about Jimbo? Do you remember Jimbo?
I'm trying to think.
Where's Cut the Shit? No, he rarely VC'd, but I mean, he was always in the side chat.
Dude, Colorado is so nice. Rolling around in shorts with the windows down. Man, so nice. Learns is here. Matthew would describe himself as a fundamentalist. Believes that gravity's. He loves gravity. It's his favorite thing. He thinks that gravity created the Earth as not God. That's none of my business.
That's not how I would describe it. But I am a fundamentalist religiously, anyway.
Wait a minute. You don't think gravity is a fundamental force? One of the four fundamental.
I don't know. I'm not a cosmologist.
Okay, well that's an honest answer. After hanging out with me for a few years, you would think you recognize gravity. You guys getting a lot of road noise now that I'm
Don't
picking up?
hear any of it. AI and technology removes every sound except for the voice, so it sounds like you're sitting in a quiet studio.
The Discord thing, not the microphone. best evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, the best evidence is just that the sun sets and everybody experiences darkness every night. Well, not everybody, I guess. Most people do.
I guess you've never seen a spotlight.
Right, but the sun's not a spotlight. It emits light all directions equally.
So when I turn the light in my room out and wait 12 hours, my room's a ball.
No, your room has a flat walls and flat floor and everything.
Isn't that the logic you're using? Because
No.
darkness for a period of time, therefore ground ball.
No, the logic goes more like this. The spherical Earth is the best explanation for nighttime and time zones.
Okay, so now we're into subjectivity, which is the best.
Right. Explanations have to be subjectively judged about whether they're good enough to be true or not.
Okay. Okay, so objectively the sun moves, and subjectively you think the ground is a ball because the sun moves, and then there's darkness.
Movement is always relative, but yes, the sun sets, and so because of darkness, I think that the best explanation is that it's below your feet.
Okay, what if a Christian said the best explanation is because God's moving it?
That would be a how, but not a what. So there's four, like Aristotle's four causes: the how, what, why, and when.
Aren't you giving us a how? You're not giving us a how? You're not saying the sun is moving. That's the how?
Yeah, I was giving you a how, but not a who.
Well, the ground moves. That's the how. Just like God's moving it. That's the how. They're both hows. They're both how the sun moves.
Ascribing those causes to God would be a who. It could be both.
Well, the ground. I think it's the same as ascribing it to the ground. You're just ascribing it to something that is not the sun, right? Like, aren't you kind of doing the same thing? A little bit.
Sure. Yeah. So we're talking about just the fact.
So
that
you're
the
doing
sun
the
is not
same
visible.
thing.
Yeah.
You're doing
So
the
what's
same
it a
thing a
bit?
Christian does. You just said.
So what is it a better explanation than?
Well, RTH, I am a Christian, so I'm doing exactly what Christians would do. So I don't take that as an insult.
But you're doing it scientifically to the ground as a ball. That's where the problem lies. Like in Christianity, everybody who's a Christian knows that there's a faith component to Christianity, and what you're doing is you're admitting that there's a faith component to the ball. Yeah, exactly, man. Congratulations.
Faith is acting out on what you know to be true. It's not believing false things.
Muslims have faith, right? Are they not putting their faith into something that's false?
They are putting their faith into something they believe to be true. It turns out that they're incorrect.
Well, couldn't you be doing the same thing with the Earth being a ball?
Yes.
Well, there we go.
How would you validate it?
Logic and reason. That's how I validate it.
Isn't that what Islam uses?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Well, what do you think they're? Yeah, okay. So, do you not see the issue here?
If one person uses logic and reason, and another person uses logic and reason to come to a different conclusion, that doesn't
logic
mean
and
that
reason is
they're
useless. That means logic and reason are not. Or no, hold on, that would mean that logic.
That means logic. Logic and reason are useless.
Let me finish.
I don't think so, man.
That would mean that logic and reason can lead you to not the truth, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And do we want to get to the truth or to not the truth?
The truth. I do.
Okay, so shouldn't we use a method that gets us to the truth and not to not the truth?
Logic and reason is the best method I know of so far.
Well,
I've never heard you put any globe argument into a logical syllogism, and you've never really properly addressed the fallaciousness of any of other arguments that you've put forward.
Well, so first of all, I think that science is in the project of inference to the best explanation rather than proving deductively. But
best?
You could.
So it's better? Better than what?
Better than the flat Earth, certainly. I mean, we can describe sunsets.
What was presented to you? What was presented to you about that?
We can.
Spotlight is what RTH said. Or no, who said spotlight? Sorry, I don't remember.
You can't even validate.
That's what I said. I said we see the sun move in reality. That's pretty objective to me.
Yeah, the sun moves.
I know logical house for people to live in and put like we would.
You going in and out, Larry, or is it me?
No,
I'm
No,
sorry.
I
it's
think
him. He's on the road.
Is it reception or is it the Discord
Probably
app?
It
The
must
reception.
be
reception.
reception. What part of
I
Colorado
think
are you in?
Yeah,
I
I'll
think it's
go on mute.
reception and window down.
Are you in the mountains?
I'm driving. I normally don't drive.
Well, Colorado's
I'm on the
got
way
orange
out, Larry.
road.
See, that's the thing though, because flat Earth isn't an explanation of the sun set or rise. That's not what flat Earth is. So when you say it's a better explanation, you're fighting ghosts. I mean, better than what?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I suppose that's true. Still, some people might ask, why does it get dark at night? And it seems like it would be good to come up with an answer.
Yeah, I've
Do
been
you
here
think?
where you've heard the explanation about the long warehouse with the flashlight and the light moving away. I was here for
You
that, Matthew.
see why it gets dark. You can see
Hold,
why it gets dark. The sun
hold
moves.
on.
The sun moves away. You see it. Is that not
Hold,
why it gets dark? The sun moves too far away.
No, it
You're
doesn't,
watching
hold
it
because
on,
it
happen.
stays the
Matthew.
same size as it sets, so it's the same distance.
Right. So magnification and refraction could explain that, right?
Not very well, because it doesn't happen to the stars at night.
Sure it does. They stay the same angular size too as they're setting.
You
Right.
But
I'm
keep
anyway,
saying
meaning
that.
it's
that's beyond the point, right? There's a such thing as like light extinction, right? We know that happens in mediums, correct?
Right. Light attenuation
well.
wouldn't be able to see something
Matthew would
forever, and
Matthew
inverse
would
square
have
law
to
and all that.
Matthew would have to claim to know what the sun is.
I do. I claim it's a big ball of mostly hydrogen and helium.
Can you give us a sample of that? Is someone taking a sample of that, Matthew, and proving
Nope,
that to
nobody
you,
has.
or is that purely speculation?
No, he
You can't
validated
grow
it with
plants.
logic and reasoning.
Can't grow plants under fire. Try it. Try it, Matthew. Try and get a
That's
bright fire
interesting.
and grow plants. That doesn't work. Well, you're saying it's a burning ball. That's fire, dude. You're saying it's a burning ball that plants grow under. That doesn't happen.
Oh, I use the
Fire
word
doesn't
fire.
burning.
Yeah, fire and
Okay.
burning. I meant a nuclear fire and nuclear reaction.
Oh,
Just a
okay. So now
shorthand for saying that.
we got two things we got. So now we need the balling. Not only do you have to create a burning ball of fire that grows plants, right? It's got to be a nuclear burning ball of fire. Good luck with that, man.
Right. Not only that, it has to be
That's the
pretty far
best
away.
explanation. You think that's the
You
best
also,
explanation?
I
That's
do.
crazy.
you also have to have knowledge of what medium it exists within.
Yeah, a vacuum which wouldn't allow it to burn
But
reactively.
all this so-called claim knowledge in order to be able to say that, well, I think the best explanation for a sunset is that the Earth is a globe, right? Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
No, I agree that would be circular reasoning if you were trying to do a logically deductive proof. You can't assume what
Oh,
you're trying to prove.
so you're not concluding that the Earth is a globe because of that.
So I'm coming up with the best explanation.
You were asked
I
what's your evidence for the Earth being a globe. That's what you presented.
Yep, he
Right. I
said sunset.
assume that the Earth is a globe, and then I look and see if that explanation explains things well, and it does.
We
Because
asked for
it's a good
evidence of the
explanation,
globe.
then I think it's true.
Yeah,
I
we
would
asked
call
for
that
evidence of the
more,
globe.
yeah.
So it's a type of refractive light or reactionary light a factor. So the flashlight wouldn't be a good example to prove this claim in reality in a warehouse.
I think the warehouse is a good analogy. If you had like an incandescent bulb, that's not shielded somehow, and you just, even if however big the warehouse is, you can move that around anywhere, and you should be able to see it from the floor of the warehouse, unless something's physically blocking it.
Or unless that floor is super long.
Well, I would say if
you understood the limits of vision. We spoke about it.
Right. If the light is 6 feet high, I don't know, even if you had a warehouse that's 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet, it should still be visible.
Maybe.
Yeah, it'd be a lot dimmer, that's for sure.
What about underwater?
Underwater, it would be.
Can you see a light forever underwater?
It's only like 300 feet underwater.
You ever go scuba diving? You know you can watch the sunset from underwater.
Yeah, I've heard that.
If you're scuba diving. Yeah, it's crazy. Do you think that happens because the Earth is a ball?
No, I think that happens because the refraction when the light enters
factoring in the medium when you didn't have to earlier.
There you go. Okay, so it happens 30 feet underwater or 300 feet underwater and 3,000 feet above water. There you go.
But have you ever watched the sunset over the ocean, for example?
Yes, all the time I do.
Okay, so you know that
I got drone
takes about
footage of
10
it.
minutes. It takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and it doesn't happen. I mean, it happens really quickly. It's not like this gradual extinction.
Well, it
Like
happens
if it
quickly
were getting
underwater.
farther and farther.
Underwater happens faster, actually.
Yeah, it's a lot more dense medium.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. So there you go. It's we're right there.
I
mean,
just
we're
said
telling
it.
why it happened. It's how much shit is in the medium, right? If the water's clear, like if you watch a sunset if you scuba dive in Hawaii where you have like 120 to 200 foot visibility, the sunset will look much similar above ground, right? Like if you watched it normally. But if you were scuba diving somewhere in like New York, where it would look wonky and different. Yeah, just like
And you
if
were
you watch the
absolutely
sunset
right
in
the first time.
L.A.
You were absolutely right the first time, RTH. It's about 300 feet in Hawaii where I was stationed. So yeah.
Yeah, so if you watch the sunset in Hawaii, you can see the entirety of the sun right before it sets. And then like 10 minutes later, you can't see any of it. And it looks like the water blocked the sun. So I'm going to trust my eyes on that one and say the water did block the sun. And you're going to tell me that 10 minutes later, it moved just far enough that suddenly the whole thing is invisible
But
somehow?
you're going to tell me that you trust your eyes on that, but not the flat part of the horizon, not the flat water that you're observing, that you're claiming it blocks.
Yeah, the horizon is a straight line.
You don't trust you don't trust your eyes on that.
The horizon's a
And
circle.
ignore
You're
the
looking at it
observation
edgewise,
about
so
how
it's a
you.
straight line.
Then you can't ignore that observation about how you rise in elevation and you can see it set again.
Exactly. You can't explain that away.
Yeah, you can't.
So you're saying the sun is invisible because it's too far away?
You're saying that.
No, I say the sun is invisible because it's the bottom is blocked.
Obstructed, yeah, pretty much same thing, yeah.
Where's your edge, Matthew?
You believe it's the edge of the earth blocking my view. I just explained you can rise in elevation and see it happen again. So is it the edge of the earth blocking the view?
Yeah, the water blocks the bottom of the sun halfway through a sunset over the ocean. You see the picture at 32 past the hour? You can see the top of the sun, but not the bottom, because the bottom is blocked, physically blocked by the water.
Until you rise in elevation, then is it lower than the water or is it not?
And then when you rise in elevation, then the water is no longer blocking the bottom of the sun.
You can see the bottom of the sun is misshaped. We can clearly see a squishing effect, a miraging effect taking place. Now, surely you know the difference between an apparent horizon and a local horizon.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, because if there's physical obstruction, right? Like ocean swells or mountains
The different
or
tribes.
anything like that, right? It would be
David,
called a local horizon, and it's going to look. Whoever's interrupting, shush,
Bro.
Stop, Lenny.
bro.
This is why you were muted the first time.
can
Someone's
I say
talking
something?
already.
Can I say something?
You can,
No, you
Victor. You
can't.
can
You're going to
wait.
go on
You can
mute,
wait.
right? Don't just interrupt people. Who was that?
That was
Travis.
Victor
It
and
was
Lenny.
Travis.
First it was
It
Lenny,
was
then it was
Travis.
Yeah,
Victor.
yeah.
It was
Just calm down.
Travis.
Let them finish
I'm
their
sorry.
point,
I'll
and
mute.
then you
I'll
guys
mute.
talk.
I'll mute.
All right, yeah. Just let them finish, and then you
Yeah,
can go
mute
ahead
it,
and ask
bro.
your question.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
got
they
a
text me
local
all the time.
horizon.
I'm fine talking to somebody else. Oh, go ahead. Local horizon.
Yeah, local horizon. Okay, so it's something can appear like it's going to set like quite sharply over a local horizon when it comes to the sun. When we zoom in on sunsets, right, where we can actually see the horizon, like if there's no waves, for example, what we usually see is a squishing of the sun. When you zoom right in, there's nothing sharp about the sunset. There's tons of examples where it looks like the sun's setting just above where we can actually see the horizon. It's very, very common to have that mirroring effect. It's very difficult to spot unless you zoom right in on it. The example that you showed does show that warping of the bottom of the sun there as it starts to squish into the horizon. So it's not quite as it seems when you're just looking at it with the naked eye, because when we zoom right in on it, it's completely different.
Like on
And sure,
Travis'
local
perspective.
horizon can make it look like it's getting chopped off nice and cleanly, but that's a local horizon. That's an obstruction of the actual horizon. That's beyond the local horizon. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that those are real effects that you're describing. I think that both are happening though. So I think that that squishing can happen to varying degrees depending on the atmospheric conditions and that type of stuff. But the question still is, the top of the sun should allegedly be farther than you than the bottom, but you can see the top still.
Sorry, say that again.
The top of the sun on a flat Earth is farther from you than the bottom of the sun on a flat Earth. But you can still see the top.
We're just seeing an apparent sun, right? So we're seeing it like sort of reflected into our dense atmo. Okay, you're not seeing the source of the sun. That's why we see so many crazy effects when we're looking at the sun. Sometimes it even looks like the sun's kind of embedded in front of the clouds and things like that. Obviously, it's not there, but we're seeing very much an apparent sun, and we do have to take our perspective into account. Okay, like even on the globe, right? We did have this discussion. I asked Joe, how come the sun doesn't appear to shrink in size? Because you're spinning away from the sun on the globe. Apparently, the sun doesn't move. Like you said, it does move, but apparently the sun doesn't move if you're on a globe earther, and you're spinning away from the sun. So as you're moving further away from the sun, it doesn't reduce in angular size because it's so far away, right? According to your model, so it just appears to stay pretty much the same size.
Can I say something?
Okay, it's still probably a long way away. We're not saying it's so close that it would act like something that's within your local field of view, like a plane or something, or a cloud, that would reduce in angular size.
Can I get everybody's attention, please?
Victor, go ahead.
For example, the Earth is not flat. For example, the satellites and GPSs only work correctly because
This is amateur hour. Stop it.
Oh my god!
Is he drunk? I think Victor might be drunk, or no, high. I can't tell the difference between drunk.
Mushrooms or
I
something,
don't think
maybe.
it's either. I think it's a mental disability.
Might be.
It's mental decline. That's what it is.
Yeah, so there's lots of anomalies when it comes to the sunset. To claim it's going behind a physical, geometric horizon, okay, that you can't prove that such a thing exists in the first place to make that claim. So you have to just assume it, and you would probably agree to that. You do admit that we can't prove that the Earth's a globe, and then you go on with your sunlight only has to bend X amount of degrees, blah blah blah.
Right. Yeah. I don't deny that there's obviously all kinds of weird phenomena that happen at the horizon. But I guess the reason I believe it is I still think that that's the best explanation, that it's actually going behind the water, in addition to having those weird things happen too.
You need something else to back that up, right? Because it starts falling apart, so it can't defend the position all by itself. You need something else to help support that idea that that is the reason for a sunset.
Oh yeah,
And the
sunset's only one of
best
many.
thing of that, the best thing to do that, right? The ultimate thing to do that to support your idea for the reason of the sunset would be direct measurement of drop over distance of curvature of the surface of the Earth.
That's
That's what
true.
would be. Yep.
That would be the ultimate.
You do agree we see in like we have like kind of like a dome of vision, right? Due to perspective.
So yeah, that's just kind of like when you are around 360 different degrees, it kind of makes a dome, right? Like even if you're in
Yeah,
your
and
room
if
or
a plane
something.
flies, like comes from one direction and flies over the top of your head, if you draw a line like where you can visually see that plane going, it's going to make like a big arc over the top of your head. And if you did that 360 times, one for each degree, it's going to make like a big sort of dome of vision. Same with the clouds, same with the sun, moon, and stars, right? That's
Oh, I
just how
like
we
that
see. And
analogy.
even all of the ancient cultures, I guess that's part of the reason they had their depictions of the way the sky looked, and that's kind of what turned into that celestial sphere, which they came up with long before anyone even suggested that the Earth was spherical.
Right. I like the idea of a plane drawing lines in the sky. Like if you had several planes going parallel, leaving contrails behind, then other ones going the other direction, you would see that in the sky.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and the dome of the celestial sphere is what we would see on a flat Earth, and it's what we would see on a spherical Earth too. So it's a description of what we see in the night sky.
Yeah, it's kind of like yeah, exactly. No, I agree. A lot of mysteries, I would say, regarding how the sky works, how the sun works, exactly what it is, and then you take into account like a whole bunch of potential unknowns and that kind of thing. That's kind of like why we try to stick with, testing the surface of water over and over and over and over and over again. Because once you dig into it, right, and even AIs will admit this, the meteorological conditions that would be required to, for example, say you have a 1 foot observer height and you can see the totality of an object 10 miles away. To have the meteorological conditions to be able to make that work on a globe wouldn't be possible. Distorted, if you know what I mean, right? Like even AI will say like you would have crazy conditions visually, optically, because of the crazy vertical temperature gradient change that would be required for the light to behave that way. You would have crazy Fata Morgana effects and distortion. It would be like extreme ducting, essentially. And no one's ever been able to validate that's even possible. So we're having very, very nice quality observations where we don't have much distortion. I'm not talking about the original Black Swan. There's a bunch of distortion in that. But we've got tons of other observations that are great that don't have any distortion. We don't have any Fata Morgana or obvious miraging effects. And then it's been done during the day. It's been done during the night on the same day. And then it's been done on different days. And we can see these things that are beyond 10 miles away in totality with no miraging effects, right? And it's just, the meteorological conditions. Like if we know the water temperature and we know the air temperature and they're quite similar, how are we getting this crazy temperature inversion that would be required to have this crazy ducting effect that would have to be present with no distortion? As even AI engines say that that's not possible.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know enough about atmospheric science and all that type of stuff to know what type of temperatures would be required and what type of light bending could happen. So I wouldn't know enough to be able to say it's not possible. And to tell the truth, no matter what you show me on the horizon, I'm going to say I have a preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe, and whatever observations and pictures you take of something 10 miles away, even if I don't know how it happened, I will say, oh, well, it must have been some kind of refractions, but I don't know exactly how it happened.
Fix it. You try and fix it into that
Right.
preconceived notion.
Right, because my preconceived notion is so strong that whatever types of images you show me.
So there's nothing that would falsify it for you.
Nothing of like pictures of like distant things on the horizon. No.
It's kind of like if you go to like a hypnosis seminar and there's a guy on the stage that's dancing around like a chicken, right? And you can go up and like show him photos of his family and himself and try to reason with him, show him proof that he's not a chicken, but he's just going to keep like squawking around on the stage like a chicken because he's hypnotized.
Right. Exactly. And this is also despite like your side saying that, well, the conditions that would have to be necessary can't really exist, right, for that to happen. And here's an Earth curve calculator for you to determine how far you should be able to see across the surface of the Earth. I mean, you've just made every Earth curve calculator redundant. It's like, why even bother making them if every observation, long distance observation, can be explained by refraction?
Yeah, they're useful for the standard things of what it looks like most of the time. But I agree with you that there may be
no, it's not most of the time though, Matthew. That's the thing. That's what DJ can tell you.
Wait, most of the time you can see farther than those calculators?
Yeah. Okay, so if we go to Earth curvature calculators that have refraction sliders, okay, one's called flatearthinsanity.com, and it's like an anti-flat Earth website. It's got what they call an advanced Earth curvature calculator with a refraction slider. It goes up to 120% refraction. Okay, so we have to max that out for every single observation that we put into it, every single one. And even maxing it out, it doesn't anywhere near explain the hidden height over that distance. So then we go to like Walter Bislin's calculator, and it's also got a refraction coefficient, a K-factor slider, which starts from 0 and goes up to 1. When it's 0, the observation would match exactly what you would see on a globe with a 39-59 mile radius. And then as you slide it up, once you get to 0.13 to 0.17, that's what they call standard refractions, like 8 to 15% larger radius, basically, right? Because it's begging the question, refraction calculator, it pre-assumes a globe and it increases the radius to try to reverse engineer observations, basically. Now, for the observations that we put into it, we have to slide the refraction coefficient up to 1. So if you look on Walter Bislin's calculator, it clearly says on his website, if you have a refractive index of a refraction coefficient of 1, that means there's so much refraction the Earth would look completely flat.
Yeah, so
and that's what we have to slide it up to. Yeah, like you're sliding it up so the radius is so large that the Earth would essentially be so big that it would just look completely flat. So for the observations, every single observation that's like the good ones that I put in there, you have to slide it up to that extent, right? Maxing it out to have 0 hidden height. And then so now you go into studying about refraction and vertical temperature gradients and that kind of thing, and trying to find what meteorological conditions would have to be present to have a K factor of 1. And what you're going to find out is that you're not going to have, it would be extremely rare. It would be like extreme ducting. And there's no evidence that such a thing's even possible with light and the atmosphere. And then you start digging into, okay, like what would the refractive index gradient have to change by vertically for that to be able to happen? And what would it look like optically? Would we have crazy distortion and miraging effects? What you're going to find out is, you're not going to have a perfectly clear observation if you've got this such extreme refraction that's essentially making the Earth just look flat.
Exactly. And nobody's ever come in. You're saying
that happens most of the time?
Yeah, nobody's ever come in and outnumbered the number of flat Earth observations with globe Earth observations. So at this point, it seems like this apparent bottom-up obstruction of objects at distance is the exception to the rule.
Yeah, I don't think I would say that. I would say that the ones that are cherry-picked from the observations, that cherry-picked has negative connotations. The ones that are selected from the observations would be the ones that seem unusual. But most of the time you go to the ocean, you don't see farther than you should.
Really? I'd like
Really?
to see that. I'd like
Yeah,
to
This
see
is the thing. We don't need to cherry pick
outnumber us all.
observations. We don't need to cherry. Well, we do need to cherry pick observations because we want to pick out the ones that are on clear days. Okay, where we have
Right.
no obvious miraging effects. If there's obvious miraging effects, obviously that wouldn't be a good observation to use. So we want to cancel them out. But what we haven't ever seen is a single observation that even closely matches up with the globe. Okay, even if we grant you the begging the question refraction coefficient standard refraction of 0.17, which would increase the radius by 15%. Okay, if they're calling that standard refraction, so that's what it should be like most of the time when you make an observation. That horizon should be, say, 3 miles out from a 6-foot observer plus 15%. But that's never the case, right? So, like, even on a day where it looks like the horizon's much closer, then it's like 500% further away. Like the one they call the white swan, for example. That's horizon's about 500% further than it should be, not 15% like standard refraction would allow for. So it's still like extreme refraction near ducting conditions, even to be able to explain what they call the white swan on a globe. So that's what we're looking for. Show us like the observation that works with the globe claims of refraction and the globe metrics, the globe mathematics. Doesn't exist.
So first of all, I don't think there's anything wrong with cherry picking individual examples, especially on clear days. That's the whole idea of a black swan. Like one black swan is enough to disprove all the white swans. Or
there aren't any white swans. That's the problem. I don't like the black swan analogy because all we get is black swans. Okay, so technically that's all we have is white swans, and there's no such thing as black swans. Okay, so we're looking for the black swan.
Exactly. So saying that usually we just go out and we don't see further is an unfounded claim.
Well, I mean, that's just personal experience. When I'm like down at Huntington Beach looking across the Catalina Island.
How did you gauge how far you were seeing?
By the shape of the mountains on Catalina Island. You can tell that you're seeing just the top of the mountains, not all the way down to Avalon. But you know, I'm just saying that I think there are differences. Just look at the
how did you gauge how far you were seeing?
Looking at a map.
No, looking at a map? No.
Yeah,
how did you know how much of the surface you were seeing? You're not going to be able to tell that by saying, I can't see the bottom of that mountain in the distance.
Oh yeah, I don't know how much the surface I was seeing. I was saying how much of the mountain I saw.
Right.
So even if you crank up Walter Bislin's calculator from 0 all the way to 1, that just means that the light on a globe would be curving 0.00723 degrees per mile instead of 0 degrees per mile. So you're saying that that's impossible, right?
No, I don't think that math's correct. I don't think that math's correct. But look, this is the problem. Okay,
it's
you would have to have a k factor of 1. You would have to have something that's even by the mainstream is considered extremely rare. Okay, and it's called extreme ducting, where you would have such a crazy change in the vertical temperature gradient that it would make like a little corridor for the light to bounce up and down off as it travels through that corridor of like a duct. That's why it's called ducting. Okay, and the meteorological conditions that would be required to have that aren't logical, right? They aren't something that's ever been measured and proven to be possible. And also to have a nice clear observation, right? Especially during the day and then during the night as well, where you don't see any distortion, you don't see any fata morgana, right? Because it's like extreme looming. Okay, it's an extreme miraging effect. Okay, it's beyond like a superior mirage. Okay, like AI will tell you, you will see crazy optical effects if you have such an extreme refractive index gradient to be able to have that observation possible. So, I mean, the way that you say it makes it sound cute, right? You would only need, the light would just need to bend a tiny little bit. Look at all the zeros in the math.
Well, not a tiny bit, 8 inches per mile. So it'd have to bend 8 inches, which is quite a bit over a mile.
Yeah, well, it would have to everything Okay, so you would have that geometric horizon at a certain distance, and then at 10 miles, it would have to be bending up. You know, like it looks completely flat, right? So everything would have to be refracting just to that right point, like because it's exponential curvature, right? So at 10 miles, it's 66 foot. At 20 miles, it's 266 foot, and everything in between. So everything's just perfectly aligning, so it just looks completely flat with no optical distortion.
It'd have to bend 8 inches every mile. Every mile, it would have to bend 8 more inches from that bend,
No,
and then 8 more inches
because
next mile.
you just add up those 8. Just so it's not 20 times 8.
Sorry,
20
bro.
times
You don't get out of it that easy.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
let's
because
use
the
a 20
angle
mile
is
lake.
changing. You're
20-mile lake.
resetting. 20-mile lake.
No,
Yeah,
20
it
mile.
bends 8
You're
inches.
not resetting. You're not
Yeah, you are.
resetting unless you're moving. You're moving. Okay, if you can reset, if you just say you're shining a laser, and you start it at okay, you're going to go over 20 miles, and then you shoot it over 1 mile, and then you move to 1 mile, and then you shoot it over another mile, and then you move to the end of that mile, and you do that 20 times.
Right. That's
then
what
you
I'm
can
talking
then
about.
you can make that claim. But if you're still going to stay
Yes.
at point A, then you're going to have 266.7 feet of drop. Okay,
From
just
the
say you're looking
perspective
out
of the first point.
horizontally. Yeah. So yeah, if you
But
just
each
look
point
out
along the way is
horizontally,
only 8 inches.
well, the total drop over distance, right? So where you're standing, where your feet are, and where the target is, like just say there's another shoreline 20 miles away. It's 266 foot lower than where your feet are on the globe, because you because of gravity, right? You think of yourself as standing on top of the globe, and then everything as you go looking out over the water drops down. It's a drop over distance. 20 miles away, the shoreline where the second Matthews feet are is 266 foot lower.
Yeah, that's right. 260 feet sounds about right.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
It's AT. I do, to a degree, somewhat appreciate Matthew's description of why he says the Earth is a globe, rather than put it back onto flat earthers as in the form of a question. So we say, "What's your evidence of the Earth being a globe?" And someone that comes, a glober will say, "Well, how do you explain a sunset?" Right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to be honest about the way that most globers think. If you ask the average glober why they think the Earth is a globe, even though you show them these pictures of long-distance photography, the real answer is because their belief in the globe is so strong that that photography is not going to change their mind.
Right. Yeah, it's a deeply ingrained belief system. So true. I was having a discussion/debate with the Gemini AI yesterday, and it brought up the Chicago skyline being seen from 50 miles away as a globe proof, and it trying to explain how it wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth, right? And it only works on a globe, and it was saying how it's looming, and usually you can't see the skyline. Yeah, well, that's what they said on the news report as well, right? They're like, "Oh, this is a mirage. Usually you can't see it, but
Wait,
on this."
making a long distance observation wouldn't work on a flat Earth? I don't get
Yeah,
it.
yeah, because it was saying that because the bottom of the buildings were missing, they were cut off. And usually you can't see it at all, but on this particular day you could see it because there was a miraging effect taking place. So I was telling it, I was like, right, that's 50 miles is a long distance. What's the average visibility over Lake Michigan? And it said it's 3 to 20 miles is the average, which is a pretty big variant. But anyway, so I was like, yeah, well, usually you wouldn't be able to see it because of that. And it was just coping and coping and coping. Eventually, it's like, yeah. Well, obviously, if the visibility is less than 20 miles most of the time, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. And it kept saying it's not possible because the bottom of the buildings are obstructed, and it
But
would
that's a
only be possible.
mirage.
Yeah, well, they're saying it's the opposite of what it could be, right? They're saying it's looming when really
Right,
it
so
would make much more sense for it to be sinking. And then eventually I was able to explain to it that because it kept assuming a globe for all of its calculations, right? For it to work, it could only work in reality if this happened and that happened, but based on the like assumption that the Earth's already a globe. I was like, you need to think about it on a flat Earth perspective, right? And I was pointing out that if you assume that the Earth is flat, okay, and that normally you can't see it because the visibility is like nowhere near allowing you to see it. Okay, in rare conditions, you can see 50 miles over the lake, so you can see it on those days. And the bottom could just be missing because you could have a little bit of sinking, right? Sinking refraction. And then eventually, this is what it said. It said, you are correct to keep the mechanics of refraction separate from the geometry of the surface. If we operate strictly on the premise of a flat plane, the explanation holds together under your description. On a flat Earth, refraction is purely about the density gradient of the atmosphere. Sinking refraction, this is caused by the light bending upward, away from the denser air near the surface, meaning a temperature inversion where it's warmer aloft or above. If the effect, below. This upward bend makes distant objects appear depressed or sunk relative to its actual position. If the air on that rare day, rare meaning that it was a very clear day and we could actually see 50 miles, was clear enough for you to see 50 miles, overcoming the normal haze/visibility limit, then the presence of sinking refraction would indeed cause the lower edge of the distant skyline to appear depressed or cut off below the main image. On a flat plane, this explanation works. Exceptional clarity allows the 50-mile sightline, and the specific temperature profile causing sinking refraction explains the vertical displacement/cut off at the bottom. It took so long for it to admit that.
Wow. That's crazy. Because it sounded like at first it was saying that, okay, so the reason you can see it at all is is because it's a mirage, but the bottom up obstruction part, that's not a mirage. That's real, right? But you shouldn't see any of it, right? But I would love somebody to show me a time lapse or a video of the Chicago skyline where you see the entire skyline. You see the city rising, sinking, rising and sinking. I mean, does it just so happen that it just pops into view and it's a mirage and you can't see the bottom? You don't see it. You don't see an increase. You don't see it slowly rising up above the horizon. The conditions aren't changing gradually like that. So it's just an instant change. Bang! There's Chicago skyline. Then it just instantly disappears or fades out or something. It's only at that particular portion that it mirages. You never see just the very, very tops of the buildings, like a few meters of them.
True, T-Dub.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, Matthew, if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you think that refraction and sinking would be an explanation for bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface?
It could be, yeah.
Do you think the lack of reduction in angular size as things move away could be caused by magnification due to refraction?
Yeah, so refraction could be causing that also. That I find less likely because we don't see constellations changing shape at nighttime. So I don't think that's happening at nighttime for sure.
Well, I mean, like when we do celestial
Conditions
navigation,
would be different.
Right.
When we do celestial navigation, we stay above 20 degrees because of issues off on the horizon, right?
Yeah. Because with celestial navigation, you have to get pretty accurate numbers. So even just a slight change near the horizon for stars would be enough to throw you off by the dozens of miles, maybe.
Right, and things tend to squish as they move towards the horizon.
They do a bit, yes. You can even see that in the sun.
So you would expect to see that on a flat Earth, wouldn't you?
I guess so. I think you'd expect to see that anywhere where the atmosphere is much thicker.
Well, I mean, I would expect to see the same size of the constellation at all angles across my view over the sky on a spherical Earth, because I'm
Right.
seeing the same view all the way around.
Right, but the reason they don't use anything below 20 degrees is because you're looking through more atmosphere. I mean, if you look straight up, there's only, like 15 miles worth of atmosphere above you, but if you look off to an angle, it could be hundreds of miles. So that's enough to make a difference for accuracy of celestial navigation.
Right. No, I understand that. What I'm saying is even though you're looking through all that atmosphere, it's moving around you on a sphere, so the size would never change of the constellation. The shape of the constellation would never change. It would always remain the same because you're always looking at it from the same angle, no matter which angle it moves around you.
Yeah, the angle's the same. There could be slight differences if you're looking through more or less atmosphere. That's why they put telescopes on top of a high mountain, because if you're up at 10,000 feet, you're not going to have that much difference between an angle versus straight up, or less difference, I should say.
But yeah, on a flat Earth, as things move away from you and magnification starts to take effect due to atmospheric conditions, lensing, things like that, things would appear to remain the same angular size as far as the light source goes, but maybe the constellation would squish as things move away.
Well, constellations are light sources.
I don't disagree with that. All I'm saying is that, like, if you were looking up on the ceiling, right? Like, you're looking up you're in aisle 1 of Walmart, and then you don't have any shelves between you and aisle 33, right?
Uh-huh.
When you look at the lights all the way down there on aisle 33 or aisle 30, they're going to look like they're closer together to each other, even though you can still see the light source.
Right. I see what
That's
you're
all.
saying.
Hey, listen too. Like I said, the conditions are different. Maybe the thing that's causing the magnification is the thing being magnified. Right, so at night, that thing is no longer present, or it's too far away to create the conditions in order to cause the magnification or the distortion. Well, when I say cause, it's like causing the conditions, right? So it's interacting with the air in order to create the conditions necessary for magnification to occur. But I'm just spitballing here. I'm not saying that that's the case.
And I'm just spitballing too, because, like, honestly, I don't really know what's going on with a lot of those things, but we can use natural effects in the atmos, right? Like using temperature, weather, pressure, those kind of things. We can use those things and use natural conditions of the air to demonstrate bottom up obstruction, sinking, as they call it, over a flat surface. I think that gives a lot more credence to the things that we observe off into the distance than, some calculated model.
Yeah, I've never seen a long distance observation that shows bottom up obstruction where physical obstruction and or sinking refraction have been accounted for by the observer. Not once. right? Not a single ship or anything like that, right? Most often when we see the globe earthers share this the ship, they're like, oh, look at this ship, it looks like it's sinking behind the horizon. Okay, well, there's an effect called sinking that literally defines that exactly what we're seeing. And then most often we have extremely choppy conditions, right? We're not given a surf report along with the observation. We're not given the observer
Very little
height along
data.
with the observation. Yeah, we're just given, extremely, shitty evidence, right? To put it nicely, sort of. And then we can replicate this on a small scale as well, like super. Like there's a whole channel like called Sky Free that has hundreds and hundreds of observations. Where the only thing, right, we have a confirmed flat surface. Okay, we can see the object in the distance. The only thing that gets varied and manipulated is the temperature in the room, right, which is the controlling the optical density of the air. Okay, it's the only thing that's being manipulated. Then all of a sudden, it looks like things are curving over an apparent horizon. It looks like things disappear over the horizon on the flat floor, showing that that's just perfect definition of sinking on a small scale. And then when we scale that up and look at an observation on a medium or large scale, the exact same thing happens. We see the exact same effect. And we even have time-lapse footage of it, right? In the morning, when it's more likely to have sinking before the air temperature heats up and the water temperature is still quite warm, it looks like a big boat is sunk like behind the horizon drastically, a giant ship. And then as the air temperature warms up, okay, that optical density gradient changes, and slowly you start to see more and more of the ship appear. And then 3 hours later, when it's like say midday, right, we can see the whole ship again. It wasn't obstructed, and it matches the mainstream definition of sinking, right? Like an object will look like it's sinking behind the horizon, even though it's geometrically, like physically unobstructed.
And to extend the conversation on atmospheric refraction, DJ, we can, we understand, through meteorological conditions that like when cold air and warm air mix, there's a lot of turbulence. So when there's turbulence involved, there's a lot of dynamic effects occurring. The medium changes pretty rapidly over distance. And so you can get something called lensing effect. And so I just appreciate that you were able to see that when I was trying to learn more about those meteorological conditions. When you have laminar airflow, it appears that you can see a lot further. Things are more clearer that day. There's not much wind out there, but then you get wind out there, and next thing you know, everything gets turbulent. Things appear to sink into the distance.
Yeah, look, I see those demonstrations where they'll get like a Fresnel lens or a magnifying glass, and then they'll put they'll put it on a flat table, and then they'll move a light source or like a little toy ship or something away, and it looks like it's sinking, right? It doesn't change in
Done it
angular
myself.
size. And yeah, that happens perfectly when we use a lens. Okay, and even though that the very definition of miraging and whatnot says the atmosphere does act as a lens, I haven't seen good enough evidence that the atmosphere can have something that's similar to that lensing effect when we use an actual Fresnel lens or a glass lens to validate that atmospheric magnification or lensing could be what's responsible for these drastic bottom-up effects. I think it's more to do with the vertical temperature gradient, but
Right.
I'd love it if someone could demonstrate that you can have that lensing effect consistently in the atmosphere. But I don't know. I haven't seen enough evidence of that.
Well, you'd kind of
Maybe a
need
little
like
bit.
a layer of like curved air, I guess, like I don't know, or something. Like
Or just a
like
bubble,
a wall of air.
dense air, a bubble of dense air trapped between less dense air. When you have temperature inversions, it's just a pocket of air, and I'm trying to explain it in a way that's more feasibly to understand, because I agree. I don't like the Fresnel lens or the Fresnel lens example because you're using an artificial lens to explain it. But like when you look at the way vision works and how light is refracted through the lens to the to the retina, there's another point of refraction happening along the way, and that's what lenses do. They refract in various directions.
Flatness. Curvature.
Hmm?
I'm sorry?
Spaghetti.
Goldfish.
No, just continue. I was-
Squirrel.
I'm a troll, man. Fucking troll the shit out of you.
You can't do that. You don't know what the topic is. To troll the topic, you'd have to know what you're trolling.
Isn't it flat Earth? It's always flat Earth in here.
Dude, you call this trolling? Do better. Get good, noob.
Yeah. I succeeded already.
You succeeded at being boring.
Yeah. You think I'm trolling? I won.
No, you're not trolling. It's just who you are. If everything you do is quote unquote a troll, it's not you trolling. It's just you. That's who you are.
So I'm a troll?
Just an idiot with an internet connection.
Yes, I'm a troll. You got me. Wow. Oh.
I like the other newt.
We have an actual conversation. Yo, Astro, back me up here.
You are with what? I wasn't paying attention. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Back you up with what?
See, he's come to my aid, guys. You guys are running now.
So?
I didn't say that I was coming to your aid. I don't even know what I'm coming to your aid for.
You're battling the flat earthers.
Am I?
Yes. You're part of my army.
Delusional recessive.
But yeah, I'm looking into it here and there, DJ, trying to find something out there that just leans a little bit more towards that as evidence. I know it's there's a gap there, and you know, until we get the actual evidence and show that this is what's going on, we can manipulate that portion of it.
Well, it's hard to know exactly what's going on. It's like I say sometimes, it's like a big soup of different types of pockets of hot air, cold air. At 2 miles, you might have, like a pocket of hot air. 3 miles, you might have a pocket of cold air. Then you've got like an inverted temperature gradient at 4 miles. Then you can have, and then all of a sudden that can all just change, and like wind, a big gust of wind will come through and like stir it all up together, and then you get the turbulence and all sorts of crazy things can go on. That's why it's like a freaking nightmare for the globe earthers to try to know exactly what's going on with the refraction. Okay, when they're trying to make a hyper-specific claim over a distance, it's very difficult for them to ever account for everything that's going on. They can't use like refraction sliders and Snell's laws formulas or anything, or differential Snell's law formulas or anything like that. Like they don't work. They would have to actually know what's going on between point A and point B to make a hyper-specific claim. But
well, I'd love to see Walter Bislin's calculator in his little refraction slider bar recreate a Flying Dutchman.
It's a Flying Dutchman.
Well, the what do they call it? Is it a Fata Morgana? like the ship
Yeah,
that looks
Fata
like it's
Morgana.
floating
Yeah.
in the air.
Yep. Yeah, it's just.
I mean, I've got
that's
problems
when you
with
have.
the
Yeah, you got
explanations for
really.
that on both sides. On both sides,
We
I've got
can very
problems with the
easily
explanations given.
recreate. We can very easily recreate inferior mirages on a small scale and sinking. Super easy, right? Because it's super easy to heat up a surface and then look across it. And every time you're going to get what we see in an inferior mirage. Super easy to demonstrate, happens every time. That's what most of Skyfree's observations show. It's very, very limited demonstrations of people showing like, like here's a Fata Morgana happening over my living room floor or over, a small area. I've never seen that, right? The only one I've seen, which is kind of interesting, is where they pour the freezing cold butane gas over that pipe, and all of a sudden you see a little bit of clay pop up for a second. That's behind the pipe, and they're like, "Oh, look, this explains the black swan."
But it doesn't look like it's floating above the tank.
Well, it just kind of pops up for a second and goes back down. But you've got like that. That's not analogous to what we're experiencing in the air. Obviously, we don't have like that crazy freezing cold change in temperature. I don't know. That one's just kind of weird, and it's not like the horizon pops up behind the objects behind it or anything like that. So it's a junk
Nor appears
explanation.
separated from the object, like the flying ships, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, with the observations where it looks like the ship's floating in the sky, I've got problems on both sides with that. I don't like either explanation. It's a mind boggler, because if the surface is reflecting the sky, then where's the reflection of the ship? And with the globe side, it's like, okay, so refraction lifted the ship, an image of the ship up above, the horizon, to make it
What
appear
about the
like it's
upside
floating in
down
the
ship?
sky. Well, why didn't it refract the surface that it's sitting on with it?
Hey, did you see
Its
Skyfree's latest
surrounding
video
environment.
teed up?
No, I didn't.
Oh, this one's freaking awesome. You're gonna love it. Okay, so it's an RC boat demonstration. I'll post it in the side chat. And what happens is when they lower the camera down, the RC boat that's 500 foot away on the lake completely just disappears, and they lift the camera up just the tiniest little bit, and it completely reappears. And they keep lifting the camera down, it disappears as if it's just not there anymore. They lift it up, it's just reappears. It doesn't look like it's hidden behind any horizon or anything like that. It literally just keeps reappearing and disappearing. And what's happening, what's supposedly happening there, is when you're putting the camera down lower, the light that is coming towards the optical device, from the ship, like the RC boat, it's not making it to the lens, right? It's not making it to the optical device. It's going over the top of it. Okay, so you can't see the ship anymore because the information that contains the ship isn't reaching the viewer. I'll post it in the side chat. It's pretty cool.
Did you post it in Flat Earth Central?
Yeah, it is in there. It's in the Sky Free channel there, but I'll post it in the side chat here.
Okay.
Here it is. Post a few screenshots out of it as well. Yeah, so this observation's good because they take temperature measurements, right? So they're measuring the vertical temperature gradient. So they're measuring the temperature just above the surface of the water, and then the temperature like a few feet higher than that. And then they're also taking the temperature of the lake. Okay, the temperature of the lake is a tiny little bit warmer than the air temperature. And that's creating a warm layer of air just above the surface. And then that is like a gradient slowly getting colder as you go upward vertically. So as the light is coming back towards you, it's deviating upward towards the denser medium and causing an inferior mirage. So it even shows that even a very small change in the temperature can cause very drastic effects in the distance, like something completely disappearing. Here's a few screenshots out of the video.
And you're right,
So here when the
DJ.
camera's a bit lower. What's
Go ahead.
that?
I was just gonna say you're right, DJ. We can't point to one thing that's causing the bottom up obstruction of a sinking thing. I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, we can because we can
It's
test. Well,
dynamic.
we can test it on a small scale, like
Well, we know it's
in a
temperature, and we know it's a
temperature.
mixing of
Yeah.
the air, but we don't know if it's like we can't point to one specific thing. We can't say it's just temperature.
Well,
We
they're
can't just
doing it
say
in like a
it's just
room
light.
that's well, the light's going to deviate towards the denser portion of the medium. Like that's
That
something
I
that happens
understand.
consistently, and then it's
That
going to
I
cause the
understand.
object in the distance to be displaced downward. Happens every time.
Right. But what I'm saying is that there's still subcategories to that even, and we can't really point to a specific portion of that, but we can demonstrate it using using the scientific method, determining a variable and manipulating it. But what I was saying was you can't create a lens, right? You can't create a Fresnel lens using temperature and wind and things like that. Oh, this is the part that's causing the sinking. I don't know if that you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, the atmosphere doesn't act anything like a Fresnel lens or a magnifying
Right,
glass.
like a traditional lens, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. It's more about the deviation of the light as it makes its way back to the observer.
Correct.
Yeah. Which is, atmospheric refraction. It's essentially like a series of miraging effects on varying levels, dependent on what's going on with the optical density of the air between point A and point B. And yeah, there's a bunch of other things to take into account as well, like perspective compression due to perspective, turbulence, and a bunch of other things as well. If India was here, he'd go through the whole list of different things that it could be. So yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare for the Globers. But when the Globers say refraction and they're trying to talk their bullshit about the refraction coefficient, the K factor, and all of that kind of thing, and these refraction sliders, that's all bullshit. That's all begging the question, absolute nonsense, reverse engineering, not based off anything empirical that they've demonstrated. Right, their ray tracing computer models are just as ridiculous.
That's awesome, DJ. That's a really good video.
It's a good video, isn't it? Yeah,
it is. And you can imagine, right? I know that's one of the Glover's favorite words, but you can imagine if that RC boat was something bigger, right? Now, what's going to happen? There's a point, like you can see where the bank extending up above the water surface in the distance is somewhat unaffected by what's going on at the lower layers above the water surface. You can see that there's that band, right? But the lower portion of the where the bank where the bank is, where the land meets the water, is being affected. So if the RC boat was bigger, if it was a larger object, so the upper portion of it would be clearly visible and really somewhat unaffected, but the lower portion of it would look like it's not even there. You wouldn't be able to see it. Bottom up obstruction.
AI Overlord has a really good observation of a canoe across 1,000-foot lake. And when he moves the camera lower to the surface, the entire canoe disappears. It's crazy. So this one's 500 foot with an RC boat. His one's 1,000 foot with a canoe. And we can just keep scaling that up.
Yeah, I like too how they used the logs as well.
Yeah.
You can really see some crazy stuff going on when they get down low with the logs. Not unlike not much unlike what seems to be going on with that Pontchartrain image.
It's almost identical to what we see in that Skyfree video where they set up the blocks all the way across the floor. And then as they move the camera down lower to the floor and then manipulate the temperature in the room, right? They make the temperature cooler above the floor. So there's warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher. And then all of a sudden the blocks turn into what we see in that Pontchartrain image. They look like they're curving over a flat floor. And then there's also a light in the distance that completely disappears behind the horizon of the flat floor.
Yeah, and you see that little bit that where at the end it seems to be coming back, like it. You know what I mean? Like it's a reflection of the part of the top above, which is it appears to be like coming back towards you.
Mm-hmm. Some people still seems really confused on like what refraction is from like both sides. I think the Globers are even more confused, but some people are still saying that's like Snell's law, the law of refraction, that's it, right? You can't have refraction if you don't have the conditions that are required for Snell's law. And you can't use the word refraction if you're talking about a single medium. I completely disagree with that, right? And the mainstream completely disagrees with that. And there's even a differential version of Snell's law that applies to a single medium. And you can't use it in a real world observation because of the constant change, right? And the deviation from point A to point B. But if you had like a classroom setting or a lab setting where you had a single medium with a constant change in the refractive index, then you could use the differential form of Snell's law. And they actually make what are they called? I have to post it. Some type of cables where they actually use that that method. I'll look it up in a second,
Well,
but
and both sides made bad arguments, right? Like, I mean, the flat Earth side for a while there was just saying, like you said, it was only adhering to Snell's law, but that medium would have to be solid. There couldn't be a gradient in that medium, like you said. And then the globe side would claim, oh, but there's a gradient. That's partially true, but the part, like when there's a gradient involved, there's only like slight deviation, like if there's any deviation. And
yeah,
then
but even slight changes in the optical density of the medium can cause pretty big effects over a long distance.
true, but the thing that also you got to take into account too is the dynamic system that's involved. I mean, when you get a temperature inversion, there's a severe change.
Yeah, that's why it's like a big soup, and it's it's the
Okay.
the refraction is the globe's worst nightmare. I'll just read out this little thing about refraction I've got here because it does explain like the difference between Snell's law and atmospheric refraction. Even though atmospheric is a silly term, right? Atmorefraction, let's call it that. Okay, so what refraction is? Refraction is simply the change in direction of a wave as it passes from one medium into another, or through the gradient in the same medium. Because the wave speed changes, light slows down or speeds up depending on the optical density of the medium. The general principle of refraction doesn't belong to just one equation. It's a phenomenon that can be described in different ways depending on the situation. Snell's law, known as the law of refraction. Snell's law is the mathematical description of refraction at a sharp boundary between two uniform media. This works beautifully for things like glass to air, water to air, diamond to air, but it only applies when you have a discrete boundary, one clear surface separating two constant indices of refraction. Why atmospheric refraction is still refraction. The atmosphere isn't a uniform block of air with a sharp surface. Instead, it's a gradient. The refractive index changes gradually with altitude because of pressure, temperature, and humidity. Instead of light making one bend at a surface, it makes many tiny bends over and over as it moves through the layers. Mathematically, this is handled by integrating through the refractive index gradient, not just by plugging numbers into Snell's law once. But the underlying principle is the same. Light changes direction because its speed changes with medium density. And then it sort of, I got an analogy here. Okay, so it says Snell's law is a special case of refraction. Atmospheric refraction is a continuous case of refraction. Both are absolutely refraction, and the name doesn't change just because the math is different. Okay, so it says, think of driving a car. Snell's law is like hitting a sudden patch of mud on the road. One clear boundary layer, your car jerks in a new direction. Atmospheric refraction is like driving gradually into thicker mud. The car slowly curves without one sharp turn. Both are the same phenomenon, a change in direction caused by the change in the density of the medium. So if someone says atmospheric refraction isn't really refraction, they're making a category error. Snell's law is a tool, not the definition of refraction. Right? So the same websites that have the definition for Snell's law also have a section on atmospheric refraction, which will have a different definition. Okay, the definition of Snell's law is the definition for Snell's law, and that requires specific situations. So that those specific situations aren't applicable to when we're making an observation, a long distance observation. That's a different thing.
That's funny that it mentions category error.
That's what it is.
You're right. Category errors all around. I just appreciate, like I said, I appreciate that people are starting to see what I'm seeing as well. I don't know if you remember, DJ, but we both kind of agreed on the same principles. without ever having a prior discussion about it. I appreciated, you coming to your own conclusion, me coming to my own conclusion. We reached the same premise from not even having a conversation.
My question about refraction is, are the globies seriously intending to use refraction, or is it just something they're clinging on to for dear life and hoping that there might be something to it?
Well, what else are they gonna do? Just just concede.
Yeah,
That's the other.
exactly. It has to work that way for them to be able to hold onto the ball. But DJ, I even have contention with some of that they described, because to insinuate that light is curving is to insinuate that it is staying within the same refractive index, because
What do you mean?
it has to. Well, it's curving, which means that it's not entering into a different refractive index in order to be redirected back to the other refractive index, that it's remaining within the same refractive index, following the curvature of the Earth, staying within that single curved refractive index range. So they can't say that it's curving. They'd have to describe it as little tiny straight lines deviating through different refractive
Yeah, that's what it
indices.
said. That's still bending, right? Sometimes people confuse the word bending with curving, right? You can bend something.
They said, well, because they used the analogy with the car doing a slight turn, or like a slow sweeping, curving,
Right. So on
turn.
a microscopic level, that would be tons and tons of tiny, tiny little deviations that would look like a curve from looking at it from a distance. Same with the air, like it's just like tons and tons and tons of tiny little deviations towards the denser portion of them, because it's a gradient and it's optically, like, it's the optical density is gradually getting thicker and thicker, right? So just say the mud started out like really, really thin mud on the road, and then it started to get like thicker and thicker and thicker, and the car would deviate more. Like if you weren't holding the steering wheel or you were holding it loosely, it would say the mud, like, just say you hit it on an angle and one of the left car wheel is still going along the pavement, right, and the right car wheel is going into the mud, right? It's going to deviate towards the denser medium the same way as what light would do, right? Or like, if you hit, like, you're driving down the road and like just one of the car wheels, like, it hits a puddle and it just jerks your car crazy towards the denser medium, like towards the puddle. It's the same sort of thing, but that's just, instead of like just hitting like a puddle that's just, say, the same depth, and all of a sudden the wheel jerks all at once. It's like slowly happening.
What about this though, right? Like I've always wondered this. They claim refraction is bending light back down around the Earth. So it's hitting the less dense medium above it and bending back down towards the more dense. I've always wondered that when you have those temperature inversions and you have those slight temperature changes going vertically past the temperature inversion, and then you can see that there's a curve upward. I mean, we've seen it in the laser video I've discussed with you before. But to have it the other way around, to claim that it's literally hitting a less dense medium above and then bending back downward, and then going straight for a little while, hits the less dense medium again, bends back downward again. Like T-Dub was saying, it's just constantly begging the question of maintaining in the same medium by bouncing off the less dense medium.
Well, with like a light source that's unidirectional, it's just shining into the denser medium. That's why using a laser is important, because you can collimate it away from that.
So with a flat Earth, right, and a gradient, you shine a laser level. It should propagate through that single refractive index, right? It
I see
shouldn't
what I mean.
enter. It shouldn't change, right? Well, some of because of scattering, and spread. Some of it will right into the differing
Yeah, it will
density,
do
right?
that, but it will also deviate towards the denser portion of the medium, right? So if you had really cold air, like just say you had really, really cold water and you're shooting the laser beam across the surface of the water and it's freezing cold water, but the air temperature above it is way warmer. Okay, say you've got 0 degrees Celsius water or 2 degrees Celsius water, and you've got 10 or 12 degrees Celsius air. You're gonna have a change in the optical density gradient, right? That's gonna cause the light to deviate towards the denser medium, which is gonna be
not the light that's traveling straight.
Yeah, it's gonna deviate. It's gonna deviate towards the denser medium, so it's gonna deviate downward in that situation.
Why would it if they're traveling straight within a single index doesn't encounter a differing index, then it won't change direction, right?
Yeah, so if you don't have a change in let's just say we have uniform temperature, the air is all the same temperature between point A and point B, then it should just go straight. Okay, if you start
it's
to
not like the
introduce
light's attracted to a denser medium. That's not what's happening.
It's slowly deviating towards it.
Only if it
if you get like an iron, like a hot iron, like a clothes iron, and you get a laser beam and you hold it sideways and you point the laser beam, as you move the hot, the heat of that iron towards the laser beam, it's going to deviate that laser beam. The laser beam's always going to deviate towards the cooler air. There's demonstrations of this.
Yeah,
Anyone
when it
can test
contacts it.
Well, it doesn't have to touch the iron. It's just the warmer air and the cooler air change. It
Yeah,
doesn't
that's what I
actually
mean.
touch the metal. Yeah.
It has to
Yeah,
be in
exactly.
contact with the gradient. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Yep.
It's
I
never
think Tio's
gonna.
on the same page.
Yeah. So if you don't have so we put the iron down, we shoot the laser, it just shoots straight at the wall. Now we pick up the iron and we make a gradient in the temperature. As soon as you apply that gradient and shine the laser through the gradient, the light's going to appear to deviate towards wherever that denser gradient is, right? So if you hold the iron underneath the laser beam, you're going to see the laser beam's going to look like it deviates upward, and then and put it on top, and it's going to look like it's deviating downward, and so on. I should see if I can find the demonstration of that. And that's what what sinking is. So it's a thing, if you have the a warmer layer of air down lower and a cooler layer of air above it, the light's going to deviate towards the cooler air, right? So it's going to make the things look in the distance look like they're sinking. That's literally what sinking is described as, and that's what they're manipulating on a smaller scale, like what Sky Free does when they demonstrate sinking.
Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know we got the ascetic of eradication down there. He wants to talk to somebody, I guess.
What?
So he flipped out a couple of days ago. Used the N bomb. Just started spazzing out at Jedi. I think it was. Yeah. So he got muted and booted. So he's back, huh? Okay.
The aesthetic. Are you claiming any vectors of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Can you give us the measurement of the vectors?
Yeah, I'm claiming the vectors of the ISS.
Okay. Can you give us the measurement of those vectors in relationship to the Earth?
Uh, the ISS should be moving something around 9 kilometers per second or something like that. That's the speed, and the centripetal force should be not force but acceleration, which causes centripetal force should be something slightly less than 9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, so in this scenario, the Earth is not moving.
No, I think no, it doesn't have to move.
Okay,
In
so the
order
Earth's not moving.
for the ISS to have those two vectors exactly like that, no, it isn't required for Earth to move at all. It
No, I'm
just
not
needs.
asking you if it's required. I'm asking you in relation to the Earth, these speeds that you're giving us, the speed of the Earth is 0 in any vector.
I never mentioned the speed of the Earth, dude.
Well, then how are you going to get the speed of the ISS?
What?
How do you have a speed of or an acceleration, a velocity of the ISS without having a reference frame?
You have the speed because the speed is what's canceling out the centripetal force.
That's
It's
not
what's
what we're talking about. I'm not asking you to make more claims. I'm asking you about how you got the speed of the ISS.
That's how you get it. You ask what speed do I need to move sideways? So in order
No, that's not
to
what we are
yeah,
asking. I'm having a different conversation with you, not the one in the chat. How did you get the speed of the ISS?
you just plug in the numbers and like I
What
told you
numbers?
the number like the centripetal acceleration is the one you got for gravity and you calculate it based on that.
No, not calculate. Dude, come on. Ugh.
Yeah, yeah, you
In this
can calculate.
scenario, the Earth is not moving, right?
Yeah, but the
Okay,
movement
so
of Earth,
welcome to stationary Earth.
but the Earth doesn't have to move in order to have the gravitational acceleration.
Oh, so this is all just hypothetical then. You don't actually have any of these values.
You absolutely have the values.
Where'd you get them from?
You can just drop any solid object from any height and measure the time it takes to fall down.
Dude, I
Also,
can hear your nervous laughter. I need you to stop having some nervous laughter. Maybe take a deep breath, right? Calm down. Don't be scared. Where did you get the speed or the acceleration of the ISS?
so pretty much any solid object, if you drop it from certain height and measure the time it
Okay,
takes to fall
pumice
down.
stone in the water.
Jeez.
That's not the that's not
Oh,
the
that's not the. Oh,
ground.
right. Oh,
That's not the
sorry.
ground.
Didn't realize it was specific and conditional.
Yeah, it is specific. I said solid object and ground. The
Yeah, pumice
medium is
The
stone
ground
different.
is
is
solid.
solid, and there's ground under the ocean. So I'm going to drop a pumice stone into the ocean
But the
and see
medium
how
is
long it
different.
takes to get to the bottom and reach the ground.
But the medium is different.
Oh, sorry, didn't realize it was medium specific.
And
We'll
also
just
you can do that as a matter of fact also, but you have to plug in different values. You
So
have to account
isn't
for
the
the
medium of
resistance.
space different? So you're
What?
claiming these specific things happen in the medium of air, but yet you're talking about things that are happening in the medium of space. So how can you claim what's happening in the air is also exactly the same as what's happening in space? So on one
Because
hand,
the
you globers will come in here and say, we've got space. Now you're telling us it's all just air.
of course it's just thinner at that attitude. It's just much thinner.
Much thinner.
I'm sure
The
Says
problem
who.
with much
and listen
thinner.
to the entire conversation about mediums. Aesthetic, what's going
I'm
on?
sure Says who wants to keep him on point. I
Sorry, go
didn't
ahead.
mean to deflect there. Sorry, man.
The first part of his claim is a speed of the ISS, and I don't have any figures for that or how he got the figures for that. Instead, he's talking about dropping rocks.
Yeah, you get it from the equation. You can literally get
What
it from the
equation?
equation.
What equation?
Uh, the equation is called you just need to have you derive it from the second Newton's law. You can do that.
The equation is you can get it from the second law of motion by Newton. Dude, you sound pathetic.
Yeah, you have F equals ma.
And
That's
how does that give me? How does that give me the speed of the ISS?
that gives you the speed of the ISS because you just expand a, get that a is equal to g times mass of the other object.
What's
Divided
mass?
the measure of inertia of an object.
Inertia.
Yeah.
So it's inertia. It's not mass.
That's just the say of you're just saying that it's a measure of inertia. Inertia is a
Okay.
property.
Inertia is a property. Give me that property. What is it? Is there a value for it? Because this equation needs values. What's the value?
If you the value so you need the value of mass of ISS, and you need the value of mass of the other object, which is Earth, and you just plug it in and
Right. Give me those. Give me those.
Earth should be like something 2.3 times 10 to the 20 something 24 kilograms.
Okay. How did they get that? Did they put the Earth on a scale? All of a sudden, this is no longer inertia. Now, apparently, mass is weight.
What? So no.
No, it's not that. It's not kilograms, right? How'd they get the weight of the Earth in kilograms? Did they put it on a scale?
You do not have to put it on a scale to know it.
How'd they get it?
They get it from the G, dude.
G. What's G?
The measured acceleration downward.
Is that? Oh, is that
This
little
sounds like
g? So that
circular
is an
reasoning,
average.
bro, if
By the
ever
way,
I heard it.
that's an
Sorry.
average of acceleration towards Earth in air. So if Earth is not in air, if it's in the vacuum of outer space, a very low pressure, but I suppose there could be air out there. How would they get that?
There is air, just thinner.
It's thinner, so it's on a diet.
It's not a complete vacuum. It's just thinner air.
Okay. How did they measure that?
Well, you can also get that value from the. I think you can definitely get it from the gravity.
So circular.
This is
It's
circular, dude.
Why it is circular?
Because you're saying that we get the measure of pressure in the vacuum of outer space, I guess, by using gravity, and then you get the gravity from the mass of the Earth in the vacuum. Come on, dude.
No, you get the gravitational acceleration. You can get the mass of the Earth from the gravitational acceleration, and you can get the value for pressure at some distance from the Earth.
Says who? How did we get here from how do you know the speed of the ISS? Isn't that what you were asking for?
Yeah, that's what I was asking for. And he's one of these that just kind of compiles and buries himself under all of his own claims that don't make any sense, and he doesn't know the definitions of the terms. And that's how we ended up at mass and inertia and the weight of the Earth. So how do you get the weight of the Earth again?
I can even send you the picture if you want to.
No, I
How
just
you
want to
get
know how you got the weight of the Earth.
from the G.
You
You have
can't
the
get
G.
weight from G.
You actually can.
What? How did you get
So
G? How did you get G?
yeah, how'd you get G?
Yeah, you get G by, as I said to you, you just drop a solid object in air and measure the time it takes to vibrate back to the ground.
How does that tell you the mass?
Also,
How does that
like
tell you the weight of Earth?
you can also use like other stuff. Like you can also use the Cavendish is a perfectly valid experiment which you can use.
Okay,
Cavendish. Yeah,
Radic,
right.
where are you?
this is fine. This is fine. In Cavendish, can you give me the independent variable?
The independent variable. So the independent variable is the well, it can be force, it can be acceleration of the mass of the masses at the end of the stick.
No, that was what was observed. We need the independent variable, the thing that was varied and manipulated in this so-called experiment.
Yeah, the presence of the mass.
No, presence of something is not varying and manipulating it. What mass are you referring to?
It is. You're manipulating its presence. Of course it is.
Okay, so they added mass and they took mass away, did they?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
in Cavendish, I want you to get me the paper and show me them doing that.
What?
Get me the paper from this experiment and show me how they did that.
You mean like the peer-reviewed paper?
Yeah, apparently it was peer reviewed. I mean, this is an experiment, right?
Well, like, what do you need? Like, what you want is to prove that the heavy objects are attracting each other, and they're not like they do not have static electricity.
Yeah, they didn't prove that.
And all you need to do that is to remove the heavy object and see how the and see like remove the heavy objects from the one side and see how the other heavy objects which are on the which can move behave. So that's all you
What's the
need to do.
independent variable again?
The presence of the static masses.
Okay, so you have two static masses, and masses are inertia, according to you.
Masses are measure of inertia, but in this specific example, when I say mass, I mean solid object.
Oh, so now you just keep changing the definition of mass. So first it was measure of inertia, now it's just heavy object, and then it was weight earlier, right? Which one is it? Just so we can be on the
No,
same
it's
page.
not
Is it,
weight. I definitely not didn't say that mass is a
you
weight.
said kilograms. Kilograms is a measure of weight.
No, newtons is a measure of weight.
It's
Weight.
one of the Newton meters. Yeah, one of them.
I could have sworn last time I went to the doctors and they weighed me, they wrote down 75 kilos.
Yes, because the every single scale in the world adjusts like basically performs a calculation automatically to give you the mass.
Is that my weight or my mass? So where on the form it says weight. What's this person's weight? And he writes in 75 kilograms. Has he done that correctly or is he incorrect?
It basically gives you it actually isn't correct. It has a
I'm gonna have a word with my doctor.
it
I'm sorry,
fails.
sir. That's not
No,
my
no.
weight.
It is actually sufficient. It's sufficient enough up until some decimal points,
This
but
sounds
it
like
isn't your
medical
perfect value.
misinformation.
It isn't a perfect value. Like it is perfectly fine until like the second or third decimal point, at least I think.
And you're using this to prove your little ISS is doing what? Traveling at a very specific speed. So in order for you to get your speed, you need G. In order to get G, you've broken Cavendish down into the wrong thing. And now you're going to use these things that you've just told us is only good to 2 decimal places to calculate something that's got about 5 digits on the back of it. Best of luck, my friend. Yeah, says who. If you're after a accurate number for that, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
No.
Would it be all right if I jumped in on the difference between weight and mass? It seems like you guys are getting hung up on that.
Yeah, exactly. Like your scale, when you step on a scale, your scale indeed gives you mass, but it does that by calculating based on your weight.
I didn't know the scales calculated anything. The last scales I stood on was actually a slide scale. So what calculations were in that?
It's basically an automatic calculation. It basically
Ascetic. Do you know the scales where there's a weight and you slide them across a bar and you balance yourself or whatever item you've placed upon the scale? How is that a calculation? That's not a digital calculator. That's a mechanical device.
That also is basically a calculator in a sense.
No, it's not. On one
It is.
side you put an object, on the other side you slide the weights across so that the little needle points at the middle. So they're balanced. That's all you do.
Yeah, of course. The weights are balanced, so you conclude that the masses must be the same. And
Oh
the
my
weight.
god.
Well, we conclude it by looking at the
weights or the
needle.
masses?
The weight and mass are the same
But the needle is telling you what's equal proportionally.
The weight and mass is the same thing?
They aren't.
That's what we're after, T-Dub.
No, they're proportional though. You know that force is acting evenly. So you can
So what are we adjusting on those scales that Matrix was talking about? The
Kilograms?
weights or the masses?
So masses.
Masses.
Kilograms
Wow.
are mass. Kilograms are a mass. It's a
Do
measure of
heavier
mass.
things fall faster than lighter things?
No.
Yeah, and the Newton is the measure of the force, which is weight. Weight is a force. Mass is a scalar.
Yeah.
It's not even a vector.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, that's it.
So now that you've got that, how are you going to calculate your ISS speed and give says who the number that he was after like half an hour ago?
Every single scale in the world performs this equation automatically.
Yeah, that's great. We're just after the ISS speed number that you were going to give us before. How is it measured?
You don't have to measure it actually. You can just calculate.
So you don't know it then. So what you're doing is just throwing random numbers out there. This sounds awesome. The dumbasses will love it, and we'll just leave it at that.
If you plug in the numbers in for the weight of the Earth.
Okay, Ascetic, you're plugging in numbers. Okay, I've got no problem with you plugging in numbers. I'd just like to know where you're getting the numbers from in the first place.
Oh,
wait, are you talking about this? About how you calculate the speed of the
Shouting,
ISS?
silence. So where are you getting the numbers from in the first place, Ascetic?
The most amazing thing to me personally is the fact that the most of you guys live in the US. You can always go and watch the Elon Musk.
This is not answering the question.
Rocket launches and.
This is not answering the question. If you haven't noticed, Ascetic, listen carefully. In this room, all they ask for is if people put claims forward that they back them up with some kind of verifiable data. We don't care how long it takes you to get it or where you get it from, as long as we can go out and repeat it and go, holy shit, he was right. So you've made claims about the ISS doing whatever it does. How are you going to back up said claims and validate, verify, or prove it for the panel? Or you can be honest and say you can't.
I got a question. All right, I really got a question about this equation: mass equals weight divided by gravitational acceleration. Right. So more massive things fall faster because of their weight, because of the weight divided by the gravitational acceleration.
More massive things also take more time to accelerate faster. So those two effects actually cancel out and they follow all the same speed.
More massive things take more time to accelerate faster.
Not more time, but require more you said it correctly. The more massive objects are more strongly pulled together, but Because they're
So
more
it
massive.
it, it, it doesn't.
It is
Massive
it is
things don't fall as quickly as less massive.
no, they fall exactly the same.
How is that so? When I pick up a bowling ball and a feather, they fall at different speeds.
Because you already know an answer to this, the air resistance.
Yeah, but
Oh, wait a minute.
heavier things fall faster than lighter things, right?
No. You just made a specific example where the other force cancels that out.
Well, if things have weight, like if I put a bowling ball on a scale in a vacuum and a feather on a scale in a vacuum, they're not going to have the same mass.
Yeah.
That doesn't correlate the speed.
But what he got you to admit is that do understand cause and effect, because when you remove atmospheric pressure, the thing falls fast as a bowling ball feather does, right? You do
Yeah.
understand cause and effect.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
He also mentioned two masses being attracted to one another. In this scenario, is the Earth an object?
Yeah, it has mass, of course.
Okay, how big is this object?
So you're just gonna like return to the base talking point of the flat Earth. How far do we see?
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of what this whole thing is about? You're claiming that the Earth is an object. It has a mass, although I don't know how you're going to determine that, since Newtonian did not ascribe gravity to himself, and mass is definitely not weight. In fact, it's in physics undefined. It's not even inertia. So, is the Earth an object? And if it is, how big is it? And then, how did you get that size? Where'd you get that value from? Yeah, see, end of conversation. Your postulations mean nothing.
No, I'm just not gonna step into the area of the fake
Right.
photo and we see
You
too far.
don't want to talk about the size of the Earth. You don't have any Earth curve measurements anywhere.
Yeah, you see what I'm getting at. I don't want to dig into that.
See what you're
I
getting
just
at.
wanna-
Yeah, you want to run away
yeah.
from the crux of the conversation, which is the Earth a ball or is the surface of the Earth flat? And you don't have any Earth curve measurements, so you are indeed disengaging, running away.
Wait, says who? Doesn't that feel like a bit of a pivot? Like
A pivot from what? Can you give me the speed of the ISS? We'll go to you. Can you give me the speed of the ISS and how you got it?
Don't you just get it from like sensors on board the ISS and then radio
Okay, get
towers
those
on
for
the
me,
Earth?
and then yeah, no problem. So in this scenario, is the Earth stationary? Is that of the reference frame?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that would be the
Okay.
reference frame.
Okay,
Theoretically,
stationary
yeah.
Earth then. So the Earth does not move then.
It doesn't affect the model that we're using.
No, we're not
But
using a model. We're getting actual speeds. Actual speeds.
Well, your point of reference would be the Earth.
Okay, and the Earth is not moving.
As the point of reference, no.
Thank you. So the Earth is stationary. So
in this
then
model,
I guess you could tell me whatever speed you want. No, there's no model. We're not talking about models.
that's
We're
the
talking about
model.
actual speeds.
That's what
No,
you're
it's not a
asking for.
model. I'm
That
not
is what
asking you
you're
about any models. I'm asking you about your claim. In your scenario here, the Earth is stationary. So you're
No, but
claiming the Earth is stationary, and that is the speed of the ISS.
That's the question that you're asking for implicitly. Like if you're asking, what's the speed of the ISS in relation to the sun? Like I'm going to give you a totally different answer, right?
How fast is the sun moving in this scenario?
Well, that depends on how fast is it moving in the solar system? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, yeah. Tell me how you got
in
that.
your model.
Is that the answer? Is that the question that you want?
In your model, shouting. In your model, is the sun
I would
moving?
I would love to see this. Right, the sun 93 million miles away from the Earth. How fast is it going around the Earth?
The sun isn't moving around the Earth.
But from the reference frame of the Earth, the sun is going
yeah.
around the Earth. So how
Well, I guess
fast is the sun traveling around the Earth from this reference frame?
1 orbit a day, right?
So what's the speed of that from 93 million miles away?
I guess it's the speed of the Earth traveling around the sun. You could just use the same number.
Where'd you get that speed?
I don't know where we got that speed. Oh, I guess it's the
Oh.
size of the Earth in relation to the size of the sun and how fast we move
Size of the
around
Earth?
it.
How big is the Earth? How big is the Earth?
Let me see. It's 7,926 miles.
In what?
What?
7,900 and whatever miles in what? Is that diameter? Is that radius? Is that circumference? What is that?
That's the equatorial circumference.
That's incorrect.
No, I'm sorry. Wait, 24,000 miles is the equatorial circumference. Sorry.
Yeah, 24,901. Get it right. So where did you get that value from?
Wikipedia.
Okay, where did they get it from?
Through the editors on Wikipedia. Oh,
Does anybody actually have this measurement? What's this measurement of?
They got it from Sigurd and Hammerfelt in
Okay,
How
what did they do to
WGS
measure that?
Let's check. Wait, here. I can just send you the same link I'm looking at.
No, how about you tell me, since these are all your claims?
Well, well, what do you want me? What, you want me to describe how an atom works next? Are we just
No,
asking
not,
why
actually
this
just,
works? Why this works?
yeah, no, I know.
Why
I'm
do you
trying
think
to see
that?
if you know anything about the claims
You
you're
asked
making,
me
right?
like 40
Bro, I
questions.
don't want you to
Is this
freak out. I
You
don't want
just
you to freak out. I'm
spiraling
trying
and
to get to
talking
the
over him,
crux
bro.
of, yeah,
no,
I'm
you're
getting to
just
the
gonna keep
crux
No,
of the
you
asking
matter.
started when he
why.
stopped talking over. Says who? He's talking.
See, you were saying this is a diversion away from the earlier point, but
It
for all
is.
these
This is what
values and
it is.
claims, holy cow, dude, can I speak?
Yeah.
You're wondering how we ended up with the size of the Earth, and I'm showing you how we got there, because all of these things, these claims that you're making, are predicated on a size of the Earth being an object, apparently floating and hurling through the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space. So I want to know how you got that size.
The size of the Earth.
Yes.
Are you asking like, did I get it from experts or how we measured it? How the experts measured it?
How did anybody measure this shit? Anybody? I don't care. Anybody?
I think we do in a couple different ways.
Great. Give me one. We'll see if it's valid.
Well, let's do there are satellites moving around the Earth at a constant speed.
Speed, back to speed again. How did they get that speed?
They measure it with a radio tower communicating with
A
the
radio
satellite.
tower? So in this
Yeah.
case, the Earth is stationary.
They use a couple, I guess. No, in this reference point, yeah. So what?
Yeah, so
What's your problem with how they
reference
found the speed? Setsu, let
So-
me ask you a question. What's your problem with how they found the speed of those satellites?
I don't have a problem with it, but you're telling me the Earth is stationary, and that doesn't measure curvature. Speed does not
agree with
measure
me?
curvature.
So do you agree with what I
Speed
just said about
no,
the satellite?
I'm saying speed does not measure curvature.
No, I know, but we're just talking about speed right now. You just want to know about how
Okay,
they
so
calculated
what
the
they
speed, right?
no, not calculate, measured.
Measure, yeah, sorry. How do they measure the speed?
Yeah.
So if I tell you radio towers that are bouncing signals off of the satellites.
Bro, he wants to know how they measure curvature. He doesn't give a damn about the speed.
No, but
Yeah,
you just
furthermore,
asked
he
me.
explained to you how
We
you
can
have
talk
a
about.
reference frame that's not moving. He explained it to
So
you.
do you agree that the satellites are moving though around the Earth at a speed?
Well, apparently, I don't agree with that. You'd have to demonstrate it, but that's a claim. We'll get to the proof of that earlier or later, I guess I should say. But
Look,
we're
we can
always
do
going
that.
to end back to
Why don't we just drill into one of the things you asked about? Why does
okay.
that
The
sound like
thing
a
I'm
bad
drilling
idea?
into is that how did they measure the curvature of the Earth?
I'm giving you one way that you can measure the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, how can I do it?
We're gonna start with measuring the satellites that are moving around the Earth.
From
What
a
satellites?
non-moving reference frame? Oh my god! Oh my god!
What do you think about that?
What satellites?
Let's use the vast space satellite.
Okay. How can I get to her? How can I communicate with it, and what is going to give me as far as a readout, as far as the measurements go? How does that work?
No, I put the link in chat. You can look
No,
at the demo.
I'm asking you. I'm not gonna read your elephant hurl. I want you to tell me. You obviously know, right?
No, you asked how you can get the measurements. This is how
Yeah,
you
tell
get the
me about
measurements.
it.
This is how you
Okay,
do
tell
it.
me
You click
about
on
it.
the link. So you click on the vast space link. It's a
No, you
private
don't
company.
measure things by clicking on links. I want to see if you know or have even read this, because
I thought you were
have
asking
you
about
read
how you
this?
got the
Have you read
measurements.
this? Have you read this?
I definitely clicked on the link. It's not that long.
You clicked on the link, so you read this while you've been talking to me. You read this, okay?
I've already seen this before.
Oh, you've seen it before. Great. So tell me
I know
about it.
people. This is a private company. They're trying to build an ISS replacement, so they have a satellite in orbit that you can get measurements
That's not
from.
what I'm asking for, and you know it. Just tell me about how we're going to measure with it.
I'm showing you the measurements.
Okay, what are the measurements?
You can see the speed.
Okay, speed. We've got that. Does that measure curvature? Does speed measure curvature?
Negative.
No. But if you have
No,
something
no.
moving at a specific speed, at a
Is it
specific
linear speed? Altitude,
What?
that's a flat Earth you're describing. So altitude, that's flat Earth. Speed, that doesn't give us
Altitude does
curvature.
not mean a flat Earth.
Sure
What
it
do you think
does.
that
It's a
means?
horizontal reference frame. On a sphere, you wouldn't have an above or below or up or down or altitude or any of that. You would have in and out or distance away from surface. But altitude is in reference to a horizontal.
Well, it's distance away from sea level, right?
Well, you said
Negative.
altitude. That's in reference to a horizontal. So in this scenario, the Earth
That's
is
in
not
reference.
moving
It's in
and is
reference to.
horizontal.
It's not in reference to a horizontal though.
Does it
In
say
this
altitude?
example,
Does it say altitude?
it does, but it says it's in
Okay,
reference
so
So it's
then
in
to.
reference to
there you go.
horizontal.
Wait,
So
no,
you're
it's in
referencing horizontal
it's in,
stationary Earth, is that right?
no, the reference is away from sea level.
No, it said altitude.
Isn't that away from sea level?
Yeah, sea level is also a horizontal datum.
Keeps describing
Not
flat
in
Earth.
this
You're
model. You
explaining
can
it
look
to
at
him,
this.
but he doesn't get
You
it.
can see the speed going around it too.
The speed,
Why
is the
isn't it
speed
going?
linear or is it angular?
What's holding it in though? Like that's
What is this?
what's
Give me
holding
the
the
speed.
satellite
Is
in.
it angular or is it linear?
This would be linear. It's not showing you the
What?
angular
Yeah.
momentum.
So a straight line above a horizontal stationary Earth.
Sounds like he's describing the flat Earth like you said 3 times, Sesu.
Yep.
Something can still move at a speed in a curved line.
Yeah, but that would be an angular velocity. You're giving me a linear speed.
You said it was a linear path, not a curved path.
Yeah, he tried to change it. Last minute.
And be
What's
curved?
happening?
Would it make more sense as a curved line?
No, we're talking
Is
about
it a curved
reality,
line?
not what makes sense. What happens in reality. So yeah, in reality, it's a linear.
You even said it was linear.
But
I
would it
mean,
make
dude,
more sense as a curvature then?
why are you asking me a question?
Well, am I allowed to be wrong? Am I allowed to correct myself?
Yes,
Yeah,
you're.
what you
Oh,
should have
sorry.
did at the
No,
beginning
I'm
was
gonna.
say, "I don't
I'm
know."
thinking. I'm thinking.
Are you wrong or is your source wrong? Maybe the source is wrong and you're right. Let's see which one.
Did you ever click on it?
Of course not. I'm asking you about it. You read it. You know about it. I'm taking you at your word. In fact, maybe you're reading off the page.
Well,
Is it saying speed? Is it saying stationary Earth? Is it saying altitude? Is it saying all those things? If it is, you're describing a linear path over a horizontal reference frame that is stationary.
Let's say that it's angular speed, angular
Hang
velocity.
No. Let's not say. Let's say what the paper says.
on.
It's not.
May I
It's not
chime
a
in quickly?
paper. It's just taking.
Excuse me.
Well, I know you
Shouting.
guys all want to ask questions, but can I just
Hang
keep
on.
talking to Says
No.
Who?
No. Hold on. I just want to clear something up. Okay. The term linear distance. Okay. Typically, a linear distance is just a unit of distance, miles, kilometers, inches, or whatnot. Okay. In this context, when they're saying linear distance, are they talking about a distance in a straight line? Or are they using just a strict distance measurement, i.e. a linear distance measurement? Because they're synonymous, right? Describing a total distance covered. Because, for example, right, if I take a belt.
No, they were describing
and
speed. A linear speed would just be a constant speed.
Linear speed.
Regardless of path.
Okay. Because to be fair, right, if something is traveling at a linear speed, okay, or covering a linear distance, just because the term linear is in there, it's more of an attribute of the type of unit being used more than the actual nature of the path itself. Because if I have a belt, right? My waist is 32 inches. That belt is a 32-inch belt, right?
Yes, I
32
understand that,
quote
Mick.
unquote linear inches. That does not mean my waist, right, is a straight line. Does that
Fair
make sense?
enough. I understand what you're telling me. The problem is that if it's miles per hour, are miles curved or are they straight?
You can have a mile in the unit itself. The unit itself is measured straight, but you can cover 1 mile in a curve.
Were you here for the beginning of this,
curved path?
Well, that's where he has to make the claim, or he has to support that this path, right, is covering a giant curve of some sort. The sum total of the distance around that curve being whatever it is. Right?
That's what it says who's been trying to tell him the whole time. And he keeps talking about speed instead of curve measurement.
But same thing. So if the speed in this case, he has to confirm that the distance covered in the time allotted, right, is around a curve, and that total distance is being measured in what we call linear units. Right? He has to make the claim that is covering, a giant ball as opposed to, for example, a giant circle around a plane. Right?
Yeah, so far he's just inferred it. He hasn't proven it.
Exactly. So that's where the burden is. I just wanted to, point this out so we don't get too into the nitty-gritties of, this is a linear unit, therefore it has to be a straight line covered. The path has to be a straight line. That's not necessarily true.
Well, that's not even the point. Like, he keeps getting away from curvature, which says who is trying to keep him on track of, and then he names something else. And it's like,
absolutely.
Dude, okay, so what is that?
Sorry,
And
can I come back in? Because when I was being asked questions,
hold on. It was just because there seemed to be what I perceived to be a false dichotomy being presented, where it's either in a straight line or the unit has to be expressed in angular distance change, or angular units, what's it called? Angular velocity.
Right.
Yeah. So anyways, this speed, is this proving curved path?
Sorry, yes.
How?
Because we have a satellite orbiting the Earth.
That's another claim. I need you to prove that.
No, because we can bounce signals off of the satellite that's orbiting the Earth.
That doesn't matter. It has to be proven that this is a curved path.
Well, let's just start at the establishment of a device we're going to use for the experiment, okay?
This is not an experiment. We're measuring something. My goodness, man.
Yeah, that is an experiment, right? If you measure
No,
something?
it isn't. No, measurements are measurements. Experiments are experiments. The clue is that they're different fucking words. No, you can't make a hypothesis. What's the hypothesis for the length of a fucking table, you retard?
Well, you're gonna like assume a measurement, I suppose. Then you're gonna.
Oh my gosh, dude! Just bow out. This is pathetic. I'm so tired of you guys. You bullshit your way through this.
How do you
make it
think an
worse for
experiment
yourself. No, I've never made a hypothesis
you
to measure
answer a
a
question?
table. You stupid asshole.
How about you answer a question?
Hypothesis to go ahead and measure my table. No one has ever done that.
No. How about you tell me how an experiment works? Says who?
You brought it up. You tell me how it works.
No,
you don't.
I'm wrong. You're telling me I'm wrong. You're telling me I'm wrong, right?
Measurement.
Says who? You're
Obviously, you're wrong, and I don't have to correct you. I just have to point out that you don't know what you're talking about. And I've done that in spades. Now you're talking about hypotheses for measurements. My God, man. This is silly. Anybody else here? Is Matthew still here? Do you need a hypothesis to measure some shit?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's conflating the term hypothesis and estimate in this context. You can estimate.
I don't think it's possible to directly measure the curvature of the Earth.
Great. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't think Flat Earth is a good explanation, so I don't believe it's true.
You believe whatever you want to believe, Matthew.
My hypothesis is
Thank
that
you.
the table is 6 feet long.
So your independent variable would be your tape measure.
Who?
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
That's pretty good, actually. Who are we speaking to, by the way?
So prior to that, I mean, the shouting pony rescued the ascetic, but he kind of bowed out because he didn't want to discuss measuring curvature of the Earth. He thinks it's an
Oh, yeah.
object. He thinks it's a ball, but he didn't want to deal with that, so he ran away. He's still here, but maybe you guys can get him to talk about something else other than curvature.
Well,
He'll talk
I
about
think
anything but that.
yeah, I think it's a ball. I think there's curvature. I just don't think you can directly measure it.
That's fantastic, Matthew. Thank you for that.
Then how else would we actually know it's there?
Indirect measurements and logic and reason.
Okay, like what?
Well, like the fact that it's the best explanation for all kinds of things, like sunsets and moon phases and seasons.
Put it
Or
in a
you could
logical
do
syllogism.
calculations. Yeah,
Put
you
it
can
in
It's
do
the
a
best
logical
calculations like
explanation for a
Earth
lot
has.
of things, Matthew.
Oh,
Like small children.
logical syllogism. The globe Earth is a good explanation for the observations. Therefore, it's the most likely to be true, and it's rational to believe it.
Hey, these
I love
indirect
it.
measurements, Matthew, are you going to be assuming that the Earth is a sphere?
Of course, like Eratosthenes assumed the Earth was a sphere, then he calculated the circumference by measuring shadows.
So is it logical to beg the question?
No.
Okay, so that wouldn't be logical, that indirect measurement. So you kind of
Right.
just shot yourself in the foot there. Yeah, bad deal.
No, I wasn't saying. Yeah, you can't prove that the Earth is a globe. You can provide evidence, but it's. I wasn't offering a proof.
Yeah, the evidence is based on you begging the question. There are no ways to directly measure curvature. Welcome to flat Earth.
Just because there are no ways to measure it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Matthew, I got to ask you, man. So, do we assume that the light rays are parallel or that they're divergent?
Light rays are generally parallel unless they're refracted a tiny little bit. I mean, sometimes atmosphere can change the path by a little bit, but generally they're parallel.
And if we put the sun at infinite distance away, how big is the sun?
It would be invisible, and it would be infinitesimally small if it were infinite distance. Like the stars. They're almost infinite distance.
So essentially, infinity minus one.
Yeah, infinity minus one is infinity.
To infinity and beyond.
Infinity plus one is also infinity. I can prove it.
Because, yeah, infinity is a value.
No, it's
And
not.
0.999999 is the same as 1, right? Because 0.9 is 1.
Rather, infinity is more of a concept than it is an actual value. It's treated like
Well,
one in
yeah.
some cases.
Yeah, in the real
Conceptual.
world, infinity doesn't exist in the real world.
That's why. Yeah.
But 0.999 with an infinite number of nines is equal to 1.
So you're using infinity like it's something special, Matthew. Are you in the real world, or are you just a brain in a jar?
Real world.
It can't represent anything in the real world then.
That's right.
Infinity can't be involved in real world measurements.
That's true.
Is the ascetic still here?
Yeah.
Did you copy?
Yeah.
Okay, what I was saying before, do you recognize the distinction between the term hypothesis and estimate in this context and how they were kind of conflated?
What do you mean?
Well, before you said something like, oh, we can hypothesize the distance to something.
I think that was what was he? The pony guy.
Oh, who was the pony?
That wasn't me, I think.
Oh, that was the other guy, and he left, right?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind.
What's with you guys, anyways? You're not in this good of a mood. Most of the times. You're in a pretty good mood. What's happening? The holidays or something?
I would say it's probably your mannerism. You've been very respectful thus far, and everybody else has reciprocated that respect. So good on you.
No, actually, that's not how it was most of the times in the back. Like when I remember, like
We're not talking about the past, we're talking about today. Normally, what happens is the energy that you get given as someone visiting here is what you put out. So if you come in here jumping around like a clown and being an absolute idiot, I get to step on you like a little bug. But since you've been well behaved, well, so far, I don't have the necessity to do so. That's how it works.
no, you usually just make give yourself an excuse much more easily.
You just heard the excuse. You've behaved yourself. I don't have to kick you in the bum. That's it.
Oh my god. All like
Aesthetic, please don't turn a compliment into an insult.
pretty much any mod in any room can do whatever they want with kicking anyone or silencing anyone. So all you need
So
to
what's the
do.
problem? You're still here. You're not silenced. You've still got the availability to use the side chat. You're going great guns,
Yeah.
mate. Keep going.
Yeah, especially you. You're in a good mood. Like most of the times I hear you, you're yelling all the time.
Because you've still got no proof of curvature.
Okay. Anyways, you guys enjoy your holidays. Bye. I'm going.
God bless you.
Stay blessed. Stay blessed and watch out for Krampus.
Krampus, isn't he the dude? Looks like an elf. Steals kids, chucks them in a backpack or something.
Yeah, bad kids, and then he beats them with reeds.
Oh, jeez. What folklore is that from? What culture?
Let me look it up real quick so that I make sure I'm right.
That would be parts of Northern Europe, specifically Northland.
It's
You
from
better watch
Germanic.
out.
It's of Germanic origin.
Germanic, yeah. Alright, yeah. So it really is like, you better watch out. You better not cry.
You need to put the Krampus back in Christmas. Make
I was just
Christmas
trying.
great again.
I was just trying to understand. Earlier said that two objects fall same rate. Okay, and you put them on a scale, they weigh different.
Yeah, if you drop a 8-pound bowling ball and a 16-pound bowling ball at the same time, they'll hit the ground at about the same time.
But they weigh different.
Right.
Wait, you
But
can get
one
different
has more inertia.
weighted. Can you get different weighted bowling balls?
Yeah, that's the number that's printed on them. I'm talking about American bowling, not like cricket. Like 10-pin bowling.
Oh, I thought you meant lawn bowls. No, I knew what you meant. I just didn't know there was different weighted ones.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know why they use
men
different weights.
men throw 16 and little girls throw 8.
It's dependent on the user.
But I think they're all the same size, right? So that's why I was saying, if you have two things that are the same size and shape but weigh different, even though you drop them at the same time and they weigh different, they still will hit the ground at about the same time.
They're not. They're close to the same. The lighter ones are.
Say that again, the lighter ones are smaller?
Yeah.
But one thing to consider too is all these bowling balls are made of the same material, right?
Yeah, but they fill them with different things, so they have different densities. That's how they get the weights right, I think.
Are you sure? Or are they just hollow with different
That's a good
thicknesses?
question. I don't know.
Right. So if they are of the same material, to get the same size but different weights or masses or whatever, it's the same material just with different thicknesses. They have the same density, right?
Well, the material might be the same density, but overall, a lighter one would be less dense than a heavier one if they're the same size.
Yeah, but the material itself.
That, I don't know. I mean, maybe they use the same resin for all bowling balls, but it could be they use a resin that's slightly more dense for the heavier ones. That's a good question.
Okay. Would be worth checking out. Because we have an instance of different objects, the same weight. Excuse me, same same mass or weight, whichever one you want to go with. Different densities and different sizes, not falling at the same rate.
In air or in a vacuum or where? Like what materials?
In a vacuum.
In a
Anyone got
vacuum,
the Bremen drop tower thing, Andy?
Yeah.
I would assume that things would drop with the same speed in a vacuum, like a feather in a bowling ball or whatever.
That's the interesting thing.
What's up?
And the feather in the bowling ball is also very interesting too, because if the resin is made of mostly carbon of sorts, right? The feather also is primarily carbon, some other stuff. Let's say the composition is more or less the same element, right? You drop them in a vacuum, they'll fall at the same speed because they're mostly the same element. And then any difference can be attributed to, oh, well, the vacuum wasn't perfectly a vacuum, so there was a little bit of air resistance, right? Something like that. So you wouldn't be able to tell. So you can make that interpretation fairly easily. When in fact, it could actually just very well be the composition of the materials are so similar.
Yeah, I don't have a vacuum chamber.
Yeah. It's worth investigating.
But hey, Matthew, if you look at the side chat, there's a GIF.
Yeah, I see that. Thanks.
Pretty cool. I don't know if you've ever seen it before, just so you got some context. They've got like a case, they've got elements, tubes, and then they have a camera facing towards the camera and the case dropping right because they're attached.
You're coming in and out a little bit choppy there, Snoop. Not Snoop. Fuck. Fuck. Snoop Dogg. My bad. Sheep. How was that? God damn.
What happens if you drop some
How about that?
gas in your
Is that a little
vacuum
bit better?
chamber?
Well, gas would expand to fill the available volume with a slight downward
Yeah,
bias.
but it has mass, so it should just fall. Should fall at the same rate as the bowling ball.
If you watch that, the only video of feathers and ball and metal falling at the same speed is a NASA video. And if you really look at it, the feathers, I don't think they're real feathers. They look like they're metal. They bounce when they hit like metal. So I think even that has been faked to get you. Oh well, everything falls at the same rate, therefore gravity, right? It's one of their claims too. So because there's other people that have tried this and things don't fall at the same rate.
Why would Brian Cox lie?
Well, wait, RTH, if you drop an 8-pound bowling ball and a 16-pound bowling ball like 20 feet, they would hit the ground at the same time. So even if you don't have a vacuum chamber, you could shoot yourself, right?
You ever see that? It's I forget which principle it is, but you take three balls, put them on a hill, have one ball a straight incline, another like a deep slope, and then go, and then another one a slider slope, right? Even though they're all falling,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about? So even though they're all falling, they don't fall at the same speed because shape of the path where they're going. So it stands to reason that the shape of the object is going to have an impact, and then of course you're going to have to now create this imaginary world. Well, there's nothing to stop it, but that's again, like even in a vacuum, that's not. It could just be some other things. I don't know. For me, it's just a stretch to say because things seem to fall at the same speed, therefore universal force from Earth.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about with those different slopes. There's some slope that is like optimized to get the ball to the like that increases the speed the most. I forget what it is though. It's not some simple slope. It's not a circle or a hyperbola. It's some other weird shape.
Well, I mean, in theory, then they should all roll down that thing at the same speed. You know.
Hello. Hi, me and my friend have a few questions. I don't know if there's a current conversation going on, but if there isn't, I would like to ask some questions, please.
There isn't, so feel free.
Let me see. Did my other friend also join the call? Abdul, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
I have a question
So,
about the moon landing. If anybody's interested.
I'm sure that there's people here that would be willing to attempt to answer it as honestly as they can.
Awesome. So the thing is the moon landing. Do you guys believe? I don't know what you guys believe. Do you believe it happened? It didn't? It's CGI? Like what happened?
okay, you're going
What's
too
your like
far,
theory?
You're going too far because, like, obviously, people who believe in flat Earth don't believe space is a thing, right? So start from zero.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Yes,
I
exactly. So
don't know what they
you're
believe.
going too far, akhi. You
Okay.
gotta ask them. You know, I was talking to the brother
Hmm?
earlier. Told him like, give him the history of the Cold War and why Russia and America like had to obviously fake the whole. America had to fake the whole thing, and how it was recorded. So, like, does any of you possibly have any of the original recordings? And what's your take on it? From just like an editing perspective or whatever it is.
And why did the USSR not object to it? That's the problem that I have with this theory.
The Soviets were faking their space program as well.
Oh, okay, got it.
Wait, what?
Yuri Gagarin was not the first man in space. He's
What?
just the one who
Hmm.
survived.
The one who survived. Okay.
Yeah, it's
So the
estimated they did 8 attempts before
the
him.
Soviets were making stuff up. So the Soviets were making stuff up, and the Americans were making stuff up like at a quicker rate, and that's why. And like the Soviets didn't feel the need to call them out on it because it would be embarrassing to them too.
Well, the Soviet Union was in constant collapse due to their poor economy, and they were very dependent on the West to save them. They were constantly getting stuff from the West, so they couldn't call out the West because then they would stop giving them economic support. And instead of calling them out, it works better as blackmail.
Uh-huh. Gotcha.
Because you lose everything if you publicize they faked it, but if you tell them in behind, you go, "We know you faked it, and here's what we want."
I wouldn't be surprised if that's how Elon Musk got into it. He was at some dinner party and he went, "Listen, I know what you guys are up to. Here's what's going to happen."
Guys, where is the most reliable flat Earth map, please?
Reality. Go outside and check it out.
Where can I find one, like from
Yeah,
Google?
yeah. We don't
Or
claim to have
comparison?
a perfect map. Like we don't claim to have gone out and physically like mapped out everything, right? Gone around and like checked everything's correct and made like a big giant map. And we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the entirety of this place that we live in. Now, all maps have issues. All maps are wrong. You can type in "all maps are wrong" into YouTube. You'll see a stack of videos come up, right? Because what you guys are dealing with when you think of your globe maps are just coordinate system projections, right? Based off the sky. So
How do you
yeah, all
travel
maps
from
have
one
issues.
country to another?
Using navigation
What's that?
charts.
You roboted.
Yeah, like, so how can like long flights go through
You're
countries?
cutting out for
What are
me. I
they?
don't know if it's just on my end.
Yeah,
Just
it's
your end, brother.
you, DJ.
Oh, yep. Sorry about
I
that.
can
bro.
hear him, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. So, can y'all give us more detail or what's up?
In
Detail
regards
about
to
what
what?
specifically?
How can flights like rely on when like they are traveling like from
Yeah.
like
So these guys are listening to
different countries?
y'all's arguments from zero, right? So you got to start from zero, right? So they don't know what
Zez,
you
you're
guys
not
know.
helping, bro. You're not really helping.
I'm
So,
not helping.
Meridius,
I don't believe in a flat Earth, to be honest. But like, I'm just saying.
that's great. You can believe in whatever you want, but when you're trying to jump in and semi-moderate someone else's conversation, it's not helping.
No, I'm not moderating anything. We're all friends and we came to the
Yeah,
call at the same
making
time,
noise,
right?
and we're trying to listen to the other guy while you're talking. He can't.
Okay, talk, Yachi. Nobody is
Awesome.
stopping you. Go ahead.
So, Meridius, basically what happens, if I want to go from the United States from Sydney, we take a rough compass bearing and we probably start flying that way. One of the big issues we've got with flight is they follow flight corridors. So even though I would like to fly dead straight on my compass bearing, it's probably not safe to do so. We follow the flight corridors along. We look for landmarks. When we find where we've got to go, then we probably use local maps for that area.
Yeah, sure. What are the maps now for someone who's traveling from USA to Sydney?
They use local maps. So once they're outside of those zones, they follow flight corridors. They use land markers. That's
So the
it.
local
It's
maps
nothing
is the
really
one that they
fancy.
use for the round.
Okay, how about we try another angle? What is your perception of what flight is and how it's done?
Is like a plane, like going up in the sky, high altitude.
Yep. How do they get to point A to point B?
By traveling there.
No.
Like so.
What maps are they using? From your words,
For me,
what you understand at the moment.
The round Earthers maps. I believe all planes, all
Round
flights.
Earthers maps.
Yes.
Wow.
What is the substitute for that? Can you give me a?
I'd like to know what the Round Earthers map is. I think that's fantastic. What is that?
Sure, like you can find them in like a lot of like
Excellent.
sites.
If you can find them, you can
provide
post one in
from
side
Google.
chat for me. That'd be great.
Yeah, show us which ones the pilots are using that you're claiming.
Yeah, sure.
I can show you that, guys. Here, I'm allowed to stream. All right, so here we go.
Yeah, but
And
I see
whilst
that
our friends looking
I
that
have a
up, whilst our friends looking
Are you
that
what?
up, as far as your moon landing stuff goes, guys, and I know you're pretty keen on that. There's a movie, a documentary called American Moon. It goes for about 3 hours. Please go and watch it. It's pretty awesome, and take out of it what you want. But it's a very, very well detailed documentary.
Yeah, I feel like this image is like to observe
Yes,
like
Meridius,
flights. Yeah, this is an
Yeah,
image
so
where
I-
like they to observe flights. So, for instance, like this one was used during the Israel-Iran flight,
Yeah,
and like
that's
this is why,
great.
like,
So is
no
that
flight.
the map you're using to fly from Sydney to LA?
No, like this one
Because I
for
don't
like
see Sydney to
traveling.
LA on there.
No, but like
Yeah,
this
we
one
asked
is
what
about
map
one.
is the pilot using to navigate, right? Obviously, the pilot's not going on and using this Mercator projection. This is just the flight path, the data from the flight path plotted out on a particular map projection, which is the Mercator projection, which is not what any pilot is going to be using to navigate. Okay, so this is flight radar, not what we asked for.
Listen,
okay.
For me,
Meridius,
aviation.
Meridius, originally you wanted something from us. Provide the version that you believe you're using now.
I will answer. For someone as a non-aviation expert, I can understand how planes are traveling through such map. Now, if you guys don't
They're
like
not
this,
using this
where is the substitute for that?
No, you've got to provide the one you're using now. What are they using now? You've got an idea of what they're using now. Post that in the side chat. What you've posted up there is flightradar.com. The pilots are not using flightradar.com.
I know, sure, but this is for
excellent.
me
So what are they using?
As a non-expert. Show
what
me
are
what
they
is the
using?
substitute for that.
There's no substitute. Okay, Meridia, in order for me to substitute something, you have to tell me what they're using now. I can't substitute until you tell me what they are using. You do understand that. Yeah,
You
I
don't
will.
have a
As
map.
soon as you tell me
Just,
what they're
just
using
say that
now,
you don't
the
have a map.
reason
You are
for it,
embarrassed.
Meridia, the reason
Embarrassed.
for it, if I hand you a map and you go,
Yes,
that's
hand
the
me
one
one.
I was using, it's not a substitute, is it?
Hand me one. Hand me anything. Hand me anything. So I can
Hand
learn.
me what they're using now. I
I
need to
don't
know
have it.
what
I'm not
you.
an aviation. I'm using the radar here.
So you don't have a
Meridius.
map. So
Hand me
you're
one. Stop,
telling
stop
us,
dodging.
Meridius, you're telling
Stop
us you don't
dodging.
have a map. So how have you getting around without a map?
I don't fly. I'm not a pilot. But for me, as a
Okay.
non-expert, this is how I understand it. Now provide the map and stop talking,
Okay.
stop dodging. You are embarrassing yourself. Tell me
Sorry.
the
Okay.
map.
You're embarrassing
Let me-
yourself.
Stop talking, mate. Stop, mate.
Meridius.
Yeah, we
Stop
need to slow
talking.
the
Show
conversation
the
down.
map.
Can
Show
Seisu
anything.
say Meridius,
Show
you're
Meridius.
anything.
emotional. You're emotional. You need to
He was
relax
Wow.
a bit.
emotional, and he didn't like provide
Seisu's been
what I
trying to
asked.
get in. No, you just need to chill out a bit. We can explain all of
He
these things
wasn't
to you.
chill.
Just relax, stop
Meridius.
talking, and let Seisu talk.
So I have to tell you this: the voice or the inflection that you get from Matrix, that's how he is all the time. Some people just speak a certain way. It's not personal. Secondly, I will give you a substitute. Planes do not fly over maps; they fly over the Earth. There you go.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. So you don't have to worry about the map. The Earth is flat.
Okay. Did you map it?
You don't need to. You measure it to see whether or not there's curvature.
You're traveling all these distances without map. Okay. All right.
No,
You're like
not
a bird.
distances.
You have
The
you are
distances
getting.
are also on the Earth. They're not on a map.
All right. Stop saying this stupid shit.
Well, so do you think that distances only exist on maps, or do we have points across the Earth from point to point on the physical Earth? Those distances, measured distances.
Why this silly question?
Oh, I'm asking you.
Distances
Apparently, your
exist on the
reality is
real
just
world.
maps. Yeah, we're talking about with the real world. You're talking about maps. That would be
Yes,
a
so
fairy
you can
tale world.
understand the
That's
real world.
conceptual. Right. So what are the distances between points on the Earth?
For me, I can use Google Maps and like measure a lot of things.
No,
I
no.
work
What is the actual distance in reality? What is it?
the actual distance that will the map will give you. All right, I
No.
can use it in the real world. So, for instance, I work in E-State. Listen, I work in E-State and rely on Google Maps and how this is how I built like several houses. Yes, it is
Yeah,
reliable. So that's
great.
the
Do
distance.
they,
Was it in meter in kilometers? Google
bro,
Map is reliable to me to my work.
jeez, my goodness. So when they measure these distances, do they use maps or do they go out and survey it?
For them, they are using satellite images and like other ways to image it, even like Google
Well,
cars and stuff like that.
sorry, friend. I'm pretty
Why
sure
are
they
you like
survey,
asking me all these questions when you are not providing any map?
the
How
actual
embarrassing is
land.
this? Listen, I
Friend,
have
they
answered all
survey
your questions.
land.
Are you gonna
Bro,
provide me with
listen.
a map?
In the
All
side
right.
chat, stop talking. Side chat. Holy shit.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one? Side chat. There's only one side chat for this room.
Meridius, there's no need to name call. There's no need to get belligerent. There's no need to raise your voice. This is not the time for that. Now, if you can have a reasonable conversation like an adult, then we can continue. But your emotions are not going to help you here.
I'll study it. Thank you for providing one. Thank you.
These are all projections, right? And if you said that you trust the Google Earth map. Google Earth uses the Web Mercator, and countries on that map aren't even the size that they claim, right? So you can't just look at the map and say, oh, the distances, they're right, they're correct. Countries are looking exactly like this because they don't. There are no maps that have everything perfectly lined out for you. I mean, you need to look into
Have you
this topic
tested
a
Google
little bit
Maps? Have you
further.
tested on your street?
Yeah, look, it uses the Web Mercator. I mean, the sizes of the countries, they're wrong. Everybody knows this. Go ask AI a little bit about it. Come back when you studied it, okay? Or you can come back and show us
I
a
don't
map
think
that
no.
you
You can
say
study it.
represent all the
You can
countries.
move on your car and you see like the meter from your car and you see like how wrong
Yeah,
is Google Map. Yes,
all
there is a
right.
margin of error, but the margin of error is so small. But yeah, Google
So
Maps is reliable
the
and
Web
we use it for
Mercator is the
engineering.
reliable one then. Is that's your map of choice? Web Mercator? That's the correct map according to you? Shows the countries the size they
Are
are.
you asking me a question?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
How
It's the
was
Web
this map
Mercator.
derived? How did this?
Yeah.
Where did it come from?
For the Google Maps, it's from satellite
The
imaging.
Web
They
Mercator
can give you a map,
projection.
or like they can give you
The Web
physical.
Mercator projection
Oh my
is what.
gosh. I don't know what
Okay,
is
so
that. I
Google
have no idea
Maps,
what is that.
Google Maps, Google Earth. Google Maps is like a computer program, right? Where they've put a whole bunch of data that they've collected onto a Web Mercator projection. Okay, do you know anything about the Web Mercator projection? Do you know anything about map projections to begin with? Where they came from, how they were created, or anything like that?
No, I'm not an expert on that, but like the houses that I'm building, that my father is building, I see them. We measure the land distances, and they are super accurate. You can
Do you know
tell me.
what
You can go
Dunning-Kruger
down. You
means?
can now
Right?
wait.
So
Can I
you're like
finish?
a
Can I
bit
finish?
of this is
Finish my
Dunning-Kruger
statement. I will
syndrome
take
right
10
now.
seconds. I'll take 10 seconds. You go on your street and you try. You test the Google map, like measure distance, and you see, is it false or is it correct? That's it. You do experiments. And you provide
Yeah.
maps.
Okay.
By the way, right now, I
what
think
map projection are
the
they
correct
using
map is
for
the one.
Google Maps, and how was that created? Was that
I don't
created?
know. I don't know how
Well, you
it
need to
was
look
used. I
into
don't know
that.
how
Okay, so
airplanes
because
fly, but I
if you understood that, right, you would realize how silly what you're saying is.
no. No, I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah.
how
You're
cars.
coming in here
I don't know
talking
how a
about
car
something that you
engine
don't know
moves, but I
anything
know how
about.
to use a car, right?
I don't care
I
if
have
you
no
know how to
idea how
use
a
a
car
car.
engine functions.
I don't care. That's not the topic.
I know, but there is.
So you shouldn't be.
You
You
can
don't make
use tools.
claims
You
about
can
the
use tools without
technicalities of how
understanding
car
how they
engines
function.
work, do you?
Fine. Doesn't mean that they doesn't exist or like they are showing fake reality.
No one's saying that.
Right.
Right?
Anyway,
These are projections that are based off a celestial, like a spherical coordinate system, right? So
which
it's
is
like
accurate.
yeah. And how was that created? Was that created
I
because
do not
people went out
know. You
and
can tell
actually
me, and you can show me like
from the sky,
where is your
from the
reliable thing
sky,
and how they are
from
false.
angles to stars?
Who's Ray? Ray, is this the correct flat Earth map? The one
There's
that
no
Ray
such thing
posted?
as a flat Earth map. Please remove that idea from your head.
That is
So
just another.
weird.
That's just another
There is no.
projection,
I'm
right?
sorry. I asked for
That's a
maps.
different type of map projection based off the
I,
spherical coordinate system, not off somebody actually measuring curvature and mapping out the globe, right? Based on the way we observe the celestial bodies. It comes originally from the celestial sphere.
okay, there is no flat Earth maps. All right.
Oh, you
Yeah,
might
there's
be
no
in the
globe
wrong
Earth.
room. We
There's no
don't
globe
claim
Earth
one here.
in existence at all. Okay,
The
because when we
problem,
go
the
out
problem
and
is,
actually
Meridius,
measure,
what are you
How
going
do you
to
think
out,
that the
reference
long
for your
distance?
map?
Listen, how do you think the long distance wars happen?
Meridius, let's just take a step back to your maps. What are you going to use as a reference point for your maps? Something that's a consistent. What are you going to use?
For me, Google Maps.
If you want to make a map, what are you going to use as a reference point?
I don't
You
create
need
maps.
something that is wait for it, I haven't finished talking. You need something that is a consistent, so everyone can take measurements off of that singularity, that point. What are they going to reference?
To me, I'm going to reference to them Google Maps. I don't create maps. I am a
You have
consumer.
no idea what I'm
I
talking
need
about.
something that is
We
reliable.
haven't got a map. There is no Google Maps. We are creating a map.
There is no
You
Google
wanted
Maps.
a flat Earth map. Let's go and create one. But what we need is a reference point, something that everyone can understand that it's a consistent. We are referencing our map from what?
You are referencing your map for what? Yeah, show me your fucking map. How did Japan and
Is
USA
this
had
simpleton
war?
really that broken
How
in the
did they
head?
talk?
We
How did
haven't,
they
Meridius,
cross all these distances?
we haven't
without
got a
map?
map yet. Meridius, we're going back
How
a little
was
bit.
America invading Japan?
What the fuck has that got to do with what I'm asking? Holy shit, dude.
He thinks he lives on a map. There's no fixing that.
Yes, you came into the wrong room. I mean, we aren't the flat earthers here that claim a map. Okay, that was the first thing you asked. We told you we're not making that kind of claim, right? We're talking about the property of the surface here. We can tell you how to go out and measure that for yourself. We can show you the method, right? Then you can find a lake, maybe 10 miles wide. You can shoot a laser over it. You see that it ends up 1 foot over the water on beach A, and on beach B, on the other side, it's still 1 foot, right? So that means over those 10 miles, water should curve 66 foot. It's not there. The laser should be 66 foot up in the air. That's a 6-story building, right? This is why we're flat earthers. We don't have any measurements for curvature. If you have those kind of measurements, you feel free to share them with us. That's mainly what we're focused on here, right? So I'm not going to make any other claims for you or anybody
Now
else.
you are saying that we don't have any reliable maps. Now, how did these conflicts in the 20th century happen between extremely long distances, like Germany going to Moscow, or like Germany going to North Africa and Egypt? How did they move? How did they travel? What did they rely on to travel
Via
all these
plane
distances?
and boat.
This is weird. Right.
What?
Maps are used for practical reasons, right?
Practical reasons? What? For any
Practical
reason.
reasons.
Travel
Yeah.
for any reason.
Yeah, exactly. So practical reasons, like you're pointing out, for navigations, they will use the map that's most applicable to them. Some of those maps are square.
Okay, sure.
Does that mean the Earth is square?
What is the map? What is the map
Hold
that
on.
Germany used to go to Moscow or America used to invade Japan? What
Yeah,
are the maps?
he likes to
Can I
have a
say that?
meltdown, Jedi. I don't know if you've caught that bit yet.
Yeah, he's
What are
almost
the
unbearable to speak to. Unbearable.
okay.
Okay,
You guys are insane. But yeah,
Asked
the
you a
moon
question.
landing is fake.
think
But like the Earth is
he got
round.
him.
You guys are
asked you a
embarrassing
question.
when you don't
Unfortunately,
have any
these
map.
melts have to be controlled.
When
So
you
we're going to have
want
to
to
start
refute a
muting
system,
you
you
if you
have to
want to
bring
keep
like a
acting like a child. So you made the choice, right? This is your choice to be muted so we can have a normal conversation.
okay. Can I speak with you guys, please?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of
go
course.
ahead.
Okay. So, from what I understand, okay, we use a map. Yes. Do we live on one? Obviously, no. No, nobody's saying we live on a map, right? But you ask me, well, the map is a square. Is Earth is a square? No, again, because the paper is a square, not the Earth itself. So, like, why would you not use maps? Like, what's the issue with using a map?
I have no
There
idea.
isn't
Maybe we
one.
misheard the argument, but please clarify that for me.
There's no issue. Maybe it's you that misheard the argument. There's no issue with using maps. But if I hand you a local map for your local town and then give you a direction to fly to another country, are you going to use that local map for that local town?
I would use a bigger map.
Excellent. So every single map has a very specific purpose. So some people use mag deck maps, other people use the AE maps. Every single map has its own particular purpose and usage. If you use the wrong tool for the wrong job, you'll probably get the wrong result.
Correct.
I think what they were trying to point out to is that, as it appears, the bigger you make the map, the more it is consistent with the flat Earth, or with the round Earth model of the Earth.
Oof.
There is
If
no
they get-
round Earth model.
Yeah. You might be getting confused
I
with
I
coordinates.
also think that when Radius was talking about the conflicts in the 20th century, like the very, very funny meme I sent in the side chat.
It's a dumb
So
meme.
you
It
have
doesn't.
the
It's a retarded meme, right? We need to explain to you how ridiculous that
Yeah,
meme is
later.
and how it's not funny, and it just shows your lack of knowledge about maps. You're actually making a fool of yourself when you post a meme like that.
Yeah, sure, cool. Anyways,
Yeah. So
I think what he was pointing out to is that we even if you don't believe the Earth is round or don't believe in any round Earth model, we do know that planes exist, and we do know that planes take, for
Holy
example,
cow.
from
Dude, just shut up. This is ridiculous. No one is making any of these claims. No one's even claiming the map that you posted in the side chat. So are you here
Now,
to
who's
just
interrupting
strawman
who,
us,
huh?
or do you want to have a real conversation?
You're
like
interrupting
you're
him now, Mr.
interrupting,
Moderator.
and I wish you interrupted me for good. You're interrupting me with your like
News
uh,
flash.
yes,
Newsflash. We've already heard this before. So, do you have an actual evidence for the Earth being a globe, or do you
you
just want to
already heard
strawman
this
us?
before. You've already heard it before?
Yes, all the
What
things
was
that
I
you've
going to
said,
say?
we've already heard them before about a zillion times.
What was I going to say?
How do you travel in a circle on a flat Earth?
Says who? Says who? Says who? What was I going to say?
No, I'm telling you, I've already heard the thing about the conflicts, the thing about
Yeah, yeah.
the
You've
map.
already heard what I was yeah, sure. You've
I've already
already
heard
heard
all
it. What
that.
was I
So,
going to
okay,
say?
no problem. My mistake. What was your point?
Yeah, good boy.
Oh no!
What was your point?
No.
Anyways, I think the point was we have planes and we know how long the planes take in traveling. For example, from point A to point B, right? And let's say point A is Japan and point B is India, for example.
Be a little bit more specific.
Huh?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
About?
Point as in the location and destination.
I
Japan.
said point A is Japan, point A B is India.
Okay. You understand that we're going to be navigating to a certain point, right, in these locations?
Sure.
Cool. We're going to be using longitude and latitude for that, aren't we?
We're gonna be using what?
Longitude and latitude.
Okay. Yeah.
So just to be clear, so you can carry on with your point, but that's how we're going to derive our locations.
Cool.
Cool. You
I
can
don't
carry
know
on.
what.
You will in a minute.
So,
You can carry on.
wait, what was I going to say? Fuck.
You fly from one place. You know the
Okay.
distance.
So yeah.
He said we know the time
Not
it
gonna lie.
takes to get there
Not gonna
between
lie. I
points.
forgot what I was going to say. My bad, guys. I'll talk back when I remember what I was going to say. Shit.
You're talking about flying from place to place. We know how long it takes. We know the distances.
Yeah, I do have a question, guys. This just might be side question, from the point that you're discussing. But I hope someone can answer me.
Okay.
All right, I'll take this as a yes. So, is there's any pilots, support your claim, the flat Earth claim?
Yeah, huge
Do you want?
amounts.
Do you want to see interviews with them?
Yeah, because I've seen that, so many pilots mocking the flat earther people, like since they are being in a career and, they know a lot about these altitude and latitude things and how things works. I was hoping
There's interviews with ex-military pilots claiming flat Earth.
only one ex-military pilot.
What? How do you know? I'll post
You
you.
heard-
Okay, so I'm going to post you. If you want to watch them in your spare time, I'm going to post you a 3-hour documentary right now where they interview 28 different pilots, ranging from military pilots, commercial pilots, all
I would
sorts
love
of
that.
different aviation experts. Listen, let me finish talking, bro. Right? So
No
I'm going to
worries.
post that.
That's okay.
Yeah, and then I'm also going to post a KLM airline pilot, right? A commercial pilot giving a seminar talking about flat Earth, and also an F-16 pilot. We have a lot more than that, but I'll post those, right? That's a start. Yeah, there's tons and tons of pilots that are flat earthers. In fact, pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and the aircrafts themselves are also in the calculations by the aerospace engineers for the design of the aircraft. Right? They treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of their
Just give me the
calculations.
link,
It's in.
please, and save your energy.
Yeah. You ask a question, but you don't want to listen to the answer.
I need
right,
the link,
because
sir.
you got the TikTok brain happening or something.
Whatever it is, just give me the link, and I appreciate that.
That's just rude, dude. Don't give him the link, delete it.
Yeah, because I don't want to hear his opinion. To be honest, like I need someone that I can rely on. With all the respect to anyone here,
I mean, dude, you've come in here asking the question of us. At least give us the chance to answer the question, like fully. It doesn't take
to
too.
explain it. I just said
Doesn't
pilots.
take too long, dude. Don't watch the video.
All right.
He doesn't want opinions. I guess he wants objective or empirical evidence, right?
He's asking opinions from pilots.
Thank you.
I know. He just said he doesn't want opinions, and now he wants opinions. Can you be consistent at all?
I'm consistent. I said, is there's any pilot supporting this claim, and if you can link it, I appreciate it. That's it. That was my question.
Okay. Do you want empirical evidence or just interviews?
Not from you, actually, but if you can link anything
Not
related to
from
the
me.
cover,
Not from me. Not from me.
yeah, yeah.
From people who survey the Earth. Do you want their objective measurements of the Earth?
Well, that's what I said a while ago, and your friend, thankfully, he just like linked that 3-hour video, so probably I'll watch
No,
it, and then if it's something I come back to you guys.
that's pilots. But okay.
Those are pilots. Those are not measurements of the Earth. Do you know the difference?
Between what and what?
Empirical evidence and the statements made by pilots. There is a difference.
Yeah, of course there's a difference, but I would trust the people of the knowledge, which are the pilots, because probably they know more actually. When
What
it
do they
comes
have
to
knowledge about?
that's what I'm gonna check out, like those people are being flying all over the globe or the flat earth, whatever it is. Probably they studied that thing for a couple of years, so it's worth listening to them. But
What would they know about the contours of the Earth other than what their readouts and their instruments give them?
Why are you interviewing me right now? Like, I don't get it.
Well, because you're inconsistent. You're actually double speaking and contradicting yourself. You said you don't want opinions, but then you ask for opinions.
No, I ask opinions from the people who are knowledgeable about that thing, with all due respect to you.
What would they know about the curvature of the Earth? What would the pilots know about curvature?
I think a lot. He got a lot to offer more than you, don't you think?
Yeah, what would they have? Tell me.
That's what I'm about to check out. That's why I asked you.
So you actually don't even know. So you're assuming that they do, but you don't know.
I do assume that they do, of course.
Okay.
Those people are being in land just like me right now, and also like in the sky flying, all right?
Right.
So you have a better angle to that thing, better than me and you and everybody here, all right?
Angle. What angle are you talking about? Are you talking about what their instruments tell them?
The altitudes, the thing that they are flying.
Altitude?
Yeah.
Well, if they have an altitude, then they're flying over a flat Earth.
That's what I'm about to check out.
So you already answered your own question. They fly at altitude, right?
I don't know about like what's wrong with just get off my back, please, for God's sake. Just got what I
What's wrong with you? Are you so fragile? Are you okay?
I don't want to be investigated about that thing. I just asked for 3-hour videos, and I'm just gonna check it. And if there's something, maybe like I would look for more questions. You can link some other things that give me a better explanation. But what I see right now, such an obnoxious person is just trying to investigate me. Like,
it's boring me already. Can we just move on?
Yeah, go watch it, bro.
Just mute up then.
Stop staying here
Go
yapping
watch
and
it.
go watch it.
Okay, while he watches it, I have a question. So what's the issue of taking Pilot's opinion on this?
There is no problem with that.
No,
It's
but
just when
the one who's
it's
talking
just
right
when
now.
sorry, dude. It's just when offered up instead of circumstantial, subjective, anecdotal evidence. What was offered up was empirical evidence, like measurements of the surface of the Earth. But the gentleman, who asked for the subjective opinion, got his subjective opinion in the 3-hour video, but didn't want to take up the measurements done by surveyors who would actually know about surveying and measuring the Earth. But maybe he'll come back and ask for that later after he's got the opinions of some pilots.
Okay, but why would these opinions
he's
be
done
like
these
you're
little-
saying they're subjective, right? But if you're sick,
Yeah.
you go to a doctor. If you want something to do with
okay.
accounting, you go to an accountant.
Okay.
So why are these
Okay.
people not knowledgeable in their field? Like, why do you not take them?
I'm not saying they're not, right? But two different doctors can diagnose somebody with totally different things. Two people flying an aircraft can believe two different things, that they're flying across a flat plane because that's the way it looks, and they're flying around a sphere. At best, it's anecdotal evidence by professionals who fly airplanes.
I agree with you, but then that's when we get something called, the majority opinion. Like, okay, if you have 1,000 people, 1,000 doctors, 900 of them diagnose you with one thing, but 100 of them are off.
It's irrelevant.
Which one are you going to
It's
take?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Well,
It's irrelevant.
If you're going to go on majorities, have a look what room you're in and do some counting. The Earth's flat. Done. Game over.
What's relevant is the data, the evidence.
Yeah, see, appealing to the majority is fallacious. All the people could be still wrong just because they believe a certain thing. That's why appealing to majority is a fallacy.
No, not appealing to majority like everybody on Earth. No, appealing to the people of knowledge.
Oh, you mean like
According to
most
people who
Appealing
are
to
in the
credentials.
pilots? That'd be appealing
What
to credentials,
determines
yeah.
that those people will have knowledge is the data and the evidence that they present.
Okay, I'm with you.
I
But
mean,
how
look,
does that
dude,
disprove the pilot's opinions? Like, why would
it,
they
it,
like?
it doesn't, right? It's opinion based, right? Again, it's subjective. The gentleman came in and he said he had never seen a flat Earth pilot, or what he had seen was lots of pilots, laughing at flat Earthers. He'd never seen the alternative. Obviously, there are loads of alternative opinions out there. So he got that. That's fine. Some people, sometimes that's what it takes. Some people, to hear the other view from people that they would suggest would be, experts. In this case, pilots. It's fine, but it's not the be all and end all.
Yeah, and look, I'll just say it one more time. Planes are designed to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, whether they believe it's a globe or not. That's how they're trained, right? That's how they are trained to utilize their aircraft, which is designed to fly over a flat stationary plane. A plane flying over a flat stationary plane.
It is
What does
interesting that
that
people don't want empirical evidence; they want opinions.
What does that mean for your side? The whole plane on plane thing. What does that mean for your side, for the flat side?
The aircraft is flying at altitude parallel with the surface below.
Yeah. So what does that mean for your
That
side?
means that the Earth is flat and navigated as such.
How?
Because you just pointed out the dynamics of aircraft maintaining horizontal flight at altitude parallel with the ground below.
Yeah.
Those are two straight lines. The Earth underneath the aircraft's flight.
Did you know that lines are imaginary?
Don, are you drunk today,
Holy
or sick, or what's the
shit, dude.
problem, bro?
Not drunk.
So if I
wish I
draw
could.
one,
Shots
I've
fired.
imagined that drawing, have I? When I draw a triangle, it's not actually real. I've just imagined the triangle, even though the pen has touched the paper, and I've used
triangles. Yeah, triangles don't exist in objective reality.
Yeah, I understand.
In his own twisted and distorted lexicon, he
Do you
calls it
think
truth.
vertical? Do you think vertical and horizontal exist? Do you think, like, when you drop things down, for example, that is a vertical path?
Things go away from the surface and toward the surface, yes.
So that would be a vector up and down, a straight line, right? Either way.
I mean, those are things that humans call stuff going toward the ground and stuff going
Yeah,
away
good.
from the
That's awesome stuff. Would you agree that that's perpendicular to the Earth? When you drop
Perpendicular is a
something
thing
down.
that humans made up to
Yeah,
describe things
to
going a
describe 90
particular.
degrees. Yeah, a vertical line meeting a horizontal line. Yeah, that horizontal line being the surface description of water, right? Water's horizontal on the surface. So perpendicular to vertical?
False.
No, water isn't horizontal on the surface.
Yeah, water is not
Okay.
horizontal on the surface.
Okay, in
Water
which
is
regard?
never
Do you mean
horizontal on the surface.
do you mean like a dewdrop or something? Do
What?
you mean like a dewdrop?
No, water is never horizontal. Water is never flat. Water is never anything other
Bro,
than
what are you
curved.
talking about,
Water is
man?
So,
always
okay, so if I was to go and get you citations that demonstrates that it's basically folklore knowledge that water seeks its level, that is a straight line from left to right, that is horizontal upon the surface. This is how it's described in pre-K textbooks. Would you like me to go and get those for you?
I don't care about pre-K textbooks.
Okay, but we're talking about the definition and utilage of a surface, its description and how we use it. For
Yeah,
example, water is used as a leveling device, level
but
being a
it's
straight line
never
from left to right,
horizontal.
perpendicular from vertical.
But these things don't really exist. You understand that, right? These things are
Okay, but we can measure things to be angles and level and vertical, right? We can measure these
You
things,
can make
yes?
measurements, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So when we measure the surface of water, it measures to be horizontal on the surface over distance.
You understand that horizontal is something that's made up, right?
You understand that we get horizontal
go.
from the surface of water.
Jedi. He is actually undermining all of mathematics right now. He has decided to just throw mathematics down the stairs because it ruins his paradigm.
False.
Interesting how they do that.
So I can use mathematics very easily to disprove what you're saying. What you're saying is disproved by mathematics.
Okay, so in mathematics we make measurements. Can you show me the measured curvature of water?
Yeah.
Go ahead, do it.
Okay, give me a minute.
What you're going to find you've seen before, right?
They've seen it. I'm sure y'all have seen it.
Can you describe it to us then whilst you go and find it? What happens? What are they doing?
It's main surveyor's observation of the water where the horizon is above the
Is the horizon curvature of the Earth?
I only had a couple of words left. Awesome.
First of all, Donald, you sound either high or drunk, and it's just annoying. Second of all, are you claiming that the horizon is the sagitta or the curvature of the Earth? Because you already know what's going to come after that, don't you? The black swan, and also just the definition of horizon being an apparent location where the sky meets the sea. So I will need from you empirical evidence that the oceans are curving. I don't want you to go ahead and just use the horizon, which we could easily debunk, right?
No, you haven't debunked anything, so I don't know.
We'll just say refraction. You've heard that word before, right?
It's an objective reality, main surveyor.
You've heard the word refraction, though, before, right? Before I really lose my temper and decide to remove you. Why I'm talking to you, I don't know.
Oh my gosh,
but you understand the word refraction, right? You understand the word refraction?
Yeah, I know
Don't you?
refraction.
Cool, awesome stuff. So we're not going to be using the horizon for fuck all, especially measuring the curvature of the Earth.
So we're not using the horizon for anything. Okay.
No, you won't be because of refraction.
Wait, that doesn't make
Wait,
sense.
what?
Just because
Dude,
there's a refraction doesn't mean I can't use the horizon for things.
really? Every observation you will have to backwards engineer to your presupposition that the Earth is a sphere.
That's
because of refraction, right?
Because there's a measurement of the sphere, so there's no presupposition.
Is that using the horizon from main surveyor? Is it?
No.
Okay.
No.
So we'll put that one on the side. Then that wasn't good enough.
What?
So what's the other one that you're going to show us that doesn't
I'm
use the
just gonna
horizon
show you
and
the
isn't by main surveyor?
I'm just gonna show you I'm not gonna show you any other.
No, but why? But this uses the horizon.
What?
Are you going to post it at some point?
He does not. I said he does not.
Okay, what does he do then?
He uses a plumb bob.
A plumb bob to do what?
To level.
To level, which will be a straight line from left to right. I hope he's using that plumb bob to level himself with the Earth.
Right,
or is he
no,
creating some kind of tangent now?
Your definitions are esoteric and incorrect.
What, perpendicular?
Oh, I've had enough of
You're
him.
just saying words.
You just started dropping plumb bobs, these imaginary fucking lines.
Donald.
Get rid of him, he's a prick.
Yeah, he's muted. Dude, I know you're just coming in here to frustrate people. Not today, bro. Not today, Satan. We got Chud in here.
Woohoo! I survived the Donald attack. Haha. Chad, what's going on?
I've got to start looking at names when I talk to people.
Well, nothing much.
So what?
Why do you
You might
guys
have to
think they're this flat?
Oh, it's is this
Yeah, this is
what's his name? Bumslinger?
Yeah, it's Gunslinger.
He's back.
You're pathetic, dude. But this is actually evidence that we own you now because you can't stay away.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Hey, you remember what I said earlier, Sesu, about if we see him again? All right, I'll go apply the permaban in the
Flat
English
Earth.
world.
Yep.
All right.
He came in yesterday on a normal account as well.
He did. Flat Earth lives in his head, man.
Yeah, we have this uncanny ability to create super fans where they just start to spiral to the degree where they follow us wherever we go. There's like an obsession that they have because they keep losing and they look for that win any way they can get it. So they create alt accounts, even though they're banned. It's a good time. It's entertaining for us.
Like a roadie you can't get rid of, right?
Yeah.
It's mental issues. It really is. Like, here's a great idea, guys. I'm going to get in my Ford, and every single weekend I'm going to Chev shows because I hate Chevs.
That's basically what it is.
And I'm going to tell them Chev drivers how much they suck whilst I'm sitting in my Ford.
Worse than that, it's an imaginary Ford. You might turn up with a matchbox car.
Nice. Oh shit, that's great. Oh, it's just mental problems, isn't it?
Yeah.
I want it to be a globe. I want it to be a globe, and I'm gonna keep telling these guys that you've got to believe. You've got to. This is not the Wizard of Oz, guys. We don't grant wishes. I'm sorry. You can't just tap your little heels together and it's gonna be a globe. It doesn't work like that. Oh shit. What's that song in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Something World of Imagination or some shit like that. I've got to learn to sing that one whenever they start wishing things, telling us about beliefs. That's the one, says her. I'm disappointed that Donnie left before he spiraled out. Had me memes ready to put up. Peak, that's that climbing game. That's fun as.
Yo, so I've been like an outspoken Globy for a while. You guys were fucking right. The Earth is flat. We're fucked. Like you
No,
guys
we're
are.
not.
No, we're fucked. You guys were right. Like you guys were right. Like I was wrong.
So what brought you to that conclusion?
Well, I think I'm the Antichrist because I just tricked the U.S. government into starting my holy war. But I think what happened was they stopped it, and so now I'm tricking them into thinking I'm the Antichrist, tricking them into starting the holy war.
You guys gotta lay off drinking milk. It makes you guys drunk.
I'm not drunk. Wait, you're calling me drunk in the Flat Earth channel?
Is it the
Yes, yes,
cookies
I
or the
am.
milk?
I'm calling you an idiot in the flat Earth, drunk idiot in the flat Earth channel.
But I agree the Earth is flat. There's chemtrails. Like you guys were right about it all.
That's nothing to do with us. You're in the wrong channel, sunshine.
What? No, I'm here to like help you guys win the war.
What
Who here
war?
said anything about chemtrails?
Who said there's a war? I like it this way. I don't want a bunch. Listen, they all get mad at me because I don't want you people on our side. All you Globers need to stay on your side of the fence. But
Didn't
people
I
don't
just
like
say I'm
when I
not a?
talk like that.
I just said I'm not a Glover. I'm a flat earther
You
now.
are a Glober. Oh, I can tell big time.
What the fuck?
Hey, Nables, can you turn your cam off? It caps the room.
I don't know why you guys are calling me a Glover. I was a Glover. I'm not a Glover anymore.
No, you is a Glover, and this is the worst laugh yet. So please try a bit harder. And stop drinking so
You
much
guys,
milk.
wait, you guys actually
These
don't
guys
believe
are just
me?
that you're a flat earther.
What can I do to prove it?
Absolutely not. We don't believe you.
What can I do to prove it?
Prove that you live on a flat Earth.
Well, so here's the thing. My main criticism with all of your measurements used to be sort of like light refraction, but like it doesn't make any sense. Like you can't make the numbers work.
What numbers? I don't remember handing any out.
The same arguments you guys give. Look, I'm telling you,
No, you just said numbers. Why are you jumping to arguments?
the numbers regarding like basically how much light
Refraction.
occurs due
That's
to
what you were talking
refraction.
about. Yeah, so what numbers?
Yeah.
I don't remember
Well,
handing any out.
well, there were never any provided. That was the issue originally.
That wasn't the issue. The issue
What
was you coming in saying refraction is the answer to all the long distance measurements.
That's what I just
all
said.
the long distance
Matrix,
laser
dude,
tests.
you're plugged in. They got you
So the
plugged
laser
in.
test, your answer to the laser test was refraction, and now you're talking about the numbers. So what freaking numbers?
No, I don't have an answer for it. I'm telling you, you're right. Holy shit. There's nothing I can say.
Should revise that. There's nothing you should be saying at all.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
here,
pretty much.
dude. I'm here to try and tell you guys that you were right about
Well, we know
everything.
we're right. You don't have to actually tell us. I don't know if other people feel that
But
way.
no,
I already know I'm
listen,
right.
dude. Holy
Listen, the
shit, you
more you
guys.
tell me I'm right, the more I'm going to get a big head, and these guys don't like that.
Are you guys controlled opposition or something? Like, what the fuck? I'm trying to tell you that the Epstein files were released.
What does
And
It's
Epstein
nothing
have
to do with
do
the
with
shape of the
flat Earth?
ground.
dude, what the fuck? I'm trying to
Cam
warn you
off.
guys.
Yeah,
You don't
I
need
guess
to
you
look at it.
failed with this one. Anyway, tell your buddies that you failed with this one. This LARP didn't work.
You think I'm LARPing, dude?
Yes, of
Seriously?
course you are. Come on, dude.
Why would I, after several earnest good faith debates, come
Because you're
back?
drinking and it's Saturday night. That's why you would.
Holy fuck, we're fucked. Yeah, so like literally, no, if the flat earthers won't believe me, nobody will. Holy shit, we're
That's
fucked.
correct. We can tell when liars are lying.
I'm not lying, dude. I triggered revelations. I'm the Antichrist.
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, if you believe in that shit, that's fine.
Okay, well, I tried.
See, we knew you were laughing.
Congratulations. Good, nice try.
In a world of pure imagination.
I like it when that happens. They enter the flat earthers' room because they think that we're gullible when we are in fact less gullible people on the earth that saw through all the bullshit in all areas. Just ridiculous. He was probably just streaming too, content for
Yeah,
his
he tried.
audience.
He tried. He tried. It didn't work. Doesn't ever. It never works.
All right, what do you guys say? Should we check out our YouTube channels and see if there's any interaction over there?
Sure.
All right, I'll pull them up and we'll see if we have any people. If you're listening on YouTube right now and you want to interact with us, ask some questions maybe, I'm going to read the chat right now. And if we have any other people here on Discord who want to talk about Earth, we are willing to do that as well. Let's check out Flatboyd's stream first. All right. Okay. We have 10. Here we go. We have 10 viewers on Flatboyd's stream right now. Is there any chat going on? Sonic Storm S7M says, what in reality is moving 1,000 miles per hour? I think that was a question from earlier today. Earth ground speed at the equator due to its rotation is about 1,000 to 1,040 miles per hour. Claim that's 1,600 to 1,670 kilometers per hour as every point on the equator travels the Earth's full circumference. All right, Onyx Storm, we hear you. If you want to say anything more about that, we will read your comment. 12 viewers over on YouTube right now. If you're new and you're listening to this, you can ask your questions in that chat and we will read them on Discord. Meanwhile, I'm going to check the other stream. We're live on 2 streams. We're also live on Rumble and on X, maybe. Not sure about that one, but we are live on Rumble, most likely. All right, so we're going to go to Helioskeptic stream. And we have 18 viewers or listeners there. And you guys can also interact in the chat right now if you want to, while we are waiting for Globers to join over here in Discord. Let me change my mic setting from push to talk to automatically do this so I can read chat here in a second. Okay, voice activity engaged. Everyone can hear me still. I actually had to turn the push to talk on because for some reason it kept unmuting me whenever it wants. I don't know if it's a bug or whatever, but it happened frequently, and that was kind of disturbing. Now I'm on voice again. We're going to check the chat, see if there's anything interesting going on. The latest one was from Cyclone. Revive it. One. Stepping on a corpse. Okay. Let's see. Kill the chat. Yeah. About that. What happened to all those globers? They just run away. The guy who wanted to be unmuted, told him to be patient. He ran away anyway. Donald was in here for a while. Character that India posted funny Donald comment. Haven't listened to it. Roll up. It's only a few seconds. Funny. And before that, we're new to had a bit of an interaction with a guy who came in and wanted to have his claim was that no pilot in the flat earth think that the earth is flat, and DJ posted a bunch of videos. There's a 3-hour 28 pilot confirming that. I've seen that. It's very good. I like the F-16 pilot the most. Very interesting to hear from him. Ex-military. And before that, flat was the 35 government documents in flat earth. Yeah, I've seen those as well. That's very interesting. We should post on YouTube. See. There was someone else who made a very good point. I think it was maybe Jedi who said, "You want eyewitness accounts or whatever, hearsay accounts? That's what it is, over actual measurements." That's a good point. Did I see that comment? And he was afraid to actually ask about our method, how we came to the conclusion that it's flat. He wanted to listen to the pilot instead. Should have just go around and listened to our explanation, how he can himself figure out all. Lloyd posted another meme. When you share a 4-minute with someone, they reply in disagreement in 15 seconds. Yeah, that happens all the time. It's so stupid. And we did talk a little bit about TikTok brain. It'll only have 7 seconds. Just can't keep whatever was said in. Before they go off, they have to be crazy. Nobody has time to listen. Yatta said they want an easy cure for a lifetime of indoctrination, and India applied cranial amputation seems the only way. Funny. I know you guys on YouTube, you're not reading the chat. You're maybe working, you're listening to this in the background, so I'm giving you some chat up here you missed. Atlas says, nothing triggers Globers like the thing they allegedly don't care about. Yeah, why are they even here? Care about Orb?
I'm here because I think it's an interesting conversation.
Oh, was that Matthew?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. That's. I mean, you're the coolest Glober we have. You probably heard that before.
Well,
When
thanks.
we
I
have,
don't know if that's true, but I appreciate it.
but I mean, when we have some math questions, I always refer to you're not even a hostile witness. You're just a regular witness. Sometimes I don't think the Globers who are in here realize that you are actually on their side a little bit, Globe and all.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's good to get an objective point of view. So, thank you for that. I think that was it for now. Do we have any people in the room? Nope. The usual suspect. Bennett, welcome. I know you don't talk. I'll have you here. Listening in. Maybe you're working. book paper and having us on in the background. Speaking of doctors, can't discuss the Dr. Blitz debate in India. A lot of Globers who come in here think that we never talk to professors and stuff like that. We have some people running through the board, getting their ass handed to them. These blunt Sweden. We are blunt. All right, let's check out the YouTube. Nope, no new comments over there. I'm going to check that too, and then I'm going to shut up. We have reached the end of the comments. Nobody has arrived. I'm going to go eat some food. 14 viewers on one stream right now. Up a little bit, and the other one has 16. The last chance before I go for a little while, guys. Direct, you can type question chat there, or maybe if we have some globe troll, you can say something that you think is going to upset us. I'll read it out for the fun of it. Virgo Greg says, appeal to the popularity is not fact. Correct, but said that a while ago, so I don't know what he was talking about. Nevertheless, it's a true statement. Curvature measurements alert. As soon as we ask them for curvature measurements, they usually run away. Real quick, we should play that soundboard, whatever cartoon.
Well, even I say that. I don't think it's possible to have a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah, that. What was the most fun Glober said today? Have like a top 10 fun Globers say. Oh, I can't even remember. It was hilarious. What was it? Remember, I should write these down when I hear them. In viewers now, nobody wants to direct listening in the background. Now they have to listen to me. All right. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to go have some food. Come back later if there's still silence here. I'm going to try to read something from the rooms again. See you in a little while.
So just me, the Glober, left in here, huh? Well, I can answer any questions about the globe if anybody has any. Or I'll try.
You have to fill the office of flat earther until we actually get back in mass. So I know you can hold the office pretty well.
All right, so the top 3 proofs of the flat Earth are: we don't measure any curvature, we don't feel any motion, and you can't have a vacuum next to pressure without a container. How's that? Those are Maggie's 3 points.
There you go. There you go. Now, just next Globy who comes in, you know how to carry the torch.
It'd be fun. I mean, Matt is pretty good at steel manning our position, so he would probably do a better job than some of the new flat earthers that come in here and talk about ice walls and the ether and stuff too.
I would say Matthew could probably do a better job than a lot of learned flat earthers.
Yeah, actually.
Well, yeah, you have to understand both sides of the argument in order to argue it well, I would say. Old dude says, why are they faking the globe? If the Earth really is flat and they're faking the globe, one motivation might be power or control. That's usually what rich people do. Another motivation might be satanic, to try to hide the existence of God. Of course, I don't think they're faking it. So they fake lots of other things, just like that.
You know, I always go back to that they're not lying, they're not faking necessarily. They're just, they've taken a oral tradition, so to speak, and codified it.
Why can't they just tell us what old dude says? Why can't they just tell us? I'm not sure what he's talking about.
Always found
Yeah.
the why would they lie question interesting. I mean, basically it's about adhering to the father's traditions, right? You don't want to disrespect your parents when you're a kid. You listen to them, take the story that you're told, and you just run with it. So a few generations down the line, we have people dancing around the midsummer pole in Sweden, and nobody knows exactly why. Right? It's that kind of tradition. I don't think people lie about the globe. They genuinely believe they live on a ball, and that's how it is.
Yeah, that's true for me. I'm not lying about the globe. That's what I genuinely believe.
Yeah, you know, and now I got the boys hooting and hollering. You know, what I'd like to say, old dude, is when you look at the list of discredited science, there's actually quite a few things that is still, still have minor positions that scientists and doctors and others use that have been disproven for a while. And
Can you name one?
well, there's one specific one that I probably shouldn't name.
So you can't name any?
Oh,
Go
no,
ahead.
of course I can.
Oh, name one.
How about this? Give me a moment and I'll send it to you privately.
Or you could just say it. Can you
It's
name
something that
one?
would get it's something that might violate the TOS. That's why he's not saying it.
Yeah, why are you trying to get? Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, Matthew. I was just sitting here like now, wondering why would somebody be trying to get me to violate TOS?
Well, no, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
But it doesn't matter whether you know it or not. Rather than just continuing on,
God,
you ask. It's called asking and getting information before you run your mouth.
I didn't. I didn't run my
Actually, you
mouth.
did.
No, his
Yeah.
intent wasn't to do anything like that, dude. Relax.
Well, no, it
Mm,
was his intention. When I told him no the first time, and I
You
said
you
I'm
don't tell somebody
for
what their
I said,
privacy.
intentions are,
so
man.
you
That's crazy
cannot
town.
name any. That's what I said. You cannot name any then.
No, actually, I can, and I could probably name quite a few, but I'm
Oh,
going to
well, then
respect
name one.
TOS. And I offered to send you one, but I'm rescinding that offer after your sarcastic response to that.
I haven't done anything sarcastic, just so you know.
Actually, you did.
Yeah,
I mean, if you
it
perceive
sounds like
something as
you're
sarcastic,
copying.
that's
It's a
different
cop
from
out,
me
dude.
actually being sarcastic. But no, I was just. You said you could name, and I asked you if to name, but apparently you can't name.
And name what?
He said
Name
there were a
what?
bunch of. He said there were a bunch of theories in science that were disproven that science still uses, and I asked him to name one. He said he could
That's
not
not against
do it.
TOS to name one of those.
Yeah, he said he
That would
couldn't do it
not be
without
against
that.
TOS in any way. That doesn't make
Right.
sense.
There was a specific
Yeah,
one he was thinking of.
there was one specific one that he was thinking of that would violate TOS, and I have no idea what that could possibly be. But hey,
Yeah, and he has dozens
is
of
there
others that
others?
wouldn't.
Is
So I
there
mean,
others? I mean, is there one that won't violate TOS? Because I mean, there should be, right?
Yeah, saying that consciousness is in the brain. It's not it's in your immaterial mind. There's one.
That's not a theory of science. Do you remember what was asked?
It's
Or what?
well, I mean,
neuroscience.
it has not. That won't mess with TOS. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
neuroscience.
no, neuroscience doesn't accept anything non-physical. That's silly.
Yeah, neuroscience claims that consciousness is in the brain, and it's incorrect. There's an example.
Well, no, that's not been disproven though.
It certainly has.
How?
You yourself have free will and choice, and you can't make
But that
choices with
doesn't
just a
stop.
physical. If the world is just physical, you can't make free will choices.
Why?
Because if the world is just physical, you and your brain are just results of chemical reactions in your brain.
So what? What is that? So
So it's
if
predetermined what's going to happen 5 minutes from now.
I don't see the.
well, that's false. So there's this study where bacteria feeding nematodes have food choices. You should read that. It's a demonstration of choice. Choice is a thing that exists.
And yes, I agree, but the choice cannot be found in the chemicals in your brain. That's the whole
False.
point.
It can be found in the chemicals of a nematode, which is a microscopic worm-looking thing.
With respect, I'm a little bit smarter than a
Is that what
nematode,
you
but
are?
Well, so am I, but choice can be found in a nematode.
that's not true.
Go read the paper.
Is there anything in your brain right now that will tell you what you're going to have for lunch tomorrow? I say no.
No. No, absolutely not. Except for what's in my fridge. That tells me what I can or
Well,
cannot
except
have.
for the memories except for the memories that are and the experiences
No,
that I
it
keep
doesn't matter what
fragmented
my memories and experiences are.
in
If
my
I
brain.
don't
So yeah,
have,
so
if I
yeah, the
don't have,
choices that I make today are normally based on the experiences and and what I've done in the past, right? Because that's
listen,
literally the code that I've written for myself as to what I would like or not. That's why I would make those choices normally, unless somebody's feeding me with fucking commercials that I'm not aware of or something subliminally or whatever.
okay,
But yes, it is
okay,
in your brain that you're having those choices, though, because of those memories and those experiences. Even the language that you learned leads you to have certain thoughts.
But if I don't have prime rib in my fridge, I cannot choose to have prime rib.
Yes, you
Donald,
can. You can choose
Donald,
to go
you
to the
just eat
store.
whatever. You just
Yes,
eat
I have
whatever
to go
your
to
It's
the
like
mother
you're
cooks
store.
for
saying
you.
that
Don't
you just
pretend.
gave yourself a Hegel's dialectic, like it's either the fridge
I don't
or
even
it can't be done.
That's
Right.
false. That's false. So yes, I have to
Oh, is it?
choose to go.
Okay, I'll think that.
I have to choose to go to the store to get the prime rib. But if
Uh-huh.
I am
Another
limited
choice.
to if I am limited to what's in my fridge, then I don't have free will to choose prime rib if it's not in my fridge.
That does not comport. You have free will to go
You
outside
Are
have
and
you
get
free
something.
will
kidding
to
me?
do whatever you
That
like,
is
You're
Donald.
using
reality.
authoritarianism to explain free will. It's like I'm not
False?
allowed to go outside now. This is only the
False.
false.
Who's responsible for your
False.
fridge, Donald? You
No,
or
you're
somebody
false.
else?
I'm gonna stop broadcasting because
I mean, you're trying to
you
make an
guys.
argument for all matter and materialism, right? And then you just
No,
isolate
no,
it down to a compartmentalized. I can't move off my couch. I have no choice.
no. It was about choice.
You know,
It
it's
was
like
about
you got real
choice.
simplistic. It's a false
No,
equivalency. So you're false.
I
It is
didn't do
about
that.
choice,
I was
Donald.
talking
You can
about
choose to go down
choice.
the street and buy prime rib or a bucket of ice cream.
Okay.
It's your choice.
Yeah.
If you choose to not go
And if
down
you
the
choose,
street and put goods in your fridge, then you choose to go hungry.
yeah. If you don't, yeah. If you choose not to make a choice, you still have made a choice.
Thank you very much. That's an
If you
awesome way to
choose
put it.
not to decide, you still have made a choice.
I'm broadcasting live
Right.
on YouTube. If anybody has a problem with that,
That's
I'll
your.
stop.
Nobody's perfect, dude. Nobody's perfect. I mean, we all have our little,
So
addictions,
then
don't we?
I'm gonna continue.
Donald,
YouTuber.
that would be redundant because we are also broadcasting on a different channel.
Awesome. So no one should have a problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and continue.
Wouldn't that be redundant?
Don't care.
You should
Redundancies are
just
fine.
live stream some Donald freakout moments. That'd make some good content for his YouTube.
Yeah, find a moment where I freak out. Go ahead.
India already
I'll just
posted
look
one
back a
earlier.
minute ago.
I was going to say, scrolling.
Just scroll back.
I remember
sure you don't want to
your
end your
freakouts,
live?
Donnie. You freaked out a whole bunch of times. Come on.
I mean, demonstrate that.
Hey, Donnie, did you hear about NASA becoming an intelligence deception spy agency?
47 years ago.
Yeah, but now they're admitting it to Donnie and Co. You hear about that, Donnie? It's now a spy agency.
Shut it down. Oy vey. Shut it down. Did you just
Donnie.
end your stream, dude?
Donnie, where are you? Is there a Donnie around?
Come on, Donnie, don't be like that.
Yeah, Donnie, don't be like that. Come on, Donnie. Go ahead. Go ahead, Donnie.
So you didn't hear that NASA's now a spy agency?
If anyone is actually watching Donald's live stream, I'm sure they're all cringing about as much as we are. I feel for you. Solidarity, folks.
Thank you.
What do you do on your live stream, Donnie?
He makes an ass of himself.
How many people watch it? You got a lot of viewers? Donald C. Is that back
Check
there?
it out real quick. Ooh, 7. That means is your mom still watch on all your socks? I'm just playing, bro.
Did you say 7 people were watching?
Yeah, it
Not
must have
just
been
I don't know.
crazy.
I'm just playing. I'm not looking.
Yeah.
Why was I
On a
was I
good
right
day.
or wrong?
You're wrong.
False.
False.
You missed an
So
opportunity, dude.
Donald C. Did you hear about NASA being a spy agency?
Don't care.
You don't care, but you did hear
No,
about it.
no, I haven't.
You haven't heard about it. Oh, okay. Well, they're now an counterintelligence spy agency, which means part of their remit is propaganda and lying. You know.
I don't care.
So that's like the whole globe proof, isn't it?
He'll ignore that bridge while
No,
he's
it
crossing
has
it.
nothing to do with the Earth being the globe at all.
What,
It's
NASA don't
very
have anything to do with the globe?
No, NASA has
No,
nothing
but
to do with the Earth
it
being a
speaks
globe.
about the character. It speaks about the character of the outlet, the source, right? Doesn't it? It's that they're
NASA's
willing
not
to
my
be this
source.
propaganda machine in your face. Well, you don't know that it's
I don't
not your
have
Yeah, but
source, right?
NASA claimed to have direct observation of the globe, which no human being on Earth does, other than these organizations claiming to go to space and see it. So they do have something
I
to do
mean,
with the globe, right?
Buzz Aldrin claims
you
to
can
have
put
seen
up
it.
a weather balloon with a camera
Yeah,
and
Buzz
see it yourself.
Aldrin's NASA, right?
No, you can do it yourself.
Do what?
They're all Freemasons. Don't you
Go
hate
to space.
Freemasons?
Wouldn't that be the genetic fallacy
I
to
don't care
attribute
about
the truth of
Freemasons.
their
They're pretty
argument about
irrelevant.
what they're Freemasons or not?
I don't care about Freemasons. They're pretty
Yeah, no, don't
irrelevant.
bring up the Freemasons. I'll just get them spazzing out. But, I mean, the NASA thing, I mean, that is like the only source of direct quote unquote evidence of the globe comes from NASA, doesn't it?
False. No.
No?
I've
Yeah,
measured the
so
surface of the Earth to
you
be a
did
globe myself.
You've what?
I've measured the surface of the Earth myself.
Oh, how did you do that?
Oh, that's a long piece of yarn.
Do you think that that's the only way to measure something?
Well, what do you mean? How did you measure it?
I'm just that would be the only way you'd be able to do it. Personally, you know.
You think that if you
The
think that
easiest
yarn is the
wouldn't.
only if you think that yarn is the only way to measure something, I am sorry for our education
Well, how did
system
you
in the United
measure it,
States.
Donald?
Well, I
I didn't say the
use
only way. I said the only way you would be
yeah.
able to measure
That
it.
that seems very
You
silly.
yourself,
Could you
not
stop
you in
distracting
Yeah,
general,
him,
I
not
would
the
guys?
never
human
use
race. You
yarn.
Stop
fucktard.
fucking
I would never
distracting
use
me
yarn
now.
to
You,
measure.
the
I would never
cat
use
that's
yarn to measure
playing with a ball of
anything.
yarn right now. You
I
just
would never
don't get
use
it.
yarn to measure anything. That's very
These
silly.
high IQ
Very silly.
motherfuckers are so stupid.
I mean, it's bordering on a word you guys told me not to say.
All right, Donald. So how did you measure it,
You're so
please?
smart that you don't even see when somebody's saying a cat joke with a ball of yarn, right? You don't get it. It's like you're so intelligent that you're so
Well,
stupid,
I don't
right?
get
It's like,
jokes.
wow.
I don't get
Yeah,
jokes.
of
Can you
course
let
you
him
I
don't,
mean,
answer?
right?
also,
It
if you're
takes an
gonna do a
actual
joke,
monocle of intelligence.
if you're gonna do a joke, you have to warn me, and I'll get it. But otherwise, I'm not gonna get a joke. I don't get jokes. Jokes are
Donald, please. How
beyond.
did you measure the globe?
So I used an angle to the sun.
An angle to the sun.
Yes.
But I thought you said you measured the Earth to be a globe.
Yes.
But you just said you took an angle to the sun.
Yeah, I can measure what I'm standing on by looking up. I can do it in your house.
But an
Like
angle to
in
the
your house,
sun?
like
How would
like
an
in your
angle to the
house,
sun measure a globe
I
Earth?
don't know why you're interrupting the answer to the question you asked.
Well, because your answer
Well,
doesn't make sense.
but that's what I'm trying to explain. So I can measure your entire room just by the lights in your house. I can measure your entire house just by the lights in your house. It's very easy.
All right. Can explain your method then?
It's trigonometry.
Okay, explain the method. Explain what you did.
So you take an angle and you measure the angle.
Okay, how
And
are you
then
doing that?
how do you do that? You
Yeah, what
look at
tools are you
the sun.
using? What's your location? This kind of thing.
I used a plumb bob and a protractor.
Used a plumb bob and a protractor.
Yes.
Okay. So that would just be
Taking an angle to the sun.
horizontal that you're using.
No.
No?
I'm using the plumb bob.
Yeah, for vertical. Relative
And
to
then I'm
horizontal.
looking and then I'm
And then the
looking at the
protractor,
and
which
then
is
I'm
using
looking at
horizontal. Right?
no.
No?
I'm looking at the sun. I look at
You
the
look at the
sun
sun.
with the I look at the sun with the plumb bob.
You look at the sun with the plumb bob. What do you mean by that?
I mean, I
Like
attach the plumb bob to the protractor and I look at the sun.
you attach
All right, have you got? Can you share an image or a video of this, like this method, so we
You
could see
don't
it?
understand. Okay, so imagine a protractor. Do you know what a protractor is?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a little like empty space in the center, right?
Yeah.
So attach a plumb bob there.
That's what you did.
Yeah,
And then what angle did you measure?
the sun to the plumb
The
bob.
sun. That's not the angle. What's the
Yeah,
angle
the
you measured?
sun to the plumb bob. The sun
Right.
to
What
the
was the
plumb
angle?
bob. The sun to the plumb bob.
That's not an angle,
Maybe say
Donald.
it again.
That is an angle.
Yeah. What is the
Are you
angle
kidding
you
me?
measured?
Define an angle.
Something, I think what he was after, Donald, was something along the lines of 27 degrees, 52 degrees, 140 degrees.
That's not what he asked.
Yeah, that
Okay,
was what I
Well, when
asked.
so
someone
I
asks
did
me
it.
for an angle, that's probably what I would give them.
Precisely what was asked, Donald.
But you kept asking about the horizontal. I didn't use any horizontals, so that's why I was confused. If you want the numbers, I can give you the numbers. That's easy. Have them
Well, are
written
you
down.
saying was it an elevation angle you were measuring to the sun?
I was measuring an angle from the plumb bob to the sun. That's it. There's nothing else. You don't have to
Angle
do
from the
any
plumb to
other
the sun.
words. Those are the only words
You're
you
going to
need.
have to demonstrate this, Donald, because it just doesn't make any sense
Demonstrate
right
this.
now.
Get a protractor, attach a plumb bob, and look at the sun with
No,
your
no.
eyes closed.
You
Diagram.
demonstrate it because we're not understanding what you're saying, so you must demonstrate it.
Yeah, that's so.
Donald,
You
could you
know
just
what a
give me a
protractor is.
diagram
You
or
know what a
something?
plumb bob is. Put
Could
them
you show me like a
together.
diagram of what
Yeah.
angle you're meaning? Like the angle. Show me a diagram of or a representation of the angle that you were taking. Can you do that?
So, do you know there's a flat part on the protractor, right?
He's not going to do it.
Yeah, the base of
I mean,
it.
I'm doing it right now. There's a flat
He
part
asked
on
you
the
for a
protractor.
diagram, bro. Diagram. Draw it,
You want
something.
me to
What's up?
diagram an angle?
No,
Yeah, that'd be
we're
good.
asking you to diagram what you're doing.
I posted it in the chat, boys. I posted it in the chat. There's a couple examples.
Thank you, Heretic. Let's see if they're good. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I appreciate it, Heretic. That's what I did.
Holy shit. Let's hand the kid a chocolate bar and see what he does.
Wow. Thank you, Heretic. It's extremely simple. I don't know why you had any troubles with it whatsoever. Also, welcome free to my room. Feel free to come on stage. I'm talking on Discord. Also, Ruth, thank you for coming by. Feel free to come on stage. I'm talking on Discord right now.
So what angle is that?
Well, okay, so now you want the angles that I measured. So give me a second to find them in my book. I wrote them down. So DFW so the DFW one for this is the winter solstice was about 32 to 33 degrees.
Okay.
Okay.
So at what point do we have any curvature?
Well, this
Well,
one was
when you
gonna
take that measurement from two different places on the same longitude at different latitudes, significantly. Like my
Where do you get
buddy,
longitude and latitude from?
my buddy did it in Oklahoma City. I did it in
Great.
DFW. So
Where did you get the
whenever
longitude and the latitude from?
you don't need them. So
Wait,
whenever
you just told me that's what you were doing, that you were using the
Yeah,
latitudes and the longitude. Now you don't
no,
need
I
them?
never said I used them. I never said I used them. That's silly. I just said you do them at different. So you just
Different
okay.
latitudes and
If you
longitudes.
want me to delete, I will delete
Relax,
latitude.
bro.
I'll.
Relax. It's
I just don't want
okay.
you to interrupt me anymore. So I'll
Maybe
delete
some of
longitude
your
and latitude.
listeners, I don't want you to embarrass yourself in
I'll
front of your
delete
listeners. Just
longitude and
relax. It's
latitude.
okay.
I'll delete longitude and latitude. Just do it on two different places on
Okay,
Earth.
two different places, okay, on
On
Earth.
Earth.
And
I
where
did
does
it
the
in
curvature come in?
So that's what I'm trying to. Okay. So whenever you do it on two different places and you solve for all the triangles, if the triangle that on the surface that you measure is more than 100 degrees or less than 180 degrees, it is not flat.
but the triangle's
Okay, so
length
The
are
measurement
straight.
that me and my buddy
Are they not?
took, there was there was more than 180 degrees, which means it's a sphere.
So if it's
If it
more
were
than
less than
180 degrees or
it would
less
be.
than 180 degrees, it's not flat.
Yeah,
So
if
it
it's
has to
more
be
or less than
190
180, it's not.
degrees perfect.
Then it'd be flat.
So let me get this straight. I'm standing in any given spot, so say my backyard, for example. I go outside
Yeah.
with my protractor and my plumb bob. How the hell
Yeah.
am I going to get a 180 degree angle to the sun?
You don't have to. You have to measure the angle.
So it can't be done. So what you've just
That's
given
not
us
what
is a
I
load
said.
of crap.
What I said was you're doing it wrong.
Are you making like a
So
triangle between these two locations, you mean?
there's no
Between
triangle.
Oklahoma and where you were?
Okay. So yes, there's a triangle between those two places and the ground position of the sun. That's the triangle that you're measuring.
Ah, okay. Well, Donnie, why didn't you say so? That means it's flat because your triangle has a flat baseline.
Yeah.
Yep.
Welcome to Flat
That's
Earth,
what
Donnie.
triangle.
Please enjoy your stay.
That's what a triangle is.
If I can, worse yet. Donnie, we've had this conversation before. You failed to answer a very critical question. What was the error margin factored into your calculation?
But Donald, you get that? Well, hold on though, because
Donald, thank you
if
for
you're
addressing
if
me
you're
by my actual
getting,
name. Appreciate
yeah,
that.
that's all right. So if you're getting like an orthographic view, if you're gonna, have you got like a
No, it's
side-on
not an
view of what you're
orthographic view. That
diagramming this
doesn't make
as?
sense. That doesn't make sense. I'm not doing an orthographic view. That doesn't make sense.
No, but like just for like just to explain
No,
visually
not
what your test is.
not just.
The
I'm not doing
triangle that
anything
you're forming
orthographic.
between the
I'm
two
not doing
places.
anything orthographic, so it doesn't matter.
But what if I wanted to see a visual representation of this triangle that you're forming, that you're talking about?
Oh, I did that. I can show you that.
Okay, let's
You
see
want
it.
that?
Yeah, let's see it.
I can do that. Yeah.
So this is
Give
the
me a sec.
triangle made from the 2 points to the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, from DFW in Oklahoma City to
Okay, yeah.
the ground position of the sun and the sun. Give me a sec. It takes me a second to find it because I suck at computer. Where's my?
Gross.
Sorry. AI images. There it is. Okay. Okay. There it is. Okay, so I just need to copy this image and let y'all see it. Copy image.
Donald, the zenith of the sun, is it at 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth?
Depends on where you are.
No, I'm asking about the sun. Is its zenith at 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth?
It depends on where you are.
Not me. I'm asking about the sun.
The sun always has a 90-degree zenith, yes. Okay, so there's the picture.
Flat Earth, thank you.
That doesn't demonstrate a flat Earth.
Well, 90 degrees to what? The surface of the Earth, right? So that would be a horizontal?
No, it wouldn't.
But you just told me it was 90 degrees to the surface.
But that doesn't make a horizontal.
Yeah, it does. Can you have 90 degrees to a curve?
Yeah.
Okay, show it to me.
Well, also, Donald, this triangle that you posted has like a flat baseline between your two locations.
90-degree lines on it.
Yeah, he'll
So this
invoke
is what I'm
one that's
talking
a
about whenever-
tangent plane.
So the top point is the sun. The bottom point is the ground position of the sun. The left point is Oklahoma City. The right point is DFW. Take all of those, measure them up, and the surface, the bottom triangle is the thing that is calculated, and it always comes out more than 180.
All right,
Donald, there's no 90 there, bro.
Are all your lines straight?
There is a 90.
Show it to me.
Donald. Hey,
It's
Donald,
the
are all
yellow
your lines straight?
The
And
yellow
this is very
lines.
important. Your lines are straight?
Doesn't matter. Triangles are not defined by
I
straight
need to
lines.
know. It's a very important piece of clarification.
that needs
Why?
to be
Gentlemen,
addressed.
Why?
is that yellow line? Is that yellow line 90 degrees? That I
Are
don't
Yeah,
know.
all
it's
your
90 degrees.
lines straight?
No,
No, they're
no.
not
It's not
Some
a
straight.
of them
triangle
are
then.
Then you
non-Euclidean
don't have
triangles.
angles between them.
False. What's a non-Euclidean angle? I mean, you're just
You don't
false.
have an angle between a straight line and a
Yeah,
curved line or two
of
curved
course I
lines.
do. Of course I
No,
do.
you don't. No, you don't.
Of
Demonstrate.
course I do. Why wouldn't I? Why
Demonstrate
wouldn't I
it.
be able to?
Donald,
Well, a
just
Non-Euclidean
demonstrate it.
protractor, a
geometry.
protractor doesn't have a curved baseline, though, Donald. It's a flat baseline, right?
Are you kidding me?
Well, because you're
Have you
talking
ever
about getting
looked
an
at a
angle off
protractor?
of a curved
Have you ever
surface.
looked at a protractor? Have you ever looked at a protractor?
Yeah, there's a protractor in the side shed. It's got a flat base to it.
Yeah, and it's got a curved part also.
Yeah, we're talking
And the
about the
angle
base of
comes
it.
from the base
Yeah,
of
that's
it.
how you use that part to look at the sun.
And then you'll see
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm saying.
the
It's a flat
increments
baseline.
along the curve are straight. So the line that comes from
Oh my
the
goodness.
baseline and passes through the curved part of the retractor is going to pass through it in a straight line.
Yeah, so the protractor utilizes straight lines, Donald. Doesn't it?
Except for that big curvy part, of course.
Yeah, but the angle
Nobody
comes
uses
from
that curvy part.
the baseline
Nobody
to
uses the curvy part of
the
a
increments
protractor.
of the angle. That's not
I'm
the
so
angle.
bad
Well,
at
the
broadcast.
angle is from the baseline to one of
Nobody
those
uses
points.
nobody uses the curvy part of a protractor is probably the funniest, dumbest thing I've ever
But
heard in my entire life.
Donald, but the angle is coming from the baseline and then drawing a straight
Nobody
line,
uses
right?
the curvy part of a protractor.
No, they do. The line that passes
Donald,
through it
whilst you're having
is
your
straight.
spaz out,
Nobody uses the curvy part of a
No,
protractor.
listen. The line that passes through the curved
Nobody
part of a
uses the curvy
protractor
part of a
is
he's having a
straight.
meltdown.
Here we go, a classic Donald C.
Here he
Nobody
goes.
uses
Yep,
the curvy
Thank you,
he's
part of
having
a
a
Donald.
meltdown.
protractor.
I needed this. This is a good early Christmas present. A Donald freak out. I didn't think I'd get one
Nobody
this time
uses
of
the
year.
curvy part of a protractor.
He's still repeating it. Someone lift the needle up and
That's
put it in
hilarious.
another part of the record, please.
That is
He
hilarious.
doesn't
But
want
Donald,
to
the
acknowledge
angle.
something out of context or
Well,
has
let's is
misheard.
Matthew Learns still in the chat because he's a maths professor. He must know about protractors. Or did he leave?
My brain is weird.
Oh,
Your brain is weird,
Broken,
Donald,
Donald. That's why.
because it's straight lines that you're using for your angles, Donald. If you're using a
Sorry.
protractor, anyway.
I'm sorry you broke up. I didn't hear what you said. You were roboting the whole time.
I'm saying it's for your angle, you're utilizing straight lines. Like a protractor, you use the baseline and then a straight line up to one of the increments for the angle. Right?
I don't care.
You don't care.
No, he doesn't care.
Okay. Well, it kind of debunks this whole notion that you've somehow proven a curve with these straight lines.
How?
Because there's no curve.
Of course there is.
Where's the curve?
When the triangle equals more than 180, that's the curve.
Well, no, because it can't
That's
be a
impossible.
triangle.
That's
if it's a
that's
curve.
mathematically
Of course, it can be a
impossible.
triangle with a.
No, it cannot be a triangle
Okay,
unless
so do I have to,
internal angles
show
at
you what
180
Donald.
degrees.
non-Euclidean triangles are?
Donald.
What are
Triangles.
non-Euclidean
Two-dimensional.
triangles? So we're going
Donald,
with
draw one of your
non-Euclidean-
non-Euclidean triangles on a piece of paper for us. Draw it and put it inside
can't.
chat. You can't.
Because
So it's not a triangle.
Non-Euclidean is three-dimensional. False! Just because you can't put it on paper.
So
doesn't
Donald,
mean it's not a triangle.
Donald,
What
listen
happens when-
carefully.
what happens when you put a
Donald,
triangle
stop
on
having a
paper and then
melt.
bend the paper? What happens when
Donald,
you put a triangle
hello.
on that paper and then bend the paper?
Donnie,
what happens
you
when
can
you draw
do
a
this.
triangle on that paper
Donnie,
and then bend the paper?
Donnie, hello.
What happens when you draw a triangle on that
Donald.
paper and then bend the paper?
Well, it wouldn't be a
Dr.
triangle.
Donald.
Yeah, of
Because the lines
course it
wouldn't
would.
be
Just because
straight.
you bend
No,
the paper
because
doesn't stop it
triangles
being
are
a
defined.
triangle. Oh my God, you
Triangles
people
are clearly
so
defined,
fucking
Donald.
silly. Because the
Oh.
paper bends, it's
That's
no
all right.
longer a
So,
triangle.
Donald,
Yeah,
Donald,
triangles
listen
clearly
carefully.
defined.
You're supposed to be using your triangles to prove the curvature. You're assuming curvature.
Oh
Do
my
you
goodness,
see
what
the
is
difference?
Let him get it out. Let him get it out. You can have
What
your
is
little meltdown, Donald. Go on.
non-Euclidean geometry?
Bro.
Is a
What
protractor
non-Euclidean
used?
geometry?
Is a protractor used for non-Euclidean triangles? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't use the protractor for the non-Euclidean part.
But I thought this whole thing was based on you using a protractor, making a non-Euclidean
was.
triangle. You said.
No, I never said
That's
that
what
at
you just
all.
said. Yeah,
That's
you
not
just
at all what
said
I
it's
said.
a
You're just
protractor.
lying now.
The
So
angles of the
They use
sun.
a
a
protractor.
protractor for the
Plum Bob,
Euclidean.
protractor.
I used a protractor for the Euclidean parts of it. I did not use the protractor for the non-Euclidean parts of it.
Yeah, so check this out, right? So Don, you take two angles, actual angles, right? You do some math and you recognize that the total sum of all the angles between point A and whatever's in the sky and point B and whatever's in the sky, right? If you try and connect point A and B, right, there's a problem.
Yeah.
The number doesn't add up to 180 degrees. In
It's
fact,
not a
it's bigger.
problem. It's not a
Well,
problem.
in this, well, this is where the problem in the sense of if you're trying to make an actual triangle, it doesn't add up to 180 degrees.
I mean,
Right?
you can have non-Euclidean triangles. That's okay.
Right. So this is where the dilemma comes in.
You wouldn't
So
measure that. You don't measure that.
Let me finish.
No
This is where
dilemma.
the problem. Watch this, okay? The dilemma arrives at, okay, we don't have 180 degrees. Okay, so therefore it must be some warped triangle, right? That you're going to call non-Euclidean. By inferring that the ground is
by
curving.
measuring.
You wouldn't be able to get an
that the
angle.
ground.
Wouldn't be able to get an angle.
By
No,
inferring.
not hang on. He wouldn't be able to measure an angle.
I understand this. Here's the problem. Okay. You're inferring that the ground must be curving. That would be one explanation as to why nothing adds up. Okay,
Well, he
to
said his
180 degrees.
measurements. He said his measurements.
He
were
wouldn't
based
have
on
angles to add
Euclidean.
up.
He said his measurements were based on Euclidean triangles.
All right, so
that's a concession.
we acknowledge that in his
You're
work,
saying that a
we
basketball can have
acknowledge.
lines. So
Watch this.
is this possible? Here, let me show you a picture.
I'm going to finish something. Okay, we acknowledge. I'm going to finish something. We acknowledge. I think many of us do that in your worldview. Okay, you can take an angle, quote unquote, from a tangent on a curved surface, right, to another
That's not what he's doing.
to another line.
He's not invoking tangents.
He's not, but he's implying that because that's how.
No, he said he.
No,
said
he's
he
not.
he
He's saying
used
he's
a
measuring
protractor.
directly the angle
It's
between two
impossible.
lines. He's
It's
not invoking a
impossible.
tangent plane.
It's impossible.
No, he's not. He said
Here's the
he's doing
freaking-
Euclidean.
Thank you, whoever
he
put
says
the
he's
thing
doing
above. Who was
Euclidean triangles on using a protractor. He's making Euclidean triangles. So he's doing it flat. He's doing it flat.
Euclid.
Donald.
Hang on, the first angle, right, taken is from a tangent plane, right, on a curved surface. Okay, they move somewhere else along that curved surface.
So is
It's
this
a
does
nut.
this
I'm
basketball
going to
have a
fucking
triangle on
finish,
it?
Donald.
Does this
Thank you very
basketball
much.
have a triangle?
I'm
on it?
going to finish. I'm going to finish.
What's that?
Right.
What's that
I'm
cross
going
right in the
to
center?
finish, or I'm going to put you on mute. Okay. So you're at point A on a curved surface. You take a tangent. Okay. Then you take your angle to something.
I never took any tangents.
I know you didn't, right?
His
But you
protractor
have
would have to be the
Don't make the
tangent
argument
plane.
for him
You
that
have
he.
to. You
We're going to
have
take the
to
argument
if you're
that he's
going to find.
making. Mick, don't argue against something that he's not arguing. We'll deal with what he is arguing. He's arguing that he's forming Euclidean triangles between two locations on Earth.
I understand that.
And that's a flat baseline between the two. Right. So then we don't need to go further than pointing out to Donald that he's just measured a flat Earth between those 2 points.
If he
That's all
doesn't,
he's done.
yeah. The issue though is even if we get to the point where he's got something, okay, that's 180 degrees or more than 180 degrees. I've asked him this in the past. I want to get an answer. Okay, what he did to account for anything that would actually create an error, right? Some sort of precision metric, right? In this whole process,
need to do that anymore.
Why not? Right? Why not? Because if your protractor is only precise to 1 degree, right? You're going to round anything that you actually take, right, to 1 degree.
Rounding like you're talking about.
No, well, of course you didn't, but you have to if you're actually going to be precise, right?
False. Rounding and precision are opposite.
No, well, dude, if you fail to round something, you're not taking into account the precision.
But
right?
Okay. This is irrelevant.
You get an
Actually,
error
it
margin.
doesn't even matter.
If you fail to take into account the precision, you can't account for any error margin.
Well, just on the question of
I did
precision.
account for error margin, just so you know.
Okay.
How
Well,
do you do that?
just on the point of the error or precision, could you describe what your setup was with this protractor and plumb bob and how you took the angle?
So I had a weight, and I had a string, and I had a protractor, and I connected them all, and I took the flat part of the protractor and looked at the sun. So my margin for error is about 1 degree.
Wait. So hold on. What kind of what kind of protractor was it? What size was it?
It was a regular protractor, like from the dollar store, just like
Okay,
any
well,
protractor you buy at the dollar store.
Well, I mean, you get ones that are like 7 centimeters across for like maths in workbooks. You get larger ones. What size of a protractor did you use?
Hey, better still, if you've still got it, show
8
us.
inches.
Yeah, I
I
would
think
like
it
to
was 8
see the protractor you used if you've got it.
What the fuck? It was a protractor. They're all the same. They all
No, they're
measure
not all
angle.
the same. No, they're not all the
They're
same,
all the
Donald.
fucking same, dude.
No, so could
All
you
protractors,
just
all protractors
show us your
are the same.
protractor? Show us the protractor that you used, if you could.
I don't have it anymore. This was like 20 years ago.
Okay, well, could you Google the picture of the one you used? You say they're all the
Just Google
same,
protractor.
so
Mine will be about the same as that one. This is
okay. Well, could
nonsense.
you post the one that
Ridiculous.
yours was like, and then
Every
what kind of
protractor in
what
every
weight?
math class in
What did you
America
use
or
as
the
a weight
UK.
for the pendulum? What did you use as a weight for the pendulum for the plum?
Oh, I used a flint napped arrowhead.
A flint snapped arrowhead. What made you choose that? Seems a bit random.
It was the coolest thing I had within arm's reach at the time.
Okay, and then what? You held up the protractor and the plum with your hand
No,
or something?
I took a string, and yes, that's what I did. That's what I did. Right there. Heretic, thank you.
Let me see.
Jeez, you're so helpful, Heretic. I appreciate it. Heretic's my buddy. Me and Heretic
Why
have
are you
been
helping
buddies.
him out, Heretic? You're telling
Because
him.
he understands that what you're saying is fucking nonsense. He's smart enough to understand that you're saying nonsense.
So what, is that
Maybe he just doesn't like listening to your
Trying to
shit.
accelerate the conversation. Yeah, we're just trying to accelerate the conversation because you're stalling. Okay,
What,
deliberately.
you used a laser pointer? You used a laser pointer, Donald? That's what you're saying?
Let me see the protractor that you used. Same as a
Yeah,
regular
we're gonna check
protractor.
your setup because you're getting
Yeah,
shown a
just
setup here,
look
but
at any
that's
protractor.
not any evidence that you actually did this.
Not
You
only
can do it
that,
yourself is the point. That's my
Donald,
evidence.
Donald,
Do it yourself.
it's kind of
it's
seeming
not only
like
this.
you didn't even actually do this, is what it seems
Yeah,
like.
you can do it in your backyard. I did it in my backyard. You can do it
Yeah,
here.
how precise
Okay,
is it?
One degree.
because think about an error margin from using a
1 degree of
protractor
error.
that size
Yeah,
to
1
what
degree
you
of error.
think you're measuring to,
1 degree
and
of
what
error.
that adds up to over
Doesn't add
what,
up to much
93 million
when
miles.
360 degrees.
If
360
you're a little
degrees.
bit
I
off
have
at this
1 degree of
point,
error.
you're a little bit off at this point
Yeah,
with this
1
setup.
degree of error.
Yeah, but think how much that's going to add up to over a distance. It's going to compound.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
No, Donald.
So
Your
angles
measurements
don't have.
are
So
involving
distance
vast
doesn't affect
distances.
angles. You understand that distance does not affect angles. You understand that, right?
Donald.
You can
No,
be at
hang
whatever
on.
distance.
Hang
Angle
on,
will be
dude.
the same.
Hang on. We need to get something straight, dude. Okay, hang on. When you added up these angles together, what number did you get?
Number added up the angles. Well, it wasn't just addition, but okay. Let me look at my
Then
math.
how do you get the sum of the angles greater than 180 degrees if you're not just adding them?
Well, okay, so there's a formula for that, but you just essentially you take the measurement of all of the different angles, and so I got one was 32 degrees, one was since position was 32. Oh, so 32 degrees, and then you get the other position, which I think was 38 degrees on that one. And then you use trigonometry to measure a triangle, the interior angles of a triangle. So if you take 32 and 38 and add them together, you get what? 60? No. 70.
So, dumbass.
Okay. Okay.
So there's
So what was the
360
final?
degrees left, right? There's
What
360 degrees
hang on.
left, right?
Wait.
So
So
that's your angle.
hang on. Now, so what was the total value that was greater than 180? Please.
What was the? It was like very small. It was like 181 point.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right. So within the error margin, right?
No, it was over the error
Are you sure about
margin
that?
because it was
Okay.
80.
How'd you calculate that? Right.
It
It's one
was
angle. Are you
it
sure about
was
that?
yes,
Yeah.
it was 181.7 or
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you just said earlier that the precision is 1 plus or minus 1 degree, right?
yeah, so it was 0.7 over the
Right.
margin
So
for error.
anything below 182, right? It could
False? No,
be.
you actually half it. You don't double it, you half it. So you're wrong. But it was
You said
0.7
plus or
over the margin
minus.
for
You
error.
said
It was
plus or minus
0.7. It
1
was
degree.
0.7 over.
No,
It was
dude.
0.7 over the margin for error.
You talk
You said
seriously with a
no.
homemade
You
plumb
fucking
bob
retard.
protractor device.
Yeah, it was
Holy
his
What the
shit!
arrowhead.
fuck is wrong with
Doesn't
you?
matter.
Hang on a second. If it was 0.5, okay, then yeah,
0.7.
you would. No. If the precision was
But it
half a
wasn't.
degree,
So it
you
was
said it was.
0.7.
No, dude, listen. Okay, if the precision is 1 degree plus or minus 1 degree
Yeah.
versus plus or minus half a degree, right?
But I'm at 1.7 degrees. So
Exactly.
it's
Yeah. So with the
181.7.
precision
So
of
it's 0.7 over the
no,
margin for error. It is
no,
over
it's
the margin
not.
for error.
No,
What you're saying is
Donald,
no,
that's not
nonsense.
very much.
no. You're
Donald, that's
wrong.
not very much. So Donald,
I'm not
you're just
wrong.
telling us.
Yes,
I'm not
you
wrong.
are.
Don't tell me I'm
Hold on,
wrong.
Donald. Let me just
You are
summarize. Let me
wrong.
just
You're fucking
summarize.
I'm not
retarded. That's
wrong.
why.
I'm
Mick,
0.7 over
chill.
the margin for error.
Donald,
No,
0.7
Donald.
dude.
over the margin for error.
No, you have
That's
to
the
add the
thing
two.
that's
You
correct.
have to add, dude. You retard. When you're adding margins of error,
Do not use that fucking word with me.
no, I will, dude.
Oh, there it
When you're
is.
multiplying values and multiply the margins of error, when you're adding
The
or
mic
subtract,
speaking.
add or subtract the margins of error.
Right, can we just summarize? Let's just take stock for a second. So 0.7 of a degrees is your idea of a globe proof. But what you've really told us, Donald, is that the way you proved the globe was you tied an arrowhead to a string, and then you took a little protractor from maths class that the kids used, and then you took a little handheld laser pointer that you get from like a market on holiday. You pointed that at the sun, you took the angle, and then some other guy somewhere else tied, I don't know, a conker to a string, and then did the same thing, and that's your proof that the ground we live on is a spinning ball in a vacuum.
He was on
0.7
death
of
row.
degrees from that. That's all right. It's more for the audience.
Okay. Now you have to repeat it because he's on death now.
Yeah, Donald, I was just saying. So you hung an arrowhead on a string and took a children's maths class protractor and a laser pointer, pointed it at the sun, and that is you telling us that the Earth must be a spinning ball because you did that, and you got 0.7 of a degrees globe, apparently. Do you think that's a good globe proof? Donald? You still with us?
I think he's finishing a box of Kleenexes.
Well, we
Wait, zero,
extracted the last of the Christmas juice from Donald here.
No. Yeah, guys, just keep in mind, right? If we go by what he said, margin of error is plus or minus 1 degree. So it could be 1 over or 1 below.
Well, how did he work out his margin of error from that setup, though? Where's that?
Well, the margin
calculated?
of error, the way you would go about that is with the tool itself. So if it's only precise to 1 degree, right, then it could be anywhere between, if I take an angle and I get 10 degrees, right, and it's precise to 1 degree, well, it could be 11, it could be 9 type shit. But if it has little tickers in the middle,
Yeah, but he's talking about drawing an angle to the sun
Yeah,
the
exactly.
light in the sky
But
with
by
a
using a
handheld
tool.
laser pointer, an
Yeah.
arrow suspended from a string, and a
Yeah.
5 centimeter protractor.
Exactly. Yeah. The
So
whole,
it's saying that the
setup.
error margin is 1 degree and it's 0.7 over. I mean, not really.
No. What he's saying is, with a precision of 1 degree, okay, taking the first angle, right? Then you add that to a second angle, right? So it could be plus. The error margin can be anywhere between plus 2 degrees and minus 2 degrees from the
False. I
total.
only took one. False. I only took one measurement with the margin for error at 1 degree. That's there. There
Oh,
was
that
only
doesn't
one
help you
measurement.
out.
Oh, what about your buddy? What about your buddy? You're taking his angle
He
too, right?
also had a single measurement of a single degree of.
Well, that's even worse.
No, it's
Hold
not
on, dude.
worse. It's
Wait,
exactly
dude.
the
Is it
same.
wait? Is it
Identical.
plus or minus 1 degree per angle, or for the total sum, i.e.,
Total.
0.5?
There is.
Okay, how do you arrive at that, sir? Does your
Well,
tool
because
have a precision of half a degree?
you look at the device you're using to measure,
Does
and
it
if it's
right?
not and if it's not precise to get enough to get a half a degree, you go with a full degree. So I went with a full degree.
Okay, per measurement.
Yeah, per measurement.
Thank you very much. So the full degree precision per measurement, and then you have 2 measurements.
Margin for error.
Excuse me.
2 independent measurements from independent devices that have independent margin for errors that don't
Right.
stack.
Right. Yes, they do.
No, they don't stack. That's
Yes,
silly.
they do, dude.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
don't
they do.
fucking
Yeah,
stack
because if
because
the
there's
first,
only one
yes,
measurement.
they
There's
do.
only one measurement from each device,
No,
so they cannot stack.
yes, they do stack, dude.
They
If
don't
one,
stack.
watch it, yeah, because watch this. If your first measurement is off by
That's
1
fucking
degree,
goofy. Also,
no,
welcome.
dude, no, go back to school, dude. Okay, if
Welcome,
your
Tim,
first
to the
measurement
room.
is off
Feel
by
free to come up
1
to the table and
degree,
have a conversation
if
with
your
me.
first measurement is off by
You can
1
either
degree
leave
and
or
the
not
other one
talk.
is off by 1 degree in the same direction, then the
That's
total
stupid.
off. No,
Yes, it is.
no, dude,
So
go look
you've
it
got
up.
2 angle
I don't have to
Donald,
look it
you've
up.
got
I
2
know
angle
math.
measurements.
That's
Donald,
stupid.
Then
They're
Donald.
computer
independent
science.
measurements. They have
Hey
independent margin for
Donald,
errors. They
what
do
was your
not stack.
measurement? You said it could be off by 1 degree. What was your
1
measurement?
degree.
Yeah, that was
was
your how far it could be off. What was the initial measurement taken?
38.
38 degrees.
38
So that means it could be 37, 38, or 39 degrees. Now, what did the other gentleman
that'd be a
do?
3
That's off
degree
1
margin for
degree.
error. No.
That's a 1
False.
degree plus or
You
minus
just
1
don't
degree.
know. That's not how it works.
Listen, Sped, you
You're
said
lying.
plus or minus
You're
1
lying.
degree.
You're lying. You're lying.
You said 1 degree.
You're lying. You're lying.
You said
You're lying.
1 degree.
You're lying.
That's how it
Wow.
works.
No, Donald, I think what you meant to say is that it's a 1 degree spread between.
No, it's a 1 degree margin for error. That's what I meant.
Or-
That's what I said. Don't tell me
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I meant.
No, dude, you said plus or minus 1 degree. That's
No,
2 degrees
I didn't.
different.
I never said
Yeah,
that.
you did.
Actually,
You did.
I
Yeah,
never
you did.
actually said that. No,
when I
didn't.
asked you,
Never
when I
actually said
asked you to, Donald, when I asked you for clarification, I said plus or minus 1 degree, and throughout the conversation, you affirmed that. That's why we're going
No,
down this route.
I never even heard you say that until just now. This is the first time I've heard you say that. So don't lie to me.
Okay.
You're lying.
Maybe you should
that's
stop
not my
muting
problem.
yourself.
Yeah, that's not my problem, dude. Okay, so we're in this
Okay,
conundrum
well,
because
I'm
you
telling
aren't
you right
fucking
now that
listening.
I've never heard you use that term till just now.
Okay, so that's why we're in the conundrum then. Or you're absolutely just lying. I don't know. One of the two. But the point is, me highlighting to you, right?
That you don't understand margin for error analysis.
If you can't tell, dude, no. It was about the communication then. Okay? So if you take an angle, if you mean to say that you take an angle, okay, and the thing has the precision is by 1 degree, okay? That would mean
No, there is a
that
1
would
degree
mean
margin for error. That's what I said. There is a 1
let
degree margin for error. That's the only thing I've ever said. There is a 1
Okay,
degree
so on the
margin for
lines of
error.
margin for
Right.
error, Donald, if you take a
1 degree
reading
margin for
of,
error.
yeah, 1 degree, I'm going to give you your 1 degree. So if you take a reading of 38 degrees, that means 1 degree could be 37, the other 1 degree on the opposite side could be 39.
No, false. So
You're a
1
fucking
degree
idiot. You're
means
not
that
qualified for
no,
this
no, no, no.
conversation.
Let me explain to you. Let me
no,
explain to you.
the
1
no, the
degree
whole
of margin
margin
for
is
error
the
means that
entire space. Yeah. So it's plus or minus half a degree, right? Because it would be half a degree over or half a degree below, and that spread, that's why I use the term, is a full degree. So it could, if you take you take a measurement of 38 degrees, it could be anywhere between 38 and a half and 37 and a half. Thank you for
That's
clarifying that.
correct.
That makes sense. The only reason why I pushed for clarity on this is because when I specified or when I inquired if you meant a full degree plus or a full degree minus,
No,
that's a
1
two
degree
degree
margin for error is all I ever
difference. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah,
So in that
like
sense,
he said,
yeah.
if it's at 38 and it has a 1 degree margin for error, it would be at 39.5 to 38.5. Or
Correct.
30, yeah,
Right.
39.5 to
Now
38.5.
the problem that you still have is that these things stack.
They don't because there's only
Yes,
2
they do.
measurements.
Well, that's
Yeah.
right. There's 2 measurements. So now on your initial one, you've got half a degree either side, and on the other gentleman's one, you've got half a degree either side.
Which
So
are
if your
independent
one is
measurements with independent
Donald's not
tools
speaking.
that don't
He's listening.
stack.
He's learning stuff, Donald. On
I'm not
your
learning
measurement,
stuff. You're
you
lying.
might be half a degree low, and on the other gentleman's one, he's half a degree high. So that's your maximum
Wash
spread
it
for
down.
both of them, giving you more than what you're claiming.
False. You're lying. It's the
No,
opposite.
I'm not lying.
They
I'm
wash it.
giving you
Yes.
the information that
I'll
you've given
explain.
us.
I'll explain. I'd love to explain.
You're not going to be able to
Because
explain
I'd
away this
love
one.
to
You've fucked
explain.
up,
I'd
Donnie.
love
Deal with
to
it.
speak. I love to speak.
I know.
So,
That's the fucking problem. You speak shit.
so whenever you take the different measurements, there's only 2 measurements in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 angles. So in 10 angles, there's only 2 measurements. So it washes out in the averaging of the 10 angles that you calculate.
But you're not taking an
10
average
angles.
of anything.
I am.
Hold on. He didn't take 10 angles. He took 2 measurements
did.
of an angle. Thank you.
Yeah,
There's
I
not
took
10.
2 measurements equals 10 angles and triangles. You understand I can make triangles,
No, you only measured 2 angles.
right? Yes, but I got the solution for all 10 triangles involved, or
You
all
can't
4 triangles,
derive
all
the
5
other angles
involved.
from the 2 that you took. You can only
Yes,
measure
you
2.
can.
Well, you're doing it incorrectly then.
Do you need me to post here? Here it is again. Oh, that's the basketball. Never mind. Let me post the thing again.
Yeah, I know. I
Because
saw your little
yeah,
diagram. You only
I
took
can
2
solve.
angles.
Listen,
So
I can solve
within your
all.
2
Hang on.
angles, you have a margin
Wait.
of error that is I mean, the measurements that you got with those 2 angles is well within the margin of error. So you got 190 or
Dude,
180 degrees. So you measured a flat Earth. Good job.
360. No, there's 360 degrees, by the way. So listen, how many
There's
angles are in this
360
picture?
degrees
I
in a
want you to tell me.
triangle.
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me how
There's
many angles are in
Don't
this
360
picture.
sidestep. Get back to your
in a
inaccurate
triangle.
measurements.
Can you tell me how many angles are in this picture?
You're
That's
telling
a
me there's
ball, Donnie.
360 degrees total within a triangle, Donnie? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. Or 180. No, every triangle has 180. Sorry, you got me.
Oh, okay.
confused.
So you got 180 degrees measurement. So you measured a flat Earth with a triangle.
No,
Good job.
that doesn't make sense. How many angles are in this picture? This one that I just posted underneath the
How
basketball.
many of those
angles are
angles
in
did
there?
you
I see
measure?
1.
How many of those angles did you measure?
I measured 2.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
And then I calculated the rest. And the
I know.
rest
You only measured 2,
equaled
though.
more than 180 degrees. That one on the bottom?
Yeah, you measured
That's
2 angles.
perfect. It equaled more than 180 degrees. So welcome to
Oh,
Globe Earth.
man. Well, you should probably measure it again. Here's the problem, dude. You already measured a flat Earth when you set up your little measurement device. You used a plumb bob, right?
What would you use?
The plumb bob is vertical,
No.
yes?
Sure.
Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay.
So the surface of the Earth that you're measuring across is horizontal.
Those two things have nothing to do with each other, just so you know.
Well, so is the plumb bob not vertical?
The plumb bob is vertical.
Shut up, you fucking
Is
nigger.
it perpendicular to the horizontal with the surface of the Earth?
Well, I mean, horizontal and surface are not the same thing.
Well, what are you measuring against if not the Earth? I mean, what does the plumb bob, what is it in relationship to?
Gravity.
Oh, there's no gravity.
Well, I mean, what keeps you on the ground?
Nothing.
Nothing
Measurements.
keeps you on the ground. It's just magic.
No, I didn't say anything. You're
Okay,
saying
well,
magic now. Is
whatever
gravity
keeps you on the
magic?
ground, whatever it is that keeps you on the ground is the thing
So,
that I'm measuring against. Whatever that is very reliable. It seems to never fail.
so your line, your third line for your triangle, would have been the distance, would have been the line between the 2 points on the surface, right? You and your friend.
Third, I mean, there's
Is that
3,
one of the
6,
lines of the
7, 8.
triangle? Is there a line
There's
between
5
your
triangles.
your your point and your friend's point?
4 triangles.
Donald,
Okay,
He's
is one
what
of the
muttering.
about
He's
me
like
and my
lines
lost
friend's
it.
point? So the little red
Donald,
line is between me and my
is one of
friend.
the lines the point from you to your friend?
Yes, the red line.
Right. That'd be straight, right?
Well, no, it'd follow the curvature of the
That'd
plane.
be the perpendicular to the vertical.
Oh.
There's no perpendicular to the
He
vertical there. That doesn't make sense.
he
It's
j-
very silly.
he
All we're
just
doing is measuring
admitted
a
he
distance.
pre-assumed a
All we're doing is
curvature.
measuring a distance.
Oh, you
All I
Donald,
pre-assumed
you
a
did
can't
was,
curve. You can't measure
all
an
I
angle
did,
from that
listen,
curve
all I
then
did
unless
was
you
my
invoke a
buddy,
tangent.
me and my buddy
So
stood
did you
next to
invoke
each
a
other. We
tangent?
got in his car. Listen, this is
Did
all
you
that
invoke a
happened.
tangent?
No, this is all that
No.
happened.
So then that's a
This is,
straight flat
oh my
line.
God, shut up. My buddy got
Don't
into a
freak
car
out,
and drove in
Donald.
oh my God, my buddy got into a car and drove in a straight line. That's all that happened. We measured, we read the odometer on the car.
Straight
That's
line
all
there
that
it is
red
again.
line is. That's
You
what that
measure?
red
You,
line is.
Straight line.
It
are you
drove in a
using that for
straight
an angle
line.
measurement? Are you using that line for an angle measurement?
No, I'm not.
No.
No.
So
No.
it's not part of your triangle then.
It's part of the triangle, but I'm not measuring it for an
Oh,
angle.
so,
That's silly.
wait. What?
That's one of the
Okay,
results of the
okay,
calculation.
bro.
The angle of that
Yeah.
triangle is the result of
Too
the
much, man.
calculation. It's
Too
not
much.
something that I measured. It's the result. It's the thing that I'm trying to get to. It's the result of all of this is the measurement of the surface. That's what I'm doing. That's what I did. I measured the surface.
Yeah, and you said that there was a straight line that you guys, measured between each other, right? Your friend
Well,
drove in a straight
it
line.
follows the surface of the earth. Whatever the shape of the earth is, it follows that surface.
Yeah, and you said it was a straight line earlier. So you have a
Yeah,
straight, flat
it's
baseline, and you
35.
measured an angle. Yeah,
35.
so welcome to flat Earth.
I-35.
Great.
I don't know what
Is
that.
that a
Why do
straight
y'all
line?
say that? That is the dumbest thing y'all could ever say. Y'all need to
Oh,
stop
don't get
saying it.
upset. Don't get upset, man. Relax. So your friend drove a
Not
straight
upset.
line.
That's another thing y'all need to stop doing. I'm not
Yeah, so your
upset.
friend drove a straight line,
That's a very
right?
stupid thing to
And
say.
and between each other, there's a straight line. So you have a flat Earth, and you're measuring an angle from it. Yeah, Matrix. He freaked out when you said that. When you said sped, woo!
He's broken, man. Like, seriously.
I know.
He'll tell us about straight lines and then tell us on the next breath how that they're curved, and he makes these curvy triangles out of straight lines. It's like, dude,
With
are you
some
dealing
of the
with
lines
what?
being part of the triangle that he's not using to get an angle.
And this precision thing needs to be worked out too, man. I think that's why there was an emphasis getting the actual instrument. Right. For all we know, he was using a shitty protractor that only had 2-degree intervals.
Maybe the piece of string that he used that tied to his plumb bob was thicker than the lines on the protractor.
So, are you guys ready
How does
to?
he even know he's got the freaking laser pointed at the sun?
There's no
Properly.
lasers involved.
Oh, there was no laser. I said, how did you know what angle the sun was at then?
I looked at it with the
You-
protractor. And
You
the
just
plumb
looked
bob.
at it. You just
Yeah,
got
I mean,
down
it's
and
right
like
there in the
looked through
sky.
your protractor. Yeah, it looks about right.
He
Yeah,
just
pretty
he
much.
just eyeballed along the edge of the protractor. That's real precise, isn't it, Donald?
Yeah, and then
I mean,
another
it's
thing to take into
precise
account.
enough.
Well, check this out, dude. It's not only just the angle on the protractor that you have to worry about, right? Because if you're trying to angle it up to the sun, right, the anywhere at the sun, right, satisfies the condition that you are, quote, taking an angle to the sun, right? But what's the angular
It's actually
size of
not
the
that big.
sun?
It's only about 1.5 degrees in the sky.
1.5 degrees. Okay, perfect. Okay. So how do you know that you were dead center so as to only need to rely on the error margin of the protractor or
Within
the
the margin
precision of
for.
the error margin?
So it's 0.75, which is within the margin for error.
No, but did you account for all these? Did you add
Yes,
up all
yes,
these
I
up?
did. Yes, I did.
Okay. So what's the error margin of the sun? What's the error margin of your protractor number 1
0.75.
and error margin of
1
protractor number 2?
1 degree.
Okay, 1
1
degree
degree.
total. 1 degree total,
Yes, 1
right?
degree.
From the protractors,
Yeah,
right?
1 degree.
There's also an error margin to account for the sun for each angle measurement.
Within the error margin of
that?
the protractor.
How could you even
Within the error
know
margin
that?
of the protractor.
Nah,
So it's
dude,
okay.
you're
You don't have to
skipping it.
worry about it.
He's just
You're
dribbling
skipping something.
shit. Like, seriously.
He's really, really off on this, man.
I'm not
Because if you
skipping
add
anything. Y'all are
all
just
these,
being
if you add up
assholes.
if
That's
you
all that's
add up
happening here. You're
all
being an
of
asshole.
these, if you add up all of these error margins,
They
you
equal
got
up to less than 1.
you
Still
no,
less than
dude,
1 degree.
no.
All of them are still under 1 degree.
Listen to me. Watch this, okay? I'll try it again.
Watch you
Okay,
be
now
an
we're thinking now that we're considering the sun in this, okay,
telling
which
you
we
to
did
go.
before, which we did not before, which is very important, right? Angle number 1 at the protractor level. Okay, you're zooming into the protractor. It's got intervals of 1 degree around the curved part, right? Right? So each of these
What?
things has a
I'm not
precision.
worried about the curved part. I don't care about that. What you're saying is
Dude, listen to
nonsense.
me.
Just so you know, you're talking gibberish.
No, can you shut the fuck up? Okay? So you have an error margin
I'm just gonna
of
ignore
1
what you're
degree
saying.
of 1 degree. So for each angle measurement, it's plus or minus half a degree. Okay? Then you have the other angle at the other protractor. I'm just going by what you're saying. Also an error margin of 1 degree, so plus or minus 1 degree from the measurement, correct? So we have a total error margin, right, of plus or minus 1 degree, so 2 degree range. Now, if we take the error margin for each of the measurements to the sun, right, assuming you're actually dead center, which you're not, if you factor those in, you also have to take those into account. So even if you want to go by your estimate, 0.75 of a degree each time, 0.75 plus 0.75, right?
He's
That's 1.5
headphoned himself
degrees.
again, 20.
Yeah. He's a fucking
Every
bitch.
single time. That's
But
shit,
for
isn't it?
anybody
Every
else,
single time you want to describe something or explain something to this clown shoes, it just headphones itself so he can sit back and go, nuh-uh, and he'll never learn.
Yeah, he's an absolute fucking child, right? But for anybody else listening, whoever hears this argument again, keep this in mind. We have 4 margins of error to take into account, even if they are all 1 degree error margins. Okay, 4 of them, you have +4, or excuse me, +2 in one direction, +2 in the other direction. Basically, if all of them are one
Where'd you get that from?
1 degree precision. Okay, so
Where'd you get it
+2.
from?
Where do you get it from? Like the actual precision?
The error margin, yeah.
Well, on
So you've
the
got a
instrument,
tolerance. So
yeah, on the
each time you take a measurement, you've got a tolerance. So let's just cap it at 1 degree. So he takes a reading of 40. That means it could be 39, 40, or 41. So every single time you take a measurement, you could be out by 1 either side. So if you take 2, you could be out by
It's
2.
not accounting for user error.
No.
There's everything to take into account. But even if you just go by the strict instrument itself, right? I think
Which
for
is a cheap $1 store fucking thing.
The thing could be manufactured bad too, right? But even if you assume it's not, right, there's still problems. Okay, so you have
And he's eyeballing it through a cheap $1 retractor hanging from a piece of string, weighted with an ancient arrowhead. Oh my god! And he's looking, and he's just looking through it at the sun. You kidding me?
Yeah,
Oh,
and where's he pointing on the sun? At the edge or in the middle or whatever? And did his buddy also point the same spot? Right. That's why taking all these error margins into account is necessary. So the error margin on the first protractor measurement, right, it's plus or minus half a degree, right? So there's your 1 degree spread, 1 degree error margin, plus 0.5 up, plus 0.5 down, right? Assuming, of course, his protractor is 1 unit intervals, which most of them are. We'll grant him that. Okay, so plus 5 up, plus 5 down, minus 5 down, right? Both of them added together, you have a total range of plus 1 up and plus 1 down. Great. But then, as he mentioned, right, there's an angular size to the sun, right? That would also have its own error margin that you'd have to take into account twice because you're taking 2 angles to it. Okay, so if that has a precision of, let's say, 1 degree, right? So the error margin is plus 5. The range is plus 5 up, plus 0.5 up, plus 0.5 down. All this shit, you got a total of plus 2 up or plus 2 down. So anywhere between 182 and 178, there's no fucking way to prove to be any more precise than that with that instrumentation. You can't really draw any conclusions from it. Absolutely asinine.
You could take that route, right? I'm going to take the route of, I'm sorry, but if you're measuring the internal angles of a triangle and it doesn't add up to 180 degrees, then you're fucked up, period. End of story.
His way out on this is he's taking the assumption that the horizontal, right? And he didn't use these words explicitly, but he inferred it or implied it in what you guys in what you were saying to him earlier, right? When he was saying that something about the vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, but horizontal is not the ground. He used terms like that. He's implying that the horizontal plane, right, is tangential to the ground at that point. This is why I was harping on this.
No, it can't be. It can't. One of the lines of his triangle cannot be a tangent plane.
It has to be.
It can't be. It can't be if the line that he's measuring, but if one of the lines he's measuring between is between 2 points on the surface. Can't be.
But he's not, though. He's taking an angle to the sun. No, he's taking an angle to the sun.
Okay, he's saying that there's a triangle that's internal angles don't add up to 180 degrees. Where's this triangle then?
Exactly.
One of the lines is on the surface of the Earth. It's between 2 points on the surface of the Earth. That's one of his lines of the triangle. That's the part that he has to say isn't adding up because it's on the surface of the Earth. That's what he's trying to say he's measuring is the curvature of the Earth. I personally measured the curvature of the Earth with my protractor. Plumb bob.
Yeah. This whole thing is just fucking dumb, man. Yeah. Just the instrumentation part is enough. Fucking sick of listening to this guy, man. He sounds like a fucking 10-year-old to boot. Acts like one also. God, yes.
Yeah, those are Scott Mackey friends.
Don't worry, Special Ed's in chat. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, Cups. You there?
Yeah, man, what's up?
Yeah, the other day we were talking about atmosphere and pressure gradients.
Yeah.
Right? Remember that? And then Pete came in and tried to save you.
You can interpret it that way, sure.
No, I'm kind of wondering how the pressure differentials happen in valleys versus on the mountaintops, because they're both next to ground, right?
Okay. What about?
Is it hotter or colder in those valleys?
Well, we can go to the desert or the Arctic also, right? And it's the same thing.
Yeah, cool. Is it hotter or colder in those valleys?
It's could be
Hotter.
colder. Yeah, there's some
No,
mountains that are
usually
hotter.
it's hotter.
I know, but we can go to a valley, which is much colder than a mountain peak, right?
Oh,
We
so
can
there's
very
a
easily do
temperature
that.
difference. Right, just checking.
But we can go to a valley, which is much colder than a mountain peak.
Yeah, I'm in a valley. Sometimes the air pressure here in this valley, right, is equal to that, and this is at 1,000 and something meters, 1,030 meters above sea level, is the same as at sea level on that particular day. It's equal. So where's your gradient now?
What's equal?
The air pressure.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
No.
14.7 the other day. I checked it on the barometric pressure from the Bureau of Meteorology.
Mm-hmm.
It was
And where are you
14.7 psi
Okay.
at
What,
my location, 1,000 and something meters above sea level. And sometimes that's equal to what it is about 200 k's east of me on the coast at sea level.
what do we say it should be different? How much at a 3,000 or 1,000 meters? What's the pressure differential?
I don't know. I'm just telling you what I've looked up.
No, no,
on
but
certain days.
every time I go to the mountains to go skiing, I always decrease atmospheric pressure, because if I'm bringing a potato chip, the bag expands and my ears pop on the way down, and they kind of pop on the way up too. Every time. Why is that? I'm at the same. I'm at the same distance from the ground where all the gases are being created.
Yeah,
Scott,
changes.
It's pressure differential, bro.
I know, but why?
Why asking a simple question?
Why?
Well, nobody here's claiming to know. Do
Well,
you
you
have
guys
an
should.
explanation, perhaps, that you
Yes,
can demonstrate
yes,
it?
I do. Yes, I do.
Great. Can you demonstrate it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Do it.
It's gravity.
That's not a demonstration. That's a word. Get busy with the demonstration.
But just so we're clear, you guys have no idea why that happens, right?
Demonstration, Scott.
Demonstration, Scott.
And so 20 cups, when he was saying
Scott,
today that the pressure
demonstration.
differentials is because of where the gases are
Scott,
created.
I don't know why you're walking away from the thing that you're supposed to be demonstrating.
I was asking 20 cups a question, and you butted in.
I was just asking you a question, and you gave me an answer, and you said you could go ahead and demonstrate it. So please do so.
Yeah, I was asking 20 cups a question.
I
want to see
do
what
have
I
one
want to
question,
see what he
Scott.
does.
I don't get to
attempt.
ask many questions, and I want to ask a question. Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
It is a thing that forms the ball, yes.
Then you need to demonstrate.
Why?
You claim, because that's your
Because
claim,
you're
right?
claiming that.
Yeah. Now you got to back the claim up, right?
It's actually that you guys never make any claims at all.
No. This is your claim. You made.
I know.
Right? Don't try to reverse the burden of proof.
I know it's my
onto
claim.
us.
Why don't you welcome the burden of proof?
I'm sorry, Scott. Just demonstrate the claim that you made. I mean, we're doing ourselves a favor by not making ridiculous claims about things that we don't understand. You are, by the way, so you need to demonstrate your claim.
Okay, so just so we're clear, you don't understand them.
Well, understand what? You've made a claim. I want to see it demonstrated.
Pressure gradients in the atmosphere. You don't understand it, right?
No, we just observed that. Yeah, we don't understand it. You can tell,
you
but
understand it.
you're willing to demonstrate for us how it does work. I want you to go ahead and do it. I mean, you may think it's a win to kind of point out that the flat earthers apparently don't understand what causes, pressure gradients, but we're actually trying to get you to demonstrate because you said you know. So I want you to demonstrate it.
I know, but I'm not going to right
now. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're going to make a baseless assertion and then run away. Is that about right?
Asking 20 cups a question, man.
Baseless assertion and then run away. Is that
Why
right?
do you guys always need to come to each other's defense? What are you afraid of?
Sorry, Scott. Just say yes. I made a baseless assertion and now I'm
Sure, I
running
made a
away. That's all I
baseless
need to.
assertion. Now I'm running away. So can I ask
you.
20 Crusher what he thinks of atmospheric pressure now? 20 cups, you still there?
Come on.
What's the pressure? What's the cause of the pressure differential as I go up to the mountains to go skiing?
What's the cause of the pressure differential being lower the lower you go?
That's not the
I've
question
just
I
looked
asked,
it up,
though.
right now, where I am, 1,010.8 millibars. And
20, are you afraid to answer the
on the
question,
coast,
man?
where 200 k's east of me, it's 1,007.8.
Okay.
It's lower. It's lower on the coast than where I am at 1,030 meters above sea level.
How much lower?
Oh, it's 1,010 here, 1,010.8, and 1,007.8 on the coast.
Okay. What should we expect?
Wait a minute. Did someone make a claim that we should be expecting something?
Yeah, I do. I think we should expect things. Why don't you guys think you should expect
Okay,
things?
no worries. Can you go ahead and demonstrate for me how it would work since you have an expectation and a causal mechanism?
Yeah, I would expect that every time I go up into the mountains, the pressure drops.
Okay, that's an observation. But you can expect that. That's fine. What does that have to do with anything?
Do you expect that?
Yeah, that typically happens. So I do expect it. What does it have to do with anything?
Okay, do you want an explanation for it?
No, I want a demonstration as to why that would occur.
No, but do you want an explanation for it?
Explanations are worthless without demonstration. So can you tell me the causal mechanism for that particular observation and then demonstrate it for me?
The explanation is unicorns. Unicorns push everything down.
But I'm just curious why you guys don't want to understand this stuff. You just admitted you don't understand it. Why don't you understand it? Does anybody else other than Says Who understand it?
We do want to understand it.
So why don't you then?
That's why we want a demonstration.
Scott.
You're kind of breaking up, Says Who, just so you know.
Scott, don't be afraid of me, okay?
I'm not.
Okay, well then let's have a conversation. I expect the air pressure to get thinner as I go up in temperature or up in altitude. That's what I observe. I expect that usually. I don't have any claims or ideas as to why that's occurring, but apparently you do. So can you give me the explanation backed up by demonstration, please?
But do you want to understand it or do you want to reject it?
I'm asking you to go ahead and demonstrate it. I'm asking you to do that. It's like you're not here.
Scott, I have learned from my time here that you
is
cannot
so
prove
he
anything
can
to someone who doesn't want to understand
So
something.
stop being a slimy weasel and sidestepping. So you want him to understand it, so demonstrate it.
Well, didn't you hear that? He says, you guys don't want an explanation. I said, well, we want an explanation with demonstration. And then he said, well, I'm not going to give it to you because you guys actually don't want it anyways. Well, you're divining people's thoughts. Scott, why are you divining people's thoughts?
I've listened to you for a long time.
Okay, so demonstrate the thing that you're claiming. I don't know if you've ever actually done that. How do you demonstrate the causal mechanism for the change in pressure?
Well, for me, it began by understanding what a gas is.
Okay, what's a gas?
It's particles in motion.
Is it a state of matter, Scott? Is it different than like water? Because those are particles in motion as well.
Holy shit. Yeah, they're different kinds of particles in
This
motion,
is
though,
Bev
right?
level of
They
retardation.
have much less motion.
Okay, so these gas particles, this state of matter, what
Yes.
about it?
First of all, it has mass.
What's mass?
Right, we agree.
What's mass?
See, this is the part where you don't want to understand, because you know what mass is.
You just said mass, so I want to know what mass is. Citation, please.
What are you laughing for, Scott? Can't you provide it?
Because it's interesting how you can go to a class and a physics class,
whinge,
right?
whinge,
and the
get
first
on
thing
with
they
it.
tell you is mass.
Answer the question,
and,
Scott. We're not
every
interested in the
18-year-old
meta.
in there goes, okay, mass, I got you.
Yeah, you're using terms that we would like defined, because some people say mass is one thing and other people say mass is something else. Mass is a
really.
gathering at church. So you've got a gathering of church doing something.
Oh, boy. Now, mass is the thing that resists change in acceleration.
Mass is
Or
the
resists
thing, so
acceleration.
it's a thing.
Now
it resists.
It's a property of an object that resists change in velocity. We'll call it that.
Okay, and what units do we use to describe that?
Grams.
Grams. So it's more
Grams.
like weight at this point. So mass is weight.
No, it's nothing like weight.
So
when you combine weight with
grams?
gravity, you get weight. I mean, when you combine mass with gravity, you get weight.
Gravity. Okay, gravity. What's that?
It's the thing that pulls masses together.
Oh, so it's like a force.
Kind of, yeah. They call it a pseudo.
Kind of?
Yeah.
A pseudo force. So then not actually a force.
But it does. It ends up pulling masses together. We've demonstrated that a billion times.
It pulls. So it pulls. So it is a force.
Sure, we'll call it a force for now.
Okay, so you are claiming Newtonian style gravity. Is that right?
I don't. They both work.
How do they both work? You haven't demonstrated anything. Most of what I've gotten from you right now is just claims.
Because both result in masses being attracted to each other and pulled towards each other.
I've never seen that happen. I've never seen masses attracted to one another.
This is where you got to open your eyes, though. This is where you have to open your eyes.
When have I seen masses attracted to one another in nature? Can you show that to me?
You just reject it. You just reject what your own eyes tell you.
To me, in nature, please. Like, just give me an example.
Yeah. You're standing on the ground. That's your mass being attracted to the mass of the Earth.
Well, that would be kind of begging the question. I don't feel anything pulling on me right now, Scott.
You're not supposed to.
Oh, so there wouldn't be any force that I could detect then?
Yeah, it's the force on your ass. You feel your ass against the couch?
Yeah. Is that the pulling force? You're affirming the consequence because I feel pressure on my ass.
Gravity. Yes.
So your evidence for gravity is affirming the consequent.
No.
That's what you just said.
I know. That's what you need to believe because you don't want to understand anything.
No, I pointed it out. You think that the pressure on your feet or your rear end is somehow attached to this gravity force pulling me down. Yep. That's affirming the consequent.
Yep. It's the thing that makes the Earth orbit around the sun, too.
Oh, wow. Another claim. So this gravity does all kinds of things. It makes things go in circles. It puts pressure on my ass. What are you doing, Scott? You're embarrassing yourself.
It does. And it keeps the satellites in orbit, too.
Okay. So this magical gravity, do you have it in like an experiment where it would be the independent variable? So we could make sure that it is causing these things.
Sure. You can put a mass next to another mass, and you can measure an attraction between those two.
No, you can't.
Sure you can.
Okay, show me.
You've seen it.
You're good at claim stacking, Scott. You're not very good at demonstrating anything.
Yeah, I'm the internet man. I'm sitting on my couch. What do you want me to do? Go build a laboratory and show you this thing?
Instead of making claims, how about you back stuff up? Demonstrate things.
But why don't you guys want to demonstrate this stuff for yourselves? That's what I did. I was curious about the world. Yes, I did.
You're a liar. You looked it up on YouTube and went, I'm just going to accept it blindly because some other fucking idiot said so.
Okay, why did you reject it blindly?
We didn't see anything.
I haven't been provided anything to reject.
Well,
I'm waiting for you to provide it.
But you can go on the internet and see a Cavendish experiment, right?
It's not an experiment.
Why not?
Because there's no independent variable.
The mass is the independent variable.
Oh, so it's not gravity then?
No, the gravity is the constant variable. It's a control.
Oh, so it's a control. So can you get me a sample of this gravity so I can put it in an experiment as the control?
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Is it
Yeah.
in the room with you right now?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay. What color is it?
It's invisible.
It's invisible. This sounds like kind of a made up, make believe friend more than it does anything physical.
Well, you got a better explanation for why your ass feels pressure?
No, I don't need one. Yours is
Why
already
not?
debunked. There's no demonstration of it.
Why don't you want one though?
If your ass
I
is
don't-
feeling pressure,
listen, bro.
Scotty, you're going to the wrong place.
I do
Seriously,
want
stop
one.
doing that to yourself.
I'll say it. I do want one, but I'm not just going to accept a story. I want a demonstration.
What would be a proper demonstration for you? What would we have to do to show you that this is
It's
true?
an independent variable in an experiment.
What about Christmas balls? Could you do it with Christmas balls, do you think?
You do what with Christmas balls?
Cavendish.
Oh yeah,
You could do it with Christmas balls?
sure. What's a Christmas ball?
You don't know what a Christmas ball is?
No.
Little things you hang off a Christmas tree, Christmas balls.
Oh, we call those ornaments. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it. Those are very light. It'd be hard if you fill them up with water or something, or give them a little bit more mass. It'd probably have a better effect. But yeah, they would definitely pull if you had something sensitive enough.
So the mass is the cause, and it's not the gravity.
Well, the mass is the thing that distorts space-time that allows.
Oh, space-time. Do you have a sample of that I could look at?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's so gravity and space-time are
Yes.
everywhere, but they don't have any
Yes.
spin or charge
Yep.
or any kind of physical substance. So this is
Yep.
just kind of a make-believe thing then.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So gravity and space-time are make-believe according to Scott Mackey.
But using it, we can predict all kinds of things, which is really cool.
You haven't used any of that. You haven't predicted anything.
We can tell you how much
Who's
a spring
we?
is.
You and who?
Me and everybody else who's studied anything in our lives.
Show me what predictions you made with this invisible thing.
I can predict how much a scale will read based on my mass.
Yeah, we're talking about the gravity and the space-time, not the mass. Scott, come on.
Well, that's how gravity works with the mass. Gravity works with the mass to change.
Now
the
it
scale
works
reading.
with the mass. So
Yes,
is the
that's how it
gravity
always
the
has.
mass, or is the gravity the mass? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
it's not. Gravity is not the mass. It works with the mass.
It's separate from that. So then we still need the gravity and the space-time as an independent variable in some kind
No,
of
they're not
experiment.
independent. They're
It's just
control
you saying
variables.
it.
They never
Okay,
change.
so when did they add the space-time in the control?
It's always there. You don't have to add it.
It's always there. Can you
Yes.
touch it? Can you feel it?
No.
Does it have any physical effects?
Yes.
Okay, so the thing that cannot be touched, felt,
It pulls masses
or
towards each other.
detected, how does this thing that's not physical pull things?
Oh, I don't know that one. They tell me it warps space-time, and that has something to do with.
And you
pulling masses
believed them?
towards each other. Yes, I did.
So let me get this straight. So you're so gullible that someone said something invisible with no physical attributes whatsoever is actually pulling things to the ground, and it's also making the sun orbit inside the galaxy and all that stuff. And you believed them?
I did believe them. Yes.
That's pretty foolish. You're a psychiatrist, or you had some kind of psychiatry major?
Why would that be foolish, you think?
Because they didn't prove anything to you. They just pointed at stuff and told you a story about it, and you believed them.
No, they proved lots
You're
of things.
essentially, well, how did they do it? Did they show you the space-time?
Well, but they showed me the Eddington experiment, I think it was called, where they showed that the stars' light warped at an eclipse. That was really cool. I found that very persuasive.
They didn't show any stars warping light.
Sure, they did. When they know how far two stars are apart from each other.
How do they know how far it is?
Huh?
How do they know how far it is?
Oh, because we can see them every night.
Not see it. How far away it is. How do they get the distance?
It doesn't matter. I mean,
now it doesn't matter because you talked about distance, but it doesn't matter.
I never said anything about distance.
You did. You said we know how far away they are.
And angular size, angular distance.
Angular size. How would you get the angular size if you do the distance, Scott?
You don't need You don't need the distance to get angular size. Gee.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
It's one of the variables you have to have.
Nope. You just point a thing at the one object and you point it at the
No.
other object and you measure the difference in angle between those two. It's real
You would
easy.
need to know the actual size of the object and the distance for predictions about angular size. Yes, you would.
No, it's not angular size. Angular
So now you're denying mathematics. Is that right?
No, you don't understand mathematics. That's your problem.
Oh, see, yeah, you're just going to ad hom me. So at this point, you don't understand that to get angular size, which by the way is arbitrary, it looks
I don't
this
say anything
big.
about angular size.
It doesn't mean anything about its distance.
I didn't say anything about angular size.
You didn't bring up angular size? Can someone back me
Nope.
up? Didn't he talk about angular size?
Nope, I did not. But you're too busy trying to hear. You're too busy hearing what you want to hear instead of what I actually say.
So if I go, can I ban you for a month if I go back and listen to this tape and hear you say angular size?
You can
Or do you
ban me
want
for a month.
to
You can ban me
confess?
for a month for no reason whatsoever.
Do you want to confess right now that you did bring up angular size?
No.
No. So you're going to double down on your lie.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put
What
you
I
on
talked
mute.
about is the angular distance between two stars.
Angular distance? What does that have to do with anything? How would you get the distance away from the Earth with angular
You don't
distance
have to.
between two lights in the sky? You don't
That's
have to
not
now?
it.
So why'd you bring it up?
Because it changed during the eclipse.
What changed?
The
angular
angular.
distance between the sides?
Yes.
Or between the stars? Okay, so the angular distance between the stars changed, and you determine that that has something to do with space-time warping light?
That's what they told me, and I believed it because it matched the prediction.
Oh, so this is still back to religion. So you're a religious believer.
No, it matched
This
the
is a
prediction.
religion to you.
It
What
matched the
prediction?
prediction.
What would the
prediction that Einstein made?
What did he make? What did he say?
He said that gravity will bend space-time.
Oh, okay. So since you saw angular distance change between two stars, you believed that that was warping of light, and then they told you that the cause of that was the warpage of space-time due to what? Mass?
Yep. Yes. Yes.
And you believed it all. So they affirmed the consequent, and you believed them.
Do you have a better explanation for why those two stars change their angular distance from each other?
I don't have to have one because the fallacy that they committed and that you believed, I don't need to believe it, right?
I know. You don't need to believe anything, right? You can get through this world just fine as you have without believing a damn thing.
Well, yeah, I've made it so far. Right now, you're on a Discord server making an ass of yourself, saying that you believe people when they affirm the consequent. I know.
But I understand you can get through this world not knowing a damn thing. It's pretty easy. I just don't know why you'd want to.
No, I know that you believe people that affirm the consequent, Scott. I know that.
Well, I believe people who make predictions and those predictions bear out. I think that's really cool.
That's your prerogative to have that religion.
I know.
Go
and
ahead.
Your prerogative to reject it.
Yeah, I reject things that aren't demonstrated.
Why you reject it, though? If they demonstrate.
See, we're always going to get back to this thing, Scott, where my standard of evidence is way higher than yours. You just believe whatever people tell you. You're a psychiatrist, right?
No.
You studied psychiatry or
I studied psychology.
No.
I studied psychology as an undergraduate and a graduate student, yes.
Okay.
And there's nothing to do with psychiatry.
Would you diagnose somebody? Let's say you had a doctorate. How would you diagnose somebody that believed everything that they heard without demonstration?
Gullible.
Okay, so Scott is gullible by definition, his own definition, his own diagnosis. I agree. I agree with that.
They demonstrated this stuff to my satisfaction.
Okay, well, your standard is low. We're back to that part, where my standard's high, yours is low, and you're gullible.
Okay, so why do you think the angle between the stars changed?
I don't know.
But if someone did know and they made a prediction that exactly that thing that would happen happened, would you not say that, oh, that's a pretty good demonstration?
Well, they didn't make a prediction. They demonstrated. I mean, they made an observation. Okay, what was the prediction again?
They predicted before the eclipse.
Uh-huh.
They did.
That what? Okay, they predicted what?
That the angle between those two stars would change.
Okay, and the causal mechanism of that was what?
The sun, the light moving around the sun.
Around the sun, so the sun's an object now.
Sun's always been an object.
Okay, so this object, what's its size?
Doesn't matter.
Well, certainly it does, because isn't it the claim that the mass of the sun is the thing that
All that
is
matters is the
defining
mass.
weight? Okay, so what's the mass of the sun?
Oh, I have to look that up.
Okay, how would they determine that?
Well, they have their ways. They're very smart.
They're very smart. So you're once again just kind of giving away your intellectual authority to complete strangers and saying, I'm sure they figured it out. So this is a religious belief. You're gullible. They didn't demonstrate it to you. You're gullible, according to your standard.
Well, but their prediction worked exactly, so they must have been right.
Is it possible it was a post-diction, Scott?
It wasn't, though.
Is it possible that it was?
No, it was not possible. It wasn't. It was because it wasn't.
Because we have never had eclipses before, and this phenomenon probably was never observed before, right?
They never thought to observe it before.
Oh, they never thought to. So everybody that's been staring at the eclipses since the beginning of time has probably never noticed this thing occurring?
Correct.
Wow. So nobody ever saw this, so they predicted it would happen, even though they've never observed it before.
Yes, that's the really cool thing about smart people in science. They can do these things.
Yeah.
What?
They just...
Wait, what is his bollocks?
Yeah.
Scott's got some priests.
That's why they set up the experiment at the time they did.
There's no experiment.
It is. You wait for the eclipse and you
not an
measure the angular distance between the stars.
Yeah, that's a measurement. That's not a frickin' experiment, dude.
It absolutely is.
Measurements are experiments now.
When they're done this way, yes.
Oh, wow. So now it's a special pleading fallacy. So it's
No.
all of a sudden an experiment, even though we don't have any independent variable.
The independent variable is the sun.
I'll tell you what.
And the independent variable is the position of the sun and the stars.
You find me an independent variable in a measurement, right?
The position of the sun.
And show me how it's an experiment.
The independent variable is the position of the sun in relation to those two stars.
Oh, okay, dude. So the position of the sun is the thing that you, as the researcher, are going to vary and manipulate. Good luck with that.
You don't have to be able to change. You just have to be able to observe it.
What's the phenomena then?
The phenomenon, Jedi, was the angular distance between two stars changed.
Okay, so I thought that was just your independent variable.
During the what?
That was your independent variable. The angle changed.
No, that's the dependent variable.
You said it's the phenomena. The angle changed. It's the same thing, though. Oh, okay. So that's the dependent variable. The angle changed. So what's the independent variable?
The dependent variable is the angle. The independent variable is the position. The independent variable is the position of the sun.
You asked what caused it.
Yeah, I know. And it was the sun that caused it.
Caused what? The angle change of the stars?
Yes. The angle change of the stars between the two things, yeah, between each other.
He's changed it. Earlier he said it was space-time bending. Now it's the sun.
Well, it's the sun that's bending the space-time because it has mass.
Yeah. So where's this space-time again?
It's everywhere. We did this already. How many times we got to do the same damn thing, man? Come on.
So it doesn't have physical properties, right? It has no physical properties?
It apparently pulls masses towards each other when masses bend it.
No, not apparently. I need you to tell me what physical properties the space-time has.
Oh, I don't know them.
Well, how is it bending things if you don't even know what it does?
I don't actually know that, but I know it does because I've seen it everywhere.
Well, no, you haven't seen it everywhere. What color is the space-time again? Where do you see it?
Oh, why do we get stuck in these loops, man? You said that once. Why can't we move past that?
I'm asking at the very beginning of this. I asked you for a demonstration of claim, and you have gone away from it. I followed you down this stupid little circle because I asked you for a demonstration way earlier that you avoided.
No, the demonstration is Eddington experiment, if I got that name correctly.
That's not a demonstration of anything except for apparently the angular distance between two stars has changed. That's what is being demonstrated. Everything after that is some kind of speculative nonsense.
Mm-hmm. And they made a prediction of how much those two stars would change in their angular distance, and it came out pretty much exactly.
I'm going to call it a post-diction because I believe they've seen this before and they knew it would happen, and you can't actually prove me wrong, right?
Yeah. Deny it all you want, man. You're free
Deny
to.
what? Deny what?
Yeah, this is what you guys do, right? You just deny everything that doesn't fit your narrative.
Why are you denying the fact that this was a post-diction?
Well, because I know when they set it up. I read about it, and they did not make a post-diction. Nobody observed it before. They made a prediction once Einstein put out his theory of general and special relativity, and they said, oh, let's test this. And it was one of the
Why
first
are you
tests of general
denying that it's
relativity.
a post-diction, Scott?
Well, until you can show me that it was, I think we have to assume it wasn't.
There it is. Okay, so now all you have to do is prove to me that space-time is the thing that's bending the light.
Well, they proved it. You don't accept it. What can I do?
No, they didn't. All they saw was angular
for you.
distance change. Yeah, for you, you went ahead and believed the story about it. So
Yes,
they didn't
because it
prove
makes
anything
perfect
to you.
sense.
Like you just went ahead and asked from me, right, to prove something. Nobody's proved anything, but you believe them.
Well, unless you can come up with a better explanation for why that angle changed, I'm going with what they said.
So what you're saying is until I come up with a better affirming the consequent fallacy, you're going to stick with theirs?
Just any explanation that would be
Well, their
acceptable.
explanation isn't affirming the consequent fallacy.
Nope, it is not. It's doing the
It
math
is.
and figuring out what they should expect and saying, hey, look, we got that.
So how
That's
much
called
was the
affirming
angle
the
change?
consequent.
It is not
How
affirming.
much,
No, that's not what
Scott,
it is.
how much was the angle change supposed to be?
Oh, I don't remember.
So from what I looked up, it's
You guys
like
can look this up.
I did, right? So
Okay.
that's why I asked. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
1/500th of a degree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he discard a whole bunch of plates that didn't match up with Einstein, and like he discarded them from his papers.
No. Who told you
Yeah,
that?
he did. He threw out the plates that contradicted Einstein.
Who told you that?
Okay, so I've got a bunch of citations here
Okay.
from Physics Today,
All right.
news reports. Yeah, a
Post
whole
them.
bunch of. Okay.
Scott doesn't like citations.
Actually, I'll read out a little bit about it that I just researched. So.
I just post them.
Okay, so I will. You can listen to this now because I'm going to read it out. Okay, so the core problems, the expected deflection was absurdly tiny. They were supposed to be measuring a shift of 1.75 arc seconds. That's 1/500th of a degree, far below the stability limits of early 1900s optics, plate expansion, thermal distortion, guiding error, or atmospheric refraction. They attempted to measure something that was smaller than their equipment, noise floor. Okay, the data was incomplete, inconsistent, and selectively used. Eddington threw out plates that contradicted Einstein. He kept plates that vaguely aligned with what he wanted. He literally admitted good plates were blurry, distorted, and affected by weather.
How many of these pictures
Modern
did he take?
astronomers, including pro-Einstein ones, have openly said that the 1919 data was quality was insufficient to support the claimed conclusion. All right, there's a bunch more. I'm not going to read it all out, but I will put citations in the side chat.
Oh, it's good to know. See, Sasu, that is a good argument right there. See what DJ just did? You should learn from him.
Yeah, we both ended up at the same conclusion that you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
But DJ did it much better than you
did.
did.
Logic, right? You just don't like it because I had to, just end it from the very beginning where it's illogical because it was a fallacious claim that because angular size changes, all of a sudden space-time is warping. But I appreciate DJ because he does his homework, and we all love that here. So he also proved that you're an idiot that just believes people and doesn't know the whole story and buys it anyways because it affirms his paradigm. So we both got there. You just like his style better. He made you look like an ass with his style. I made you look like an ass with my style. Perfect.
Okay. That's good stuff, DJ. Thank you. Well, I also found something else. I just Googled it really quick, and it says, yes, the Eddington experiment measuring the light bending during a solar eclipse has been repeated many times with vastly improved technology, confirming Einstein's general relativity with much higher accuracy through modern methods like radio infrarometry. I can't even say that word, interferometry. Often bypass the need for eclipse entirely. Oh, wow. They can bypass the need for eclipses. Validating the effect through different means like using Jupiter or white dwarfs. Wow. That's kind of cool, huh, guys? Yeah, I was wrong with that editing thing.
It's a cool story for sure.
Well, but
It
you
is
know,
just a story. You understand
DJ
that,
came
right?
up with some really good stuff, and they made me check other things.
Yeah, you're always wrong.
I know.
Like your challenge is like every day, can you be more wrong?
Okay. I can do that. Watch me. I'm really good at this stuff, being wrong. Yeah, I'll stop bringing Eddington in because there was obviously flaws with his methodology, but they've got a lot better since then. Well, even amateurs did it in 2017, apparently. Achieving unprecedented accuracy for an eclipse-based measurement. Cool.
Right, let's catch up the YouTubers here. Indio says astronomers tried to replicate the observation. Try to replicate it. There is an alternative cause. It was caused by refraction due to cooling. Was the conclusion from the attempt to replicate the observation in 1922. Concluded this because Venus was pink and elongated like an egg and not beyond the sun, was the closest ever been to the moon in modern times. Placement of stars during eclipse is caused by cooling of the air. And then we have the citation, which says photographic determination of the moon's diameter. Certain detections in the positions of stars photographed in the field immediately surrounding the sun during a total solar eclipse found by the English Service in 1990. Campbell and Trump by Cant and by Bodwell and Davidson in 1922. This deflection was in direction and amount nearly equal to that required by the Einstein theory. That found by Campbell and Crumpler agreed almost exactly with that by Einstein. Among many suggestions to account for these deflections in one made by Professor Charles Lane or November 1919 and many times since. And here is the important part. The suggestion is that due to the fall of temperature of the air in the shadow cone that might be after the ordinary corrections for refraction have been made, the residue refraction sufficient to account either partially or completely for the so-called Einstein effect. In other words, it is suggested that the bending of the rays of light occurred not at the sun, but in our atmosphere.
Suggested this?
Indio, I'm reading this for the YouTube listeners.
Okay.
Get some context on what's going on.
So, and it doesn't matter how many times you affirm the consequent, right? And repeat it, doesn't make it any more valid.
I know, but it's not affirming the
Oh, but
consequent. You guys just don't understand that.
okay, then put the prediction into an if-then statement.
Okay, so if mass warps space-time, then the light will bend when around heavier masses, and therefore will have a change in direction in its light.
Incorrect. That's,
that's
part
correct.
of the if. No, that's part of the if.
No, it's not.
No, it is, because you're relying
it's
on your
not.
observation to confirm that.
How can you name a single experiment you can do then? What's an experiment you can do?
Bro, I'll do it correctly for you.
Tell me an experiment.
I'll do it correctly for you. If mass is distorting space-time, it will warp light around the sun. And we will observe displacement of stars and angular distance change, right, between stars.
Yes.
We observe angular distance between stars. Therefore, space-time is being warped by things like the sun.
No,
it's affirming the consequent. It's if P, then Q. You go looking for Q, you find Q to confirm P. That's if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. That's affirming the consequent, buddy. There is no getting around it. You can cope as much as you like about it being an experiment, but it is simply an affirming the consequent formological fallacy, and it's an invalid argument, and it doesn't matter how many times you repeat that fallacy.
Tell me what you think
an experiment should look like. True or false.
Well, it does make it true.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't. In your imagination, it does.
No.
Yes.
Tell me what you think an experiment should look like.
Are you seriously going to tell me that logical fallacy is a good way of determining the truth about physical reality?
No, you messed up on your little PQ thing.
No, it doesn't matter. You've got an if P.
You've
got an if P, then Q.
Change part.
And your Q is what you're going to use. Observing Q out in nature is what you're going to use to state that P is the cause, that your P is the cause. That's exactly what you're going to do. It's exactly what Eddington did.
No.
So he didn't make a prediction about the bending of light around the sun. He didn't make a prediction about the stars. He didn't.
He didn't make a prediction about the bending of light.
He didn't make a prediction about the bending of light due to the curvature of space-time from the mass of the sun.
Sure it did.
Okay. And how was he going to? What was going to be observed in order to determine that that's the case?
The change in position of the stars.
Right. Did he observe the change in position of stars?
Yes.
Right. So he's using that to confirm P.
Yes, because his prediction predicts a change. It predicts a change.
It doesn't matter if he predicted it or not. It's if P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Yeah, that's logically consistent.
It's logically consistent.
Affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
I'm just curious what you guys think a valid experiment would look like. What do you guys think a valid experiment would look like? I'm genuinely curious.
I'll tell you what I was just about to tell you. I was about to tell you. So in the experiment, okay. So in the experiment, you're going to vary and manipulate that presumed cause. That's what your experiment would look like, based on your hypothesis, the observed phenomena, and the prediction of cause.
Yeah, in this experiment, they waited for the sun to get in a particular location.
Yeah. But in the scientific experiment, you vary and manipulate, and this is some kind of
observational experiment, then really you are affirming the consequent because you don't really know.
How do we not know that the stars were in one place
What the
before the
mass?
sun got there?
Sorry,
The sun got there, and
the
the stars
sun is
changed their
distorting
position.
space time. Sorry, how do we know that the sun is distorting space time?
What's the theory we're testing?
The theory that we were testing.
Yeah.
Affirming the consequent, you asked what a scientific experiment looks like. I pointed out the difference between an observational experiment, where you're going to be full of logical fallacy because you do not know, and an actual experiment where you do know because you vary and manipulate it yourself in the
Okay, so
experiment.
what would be an experiment that you can manipulate the variable that would not really do the same thing? Give me an experiment.
What?
Anyone, pick one.
An
Make one up.
experiment where you vary and manipulate something in it. What?
No. Tell me something specific.
I don't
What's
know.
an example
Water
of an
changing
experiment?
state. Water changing state due to temperature.
That's not a hypothesis. Not even a. That's just.
Sorry, I observe water freezing. My hypothesis prediction is that temperature reduction in heat causes water to freeze.
Mm-hmm.
I then reduce the heat to water and it freezes.
How do you know something else didn't cause it to freeze?
Because I varied and manipulated the water.
Well, how do
The
you know something
temperature.
else isn't happening just at that same time?
Because I controlled everything else. And when I started reducing the temperature, that's when it started taking place.
And so something changed, and then there was something else changed as a result of that thing changed. How's that any different from the sun being in the right position?
It. Yeah, I changed it and it happened. We can have multiple causes for phenomena, though, right? We can have water, again, do love water. Changing state, again, do like that. Let's say it turns to gas.
Yep.
Now, I can do that with
what causes
temperature.
that?
Right. Oh my God, it's going to talk again. But another cause for that could be a reduction in pressure. So 2 causes. Right.
Yeah.
I only know which one caused it to happen because I varied and manipulated either presumed independent variable, either the temperature or the pressure. I know now. You understand the difference between an actual experiment and an observational experiment. Yeah, you can make a prediction, but if you're going to affirm the consequent of the cause without actually very manipulating the cause, then you are just affirming the consequent.
And so you guys think that you can't allow nature to do any of your independent variable changing, huh? Interesting.
When nature, yeah, on the floor, yeah, we can go and check. Yeah, in the sky, bit of a problem.
Why?
Why? Because we're not going up there, dude, and very manipulating this whatever fucking space time is. This mathematical concept that's going to be reified by you.
Well, when it makes accurate predictions, I think that should say something, right?
That's lovely, but we're still going to be affirming the consequent.
But it's making an accurate prediction, right? You agree that the prediction is accurate.
That's lovely, but you're still going to be affirming the consequent.
It's interesting how you guys can't even say the prediction was accurate. You can't even allow yourselves to say that.
No, dude, that's lovely. The prediction was accurate. Yay, high fives all round.
Should that mean something to you?
No. Not in the instance of, okay, it was a nice prediction, but the causal mechanism of the... Really, you haven't varied and manipulated anything. For all I know, it could have been fucking fairies.
Well, but do you think that's a good explanation, or do you think the one they give is a better one?
It could have been exactly what was read out.
Nice fucking story. Dude, that's you admitting that it's a story then.
Yes, everything's a story. Some of them are...
Okay, so it's a story then. Fuck me, Scott. What the hell?
We all have stories.
What the fuck are you doing? Some kind of DJ
some of them correspond to reality, though, and some of them don't.
Okay, but really, you don't know, right? You haven't varied and manipulated fuck all. Remember?
How could we verify whether the story is correct?
Dude, that would be on you to figure out.
So but don't you want to know
really
too?
Done anything apart from affirm the consequent.
But don't you want to join the rest of us, including me, in understanding the world in which we live?
Who gives a shit?
No, he's appealing
that's
to
what
me.
I'm wondering. Why don't you give a shit?
Shut up!
What major impact is the displacement of stars during a solar eclipse going to have on my fucking life?
None at all.
None.
What a wanker.
But you should still be curious, no?
No, dude. Look, stop stringing us along down this diversion away from your embarrassment.
I'm not embarrassed.
It's a story, isn't it? It's a nice explanation. Did you like the explanation? There's no scientific validation for it, though. Just you affirming the consequence and reifying mathematical equations.
All science is stories.
God's sake, Scott.
It is.
Are you hoping somebody out there is like listening and going, "Oh, yeah, well done, Scott"?
No. I
doing
don't
it.
really give a shit. No, I. You really think I'm
Right,
coming
then
in here to?
what the fuck
No.
is it then? Is your own ego?
No, I'm just trying to talk
Yeah,
to
it
y'all.
must be.
I'm
Why the
trying to
fuck are you
understand
here
why
then
you.
if it isn't for your own fucking ego, dude?
This is where you guys can't understand that people might not
All
be like you.
science is stories. That's just sick. You don't know what the hell you're
Just
talking
because you
about.
here for
Shut
your
it.
ego, you think everybody else is too.
No, we think you're
Oh,
full
shut
of
up.
it.
I promise you, I am
I
not
want to
here
be
for
a
me.
mirror now. Yeah, no one's projecting but you, Scott. What the fuck?
Okay, well, I'm not here for my ego. I'm not sure why you think I am.
There's actually,
Why don't you?
Because of the way that you're trying to
If you
defend
think
this
all
bullshit.
if you think all science is stories, why don't you just go like hang out with like creative writers or fantasy
It's not that
writers,
kind of story.
science fiction script writers? No, science is not stories.
What
Indeed,
is
that is
science?
exactly what science is not.
What
It
is
is
science?
It's an
empirical
insult. It's an insult to
testing.
people.
Yeah, it is an insult. I know it's disgusting.
To
That's
people that are
why.
actually conducting real science and actually physically manipulating independent variables in order to establish causes of effects, such as illnesses, trying to solve and cure things that cause people a lot of grief during their life. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Scott?
No, but I believe the doctors and the medical researchers.
Oh, please. Yeah, go
Yeah,
tell the doctors all
exactly.
science is stories. Any kind of real doctor that's dealing with any kind of real situation where lives are on the line. You're just so full of it. It's not even funny.
Okay. Not sure why you're so mad, but all right.
Because you're a liar. Because you say all science is stories. And I'm not going to ever forget that you said that. I'm going to put it in my notes right here, right
Okay, put it in
now.
your notes. I'll
Yep.
stand by that.
You gotta remember why you
I'm
said
putting
it.
in quotation marks. All science is stories. Scott Mackey got it. 12, 20, 25.
You got to put the second part though. Remember the second part I said?
What's the second part, Scott?
Some of these
Sorry,
stories we tell
Scott. When you were
correspond to
speaking, all we heard
reality.
was the Muppets theme song.
Mm-hmm.
You should put that in your notes too. But some of the stories correspond to reality.
Only some. All right. Only
Only
some
some.
of them do. Yep.
Yes.
So that means the biggest liar gets the biggest paycheck. Is that how it works in your world?
The stories that scientists tell correspond to reality.
But what was the first statement again?
Our understanding of the world is done through stories. That's all stories. Narratives. There's lots of different words for it. Call it a narrative, call it a story, call it a paradigm, call it an
Called a
explanation, call it a
lie,
theory.
called a liar, called a
A
liar, called a
theory
liar,
is a
called a
story.
liar.
All right.
You're doing a great job, Scott.
Scott false on
Who's
the
his cheerleader? Who's that? Twonger or
And
Donald?
we've got a triple set.
We got two cheerleaders,
Donnie
Twonger
Twonger
and
and
Donald.
fucking Mackie.
Oh
my
They got
God.
matching
Buy a lotto ticket.
pom-poms. Yeah, Matrix, look at that. Twonger and Donald got matching pom-poms for Scott Mackey tonight. Love your stories, Scott. They're so great. Meet you after the game.
Hello.
Wow. Somebody's having a meltdown.
No, someone's just pissed off with
Yeah,
you.
the meltdowns. Yes,
Not just
the
one.
name of the meltdown haver is Scott Mackey because he has no credibility and has no verification for any of his claims. Yeah, that's the meltdown, dude. Scott, your hero.
Yeah, Scott has defined words and explanations and demonstrations into the word story, and says that all explanations and demonstrations are just a story.
Scott, you are not my hero.
Okay.
Just wanted you to know.
I didn't.
Look, they've already
Oh,
betrayed
yes,
you.
he
That was
is.
so fast. They betrayed you so quickly, Scott. So sad.
I didn't think I was.
And the plot thickens.
Yeah. I know, you know. They seem to not know, so I wanted everybody else to know also.
Yeah.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you so
Jerry, curious,
much.
like, someone mentioned a bit that I studied psychology. I mentioned why you guys don't want to understand the world.
I did listen. You say
We
you
It's
constantly say you
wonderful.
study
It's really
psychology. You
cool.
don't have any. Do you have any kind of like credentials in a
no
reputable
tanks.
psychology?
Hey, we don't care what he has or doesn't have. Yeah,
Notice how he spins it
yeah.
around.
Who is it that doesn't want to understand the world here, Scott? It's not us.
You.
So let's get this
what
straight,
evidence do you
Scott.
have? What evidence
Here's
do you have
us
to back
telling
up that
you
claim?
what measurements people have done and what things people have done out in the real world, and you're telling us we don't want to understand it. Are you stoned or stupid?
Neither.
I mean, how many
So
more
why are
dogs do
you
you
telling
take?
us that we don't want to know what the real world is when we're
How
the
many
ones out there
measurements have
with
you
the fucking
taken?
measuring tools trying to assess what the shit is going on, trying to assess whether
measurements have
we've
you
been lied to or not?
You want me to answer that question for you? Because you won't go out. It's the 20th right now, the 21st.
We just said we've just been out doing stuff, and now you're telling us we won't go out.
But you
Stop
haven't.
fucking lying.
No,
So- so
I
who-
guess, I
how
mean,
many
as far as
measurements
I
have you
can tell
taken?
from what he said so far, he's saying, like, because we don't believe the stories, you know, and
Okay,
he
so
does believe them. Is
every
that
one
what you're
of us can
saying
watch.
there?
Every one of us can go watch the sunset tonight. Let's all go do that and tell us what direction the sun sets in.
How does the sun set on a
West.
flat Earth? It can't. It's impossible. I don't get it.
I know, but if every one of us, especially the people in Australia, can go out and watch the sunset tonight at 21 degrees southwest or south of west.
Yeah, we know.
How is that possible? Do you guys not curious about how that's possible?
Because science
No,
explains
really.
it with the globe model.
No, you can't use science. Scott already said that. It's all stories now, mate.
But Matrix, are you not at all curious about why the sun sets 21 degrees south
Okay,
of west?
Scott, listen carefully. I know this is going to offend your little ears, but the ground is measured as flat. So whatever the sun does, that has got fuck all to do with the ground.
But aren't you curious?
Not really, I don't care.
Yeah,
I'll tell you something why I don't care. Because it's 38 degrees outside. It's fucking hot. I don't want to go out there.
I know, but see, this is why I say, Dandelion, you guys aren't interested in knowing anything. You just close your eyes.
So what knowledge can you impart onto me, Scott? Instead of stories. I want the truth. I want exactly what's going on. And be honest. And in honesty, I would suggest you'd say, I don't fucking know either, but I do like a good story.
Well, if you go out and you observe that the sun sets 21 degrees south of west, go out and do that tonight, and then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll talk about why that is. But we got to agree on the facts first. We have to agree on reality.
Oh, dude.
Well, okay then. You should agree that the ground is measured as flat.
Okay, but can we just find one thing we agree on?
And he's going to sidestep that bit, isn't he?
But
how's the
it's not
ground
flat.
measured as, Scott?
No, you haven't. You never measured the ground as flat. No one ever has.
Poor dude, that's ridiculous.
Let's have
ever
one.
measured the ground as flat.
Let's have one person talk to this guy, unless they want to talk to the new guy, Snee, who seems to be also trying to get in there. So, are you trying to say something, Snee? Go for it.
Hey, so yeah, it's Tap from 24/7. I just wanted to say, Scott, there's been no measurement of any curvature, any physical curvature, on the Earth.
I've measured curvature personally.
It has.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, the only thing you measured is how many fucking cones you're going to have before you come in.
I would have to think that you're lying now, because I've went and measured and I've went and observed.
What'd you do?
Proven to myself that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Well, I
What
mean,
did you do?
I was gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you what you did, because you made the positive.
Oh, I trust my fellow man and woman.
So it's flat then. Awesome.
Yeah, I do. It's a weakness. I trust.
Yeah, trust the science.
Hold on, this
Yeah.
guy's telling you that he's measured his flat and he's a fellow man or woman. Why are you not trusting
Well,
him?
I know, but that's why I'm asking what he did.
Don't worry about it. Just trust.
Just trust
Let's
him.
Snee. Yeah,
He's giving you the cool story.
No, I just want to know what he did. Maybe I'll
Scott
learn
is
something again
asking
today.
you, Snee, would you be willing to share with us what you did? Scott would like to know. Thank you.
Because I
Absolutely.
just
So-
posted Kozlowski's data.
So a while ago.
Yeah, that failed a couple of days ago.
Okay, so a question is on the table. Scott has asked Snee how you measured the Earth flat, and
Okay.
Snee's about to answer him. Let's not get
Alright.
into whoever the hell Kozlowski is. Go
Okay.
for it, Snee.
So a while ago, this is when I was on holiday with my uncle. He actually owns a speedboat. Okay, so the island that we went to, we measured the distance between myself and the area that he was at on the other side. There was over 6 miles of distance in between us. We ended up getting some cameras, and I set it up super duper low, and I zoomed in and I managed to see my uncle waving a green torch at me from the other side, and this is over 6 miles away. So he was 6 miles away. I was over on the other side. I was laid down, and I took my camera, my Nikon, and I zoomed in super duper close, and I saw my uncle waving his green light over 6 miles away. I then used the Earth curvature calculator, using the the alleged radius of 3,959 miles, the radius of the Earth, along with my observer height and my distance to the target. In this instance, it was my uncle. And again, yeah, observer height being about half a foot, or just about 1 foot. 6 miles away is impossible.
Post your results in the side chat.
Okay, yeah, I can find the
Along with refractive index of the day.
I think,
Oh, now he wants refraction. Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
You told us we got to fuck refraction off earlier. What is it,
I never
Scott? Do we use it or not?
I've never said that.
Hang on. So my my observation shows there shouldn't be more than 1 mile of distance. That's where the horizon should be, at least 1 mile away. And so I don't think refraction can account for 6 miles of distance.
Why don't you think that? Why not?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. 6 miles is a lot to see. 6 miles is a very, very far distance. If
you just did the math, you'd find out it's not that much.
Well, here's the mathematics. I mean, if the physical horizon line is supposed to be 1 mile away, and I'm seeing 6 times that, I think there's an issue, right?
Why?
And I could see a lot behind him as well. I could see like the hills and stuff like that behind him.
Well, you expect to see the hills.
Yeah, it's standard, but I could see where he's standing, so it's like it's.
Well, but if you just threw in refraction, it's not all that surprising.
Okay, well, I mean, can you present how I'm wrong? I mean, I don't know. Here, let me find the information from the.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
that we did.
Snee could come up with this information, and you could draw a ray diagram, Scott, of exactly how refraction would work in that situation. Snee, he's a snake and a liar, so yeah, just keep talking to normal people, and then you won't have a problem. He's one of these wizards who runs around thinking he can wave his little refraction wand and make flat Earth go away. So, yeah, thanks for
I know,
sharing.
I mean,
that was great.
Yeah. Physical obstruction is I mean, it's supposed to ensure that I can't see my uncle on the other side, but I mean, I did. And so,
But there's a reason that nobody who
Yeah,
wants
you
to
saw your
measure-
uncle. Yeah, your uncle wasn't magically refracted up by a magic wand with Scott Mackey's little Wizard of Oz, smoke and mirrors. Yeah, he didn't make your uncle appear magically. That's right. We live in the real world, unlike Scott Mackey. Thank you, Snee. I really enjoyed that. Can't wait to hear more.
And refraction exists in the real world too.
Well, hang on, Scott. What would be the necessary conditions to have the necessary refractive index to create that image that Snee saw?
A little bit of cold on the water. If the water's significantly colder than the air above it, we can get enough refraction to get a couple of seconds.
This was done in.
Sorry, Snee, go ahead.
I was gonna say this experiment was done on an island in continental Africa, southeast of Africa, so it was very hot, especially on this day.
Yeah.
What about the water? Water really hot
Very
too.
warm. I mean, I couldn't tell you. I didn't dip my toes in.
Was it significantly colder than the air above it?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But Scott, I mean, theoretically, right? You seem to think that it could happen, right? But what would the temperature differential need to be? What would be the humidity index necessary? All these different variables create what to have the light bend at a certain angle every mile or whatever. All right. Well, do you have that plotted out?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay, so you can just invoke the term without any of the details and think you won the argument.
No, I'm not trying to win an argument.
Yeah,
That's
he's a
what-
loser. Yeah, he hasn't won anything. He's lost everything tonight. Another
Yeah.
loss for you,
I'm just
Scott
trying to
Mackey.
understand how you guys think.
Yeah,
Well, I can
Scott
prove-
Mackey,
Oh, okay.
0,
I can
flat
reword
Earth,
it.
775,000.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Yeah,
what it must be like to be a flat earther in the modern world, right? Where it's so obvious to us that science works
how
and
obvious
that
is
the
that,
objective
Robert?
reality is
Yeah, you
the
sure
globe
about that?
model. Like, I would honestly need a flat earth support group if I see why you guys are always in here, because I would need a support group for it if I had that.
Yeah, you got a
You're
support
always in
group
here
for your
too. That's a
globe
poor
there,
example.
Dwanger.
Yeah,
Yep.
do you have those details? All right, to help Scott out? Maybe you do. Or you're just going to chant the magic word refraction and think, you're proving a point.
Cheerleader.
That's pathetic.
Okay, I'm back. So I just actually looked at the USB and I didn't manage to find the experiment with my uncle, but I do have another thing which sort of perfectly depicts the situation that I was in. I don't know if I have perms. Do I? I don't have image perms. No, I don't think I'm a high enough level.
Yeah, it's just a time thing. There's no way for us to fix that in politics. So just send it to one of us and we
That's
can
no
post
problem.
it.
Yeah,
You can
so,
send it to me or
I'll
somebody else.
I think it'd be funny if I sent it to you down the line, and then you can send it in the chat because I know you're definitely familiar with this image.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Why do you find it so amusing?
What do you mean? Why do I find it so amusing?
That's what I
You've seen this image
mean.
1,000 times. Because everyone's
Yeah.
seen this image 1,000 times. So that's
Yeah.
gonna be
Yeah, you got the oil
hilarious
rigs
when you
here.
drop it.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are we going to
Right.
say about that?
Habitat in Hill House. Well,
Mhm.
I mean, it sort of perfectly aligns with my sort of experiment. I must say it was inspired, but it's the exact same thing that we see here. We see a calculated horizon is not where it's supposed to be. It is over 10 times further away. At least in this picture image. Refraction. Okay. I mean,
Yeah, the magic word that makes all the flat earthers go away.
Yeah. I told him he was going to
I mean,
say refraction earlier and he
would you
went
like to?
Yeah, I still
would
haven't
you like
gotten
to
the ray
calculate it?
diagrams. Yeah, maybe Twanger can do the ray diagram. And maybe Scott's working on his ray diagram. I'm sure that's what he's doing.
So Scott, let's hear. I mean, you've said the R word. Okay. Now let's dig deeper into it. What does it mean, and how have you calculated that this is the reason that we see a horizon line way further than it's supposed to be? Right? Because this is natural observation. This is something that we can view and we can test and we can play with. Right? According to the scientific method, if we repeat it, right, we can dissect and we can see what's going on and what's the truth. Right?
Well, the truth is he needs a radius value for atmospheric refraction to begin with, so maybe he can start there.
Right, perfect. Let's figure out the radius. What is the radius of the Earth, Scott?
I just go with what they told me it was.
What do they tell you it is?
4959 miles or something like that. I keep forgetting.
39.
It's nothing important to me.
3959.
Yeah, it's about 4,000 miles in.
Just under 4,000. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On this beautiful globe Earth of ours.
How have we determined that? And I swear to God, if you say sticks in the sand, we're gonna have a problem.
They measured it through thousands upon thousands of observations. No. They surveying equipment, stuff like that.
Surveying equipment. Let's dive deeper into that. What does that mean? Do you have a citation?
Refraction.
Do I have a citation of people doing surveys?
Yes,
Show us a demonstration. Swearing, Jedi.
Show us a demonstration of any of the ones that you spoke about just now.
Of people
that
surveying?
accounts for everything accurately and matches up with the globe. It doesn't exist.
Yeah,
But
that's
you
right.
can try to bring one up if you like.
Wait, what doesn't match the globe?
The observations, right, that you're talking about haven't accounted for the things that you just claimed was the excuse for this observation. Okay, so you said there's thousands. We're asking you for one that did account for these things and matches up with the globe. Just one.
I just posted Jesse Kozlowski stuff that measures the Earth fairly well. Well, you guys still haven't said what's wrong with it.
Yeah, I told you yesterday,
shit,
Scott, but you ignored that.
Sorry, I think one of our members has Tourette's. Jedi, can you please make sure your mic's
Sorry,
on mute?
it's allergies. I do apologise.
Is it your allergy?
But
Allergies in winter, yeah.
do you guys not believe his numbers? Do you think he lied? I mean...
He's a compulsive liar. Like, seriously, why would we believe anything he says?
Well, but you can go down this proof yourself. You can go grab... But Snot, you can go get a theodolite, right, tomorrow, if you wanted it, right?
Actually, how about you go get the theodolite and you prove his data correct instead of telling us what we can go and do? We get told what we can go and do on a regular basis, Scott. You get fucking idiots like Donnie C coming in here saying you can go and do this. You come in here on a regular basis. You can go and do that. Here's an idea. Fuck off and do it yourself and get the results and see if they line up.
You'll just say I'm lying.
So this is you backpedaling so you don't have to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Scott, I don't know if I can speak for everyone in this VC, okay, but I'm 19 years old. I go to university, okay, and I work. So I'm pretty busy. I can't go and do these things myself, but maybe you might be able to, right? And then present some evidence for us. Does that sound like a plan?
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so can you drop a citation to whatever the F you're talking about?
Yeah, here you go.
Please. Okay.
Is this the one where the guy...
Hang on, we grab a theodolite, Scott. We grab this theodolite and we go out and we take, what, a horizontal and a vertical angle measurement? Would that be correct?
No, you just get the zenith angles from 2 points.
So we don't take a horizontal or vertical angle
You
measurement.
don't need it, no. You just verticals. Vertical's enough. Vertical's enough.
Okay, which one out of this giant list of observations would you like to choose?
Every one of them works.
Okay, pick one.
Choose one of them.
The first
one.
So we can look at
the first
something.
one.
The first one. Okay. Let's take a look. Observation date 1977. Project name NGS McDonald Observatory. Presented at 33 minutes 48 seconds in the live stream, recorded on February 23rd, 2017.
Yep.
What?
And so you look at from 1 to 7. Those are points, right? From 1 to 7.
Okay.
You got a zenith angle of 91 degrees, 8 minutes, and 9 seconds. And then they turned around and took it from 7 to 1. So it's just the reverse of 1 to 7. And they got a zenith angle of 89 degrees, 7 minutes, and 44 seconds. If the Earth were flat, if those verticals were parallel to each other.
Don't jump to the conclusion yet, Scott. Was the machine set up correctly? Can you validate that?
No, but I know you guys will just reject this
Excellent.
data.
So straight away, you can't even prove if there was an inaccuracy in the setting up of the device.
No, but you're going to assume there is because it doesn't show you the numbers you want.
Well, how do you know that the device was accurate? The reason I question this, Scott, listen carefully.
Okay.
The reason I question this is I asked Jesse straight up, was the device calibrated? He told me to fuck off and mind my own business. That is not an acceptable answer when you ask someone if their device is calibrated.
Yeah, that's
so Jesse's a piece of shit. So you attaching yourself to his shit stainery is not doing yourself a service.
We also
you seem to have a
distances, yeah.
But how do you guys explain the angle?
What's the distance, Scott?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
I think it does. Yeah.
These devices have a range limit, a recommended range limit. Yeah,
yes,
they absolutely do. It's actually in the manual for his Nikon theodolite that he has. So you can look it up.
Why is there a range limit?
2,000 feet. It was
I'm
about
not sure
because of refraction.
What talking about. Scott, do you know what this experiment is? Have you
Yeah.
read it before presenting it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so how does it work? Can you tell me how it works?
Yeah, he's taking reciprocal zenith angles. He puts theodolites at 2 places, or he puts markers at 2 places, and
At 2 places,
takes
okay. Right.
and
So
he
can these places be the
takes.
same place?
Huh?
Scott, can these 2 places be the same place? Can it be maybe, let's say, a foot away from each other?
If you had really, really accurate machinery, yeah, you could, but no, that probably wouldn't work with the degree of
So
accuracy.
why wouldn't it work if it was 1 foot away from each other? If
Because
they were one foot away from each other.
the angle deviation between the verticals would probably be in fractions of arc seconds.
Okay, so
We can actually
the
figure that out,
position
but
does matter. So the position does matter, right? Remember a
sure,
second
if
ago
you
when we were
want to
saying
yes.
the position. Okay, so what were the positions? Where were they?
Okay, let's clarify what it matters for. It matters if you're actually trying to calculate the actual curve of the Earth.
Well, is that not what we're trying to do? The actual curve
No.
of the Earth?
No, if you just want to prove, if you just want to show that the Earth is curved, all you need is greater than 180 degrees.
Okay,
That's it.
well, I thought I asked you to prove that the Earth was spherical, like that the Earth, is a sphere, and how they determine the radius. Remember when we were talking about 3959? You told me that sure, I can prove it, right? And then you presented this, which doesn't prove 3959.
But it does prove it's a sphere. It does prove that it's curved, right?
3959.
Does it prove that it's curved?
The conversation. No, it
Come on,
doesn't,
young man.
because
Why not?
All it proves is there's an inaccuracy in an angle reading. That's all, Scott.
It's not even solely that it's an inaccuracy, right? Or there's potential for the equipment to be faulty or incorrectly calibrated, right? It's that he doesn't have the information. You don't have locations, right? You don't have like the positionings of where it is, right? When I asked you, would it work if they were in the same spot? You said no, maybe if you had correct equipment. Like, it sounds like it's just sort of rehearsed in a way. You know what I mean? That you're trying to defend
No, I
this
don't know
globe
what you mean.
so
I
hard.
think you're just. I think you're the one sounding rehearsed right now.
You don't know any
okay,
of the details.
It feels like Scientology, pseudoscience, right? Okay, let's go to 3959. Can you prove that for me, Scott? Is it possible for you to prove 3959 to me?
Is it possible for me to prove it to you right now, sitting on my couch? No.
Well, okay, so then how do you believe it? Why do you believe it? Is it really like a religion to you? Is it faith-based?
No, hold on. What methodology would you use if you're sitting on your couch? But if you wasn't, what would you do?
Yeah, I want to make one sort of a sidebar comment. I find this really cute. It's funny how you're playing this
No,
little.
shut the fuck up. What would you do?
No, it's interesting how Sneeze coming on thinking he's gonna.
Yeah, that's lovely. But what would
somehow
you do?
show me that I'm part of a religion.
Yeah, you're getting riled, Scott. Just deal with it.
Know what you do.
No, I think it's really cute.
I just don't care. What would you do though?
Your
What would I do
comments
for what?
noted. Now answer the
All right.
question.
All right. What's the question?
What would you do?
If what?
You said I can't because I'm sitting on my couch, paraphrasing you. But what would you do?
Oh, I would grab a theodolite and go take these reciprocal zenith angles and do a little bit of math, and I could figure out pretty accurately how curved the Earth is. Or I could
Please
even
give us
go to.
information, Scott. We want the information, bro. Please.
No, but you don't, and you know you don't.
I
that's why we
do,
asked.
because
You
I
know you
want
don't.
to
You know
hear
you
about
know
this.
you
Bro.
don't,
Hey,
man.
okay,
No, you
right.
don't.
Listen, I don't know if I can
No,
speak
you
for everyone
don't,
in this
because that
room.
makes you not
but I'm
special
19.
anymore. I know.
Okay, Scott.
And you think you're really
I'm
special.
19 and I'm so fresh. No, I'm so
and
fresh.
you think you're really, really special.
I don't have cogdis.
And you think you're really special, right? You're woke. You're woke.
So far where we're at, Scott, is you were going to prove refraction via proving curvature. We haven't got anywhere so far.
Yeah, are you capable of having a
from your
discussion? Yeah, just based on the facts and not get into your little game playing and emotional appeal there, Scott? Are you capable of just having a discussion about the facts? Are you capable of doing that?
I presented facts. You guys rejected them. What can I do?
Okay, how did he account for refraction in the test that he did? Go ahead.
I don't know.
That's what I was saying before. This is just you're just a believer, right? You don't know any of the details.
DJ,
did he?
If there were refraction, it would make that number lower, not higher.
No, that's not how it
We'll
works.
assume there
That's
is.
not how it works. Okay.
It
Let's
is.
So
assume.
light, according to the mainstream, right? An electromagnetic wave, right? It will deviate towards the denser portion of the medium. Okay. So if you have warmer air down lower and cooler air above it, it will deviate towards the cooler air above it, and you can have an inverted temperature gradient as well. That will cause the opposite effects. So unless you're like very accurately accounting for what's going on regarding that temperature gradient between point A and B, then you can't make a specific claim. You're trying to make a hyper-specific claim here with this observation that you know nothing about, right? And I'm asking you how he accounted for this extremely temperamental atmospheric refraction that you guys claim.
Well, because we
And
know
you don't
if the
know.
atmosphere.
You already said you don't know. So, right, why are we even talking to you? You're presenting something that you don't know anything about.
But
And you just
this
showed
is
that you
you.
don't even know anything about atmospheric refraction.
But this is you refusing to learn.
No, I could
Well,
teach you all
no, it
about
is.
this.
How can we learn what you can't present, Scott?
Tell me how atmospheric
Scott,
refraction would
use your
affect these
brain.
results.
How can we learn what you cannot present?
The data's right in front of you. You guys
Don't start up. I ain't gonna bite you.
You still haven't given me 3959, by the way. I'm still waiting for it. You know, Christmas is around
What's
the corner.
step one
right?
in his what's step after he's set up his device? Okay, now what's he doing? What's step one after he's set up his theodolite? What's he doing?
He sets up a second point off in the distance, and
Okay.
he points his
Do you know
theodolite at that thing.
Do you know approximately how far away it is by any chance?
I don't know.
Okay, so all right, so he sets up his what was it, a total station or something, or another theodolite at the other end? Probably you don't know what he set up. He set something up at the other end. Okay, then what did he do? Then what was the next step?
Then he pointed his total station with theodolite at that point, and he got a zenith angle.
Okay, so how did he? So did he account for the bending of light through the atmosphere when he was looking from point A to point B? No,
Probably
he didn't.
No.
Whoa.
Okay, so
this seems familiar.
No,
this
keep
seems
going. Keep going.
familiar.
Walk me through this.
Refraction. Hang
Keep
on.
going.
Refraction.
Yeah, so
walk
if
me
there's a
through the
change
story
in
all
the
the way.
refractive index, which is okay, so there's always going to be some type of change in the refractive index.
Okay,
so
and
it
so there's
can
always
cause things to
refraction.
cause things to be displaced upward or downward in the distance.
No.
Yes, that's exactly how it's
Just
defined.
upward. Just upward usually.
No, not just upward. We have sinking and we have looming. They're the opposite of each other.
But what do we see almost all the time? Sinking or looming?
Okay, over a hot surface, right? So saying you're out doing surveying and the road's really hot, which is in most of the case, the ground is hotter. So you're going to have a warmer layer of air down lower, and then it's going to gradually get cooler as you go up. So you're going to have sinking most often during the day on a hot day, sinking, right? So the light's going to be bending upward most often over a hot surface.
Oh, look, if you look down, you can see where point is baldy, and he gives the latitude and longitude. So we could very easily take in the latitude and longitude between 0.1 and 0.7. We can find out, oh, wait.
Yeah, but you're not measuring what's going on with the refractive index, right? That's your when you say refraction for our observations, right? This is what atmospheric refraction is, right? According to the mainstream. Okay, it's the deviation of the wave as it comes back to the observer, right? And it's going to deviate towards the denser medium, whether that be higher or lower. And it's going to cause a series of different effects. No, it doesn't just bend downwards. It can bend upward. Do you know what sinking is? Okay. See, you're just exposing yourself right now. You shouldn't be in this conversation, right? You should say, I don't know enough about this, and I need to do more research so I don't look like an idiot.
No, I've done the research I need to do, and I know you're wrong.
Hold on, it was mostly upwards just a moment ago, and then DJ corrected you. Now it's mostly downwards. What?
Yeah, atmospheric refraction is we always take it downwards. It's just the way it does.
We always take it downwards. Just a moment ago it was upwards. Scott, it was upwards just a moment ago.
Hey, if you're looking at something in the distance, Scott, and it's displaced downwards, right? Would that mean that the light is bending upwards or downwards?
If it's bending upwards. If it's looking further down.
Right. So the light would be.
We bend it downwards.
Yes. That's what I said.
Okay,
We bend it
is the total
downwards.
station in the distance
That's why
lower?
things always look higher than they are. Ever so
Things
slightly.
always
Was this
look
taken
high.
into
But it's not,
account?
Ever so
always.
slightly.
Things
just
don't
contradicted
Was this
always
taken
look
into
higher
account,
than they
though?
are. What?
This is what you guys
Now
need
we
the world to
agree
be
the light
random.
goes up and down.
You guys
Shut
need
up, Scott.
all observations to be completely
Now
random.
who's the one not learning,
Yeah.
Scott?
Scott,
Yeah.
the light can go up and down, can't it?
It could, but it doesn't.
What do you mean it could, but it doesn't?
In some theoretical, strange world, it could. In our world, it doesn't. And that's what we're dealing with,
hold
right?
on.
Our
So
world.
light travels in straight
But Scott,
paths now,
have we
then?
observed this?
Hold on.
Have we ever observed it, Scott?
In rare occasions, we have
So it does
noticed.
happen.
Yes,
Scott.
in rare occasions.
But it does happen on our world, not this theoretical world. In our world, it does happen, right?
Yes, when you're really close to a hot world, yes.
Fucking hell, thank you. Yes, okay. Right.
What do you think you achieved, Snee? Do you think you just achieved something right there?
Scott,
I'm genuinely
I
curious.
think you just look like an idiot,
no,
bro.
you're not.
I'm
You're
gonna
just
be
trying
so
to
I know
honest.
you think
yourself,
that.
Scott.
He's
But you're not
embarrassed.
capable of judging some other
Look
person's
at him. He's
intelligence.
embarrassed. He's trying to
Based on
defend
my
his honor.
observation, Scott, I think I don't know, man.
I know.
Um,
Go back to class. Maybe learn something in college if you actually are in college.
Behave, will ya?
Scott's ready to retire, man. We all know it.
What the fuck? How many sides of your
Scott.
mouth have you got?
But it's interesting how the lengths you guys go to reject data.
With what data? You haven't given us what was accounted for with regards to the deviation of the light path.
Data. What do you do with it? What do you do with
The
it?
deviation of the light path, was that taken into account?
No, I doubt it.
Why?
Why would he?
Because light deviates through the medium. We've been talking about this up and down. Do you remember what's happened over the last 2-3 minutes, Scott?
Yes.
Okay, so it does then, doesn't it? Does light travel in straight paths or not?
On the Earth, it usually arcs downwards.
On the Earth, this is where we're fucking taking the observation from.
Yes.
So
it
usually
arcs
downwards,
downwards.
depending on the relationship between the ground and its temperature and the air and its temperature, it can go either way, can't it?
Yeah, but no.
So if the light was bending,
No.
if the light was bending, and he didn't account for the bending of the light that you just claimed happens, don't you think it would be a bit flawed?
It would be, but it would give you a closer to 180 or 90.
So Scott, do you mean to say that either Jesse was totally incompetent and totally dismissed this possibility, so he didn't, actually account for it, or that he's basically betting on that slim chance, right? That it would bend the other way? Like, which is it, dude?
Wait, what's the question? Sorry.
Dude, was Jesse so incompetent so as to omit this factor? Basically,
He just shared his data.
what you're saying?
He just shared his data. What do you guys do with it?
What data?
Well, you shared his data, and you can't explain any of it. You're probably butchering it. He'd probably be pissed at you right now if he was listening to you butcher it.
I just posted his site. What do you guys do with his data?
Okay. Hang on. He posted his data, without any explanation as to how the observation and how the experiment, right, was conducted, right? This automatically in the scientific method, this automatically fails as a scientific experiment, right? Because it's not presenting crucial
It's not an experiment, it's a
information.
measurement. Just stop. You're making a fool of yourself.
It's incomplete.
I'm making a fool of myself. This
It's a measurement. It's not an experiment.
Flawed.
Scott.
Okay,
Scott,
then this measurement is flawed. It works. The
Yeah.
same. Go ahead.
Yeah, Scott, you're acknowledging that it's incomplete because you're not able to present these necessary components, right?
Okay, but why do you guys just reject the data though?
Because it's incomplete.
How much more complete would it need to be? What would you guys require?
How complete?
Yeah.
Dude, you're omitting the possibility that the light is bending. You're not taking into account any of the variables that would show if it is or is not, and if it is, in which way.
Okay, how would he do that for you?
It's not my problem, dude.
It would be extremely difficult to do. Actually, refraction is one of the biggest problems.
And pressure.
Okay, so what we're back to is we can't know anything about anything. All right.
No, we just told you we measure temperature and pressure.
Yeah, I don't know. Sample fucking every like mile or 100 meters
Maybe
or
the
something.
moisture content, humidity.
Why do you think that would be any better?
Because
How
it
would,
would
how would you
present us
sample
key
the mile?
information,
How would you
bro.
do that?
It's not my problem, dude.
What?
I
Take
know.
a drone.
This is the thing.
Dude, think about it. Take a fucking drone, right?
How would the drone know what's what?
No. Well, this is what you
We
could
have
do.
that technology already, bro.
You could do what
So
FE
basically
Core
what you guys
did,
are saying is we
and
can't
you
know
could
anything
use
about
weather
anything.
stations. You can use weather stations. You can use thermometers. So you're measuring the change in the temperature gradient vertically between point A and point B at different points along the path. Okay, that would be a start. That would be a start. That's what FE Core did with their laser test. Okay, they had weather stations set up. Okay, so they were trying their best to measure something that's very difficult, right? Because you would have to have weather stations along the entire path over 40 kilometers, right, in that particular test to know exactly what's going on, right? But if he didn't,
That's pretty far, by the way.
you can't just guess, right? You can't say, we're going to account for refraction by applying a standard K factor or something like that. You can't. There's no guesswork when you're making hyper-specific claims like this. And also, you want to make sure you're using a theodolite that's calibrated and within its usage recommendations as well, right? So that's step one. Then you need to account for the refractive index gradient, right? The temperature, pressure, humidity; those things need to be accounted for, and then you would have something to sort of work with.
This is true.
So what you're basically saying is we don't know anything about anything.
No. I'm saying that you don't have
until we
a
test it.
test. What you posted then isn't validation of Earth curvature. That's what this is. The conclusion is that
When every
It's
measurement
incomplete,
shows
Scott.
greater than 180 degrees reciprocals anything, what do we do with that information?
we
Well,
question
you
it.
conclude that it means
Well,
that the
Question
ground is
how
moving.
the legitimacy of it. How
Okay.
is it obtained? You can't tell us
Then
how
after
we've
you
gotten
question
this.
it, what do you do with it? What's
Repeat.
step 2?
Repeat.
Okay. Have any of you guys tried to repeat it?
We're not making hyper-specific claims. We're not claiming Earth curvature. We're not claiming reciprocal zenith angles. We're measuring over huge distances, and every single time we see zero curvature. We're not making hyper-specific claims.
But you haven't.
We're not using our long-distance observations as flat Earth proofs, right? This is debunking the globe. This is testing the globe. Okay, you're saying that over these short distances, which you're not even sure of the distances. Okay.
Well, but now I am. He has his coordinates.
Yeah. So what's the distance between point A and point B?
I don't know. I got to figure out how do you figure out the distance between latitude and longitude between 2 points. It looks like the oxygen might be on top of a mountain too.
There you go.
It looks like elevation 8311 at Baldy. Was he at Mount Baldy in Southern California? That'd be interesting. Because that's about 8,300 feet. And if he's at 8,300 feet and 6459 feet, you're going to have pretty much zero refraction at that elevation.
That's incorrect. You could go into Google right now and type in mirages in mountains, and you're going to see a ton of pictures of crazy miraging effects way up in high mountains.
Between mountains?
Yeah. There's tons. Just go on Google and type it in right now. Yeah, it can absolutely happen.
You learn something, Scott? Or are you feeling?
No, I'm not.
No, Scott doesn't want to learn anything. It doesn't matter what information you put down. He's just going to regret. He's just going to reject it.
It would be perfectly logical. Funny. It would be perfectly logical to say that because it's much cooler at the top of mountains the majority of the time, and it's much warmer down lower, right? That you're going to have a little bit of sinking over a large distance, right? Because that's, according to the textbooks, exactly what would happen if you have warmer air down lower, and then it gradually gets cooler as you go up, right? Because the light's always going to deviate towards the portion of the medium that's more optically dense, which is the cooler gas. So yeah, anyway, you need to do some research on this stuff before you engage with people.
Yeah, this is truth.
Yeah, as long as you guys just reject all evidence and
Oh,
all.
shut up. You already told us you were gullible and you
And
just
he's gonna
trust.
repeat.
Oh, you mean
There's no evidence,
Scott, hang
Scott.
on.
No evidence. We have the correct
I showed you
testing,
the
bro.
evidence. You
Correct
guys just
information.
Oh, Scott, hang
There's
on, Scott.
fuck
You
all
mean this
information in
incomplete?
that.
Yeah, Scott. Do you mean this incomplete evidence? Yeah, that we keep pointing out to you that you're missing data points. You're missing all this information. That one.
Scott,
yeah,
how
of
are you
course.
gonna
we're
present
rejecting it, dude.
evidence without evidence, bro? Like, that's so pathetic.
It's incomplete. It's
Is
inconclusive.
it so pathetic?
It is pathetic.
I'm a bit feminine
What's
there,
even more
guy. Sorry.
pathetic is that you keep coming in here year after year and present basically the same shit.
I know. I'm trying to see if you guys ever deal with it.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
my God, we
I
are.
prove it by showing you that it's incomplete. Yeah, of course it's insane, dude. The way we deal with it is keep pointing back to you. Hey, dude, this is incomplete. And what you do, you come back with the same thing.
But why is it?
Pathetic.
But if we had atmospheric refraction downward, we would have lower numbers, not higher numbers, right? You understand
But
that?
if happy little unicorns helped hold it all up, you'd be all right. So don't worry, Scott.
So go show that it is doing what you say it is, and then come back and we can talk about it.
But then you just say I lied, and you said said it measures something.
No,
Yeah,
don't divine our thoughts, motherfucker.
I don't have to divine. You guys have said it 1,000 times
did.
now.
You just no.
Everybody who's ever brought you information.
Scott, this
you
is
said
how
they're
it
lying.
works. You provide your data. You've done that. We questioned the authenticity of said data. It failed. Go back to getting more data.
I've watched you guys watch live video feeds.
You're making up bullshit, Scott. Mute yourself. Save yourself the embarrassment.
I watched you guys watch live feeds from
Would
the
anyone
space
else like
station,
to?
and you
Thank
said,
you, Scott.
"Nuh-uh."
Thank you for your input, Scott. We really appreciate it. Would there be anyone else who wants to have a conversation?
You did great. Yeah. Try to follow up.
There's a
debrief.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
no,
this-
tell me.
Okay. This Kozlowski YouTube channel is fucking amazing. He's got plasma, universe, electric gravity, predicting the apocalypse. He's got a bunch of Tucker Carlson stuff here about chemtrails and 7-Eleven was an inside job. This guy sounds like he's more flat Earth adjacent, than like one video after another. Then also out of nowhere, it's like land surveying basics. It looks like this Kozlowski guy is like he's a conspiracy theorist. He's just sort of randomly upset at flat earthers because he thinks flat earthers are undermining actual conspiracy theories. So you can see right there that whatever this Kozlowski guy is putting out, he's got a sort of an anti-flat earth bias there. Look at his top video today is medical misinformation. He was talking about jabberwockies, not to get your jabberwocky. Yeah, this is great. You could really go, Mackie, go out, reach out to this guy and see how if he's able to articulate any of this stuff to you.
Nah, I'll pass.
Scared, yeah.
No,
I
I'm
knew
not
you would
scared.
be. It predicted. Here's this expert in surveying, and you think he's a smart guy. This guy's
No, I
smart,
didn't say that.
rational. He's done all the research. He's got the data, and you'll be the one who everything he says. You will be that person, not us. You.
I gotta cook dinner now, so
Yeah, run away.
yeah,
Bye,
well,
Scott.
bye.
Well, Snee, you've been introduced to Scott. How do you like him?
Next question.
He's a clown shoes, eh?
Just wait for Donnie. Oh my god.
Oh, I've heard of Donnie. Is that a bad thing?
Oh, if you love Scott, you're gonna love Donnie, man.
Oh no.
The best part about
that-
Scott is
well.
like in globalist spaces. He's from the server called Gempanzee. They call him autistically retarded. Like he's a liability. He's a globe liability.
Is Gempanzee, is that Gem Panda?
Yeah.
By any chance? Yeah.
Yeah. I call them Gempanzees. because they think they're monkeys, so they act like monkeys.
Wow. Yeah, no, I know. There are some real cogdiss people in here and there and 24/7, bro. What's that? Is Indio in a VC right now?
No.
No way.
On YouTube.
He's over at home, boys.
I think he's
No,
listening
he's
in here.
He's in
at
the
the moment,
live,
though.
yeah.
Oh, he's here? Yeah. Awesome.
He's in the live stream, FE podcast replay. Is that being streamed here?
Yeah, it's probably
Oh my God,
playing
it is.
this stream.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. What's up, Indio? Yeah, dang.
I think this is one of the rare moments where I can actually say I look forward to having Donnie come in here.
I want to go over. Not the Black Swan. It's boring. They all end up saying the R word. Maybe I don't know. I like pressure. I like gas pressure. I think I learned a lot about pressure with what's his name? He was in here earlier on, Jedi. So I remember him going over it, and that was one of the first big things that sort of got me super duper interested in flat Earth, like entropy and the second law of thermodynamics. Super cool stuff. But hey, if there's anyone in here that would like to talk about the room topic, be happy to hear your opinions, your thoughts on it. We have some interesting stuff in the side chat too. There, it's not uniform like that. It's true. Omnidirectional, baby. Constantly moving to find its equilibrium. What's up, cider fella? Oh, good talk. Good talk. Good talk.
Yeah, this
How quick do you
Klozowski
want
candle's amazing.
Hey, Riley, how quick do you want this game to be over? Holy shit.
I always thought this whole time. I mean, something new. I thought Jesse Klozowski was the Jesse Path of Light. They're two different people, completely different people.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, Drace, what you put in the chat there. In low refractive conditions, we would expect to see far. Globers would expect to see not far at all. It's interesting. I mean, it's crazy how it's like it's flipped because we're actually looking for a curve, but we see nothing but the plane that we exist on.
Yeah.
Welcome.
The observation that I posted under that, it's one of the better ones out there. It's at the Great Salt Lake, and this is over 21 miles across the Great Salt Lake. And we have very low like refractive conditions or whatnot, right? Because the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water is around 2 degrees Celsius. So we don't have like the conditions that, I mean, obviously you can see in the footage that it's super clear, but we can see 21 miles with like no obstruction. We can see the shoreline on the other side. 293 foot of missing curvature.
Actually, and this is natural as well. This is natural observations. I'm sure being there, you might what the hell? You might have been able to see those lights, right? Without zooming in massively. And so this is something that we see, but like it's so normalized to just brush it off as like, oh, okay, well that's pretty. We can see far, but how far are we supposed to be able to see? You know what I mean? A lot of people don't dig into this topic.
Check this one out, right? So this is a picture of where he's zooming into on the day. Okay, we can see the big shoreline. We can see the big white tower. And then he did the observation. And then this is what we could see from 21 miles away, which is like 34 kilometers in this next picture. And then he did it again. He stayed there and he did it again during the nighttime. And then this is what it looked like at nighttime. Knowing that people would claim, oh, there's some very strange refraction or something like that happening, right? He stayed there and he did it again at nighttime, and it's even clearer at nighttime.
So he did it from the same place at night and in the day?
And then after he did the observations, they did a dual laser test where he had one guy on the other side of the lake, and then they shot lasers towards each other, and they could both see each other's lasers. Okay, so here's some pictures from the laser test
they saw each other's
did.
lasers, but did they? You did.
Yeah, see, Globers always have to make it gay, right? You guys do that all the time, every day. It's super consistent.
It's like they're always thinking about
this
balls
is
or
just
something.
easy as
the more
math.
degenerate someone is, yeah,
this is
the more
easy
they just,
math.
Like,
I mean,
you
how far away
drunk.
were each
like,
other
learn
from
how to
you?
like notice when you're like drinking and try to speak clearer. Something.
How far away were you from each other?
Yeah, it's not me, right? It's someone else doing the test, but it's
Great.
21 miles. 21 miles.
20 miles. 20 miles.
21 miles.
So we can do the math there. It's a nice little easy little trigonometry.
I'll put the math in the side chat. Let's do it.
Oh, I want to see. Actually,
I
want
can
to
tell
see
you.
your math.
I can tell you the math. I can just tell you the math if you want. I already know it. Okay, so the camera is 5 foot high, and then over 21 miles. Yep. So over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature on a globe.
Yeah,
right. That's like a 29-story building. Yeah, and the horizon from a 5 foot observation height, the horizon should be at 2.73 miles away.
What math are you doing? Wait, what trig are you doing?
Okay, so just to determine
one of the maths.
The curvature over that distance, you would just do 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, that will tell you.
No, you wouldn't. What?
Yeah, you would. The answers, or you could just go on to any Earth. Yeah, or you could just go onto any Earth curvature calculator and just put in the numbers. It's going to give you the same result. There's tons of different ways you can do it.
Hold on, you're doing different coordinate structures here. You're doing like ACE versus like just straight.
This is just based off the radius value, dude. No. This is based off the globe. 59 mile radius. Yeah,
I get that, but it's a different.
We're testing the globe. We're testing
also,
the
that
globe.
3959 is uncalculated, by the way. Herbie, if you'd like to change my mind and present like 3959, I know the folks in here have been hearing me ask for this.
3959 is. Sorry, what was
395? So here's
the thing. Hold on. I'm gonna say this, okay? So Herbie, just so you understand, we're going out and exploring reality. We're going to assume that the Earth is a globe because that's what we were told in school as a kid growing up.
The Earth is really, really big. It's curving. Boats go over the horizon.
Yeah, you can do this really easily with like radio transmissions.
Right, we've done those too.
Have you?
So, yeah. Well, people have, yeah.
Have
How
you
about
though?
10,000-mile radio wave communication from Great Britain to Australia?
10,000 miles. That's not how that works.
And now we've
But
drifted onto a
anyway,
different.
we're getting way off track.
All right.
The whole point is to
stick to
the
what we were talking
horizon.
about,
All right.
perhaps.
Yes.
Yeah. What a 5 foot? What was it? A 5 foot laser height, DJ?
We're not talking about the laser test, just the observation. Okay, so 5 foot observer height. That means the
it's
horizon,
the
horizon,
okay.
the horizon, right? Which is it's the furthest distance you should be able to see the water. Okay, it's where the ground and the sky appear to meet. So the horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. Anything that goes past 2.7 miles should start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Right,
Physical
we could do an
obstruction.
easy
Wait,
analogy.
how would
okay?
you actually
Mhm.
measure that though? If it's
That's
Well,
based
it's a
off of the
horizon
geometry
line.
of the Earth with known
yeah,
It's a
no,
distances
but
horizon.
of
you
It's
need
a
to.
horizon.
If it's a laser, then you need to have it
we're just
refract back. So how
no,
would you
dude.
actually measure that?
Herbie,
I'm
if
just
you want to
talking
look
about
at the
the
mathematics,
observation.
Okay.
I'm just
look in the
talking
side
about
chat.
the observation that I presented. The horizon, right? You know what a horizon? We look out into the water and we see a line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the horizon. Okay. If the Earth's a globe, it's a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. Okay. So that line, that horizon line, should be at 2.73 miles. Anything that goes beyond that horizon line, such as the water, shouldn't be visible. Okay. So over on the other side of the lake, we have a shoreline that's 21 miles away. Okay.
Can I
Hold on,
ask
DJ.
how
Before we
you
before
deal
we go
with
too far,
atmospheric
hold on,
Why do
refraction?
people keep
DJ.
interrupting me?
Herbie. DJ, can we ask Herbie if he
You guys
understands
can
what
just
that
take over
means?
it.
I mean, DJ, like it sounds like he's not even listening to you. He's just waiting to interject.
No, I'm
At
asking
least ask
how do
him.
you account for atmospheric refraction when you can actually do post curvature of
Oh my
Earth
God,
stuff?
There it is.
you're
There's the
getting
R
like
word.
way ahead of it, bro.
I mean, this is what I do for a living. I gotta ask. Like, what do you mean?
What, you account for refraction for a living?
Yeah, I do account for refraction for a living. Yes.
Okay, define
What do
it.
you do for a
Define
living?
it.
I work in RF.
Define refraction.
Or radio frequency? No, I mean it's
No, not radio frequency.
I said
we're talking about
define
yeah.
light.
That is what we're talking about.
No, we're not talking about radio frequency.
Yes,
now.
we are. No, all
we're
of this
not.
is radio frequency. I don't.
No, it's
I don't
not.
know
It's
if you know
completely
this.
different. We're talking about
Herbie.
light with completely different wavelengths.
Yeah.
Completely different wavelengths.
It's the same thing.
Jeez.
Herbie,
Goodness
they're
me.
talking
Scott
about
on a different account?
observations that are posted in the side chat. That's what DJ was going through.
All right, hold on. Let me take a gander here.
So you haven't even looked at it yet. That is very not cool.
Yeah,
And that's why I just wanted to ask
like
him.
2 seconds ago. What do you mean?
That's
Give me
why.
a second
That's why I
here.
wanted to ask you, Herbie. Do you understand
Posted
what
it
the
5 minutes
consequence
ago.
of the geometry of the Earth is?
Yes, I do. It's a spherical helioid or whatever the fuck it is. I don't actually remember.
Spherical helioid. Oh my God, bro.
Okay, great. Hold on, give me a second here. I'm looking at this stuff.
You do this for a living, like you should know how to calculate for drop over distance, you would think.
Great.
Yeah. Or how to calculate how far away the horizon should be from an observer height.
See, all of this is assumed that
I mean, it's just the radar equation, but like, we're not. You wouldn't accept that, would you?
well,
Yeah,
Herbie,
look,
in order to calculate the curve of the Earth, okay, you need to define the radius.
Okay, that's pretty easy.
Is it pretty easy? Can you give me 3959? Can you give me 6,371 kilometers? How is this radius measured?
Oh yeah, no. The
This
easiest
is
way
this
to do
is
it
the
is
flawed
based off-
assumption that your
Okay.
theory, that your concept is based on, your globe concept is based on. Okay, 3,959 miles. Prove it.
All right. So if I show you how to actually calculate that, you're gonna be okay with it?
Well, if we test it and if it works, then I'm super duper happy, bro. I'm gonna be so real.
All right,
And,
so
Herbie,
if I give
Okay.
you, hold on, no.
Please
If I
do.
give you a
I'd
way
love.
to actually
Wait
test
a
this.
second. Wait
Yeah,
a
I'd
second.
fucking love it, bro. I'd swap teams.
All right, so
What?
hold on, we're gonna make a few assumptions here, though.
Wait a
Sorry.
fucking second.
Go for
Hold
it,
on.
brother.
Herbie. Okay. Me asked you how this was arrived at. Okay. Where we got the 3959.
We can derive it. Yes.
It was not by a calculation. Okay. See, if you didn't use
I
the
don't know how to
you didn't-
answer it if it's not by a calculation.
Okay. We got to measure it somehow.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, I mean, obviously, I want it measured. I want to know how we are able to
Yeah, I
use
don't know. I don't know
3,959
what you're saying
miles.
there.
Okay, you don't know what I'm saying.
No,
Okay,
I'm not saying. I
if
don't
we're gonna
know what
test
he's
something,
saying. He's saying it's
Okay.
not by a
let
calculation.
me tell you what I want
You know
then.
what's
Okay,
different?
Herbie, let's
Okay,
make the
let's
arrangement
do
now.
this.
Let me tell you exactly what I want. Okay, let's say we're gonna bake a cake. Okay, right? We need ingredients.
Yeah.
Okay, but we need to know which ingredients and why. Okay, and how it works. Right, in order to make this cake. Right.
Okay.
Are you still with me? Right on this analogy.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Jesus Christ,
Perfect.
brother.
Perfect.
Great.
Perfect. No, I'm just making sure, bro.
There's a dozen of you and there's one of me. We can do this real easy.
Well, you
Yeah.
sound pretty
I'm just
cocked,
making
dude.
sure, bro.
You sound pretty.
Okay.
You sound pretty lit. So you're kind of. It doesn't sound like you're really listening.
No, I'm listening. Yes, there's a cake.
Okay.
There's a cake being
Okay,
baked.
yes. Okay, perfect. Right. So 3959 is the ingredient that we're looking for. How are you getting it? Okay. Right. And how this experiment that we're doing to test, obviously, to measure, right? How are we measuring it? How is it repeatable? Okay. How does it work? Right. And if you mention sticks in the sand, right, it's gonna be a problem. Okay.
Why is that going to be a problem?
Why is it going to be a problem? Because it's completely inaccurate. I mean, it works exactly the same as it does if you were to visualize it, right? The way that we observe the sun, you claim for it to be 93 million miles away, right? We experience something completely different. We experience a local sun, right? Having crepuscular rays, right? And hot spots where the sun hits, right?
Crepuscular
You can do this.
waves. That's
Crepuscular rays. Crepuscular rays.
what the fuck are crepuscular rays?
Search it up. It's beautiful, man. You've definitely seen them IRL as well. You've seen them in person. And you know they exist. This would only work with a localized sun, not a sun 93 million miles away. But that's not the point, right?
Wait, why would these only work
There we go.
with a
Check the side
non-local
chat.
sun?
Because if the sun was 93 million miles away, it would only strike parallel rays on something so small, so
No,
far
it
away
wouldn't.
in
What do you
comparison
mean?
to it. Yeah, think about it. If you have a massive ball, right, super duper far away from a tiny little ball, right, is it gonna show crepuscular rays? So rays in the side chat, if you take a look at the side chat.
Well, no,
is it gonna
crepuscular rays come like this is obviously diffraction of
don't
light.
say
Why is that? Hold on. Why is that so crazy? I don't
Because it's
understand
not
why
what
that's
we
crazy.
observe, bro. It's not what we observe. Can someone? Okay, I'm really limited here. I can't post gifs in the chat. I
So
can't
hold
post any of
on.
my
So
stuff.
if you have
Herbie, the point here
no,
is,
this
Can
is
we
an
post
easy one.
the
We can
high
test this
observation
easily.
of the sun?
I'd like to highlight something here. Okay, Herbie, the point that was trying to be made to you is if you go down the route of Eratosthenes, you have to infer.
Veritosity. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's it. You have to infer this value, right, indirectly by doing all sorts of shenanigans.
What
Okay?
value?
And
Hold on. What are we talking about here?
Well,
No,
Eratosthenes.
I'm perfectly fine with the light of the sun being fucking just perpendicular to Earth or whatever. Like I'm fine with a flat Earth.
That's
But
part
like
of
you
the
gotta
process.
explain it to me. How does it
You're
work?
gonna let me finish my fucking sentence, clown show.
Go for it, brother.
Thank you very much. Okay, the problem is you have to infer this value. Okay, you infer
What value?
the Eratosthenes test or method basically infers a circumference, and from that you can calculate the
Hold on,
radius.
sorry. What was the test?
The sticks and shadows guy.
You're gonna have to explain that. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Anyways, this is why we don't talk about sticks and shadows. Snee, as you were.
Hold on, I'm trying to understand here.
Yeah.
Like-
Remember when I told you let's not talk about that. And then you're like, why can't we talk about that? That's what happens when you talk about that. You're
No,
uneducated
I'm trying
on
to
the topic.
understand this. Like, what?
Okay, look in the
what's
side
going
chat.
on?
Let's understand it together, Herbie. Okay, let
Okay.
me show you. Okay,
All
side chat.
right.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Right.
there.
Do you see Homer?
I do see Homer.
Okay,
Yeah.
look above Homer. Right, you see the image above Homer, the picture. Let's click on that. Okay, let's take a look. Right, let's dissect what this means. Okay, top left. Right.
That's
Globe
not
Earth
how
model.
trigonometry works on a spherical plane. Okay.
Okay, we listen.
All right.
This is how we learn.
All right.
Globe Earth model. Okay. We see a picture of a globe. Okay, then we see the sticks that are in the sand. Okay, we see how the light hits from 93 million miles away. Right, it's parallel. Right.
No, it's not.
Would you agree?
No.
No, it's not. Okay, why not?
Because that's not how. That's not how. That's not. That's not how math. That's not how trigonometry works on a spherical plane.
Okay, so how does it work?
Oh, Jesus Christ.